Chapter 1. The Fourth Kazakage. Raza was an exceptionally resolute individual. Even when issuing orders for the assassination of his own son, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation. Yet, this time, as he gazed at the stack of papers in his hands, a look of profound conflict crossed his face. After a considerable pause, he set the documents aside, rubbed his temples, and addressed the young man before him, saying, "Mr. Yamashita, you have truly presented me with a formidable dilemma. Although your proposal is undoubtedly advantageous for our son Agakir, the concepts within are rather fantastical. Even from my perspective as the fourth Kazakage, I must admit that this plan seems like a fanciful dream. However, I cannot overlook the astonishing achievements you have made in the ninja world over the past few years. I still harbor a degree of hope regarding your capabilities. You have indeed left me in a state of considerable indecision. Had anyone else stood before him, they would have likely been summarily dismissed. Yet, the visitor was none other than Kenji Yamashita, compelling him to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. No one knew the origins of Kenji Yamashita. People only recognized that within a mere 6 months, he had nearly unified all entertainment industries in the Land of Water. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he gained the trust of the Land of Water's daimyo, who entrusted him with the nation's development. Thereafter, this man embarked on an extensive construction campaign across the Land of Water, building roads, digging canals, constructing dams, and erecting skyscrapers. In just 2 years, the landscape of the Land of Water underwent a remarkable transformation, leaving several other nations far behind. What was even more remarkable was that he managed to execute all this infrastructural development without expending a single ryo of the Land of Water's treasury. He established a company named Yamashita Industries, which undertook all the projects. Though the company initially incurred losses, as the Land of Water thrived and attracted renowned merchants from across the ninja world seeking to invest in properties, it effectively became the commercial and entertainment hub of the ninja realm. Not only did he recoup all his initial investments through real estate, but he also acquired considerable fixed assets throughout the Land of Water, amassing a fortune. Just as he was amassing wealth and drawing the cautious gaze of the Land of Water's daimyo, he invested substantial sums into establishing public hospitals and schools across the Land of Water, founding the Yamashita Poverty Alleviation Fund to assist the impoverished in overcoming their hardships. Such actions undoubtedly elevated him to a near-divine status in the hearts of the populace of the Land of Water. It could be said that if he so desired, the position of daimyo in the Land of Water would be within his grasp. Consequently, the daimyo was wary, hesitant to act against him. Though the Land of Water was a small nation, this individual had managed to elevate it to heights unattainable by even the 5 great nations. His prowess, particularly in economic affairs, was arguably unparalleled in the ninja world. Despite having previously extended an invitation for him to invest in the Land of Wind, Raza understood that the arid conditions of his homeland made it nearly impossible to entice him. However, what surprised him was that Kenji Yamashita had actually come, bringing with him an astonishingly ambitious proposal. Upon hearing Raza's words, Yamashita appeared unfazed, retrieving a stand that held a map of the ninja world. With a teaching stick in hand, he confidently stated before Raza, "Kazakage, your vision is far too narrow and lacks audacity. For the currently impoverished and weakened Land of Wind, I must candidly say that you are not an appropriate leader. In my proposal, I have thoroughly demonstrated the feasibility of my water diversion project. Yet, you still harbor reservations, which is rather disappointing. Fortunately, I'm not one to turn a blind eye to human suffering. Witnessing the citizens of the Land of Wind enduring hardship in the endless sands is something I cannot bear. Therefore, I'm willing to elaborate further on my plan." Despite the veiled criticism, Raza remained composed, adopting an attentive demeanor. As is widely known, apart from a few scarce oases, the Land of Wind is largely barren, perpetually devoid of rainfall, with scarcely any underground water. Surrounding the Land of Wind, however, are the rain country, which experiences continuous downpours, and the river country, characterized by its extensive river systems. This stark contrast between the dry and wet regions is evidently abnormal. Thus, after years of research, our team has finally unraveled the underlying cause. Upon hearing this, Raza straightened up. Although he had gleaned some understanding from the proposal, hearing it articulated by Yamashita offered a different perspective. Pointing to the mountain range that bordered the land of wind and the land of rain, Yamashita asserted, the root of this issue lies in this vast mountain range, Tenjin Mountain, which stretches for thousands of miles. Due to the obstruction posed by Tenjin Mountain, the moist monsoon winds from the North Sea cannot reach the land of wind. They are entirely retained within the rain country. This has resulted in the rain country's abundant rainfall and the perpetual drought faced by the land of wind. Raza nodded solemnly. Although the technological level in the ninja world was rather rudimentary, concepts such as monsoons and precipitation were already understood. However, no one had previously considered the drought of the land of wind from this angle. Now, thanks to Yamashita's insight, he comprehended the underlying reasons. Understanding the cause makes it seem considerably simpler to improve the environment of the land of wind. Yamashita spoke with unwavering confidence. The simplest solution would be to blast open Tenjin Mountain. This would eliminate the barrier preventing rain clouds from entering the land of wind, allowing the moisture-laden air from the North Sea to flow in. Consequently, the climate of the land of wind would become akin to that of the land of fire, abundant in rainfall and self-sufficient. Moreover, with the reduction of moist air, the climate of the rain country would gradually normalize, preventing stagnation due to excessive rainfall. This approach could be described as a twofold benefit. Such a plan had not been mentioned in the proposal, and Raza was left in stunned astonishment by Yamashita's audacity. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "But Tenjin Mountain stretches for thousands of miles, towering high, and is predominantly composed of stone. Creating an opening in such a magnificent natural wonder is beyond our capabilities. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju could not accomplish it." Hashirama Senju could certainly achieve it. While Yamashita internally scoffed at this notion, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead replied, "It is a matter of human endeavor. I believe that as long as Sunagakure unites as one, with a collective spirit akin to the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains, we can certainly accomplish it. If one generation fails, then 2 generations shall succeed." Stop, Mr. Yamashita. Let us return to discussing the proposals in the document. Raza hastily interrupted the fervent speech, thinking that if he truly dared to mobilize the populace for such an undertaking, the citizens of the land of wind would surely rise against him. Mr. Yamashita appeared genteel, yet the plans he articulated were increasingly outrageous. "Very well then," Yamashita remarked with a hint of resignation before shifting to say, "Let me present the second proposal. We have observed that although Tenjin Mountain towers high, there are indeed some relatively weaker and lower areas. Our plan is to drill a passage through Tenjin Mountain, thoroughly connecting the rain country and the land of wind. This way, while we still cannot allow clouds to traverse Tenjin Mountain, we can channel the rain country's abundant freshwater resources into the land of wind through this passage. With some guidance, the overall water scarcity of the land of wind can be significantly alleviated. This constitutes our second proposal. While it may not provide a permanent solution, it is indeed more manageable and requires less extensive construction." Raza's brow twitched with exasperation as he pointed to the map depicting the territory of the land of wind. "Say, you call this manageable?" Due to the vast stretches of desert within its borders, the land of wind was, in fact, the largest in area among the 5 great nations, with a relatively sparse population distribution. Therefore, if one truly intended to transport water to the various towns within the land of wind, the scale of the project would be immense. One could hardly exaggerate by claiming it to be the largest undertaking in the ninja world. Moreover, given the harsh conditions within the land of wind, how one could reliably transport water continuously from the rain country posed a considerable challenge. This, indeed, was the crux of Raza's indecision. Rest assured, Kazekage, Yamashita cast aside the staff he had been holding and remarked, "For this project, our Yamashita Industrial Company has devised 2 cooperation proposals. One option entails your village financing the project, wherein our company will undertake its execution. Upon completion, the project will be entirely handed over for your operation. Naturally, the associated risks will also be borne by you. The second option allows our company to assume full responsibility for the entire project, requiring only your village's assistance from the sidelines. In this scenario, regardless of the project's success or failure, the village will incur no losses. However, the project will then be co-owned by our company and your village, necessitating a profit-sharing arrangement. There are two plans. One carries significant risk and requires substantial funding, but promises considerable profits. The other is devoid of risk and financial demands, yet yields markedly lower profits. The choice of which plan to pursue is yours to make. Having concluded his statement, Yamashita Kenji fell silent, awaiting a response. Rosa felt a stir of interest, but recognized that such a monumental decision could not rest solely upon his shoulders. He needed to consult with Daimyo and Fengying for their insights. Thus he rose, extended a friendly handshake, and stated, "I understand, Mr. Yamashita. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please stay in the village for a while, and I shall inform you once a decision has been reached. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, you will always be the most esteemed friend of our sand-hidden village." Yamashita Kenji nodded and was subsequently escorted away from the wind shadow building by the village's dark forces, finding himself settled into a guest house. "Jiaodu, why not stay here for a couple of days? I trust our wind shadow can discern the merits and drawbacks of the situation." A peculiar individual approached, and Yamashita Kenji patted him on the shoulder. Jiaodu glanced at the sand-hidden ninjas nearby and disdainfully remarked, "Wind shadow? It's astonishing that such an opportunity must be pondered. No wonder this village languishes in poverty. Its entire worth likely pales in comparison to the bounty on his head in the black market." "What did you say? You scoundrel!" The scornful words ignited a surge of anger among the sand-hidden ninjas, prompting them to consider taking action. However, upon seeing Yamashita Kenji nearby, they restrained themselves and withdrew. This individual was of great importance to their village, and for the time being, they could not provoke him. "Enough, Jiaodu. Do you not know how to mind your surroundings? Return to your room. I need some rest," Yamashita instructed. Jiaodu nodded and promptly retreated to his quarters. Upon returning to his room, Yamashita Kenji laid back on the bed, deep in thought for a considerable time before finally exhaling a long sigh and murmuring to himself, "The plan has finally commenced." Yamashita Kenji was a traveler from the Celestial Empire who had crossed over into the world of the Naruto manga approximately 3 years prior. Unlike many of his fellow travelers, he did not find himself in the heart of the ninja world, Konoha Village. Instead, he arrived in the lesser-known land of hot water, becoming an ordinary beggar on the streets. This beginning could only be described as hellish. Fortunately, he had also arrived with a system. With that thought, he concentrated, and a virtual interface materialized before him. Major infrastructure system. Host, Yamashita Kenji. Age, 16. Talent, space-time talent. Chakra attributes: wind, water, fire, lightning, earth, yin-yang. Ninjutsu, basic ninjutsu collection, basic 5 elements technique collection, multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique. Taijutsu, elite Jnin level taijutsu. Jinjutsu none, special ability, master negotiator. Comprehensive strength assessment, semi-kage level. Ongoing task, South-to-North Water Diversion Project in the land of wind completion, 0. Completed tasks, waterway renovation project in the land of hot water, urban planning project in the land of hot water, road construction project in the land of hot water. This system was the key to his survival in this world. The major infrastructure system would reward the host based on the quantity and scale of projects completed in this realm, allowing the host to independently determine project choices and plans, which was relatively lenient. Consequently, he began with small projects in the land of hot water and gradually rose to become the largest construction contractor in both the land of hot water and the entire ninja world. Yet, despite having developed the land of hot water to a level comparable to some third-tier cities from his previous life, the most substantial rewards he had received were merely his space-time talent and the flying thunder god technique. Beyond that, he acquired various basic ninjutsu packages, different chakra attributes, and knowledge pertaining to infrastructure. Despite the fact that the flying thunder god technique is regarded as an exceptionally powerful jutsu within the realm of ninjas, its singular application has nearly rendered him invincible. However, his offensive capabilities are rather unimpressive. After all, the fourth Hokage, with his mastery of the Rasengan, earned the title of the Yellow Flash on the battlefield, with his exceedingly low innate talent, even if he were to learn the method of cultivation. Independently developing the Rasengan is an unattainable feat. Thus, in order to augment his strength, he must rely on the system, particularly as his wealth has been accumulating and following several assassination attempts and threats. This conviction has only solidified. Moreover, the developmental potential of the Land of Water has essentially reached its limit, prompting him to direct his gaze towards the 5 great nations, thus giving rise to that particular plan. After today's conversation, he is confident that with his intricate strategy and the negotiation expertise bestowed by the system, this endeavor is practically a certainty. What remains to be considered is how to execute such a monumental project. To be honest, although he has gained ample experience and infrastructure within the Land of Water, the sheer scale of this daunting undertaking leaves him feeling somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the existence of ninjutsu as a form of advanced technology in this ninja world transforms many seemingly insurmountable challenges from his previous life into mere trifles here. Suddenly, a knock resounds at his door. Upon opening it, he discovers 2 children, a charming little girl and a boy adorned with face paint. In an instant, he recognizes their identities, children of the 4th Kazekage. Raza, namely Temari and Kankuro, that AS for the reason behind their differing surnames. Such occurrences are quite commonplace in the world of Naruto, given that Raza himself does not bear the surname Raza. Who might you be? Although he has already discerned their identities, he still inquires politely. Greetings, Lord Yamashi. We are the children of Lord Raza. We have come at the behest of the Kazekage to guide you on a tour of Sunagakure. Temari replies sweetly. Her words explicitly convey their identity, clearly showcasing the village's trust and esteem for him. I see. Come to think of it, I have yet to explore one of the top 5 ninja villages in the ninja world. Very well, I appreciate your guidance. With that, he tidies himself up and steps out of the room alongside the 2 children. Sunagakure is established atop an oasis, so while the exterior is a vast expanse of yellow sand. The village itself thrives with its own sustainable ecosystem. As they traverse through the village, Yamashita observes numerous customs that starkly contrast with those of the Land of Water, appearing both novel and possessing a peculiar aesthetic charm. Notably, the sand sculpture artistry of Sunagakure is unparalleled throughout the ninja world. Our sand sculptors are the most illustrious in all of the ninja realm. Even the most obscure sand sculptor in our village would dominate in other nations and receive the highest accolades. Temari boasts with pride. While he is uncertain why, in a world rife with conflict, art can still flourish so vibrantly, he acknowledges that amidst the prevailing themes of violence, such embellishments are indeed a welcome reprieve. Moving closer, he gazes upon a lifelike eagle sculpture, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, truly a masterpiece. It is astonishing that such beauty can be created from this barren land, Yamashita exclaims, filled with admiration. This is precisely why I aspire to improve the lives of the people of the Land of Wind, enabling them to create even more treasures that shine with the brilliance of human civilization. The 2 children pause for a moment, touched by his words, and respond, Mr. Yamashita, your ambition is truly noble, regardless of the outcome. You shall always be the most esteemed friend of our Land of Wind. Yamashita chuckles softly, contemplating how in his previous life, his lack of wealth stemmed from having strayed down the wrong path. Had he pursued a career in motivational speaking or multi-level marketing, he might have achieved financial freedom long that moment. The sand sculpture before him suddenly melted away like ice, and a kunai hurtled towards his face. Mr. Yamashita, watch out! Temari gasps, swiftly pulling him aside to evade the kunai, while Kankuro charges forward to engage the assailant in combat. Swish, swish, 2 more kunai flew through the air, narrowly missing them at this juncture, aside from the unarmed craftsman. The attackers have increased to 3. The audacity to infiltrate the heart of Sunagakure to carry out an assassination mission suggests that the mastermind behind this scheme is no ordinary foe. Likely affiliated with one of the 5 great nations, the assassins, aware of the urgency, press their attack, with one engaging Temari while another charged towards Yamashita. Prepare to die. No. Bang. The ninja lunging at Yamashita was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rebounding twice before coming to a halt, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and eyes, twitching sporadically, clearly beyond saving. The situation shifted rapidly, and all eyes turned to Yamashita that moment. A figure clad in black robes stood before him. It was Kao. Indeed, hiring you as our company's financial director and my personal bodyguard was an astute decision that it is virtually impossible to find a more formidable protector in the ninja realm. Yamashita remarked with a smile. Spare me the flattery. Kakuzu replied coolly that if you truly believe I am that capable, perhaps you should consider increasing my salary. That would be out of the question. We have a contract. The spirit of the agreement must be upheld. Humph. You heartless capitalist, say, Kakuzu. Why must you always maintain such a serious demeanor? You ought to indulge in life once in a while. The unique sand baths of the land of wind are quite renowned, said to evoke the warmth of a mother's embrace. Oh, you not miss your mother. Care to give it a try? Yamashita reclined comfortably in the sand, cucumber slices over his eyes, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Entirely unfazed by the recent assassination attempt, Kakuzu shuddered, suppressing the urge to strangle his employer. His mother. That must have been over a century. Is it truly polite to bring that up? I'm not interested. Kakuzu stated flatly, pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. Really, Kakuzu, is it necessary to tally the accounts every single day? Yamashita sighed in exasperation. Though Kakuzu is arguably the most suitable financial officer in this world, his diligence sometimes veers into the realm of overzealousness. One might think he aims to outdo his own boss, as the financial officer and a shareholder. I feel it is my duty to remind you. Kakuzu continued, ignoring Yamashita's complaints. Every day you remain in Sunagakure incurs a loss of millions in Rio for the company. While this may be a mere drop in the ocean for your total assets, it represents a significant loss for the company's development. Yamashita helplessly raised his hands, gesturing towards the two individuals performing the traditional bowing of apology from the land of Neon, saying, What can I do? Look at them, still caught up in their apologies. I must await news from their Kazakage. Red Bean Paste Secret Massage. Temari and Kankuro bowed deeply once more, expressing their remorse. All right, I've already stated that such matters are inconsequential. Since I have no pressing issues, rather than wasting time here with me, it would be more prudent to persuade your father to provide a prompt response. Yamashita declared. Exasperated, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused to you in Sunagakure. This is our oversight, Temari reiterated, bowing once again. The assassins have been apprehended, and I trust it won't be long before we uncover the identities of those involved. Not a concern. It's likely just a handful of factions. Easily surmised. Yamashita nonchalantly remarked at that moment. A group of Umbu from Sunagakure arrived, inviting Yamashita to the office of the Kazakage once again. Just a day had passed, and Yamashita found himself back in that very office. Please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies once more, Raza said. That group of ninjas had a seal placed on their tongues, and we have yet to ascertain their identities. Yamashita Kenji raised an eyebrow. A seal on their tongues? The tongue curse seal? That technique belongs to that scoundrel Danzo. Doesn't it? Such an obvious tactic. Surely Raza is aware of this? Or perhaps he wishes for me to uncover the truth myself, hence revealing such a pointed piece of information. After all, Konoha is still their ally. Suppressing his doubts, Yamashita Kenji stated, Kazakage, I am not overly concerned about those matters. What I wish to confirm is whether you agree with my plan. Raza nodded. The purpose of this invitation is primarily to address this matter. As he spoke, two elderly ninjas entered the room, taking their seats beside Raza, scrutinizing Yamashita. These two are esteemed elders of our village, and they wish to hear about your plan as well. The two greeted Yamashita Kenji politely, appearing eager to listen. Yamashita recognized them. Chiyo and Kankuro. Frankly speaking, these three before him were likely the most formidable individuals in Sunagakure. It must be said that the pool of ninjas in Sunagakure was rather shallow. Within a few years, only one of these three would remain, relying on the yet-to-turn 20 Gara to bear the banner. It was truly a disservice to the 5 great nations. Of course, that was a matter for the future. For now, The collaboration of these individuals made them quite strong. He gathered his thoughts and once again articulated his plan to the assembled company. This marked the third time he had presented his proposal, and to be honest, he harbored a tinge of resentment. It was undeniably advantageous for them. Yet they hesitated, leaving him to push for their agreement. Anyone in his position would feel discontent. He had resolved that should they hesitate again, he would abandon the plan and consider other endeavors. After Yamashita's presentation, as he had anticipated, Chiyo and Kenkaro displayed expressions of shock, taken aback by the audacity of his proposal. Nevertheless, being seasoned individuals, their composure returned swiftly. After a brief silence, Chiyo spoke. Though Lord Kazekage has briefed us, we must candidly express that this matter seems rather daunting and could have far-reaching implications for Sunagakure. Thus, we hope you understand that we must proceed with caution. That is understandable, Yamashita replied non-committally. However, I have several questions that require your clarification. While the vision you have painted is splendid, the challenges of such a grand undertaking are evident. I wonder if your company possesses the necessary technology to support this project. This cast doubt on Yamashita's company's technical capabilities. Such skepticism was entirely reasonable. After all, even one of the 5 great nations felt overwhelmed by the project. So could a mere company from a smaller nation truly possess the requisite expertise? Yamashita Kenji had anticipated this and confidently responded, "Rest assured, we have amassed substantial experience from our undertakings in the land of water. The prosperity of the land of water stands as a testament to our technical prowess. Furthermore, our company's demand for and appreciation of technical talent is renowned throughout the ninja world. We have established the Yamashita Scientific Research Institute, where we not only offer competitive salaries, but also provide housing in the most affluent district, Tangchini-Pin, alleviating any concerns they may have regarding their future. Under such favorable conditions, the Yamashita Scientific Research Institute had achieved remarkable results in recent years. Put it bluntly, in terms of infrastructure technology, our company dwarfs even the combined efforts of the 5 great nations." Yamashita Kenji's words resounded with conviction, radiating confidence that was evident to all present. Upon hearing him, the 3 exchanged glances, unable to refute his claims. As he stated, they had indeed become the leading company in the ninja world for infrastructure development. Even if there were doubts, they would only be self-doubt. Now, for the second question, Kenkaro took over the conversation, stating, "You mentioned diverting water from the land of rain to our land of wind. How do you plan to secure the cooperation of the land of rain? Moreover, how can you guarantee that they won't use this project as leverage to indirectly control us?" The astute nature of the speaker, a veteran in governance, quickly identified potential hazards of the project. However, Yamashita had already contemplated this and replied without hesitation, "You need not worry about that either. We will not be utilizing their water for free. We will compensate the land of rain based on usage, by trading their abundant resources for considerable financial gain. I believe any leader of the land of rain with a modicum of sense would not refuse as for concerns about them using this as a means of coercion against the land of wind. You need not fret. Firstly, the overall national strength of the land of rain cannot compare to that of the land of wind. Should relations sour, it would not necessarily be the land of wind that suffers. Secondly, this project is planned to be executed in 3 phases. In addition to the 2 lines from the land of rain, we will also establish a line from the land of rivers to significantly increase the water supply. Furthermore, with simultaneous water diversion from both nations, mutual constraints will prevent any party from overstepping. After Yamashita Kenji's explanation, the 3's doubts nearly vanished. Such a favorable proposition. If they hesitated further, they would truly be culpable in the annals of the land of wind. Lastly, I have one final question, Raza said solemnly before shifting to a more amiable tone. Why is this project called the South-to-North Water Diversion? Geographically speaking, the land of wind is indeed the southern region. Is it not? That is because north-to-south water diversion sounds rather unappealing, and I also wish to commemorate my former homeland with this name. Naturally, Yamashita Kenji would not articulate such sentiments directly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This is a remnant of our company's history. The project was initially intended to transport water from the land of rain to the similarly arid land of earth. However, due to various circumstances, the endpoint of the project was shifted to the land of wind, yet the name remained." Raza nodded, then smiled. "Mr. Yamashita, Your deliberation is commendable. Should we refuse any further, it would be rather ungrateful of us." He rose and shook Yamashita Kenji's hand. The matter was thus settled conclusively. Yamashita Kenji felt a wave of relief wash over him. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. And fortunately, the outcome was favorable. "Now, may I inquire about the collaboration model your village wishes to adopt?" Raza began. "In this project, while we stand to benefit, it is your company that will bear the brunt of the investment, which seems rather unjust. Therefore, we have discussed and agreed that the Land of Wind will provide a portion of the funding required for this project. Likewise, once the project is operational, your company will also have the right to a share of the profits." Despite the allure of the two proposals for them, they felt the terms were excessively onerous for the other party's company, while they did not concern themselves with whether the other company would benefit. Overly stringent conditions could result in lackluster performance and subpar outputs. Thus, for the sake of long-term interests, they decided to allocate a portion of the profits to integrate the other party into a shared benefit structure, ensuring their utmost effort. "That is certainly agreeable," Yamashita Kenji replied with a smile, then gestured to the silent Kakuzu behind him. "For the finer details, you may discuss them with our company's accountant, Mr. Kaku." Kakuzu stepped forward, revealing a rather unpleasant smile, and said, "Gentlemen, please proceed." The three individuals involuntarily swallowed hard, intimidated by the imposing presence of Kaku. This aura stemmed not from the opponent's prowess, but rather from an unwavering obsession for wealth. Engaging in negotiations with such a figure suggested that they were well prepared. Their village was poised to suffer significant losses. All matters pertaining to the negotiations were entrusted to Kakuzu, as it was believed that this proverbial miser could secure the most favorable terms. Stepping out of the room, he directed his gaze towards the virtual panel before him. Just moments ago, during the handshake between the two parties, his system had undergone a transformation. Current task: the South-to-North Water Diversion Project of the Land of Wind, completion. 01. Congratulations to the host for officially initiating the South-to-North Water Diversion Project of the Land of Wind. Reward: enhancement of shadow-level chakra quantity. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through his being as Kenji Yamashita felt his chakra levels rapidly escalate. The IT continued to amplify until it exceeded double its previous amount, at which point it gradually stabilized, previously possessing chakra at the quasi-shadow level. This new enhancement rendered him incomparable to ordinary shadow-level ninjas. However, the sheer quantity of chakra did not equate to absolute strength. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan would not have faced annihilation. That IT is the combination of vast chakra reserves and formidable jutsu that constitutes a ninja's true prowess. Take himself as an example. While his chakra levels had risen, his offensive capabilities remained unchanged. Thus, in terms of actual power enhancement, there wasn't a considerable increase. Nevertheless, the augmentation of his upper limit in blue was undoubtedly a positive development. Moreover, receiving such generous rewards at the onset of the project boded well for the future. One could only imagine the substantial rewards upon its completion. Perhaps, by that time, he would surpass even figures like Uchiha Madara. Setting aside his daydreams, Kenji Yamashita relished a unique local delicacy, sandworm, in the village. Savoring the exotic cuisine, to be frank, it paled in comparison to Chinese cuisine. Should he cultivate an interest, he could establish a restaurant in this world specializing in Chinese dishes, which would undoubtedly thrive. At this point, Kakuzu had returned, offering Yamashita a reassuring glance. Clearly, the fact that Kakuzu displayed such satisfaction indicated that Sunagakure had incurred substantial expenses. However, these were secondary concerns, with the Land of Water acting as a veritable printing press for money. He had long since ascended to the status of the wealthiest ninja in the realm. Now, he could confidently assert that he held no interest in riches. What he sought was merely greater power and a more prolonged existence. These aspirations were precisely what his system could provide. Thus, the projects he oversaw must not falter. Any who dared obstruct him would be crushed beneath his heel. He silently hoped that Nagato would not prove to be a thorn in his side. Having concluded matters in the Land of Wind, Yamashita wasted no time and proceeded directly to the Land of Rain, as long as the leader of the Land of Rain consented to the plan. The project could commence without delay. In truth, Few in the entire ninja world understood the situation in the Land of Rain better than Kenji Yamashita, of course, with the inclusion of the Land of Wind. The project no longer rested solely upon his shoulders. The team from the Land of Wind had also been dispatched to discuss the relevant matters. The team was led by Jonin Maki, accompanied by Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, essentially comprising the participants from the Chunin exams from the Land of Wind. This alone illustrated the extent of the talent gap in the Land of Wind, while the trio from Konoha continued diligently at the rank of Genin. Gaara and his companions were tasked with matters of significant consequence for their village's future. Although Maki had achieved notable feats in the original narrative, such as defeating Moonlight Gale, his actual strength was rather mediocre, rendering him a less-than-ideal representative for a village. However, these considerations were of little concern to Kenji Yamashita. This team operated under his leadership. Even if Sunagekyu's team was of average strength, he would ensure they were not placed at a disadvantage. This was precisely why Raza had the audacity to allow these individuals to represent Sunagekure, while he himself journeyed to the capital of the Land of Wind to negotiate with the feudal lord regarding this matter. The journey itself was uneventful. Yamashita harbored no desire for the tailed beasts. Thus, his interest in Gaara was somewhat tepid. Despite his psychological issues, Gaara remained largely manageable. His problems could wait for Naruto's assistance. Of course, presenting the One Tail to Nagato carried inherent risks. Yet, Yamashita was confident that, equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could not only safeguard Gaara in Nagato's presence, but also withstand any confrontation. Moreover, this was not a time for Akatsuki's operations, so it was unlikely they would pose a threat to him and his companions. After all, while Nagato could be deemed the foremost terrorist in the ninja world, his underlying intention was to achieve peace, and this project would be beneficial for the Land of Rain in both the present and future. He should be able to discern the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, should the opposition persist in seeking conflict, he had Kaku, who had once fought to a standstill against the first Hokage, at his disposal. Tasking him to deal with the young Nagato would likely prove manageable. Kakuzu, me fight Nagato. In contrast to the grim-faced Gaara, Kenji Yamashita found himself intrigued by Kankuro, specifically his puppet techniques. Though depicted modestly in the manga, this technique was undeniably advantageous for Yamashita, a capitalist in the ninja world. Each puppet was akin to a robot. An ordinary puppeteer could control 2 or 3 puppets simultaneously, while a more adept one could command a veritable army of them. Chio's 10-puppet brigade allowed a single individual to manipulate 10 puppets, while Sasori's 100 puppets performance enabled control over 100, not to mention the completely autonomous, almost artificial intelligence-like puppets of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Could there be more cost-effective laborers than these? If you were to hire a cadre of ninjas skilled in puppet techniques, the efficiency of their projects would surely soar. Of course, such intentions seemed rather unscrupulous. Thus, he refrained from mentioning this to Raza, opting instead to discuss the intricacies of puppet techniques with Kankuro, with hopes of addressing the possibility of employing Sunagekyu's puppet corps in the future. Kenji Yamashita's initial impression of Kankuro was quite favorable, prompting Kankuro to share his knowledge openly, except for matters concerning secret techniques and village secrets. During their conversation, they soon arrived in the Land of Rain. Upon entering, a wave of humidity greeted them, with a light drizzle falling upon the group, evoking an indescribable chill. The stark contrast after merely traversing a mountain was a testament to nature's remarkable artistry, feeling the abundant moisture of this nation. The delegation from a Land of Wind gained a deeper understanding of Yamashita's earlier proposal. The inhabitants of the desert-stricken Land of Wind had long suffered. If they could truly channel the waters of the Land of Rain to their parched land, they might transform their desert into a verdant oasis. The gazes directed at Yamashita shifted once more, now infused with admiration and respect, recognizing that these visitors hailed from the Land of Wind to discuss a significant collaboration. The ninja of the Land of Rain did not dare to be neglectful. They first accommodated the group in a local inn and then sent one individual with a project proposal to the central tower of the Land of Rain. Before long, an official arrived, requesting that Yamashita and his companions meet with the leader of the Land of Rain. Subsequently, they were escorted to a tall tower, ascending to a particular floor. Awaiting them on this floor was a woman with blue hair, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. exuding an air of aloofness, as if to distance herself from others. This was the newly appointed ruler of the Land of Rain. It was unexpected to find that she was a woman. Maki, somewhat taken aback, remarked that according to the intelligence from their Sunagakure, a coup had indeed occurred in the Land of Rain. The ruler Hanzo had been slain, and the entirety of the nation's power had fallen into the hands of others. However, the information they had gathered was limited to that alone. Although they dispatched several ninjas for reconnaissance thereafter, none had returned. The Land of Rain seemed to function as a black hole, devouring all who dared approach. His mission here might not be devoid of the task of gathering intelligence as well. I'm the spokesperson for the leader of the Rain Village. You may refer to me as Angel. The woman's voice was chillingly cold, exuding an aura that kept others abe. Is that so? Then, may I inquire, Miss Angel, what is your leader's perspective on my plan? Yamashita was well aware that the individual before him was Conan. It would not be an exaggeration to say she embodied Nagato's will. He had no interest in unmasking her disguise. His current focus was to expedite the initiation of this project. The plan indeed appears quite enticing, beneficial for both the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. Conan stated matter-of-factly. Moreover, I presume you have meticulously addressed any potential flaws to persuade the envoy from the Land of Wind to come forth. It seems this plan is flawless from their perspective. However, from the standpoint of the Land of Rain, I must pose a question. Conan paused before continuing. That is, once this project is officially underway, how can you ensure the safety of the Land of Rain? Our nation is bordered by the formidable powers of wind, earth, and fire, and during the Second Shinobi World War, it became a battleground for great nations. Hence, we must consider the reactions of these great powers in all our endeavors. Indeed, the plan you propose is advantageous for both the wind and rain countries. But have you contemplated the views of the other two great nations? Should this project succeed, it would undoubtedly bolster the national strength of the Land of Wind. Are you certain that the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire would welcome such an outcome? The Land of Wind is a great nation and thus may not fear the scrutiny of the other two. Yet for us in the Land of Rain, even being under the watchful eye of such powerful states is a considerable burden that if they so desired, they could fabricate a pretext to incite war within our borders, jeopardizing critical infrastructure, including the Inter-Basin Water Transfer Project. For them, such actions would be effortless. Conan candidly articulated the concerns of the Land of Rain, highlighting the potential threats posed by this project. In response, Yamashita merely rolled his eyes, seemingly unfazed. What a jest! Feigning innocence. The Akatsuki organization showed little regard for the opinions of other ninja villages while gathering tailed beasts. At that time, did you not risk offending every notable power in the shinobi world? Any nation or village that felt slighted could summon your leader for a swift reckoning. Couldn't they? Of course, considering that the Akatsuki was still in a dormant phase, not yet embarking on their expansive hunt for tailed beasts. It was understandable that they harbored such concerns. After all, had the Akatsuki demonstrated the capacity to confront any major power or village from the outset, their subsequent endeavors to collect tailed beasts might not have proceeded as smoothly. You need not worry excessively on that front, Maki interjected, stepping forward. Since we have decided to collaborate, the security of your nation is also of concern to ours, should any ninja village dare to invade your territory. Rest assured, we shall not remain indifferent to a great nation's promise. Conan retorted with an edge of sarcasm that if you believe that a mere promise can alleviate our concerns, you need not bother. After all, the Land of Rain has not been devoid of such empty assurances. To us, a grand nation's promise holds no more reliability than the boasts of a drunken man. You enough. Yamashita Kenji interrupted their bickering, locking eyes with Conan. I believe your village has misapprehended a fundamental issue. It is not our responsibility to resolve the threats your village may face once the project commences. Rather, it is your duty to demonstrate your capacity to mitigate such threats. This pronouncement. All present were momentarily stunned into silence. Unsure of how to respond, it seems there is a misunderstanding. This collaboration is not us seeking your approval. Instead, it is our company offering your nation a chance for advancement. He directed his gaze towards Maki and Conan, pausing before continuing. What I am stating applies to both of your nations. You seem to have assumed that my submission of the proposal indicates a request for cooperation. and that your acceptance of this plan is a favor to our company, that if that is your belief, I must assert that you are gravely mistaken. Our company is the most formidable entity within the shinobi world. I can assert without hesitation that our collaboration with any nation is not a matter of us benefiting, but rather that nation reaping the rewards of our partnership. You may perceive my assertions as audacious, but our company possesses that level of influence. This is evidenced by the significantly higher financial income of the land of soup compared to other nations. Therefore, while you issue demands, I hope you take a moment to reflect on whether you possess the standing to make such requests. In essence, the current situation is not one where we must act for you. Rather, you must prove to us that you have the capability to ensure the safety of this project. Yamashita Kenji's words resonated powerfully. Though they were undeniably arrogant, they contained a kernel of truth that rendered his statements irrefutable. Given the achievements his company had accomplished in the land of soup, he was well within his rights to make such claims. Consequently, both Conan and Maki, as well as the other three observers, bore expressions of discontent, yet found themselves unable to counter his assertions. In the midst of this, only Kakuzu appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. Wearing a self-satisfied grin, "This is how it should be done. With such wealth, why bow to these people? This is akin to being dressed in fineries while stealthily traversing the night. Time to let facts speak for themselves. Mr. Namashita, your straightforwardness has indeed rendered us speechless." One remarked. That juncture, a figure emerged from the shadows, speaking with an air of detachment, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, with hair of vibrant orange and eyes resembling swirling vortices. He was unmistakably Pain. "Yamashita," he stated evenly, "I have come to confirm that the Rain Village possesses the capability to safeguard this project. Thus, I believe I must demonstrate this to you." His gaze shifted to Yamashita Kenji. "If it would not trouble you, perhaps we can engage in a demonstration of my abilities." The dignity of the Rain Village had been affronted, and Nagato was evidently displeased with the prior exchange. Hence, he had personally arrived to challenge Yamashita Kenji. While Yamashita was confident in his current strength and believed he would not be easily defeated, he also held no desire to engage in direct combat. Therefore, he gestured to Kakuzu beside him, stating, "Step forth, Kakuzu, and impart a lesson to the young one." Kakuzu nodded, his confidence radiating as he approached the opposing figure. "You are fortunate. Today you shall witness the fighting style of the elders." Pain regarded Kakuzu and then shifted his gaze towards Yamashita Kenji, responding coolly, "Is that so? Very well. As an audience member, one should be able to discern the disparity between the two of us." Jiaodu squinted his eyes, expressing his displeasure as he remarked, "Kid, you haven't even finished your words when you see the heavenly path Pain before you, hand raised high in the in the next moment. A powerful force of attraction surged forth, lifting the unprepared Jiaodu off the ground, propelling him swiftly in Pain's direction. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as an ominous black rod materialized in Pain's hand, piercing through Jiaodu's heart. Crimson blood streamed down the rod, presenting a ghastly and terrifying sight. How could this be happening? This shocking turn of events left the onlookers from Sunagakure astounded. They never anticipated that the formidable bodyguard of Mr. Yamashita would be so effortlessly slain by his opponent. What exactly had transpired? Why did Mr. Jiaodu fly uncontrollably toward that ninja? What was the source of that overwhelming power? Surely, such strength could qualify one as a collaborator of Mr. Yamashita, couldn't it? Pain's voice remained as cold as ever, as if the recent events were of no consequence to him. "So you believe you have one?" Mr. Yamashita chuckled. Upon hearing this, Pain furrowed his brow, about to utter another remark when he sensed something amiss with the corpse in his hand. Before he could react, a sharp pain radiated from his shoulder. It was Jiaodu, who should have been dead, miraculously revived. Moreover, he had utilized wind-release ninjutsu to sever one of his own arms. In a panic, Pain forcefully flung Jiaodu away, retreating several steps to assess the injury to his arm. The arm had been cleanly severed by the wind-release technique, although his six-pads Pain puppet was not known for its defense. The ability to swiftly cut through the Heavenly Path puppet's arm indicated that the opponent's ninjutsu was undoubtedly of a high caliber. What surprised him further was that the earlier attack had clearly been a sneak attack. The opponent should not have had time to form hand seals. This implied that the opponent had executed a ninjutsu without hand seals to sever his arm. Furthermore, Pain had not held back in his earlier strike. He was certain that the black rod had pierced through Jiao Du's heart. But why had he not perished? Looking at Jiao Du, who had been flung aside, he stood up as if unscathed, pulling aside his robe to reveal 5 grotesque masks on his chest, one of which had been penetrated, leaving a gaping hole. "You have some skill, kid. You managed to take out one of my hearts right from the start." Jiao Du remarked, "That's so. As compensation, I'll take your heart in return." As he spoke, the 3 masks on Jiao Du's body fell away, revealing a form composed of writhing, grotesque tentacles, reminiscent of repulsive worms. From his body emerged 3 menacing creatures. "You are merely putting on a show." In a moment of carelessness, Pain had his arm severed. Such an occurrence was a great humiliation for one who considered himself a god. Thus, he resorted to his previous tactic, waving his hand to once again activate universal pull, drawing the opponent closer. And no matter how peculiar the opponent's abilities may be, eliminating the original body should suffice. "Do you really think the same technique can work on me twice? How utterly disrespectful of you." Once more, feeling that irresistible force, Jiao Du was lifted into the air. However, this time he was prepared and did not panic as he had before. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the 3 separated creatures unleashed fireballs, water orbs, and wind blades from their mouths, simultaneously attacking Pain's position. These were yet another set of ninjutsu without hand seals, released with even greater speed than Pain's universal pull that if he did not react. All 3 techniques would surely strike him at once. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to interrupt his technique, dodging the 3 ninjutsu. Regaining control over his body, Jiao Du landed firmly on the ground, then retreated a few steps as the creatures spread out to encircle Pain. Just as I suspected, Jiao Du wore a knowing expression. "Your ninjutsu, while seemingly unstoppable, possesses a fatal flaw. You cannot move significantly while casting it. Thus, if someone attacks you during the execution of your technique, your formidable ninjutsu becomes effectively nullified. In a one-on-one situation, techniques like Shadow Clone and Water Clone could achieve similar results. But if the ninja's skill was lacking, they might be struck before completing their hand seals. Fortunately, I am no ordinary ninja. Your ability has become ineffective against me. I must say, kid, your power is indeed extraordinary, yet it still pales in comparison to mine. After all, I have fought against the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama." Jiao Du, a legendary ninja, immediately discerned the flaw in Pain's universal pull upon contact and formulated an effective counter-strategy. Truly, it is said that the older one gets, the more cunning they become, and indeed, the thicker their skin. That's so. Pain had not anticipated that his opponent would be so astute. Instantly recognizing the characteristics of his technique, it seemed that employing solely Pain would not suffice to deal with this ninja. "Enough talk. Surrender your heart." As Jiao Du spoke, the 4 directions launched an assault simultaneously. The 3 monsters unleashed various elemental ninjutsu, while Jiao Du transformed into a grayish hue, black tentacles erupting from his arms to attack Pain. Yet at the center of the assault, Pain remained unperturbed, extending his remaining hand forward. "Useless. Your technique has been seen through. Do not think you can harm me again," Jiao Du declared. However, Pain merely parted his lips, calmly uttering a few words. "Shinra Tensei." Instantly, a terrifying repulsive force emanated from Pain, spreading outward at an incomprehensible speed. Everything affected by this force, be it steel or stone, or even the 3 monsters released from Jiao Du's body, was reduced to dust in a heartbeat. The building where the onlookers stood vanished from the top down, leaving only a desolate scene. As the dust settled, there remained only the solitary figure of Heavenly Path Pain. "Pain, you've lost your composure." Scattered sheets of paper appeared in the air, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form, ultimately transforming into Conan. She surveyed the devastation around her, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "What a mess." Pain lowered his hand, replying coolly, "The dignity of a god cannot be desecrated. That individual must pay for their actions." Yet, the proposal they provided was quite promising, capable of generating substantial revenue for our land of rain. "By eliminating them all, you have jeopardized that plan." Conan felt a twinge of regret, realizing that Pain had obliterated any chance of its execution. "Conan, I believe you may have misunderstood something," Pain stated, glancing in a particular direction. Whoosh! Suddenly, several figures materialized in the previously vacant space, including Yamashita, Jiaodu, and all the individuals from Sunagakure who had just vanished. Though they bore expressions of shock, they were unharmed out of course. This did not apply to Jiaodu. His 3 hearts had been destroyed in the previous shockwave, and with the loss of the prior one, he was left with only 1 heart, standing cautiously behind Yamashita, ready to flee at any moment. "Ah, it seems that Mr. Pain is not very friendly," Yamashita jested, though internally alarms blared, his level of vigilance at its peak. The power of that Shinra Tensei had truly astonished him. While it could not compare to the magnitude he exhibited in Konoha, its might was still incredibly fearsome. However, compared to the seemingly simplistic act of flinging someone away as depicted in the comic, it is far more terrifying. This individual, it is no wonder he dares to proclaim himself a god. Although his expressiveness in the comic may not have been particularly striking, now, even with just 1 pain, he stands as an existence that ordinary shadow-level figures cannot hope to rival. Had it not been for my quick thinking in the face of impending danger, swiftly activating the Flying Thunder God technique to transport everyone away from this place, they would have faced total annihilation. The Flying Thunder God technique? How do you possess this ninjutsu? What is your connection to the Hidden Leaf Village? Pain paid little heed to the inquiries posed by the other party, instead directly revealing the origins of their ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique, a formidable space-time ninjutsu that allowed the 4th Hokage to traverse the ninja world with ease, is renowned throughout the realm of ninjas, and the fact that the other party could wield such a technique clearly indicates a connection to the Hidden Leaf Village.as for this matter. You need not concern yourself. Yamashita brushed off the dust from his attire and continued, "From the battle just now, I have discerned your might and trust that, even relying solely on your own strength, you can ensure that this project proceeds without any unforeseen incidents. Therefore, I have no objections on my end. I simply wish to know if you have any concerns." Pain regarded him with a penetrating gaze before responding. "There are no issues. Our Hidden Rain Village agrees to join this project." "Perfect." Yamashita snapped his fingers and added, "Then, you may discuss the finer details with them. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." He gestured towards the group from Sunagakure and was about to leave when several figures appeared once more. Judging by their attire and headbands, they appear to be ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village. These individuals regarded Yamashita and the others with a hint of wariness, as if poised to launch an attack at any moment. "There's no need for alarm, Sato. This is merely a misunderstanding. The scene here does resemble a battlefield." "Which explains the confusion," Conan explained, alleviating their concerns. The tension dissipated as they breathed a sigh of relief and promptly addressed Pain. "Sir, the sacred river has overflowed." "What?" Both Conan and Pain exclaimed in shock. And without a moment's hesitation, they vanished in a flash, leaving the members of Sunagakure staring at one another in bewilderment. "What do we do now?" Maki questioned, feeling somewhat lost, having witnessed the incredible power of the earlier individual. All pride stemming from being part of one of the great ninja villages vanished from his heart, leaving him disoriented as he inquired of Yamashita. Yamashita stroked his chin and remarked, "Since we are collaborators, let's go take a look and see how we can assist." He then turned to Kakazu and suggested, "Perhaps you should leave for now. With only 1 heart remaining, your current state is rather frail and perilous." Feeling as though he was being looked down upon by his employer, Kakuzu retorted indignantly, "Are you underestimating me? Even with just 1 heart, I am still far superior to that man." He gestured towards Maki and added, "Then I shall wait for you at the inn." With that, he too vanished in a flash. Well, one cannot deny that he is indeed an old-timer who has survived since the Warring States period. He shies away from any matter that carries even a hint of danger. The Land of Rain is a remarkably peculiar nation. It is perpetually shrouded in rain, with only brief moments of sunlight throughout the year. Logically, such a vast amount of precipitation would result in abundant water systems within its territory. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Within the entire Land of Rain, there exists only one massive river and one enormous lake. This lake is referred to as the Sacred Lake, while the river that almost encircles the land of rain is known as the Sacred River. This river flows incessantly, rushing into the land of river, where it begins to fork and transform into a network of streams, resembling capillaries that nearly cover the entirety of the land of river, ultimately merging into the sea. Such an abundance of water inevitably brings about the natural disaster of flooding for the land of rain. Despite the plentiful rainfall, the terrifying water retention capacity of the Sacred Lake, coupled with the continuous inflow of precipitation via the Sacred River into the land of river, means that the land of rain is not as frequently plagued by floods as one might expect. Yet, every few years, when the Sacred Lake and Sacred River can no longer bear the immense rainfall, the land of rain faces floods that are akin to natural disasters. Each time, flooding occurs within a land of rain. Due to the sheer volume of precipitation, it results in a calamity far beyond ordinary comprehension. Farmlands are submerged, houses are destroyed, and the populace is left homeless. Within a mere day, the land of rain can be transformed into a marshland. This is a matter that every ruler of the land of rain must contemplate. Now, it falls upon Paine to confront this issue. Torrential rain cascaded down upon everyone, yet no one expressed concern over their drenched state. Instead, they gazed at the precarious dike before them, their hearts filled with sorrow. The embankment, constructed along the riverbank, had become riddled with cracks after enduring countless days of rain and the relentless erosion of the river. Now on the verge of collapse, it was clear that should this embankment fail, the surrounding hundreds of miles would likely be transformed into a marshland. The ninjas drew upon the last remnants of chakra within their bodies, employing earth-based techniques in a desperate attempt to mend the fissures. Yet their efforts proved futile. The collapse of the embankment was a foregone conclusion, merely a matter of time. Nearby, the townsfolk had ceased their evacuation efforts. Kneeling in silence, praying earnestly for the so-called gods to bestow a final blessing upon their ravaged land. The deity has arrived. The deity has arrived. At that moment, a cry resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see two figures swiftly descending from the distant sky, Paine and Conan. What is the situation? As soon as they landed, Conan inquired impatiently. There is no hope left. The embankment can no longer withstand the pressure of the river. No matter how many times we attempt to repair it, the embankment will inevitably collapse, the responsible ninja stated, his voice breaking as he struggled to hold back tears, a profound sense of helplessness overwhelming him. Do not weep. That will not resolve anything, Paine stated firmly. How is the evacuation progressing? The ninja wiped his eyes and replied, not very smoothly. Everyone is reluctant to leave their homes and resist relocation. At this moment, a townsman approached and fell to his knees, pleading with Paine, deity, please save our homeland. The peace of the land of rain is hard-won. We have only just settled down and do not wish to be displaced again. Please save our home. With a rustle, the townsfolk behind him knelt in unison, having once revered this man as a god. Now, faced with calamity, they believed only such a deity could deliver them. Nagato gazed at the people before him, rendered speechless. Yet, just then, a torrent of water erupted from the embankment, followed by a deluge of floodwaters surging forth from the breach. The embankment had crumbled, earth-style, earth-flow wall. A synchronized shout echoed as a line of ninjas simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, raising a massive wall from the ground in a desperate attempt to obstruct the oncoming flood. However, against such a natural disaster, human effort proved to be in vain. The wall held for but a moment before collapsing under the relentless force of the flood, which surged forth unabated in all directions. In that moment, Paine soared into the sky, confronting the raging waters head-on, raising one hand and resolutely proclaiming, Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, the villagers of the land of rain beheld a scene they would never forget. A somewhat frail figure floated in mid-air, standing alone against the oncoming wrath of nature. The flood surged towards him, raising waves of dozens of meters high. Yet, just a few meters before the man, it appeared as if time had halted, as if the deluge had collided with an invisible wall, unable to advance a single inch. What a spectacle this was! Even the most ornate language could scarcely capture its essence. A single individual had managed to halt the torrent. However, despite the apparent alleviation of danger, Conan dared not relax for an instant. She hurriedly directed the remaining ninjas to evacuate the townsfolk to safety. Regrettably, prior delays had left a considerable number of civilians stranded in this perilous location. Even with the ninjas' assistance, it would take time to clear the area completely. Meanwhile, Pain in the Sky was not faring any better. Confronting the immense forces of nature with his own abilities was hardly a wise choice. Yet the plight of the common people behind him compelled him to act. His ultimate aspiration was to bring peace to the world, allowing the populace to live in harmony without the specter of ninja warfare. Thus, the civilians he sought to protect were of paramount importance to him, and he was willing to pay any price to safeguard them. However, the earlier confrontation with Kakuzu had cost him an arm and drained much of his chakra, and he was now rapidly exhausting what little remained. He sensed that he could not hold on much longer. Should he release his grip on the flood, those behind him would undoubtedly suffer, a sight he desperately wished to avoid. What was he to do? Just as anxiety gripped him, he suddenly noticed the civilians on the ground vanishing one by one. Before long, all those who had previously remained in place had disappeared. The Flying Thunder God technique. Such a thought flashed through his mind. He could see that moment. His chakra was fully depleted, and the relentless flood engulfed him. Advancing like an army laying siege to a city, in mere moments, the once fertile plain was transformed into a swamp. Yet, on a hill several miles away, a multitude of civilians had gathered, the very people who had vanished moments before. Among the panicked crowd, one man knelt on the ground, retching violently. This individual was none other than Kenji Yamashi. He had employed the multi-shadow clone technique to create hundreds of clones, simultaneously utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique dozens of times to transport the civilians to safety. Once the clones dissipated, the cumulative sensation of having executed the technique so many times overwhelmed him, leaving him feeling as if he had ridden a roller coaster 100 times over, his head spinning and his stomach churning. Though he appeared disheveled, those from Sunagakure viewed him differently. His actions had undoubtedly saved thousands of lives. Had he not intervened, it was conceivable that only a fraction of those present would have survived. Moreover, these individuals were entirely unrelated to him. He willingly risked his dwindling chakra to rescue those with whom he had no connection, a testament to his remarkable character. Although ninjas typically regarded life as expendable, there was an undeniable respect for those who embodied goodness. Perhaps it was only individuals like Kenji Yamashita, who despite having become the wealthiest in the ninja world, continued to dedicate himself to planning transformative projects like the South-to-North Water Diversion Project that could significantly improve the lives of both nations. Moments later, Conan and the ninjas from Amigakure arrived belatedly. Under such natural calamities, these ninjas possessed some means of self-preservation, which is why Yamashita had not sought to evacuate them earlier. It saved him effort and prevented unnecessary complications. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Conan immediately understood that the recent events were due to Yamashita's efforts. Without hesitation, she bowed deeply and expressed, "Mr. Yamashita, we are profoundly grateful for your contributions to the Land of Rain." "Thank you." With Conan leading, the ninjas followed suit, bowing in unison to Yamashita. Their synchronized gesture led him to wonder if they were about to showcase some traditional performance of their daily lives. "No need for that. I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances that we are allies now, and I had no reason to turn a blind eye to your troubles," Yamashita replied nonchalantly at that moment. Nagato, as Pain, also descended. His body was intact, and the severed arm had fully healed. He landed and regarded Kenji Yamashita with deep respect, then bowed again, saying, "You have not only aided us, but have also saved the lives of thousands of my country's citizens. This debt of gratitude will forever remain etched in our hearts." Faced with such solemnity, Yamashita felt compelled to return the gesture, then followed them to assess the damage wrought by the flood. The once flat farmland was now submerged under over a meter of water, the flood having engulfed homes, fields, and crops. Everything had vanished as if they had never existed. The civilians following behind them were despondent, weeping openly at the sight of what had become of their former homes. Yamashita could hardly bear such scenes and inquired, "What will you do now? What will we do?" Pain gazed at the vast expanse of water, as if answering Yamashita's question while also speaking to himself. Once the flood recedes, the people will return to their homes, retill the land, renew the fields, and address the salinization. all while awaiting the next deluge. This is the fate of the people of the land of rain. Even as we struggle to survive, we remain preyed upon by the great nations and have previously become battleground for their conflicts. Enduring the agony of war. Such is the tragedy of this world. Paine's words left the people of Sunagakure in contemplative silence. Although only Maki had experienced war firsthand, they had heard tales from the elders of their nation's heroes during the Second Great Ninja War, recounting how Lord Chiyo had once bested the demigod Hanzo. Yet they had not anticipated hearing an entirely different narrative on the soil of the land of rain. This led them to reflect on whether the numerous wars they had witnessed were indeed justified. War, they understood, was a relentless cycle. The weak would always be subjugated as a small nation. They could only be at the mercy of greater powers, and even the mighty often found themselves powerless. There is no absolute right or wrong in war. All are merely ensnared in a quagmire. Maki remarked thus, "I have always sought a way to eliminate war. Such a thing is utterly non-existent. As long as humanity exists, so too will war," Maki asserted firmly. "Is that so?" Paine responded noncommittally. Uninterested in their debate, Yamashita gazed upon the sorrowful faces of the civilians, truly grasping the essence of Chu Yuan's lament. "Long sighs conceal my tears, mourning for the hardships of the common people." In his previous life, he often felt a profound sense of helplessness. The myriad tragedies faced by humanity and the powerlessness of the common folk weighed heavily on him. While fate bestows a compassionate heart upon most, it grants the ability to change the world to but a select FEW.I in this world. He felt a persistent sense of detachment, yet his compassion for life remained unchanged, unlike in his past life. He now possessed a system, a means to alter the tragic status quo. Perhaps this was why he chose to undertake the most challenging task, the South-to-North Water Diversion Project, which would ultimately benefit the populace. Rather than pursuing other grand endeavors, in his previous life, he had witnessed the project's immense success in contemporary times, its lasting benefits that would serve countless lives. Thus, when it came time to choose his path in engineering, he resolutely opted for the most arduous one, harboring no regrets. Now, witnessing the desolate scene before him, he paused in contemplation before he could no longer restrain himself. He turned to face the sorrowful faces of the populace and spoke. "Everyone, please pause for a moment and lend me your ears." The crowd instinctively halted, and even Maki and Paine ceased their quarrel as countless eyes turned towards him. "I am Kenji Yamashita, the proprietor of Yamashita Industries. You may not have heard of our company, but I assure you, we are the most formidable entity in this realm of shinobi. Not long ago, we signed a cooperative agreement with your nation to construct a monumental water diversion project, channeling the abundant water resources of the rain country to the wind country. This endeavor will not only alleviate the water scarcity in the wind country, but will also significantly enhance the financial revenues of the rain country. Initially, I believed this project to be merely mutually beneficial for both nations. However, witnessing the current plight has deeply moved me that I contend that this project should not solely aim to bolster the finances of the rain country, for that offers no assistance in addressing the pressing hardships faced by all of you. To effectuate a fundamental transformation in your lives, we must tackle the issue of water management. Therefore, I, Kenji Yamashita, in the presence of numerous esteemed elders and fellow villagers, vow to you all that this initiative will not simply be a water diversion project. Our company will conduct thorough field investigations to systematically address the water-related calamities afflicting the rain country, ensuring that our sacred river and lake truly become nurturing sources for all. This is my solemn oath. I hope you will bear witness to this commitment. At present, it may seem to you that my words are but fanciful dreams. Yet, I have faith that soon enough, you will witness our resolute determination to manage the waters. Additionally, I hereby declare that, out of humanitarian concern, our company will take full responsibility for your post-disaster resettlement. Until you have genuinely stabilized, we shall address all your concerns. I implore you to cast aside any doubts and strive to establish a new haven." Kenji Yamashita's voice resonated across the wilderness, echoing within the hearts of the crowd. Those he sought to save gazed at this excessively youthful figure, momentarily at a loss as to how to react to his declarations. Should they rebuke him for his audacity in jesting with the plight of the disaster-stricken? Yet he had only recently rescued them. Could they trust his words? However, the claims he made seemed somewhat outlandish, rendering belief a challenge. It was Pain who, after scrutinizing Yamashita deeply, discerned unwavering resolve in his gaze. He then addressed his people. Mr. Yamashita does not speak falsehoods. If he asserts that he can accomplish such feats, then he surely can. Upon hearing their leader's endorsement, the crowd began to believe Yamashita's words. Their eyes brimming with tears, gazing upon him not with skepticism, but with reverence akin to that reserved for a sage. If he could indeed fulfill his promises, might he not be a saint? Kenji Yamashita, however, remained indifferent to the gratitude of the populace. His earlier proclamations were not made to elicit their appreciation. Every decision he made stemmed from a singular thought: clarity of purpose. The task of resettling the displaced was temporarily entrusted to the shinobi of the Rain Village. While Yamashita, Pain, and the representatives from Sunagakure convened in a conference hall to deliberate on the forthcoming collaborative efforts, Kisame vehemently opposed Yamashita's decision. Although overseeing the reconstruction in the Rain Village posed little financial burden for a company of their stature, he, as a seasoned miser, was reluctant to part with even a trifling amount. Alas, Yamashita's determination was unyielding, and thus Kisame could only sigh in regret for not accompanying him, casting a hostile glance at Pain. Pain, undeterred by Kisame's demeanor, turned to Yamashita and inquired, "Mr. Yamashita, were your earlier statements genuine? A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses. I, Kenji Yamashita, am a recognized figure within this realm of shinobi. And once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. I assure you, I shall endeavor to enhance the Rain country," Yamashita declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Pain and Conan exchanged glances before bowing deeply, expressing, on behalf of the citizens of the Rain country, "We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your generosity and noble intentions." Pain, or Nagato, had grown up in the Rain country, harboring profound affection for the land. His establishment of the Akatsuki was driven by the hope of eradicating war from this territory. Yet, they were acutely aware that even in the absence of conflict, the geographical challenges faced by the Rain country would keep its citizens mired in suffering. They would still contend with natural disasters, which even the wielder of the Rinnegan could not confront directly. The Rain country seemed cursed, a land where its inhabitants were doomed to perpetual anguish. However, it appeared that circumstances were on the cusp of transformation. The metamorphosis of the Land of Water had become evident to the entire shinobi world, as a once insignificant nation was rapidly evolving into a beacon of civilization and commercial activity within a few short years. Such an achievement was unprecedented in the annals of the shinobi world for over a millennium. The individual responsible for this remarkable progress now proclaimed intentions to rectify the dire situation of the Rain country, compelling belief in his words. Thus, the expression of gratitude was not merely for the dawn of the Rain country citizens, but also for Nagato's once distant aspirations. Very well, Mr. Pain, this endeavor is beneficial for all parties involved. As the Rain country flourishes, our future business ventures will also open up numerous opportunities for collaboration. There is no need for such formality, Yamashita replied, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Osue, the foremost figure in the shinobi world, brought him immense pride. Let us discuss the specific details of this collaboration, so we may expedite the progress of the project, Yamashita suggested, and the assembly commenced negotiations. The discussions unfolded surprisingly smoothly, as both parties appeared to be in perfect accord with Yamashita's proposals. Each condition he put forth was met with agreement, devoid of prolonged haggling. This turn of events caught Yamashita off guard. Yet upon reflection, he realized that his reputation in both the Rain and Wind countries was at an all-time high. To them, he was akin to a sage. Conditions proposed by such a figure, as long as they were reasonable, would be readily accepted. Moreover, Yamashita's terms were remarkably lenient. Thus, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, the collaboration was solidified. Once Yamashita finalized the construction plans and submitted them to both the Rain and Wind countries, this monumental undertaking, the grandest and most ambitious project in history, would commence. With matters settled, Yamashita departed alongside the Wind country representatives. Journeying towards their land, from atop a lofty tower, Pain surveyed the departing figures, as Conan approached him from behind, asking, "Is there no need to capture a tailed beast?" Pain shook his head, responding, "Currently, the shinobi world enjoys a semblance of peace. Capturing tailed beasts is not an immediate priority. Conversely, ensuring that the rain country avoids the ravages of flooding is of paramount importance, that we must tread carefully to avoid alarming them." Conan remained silent for a moment before inquiring further. "So, after that individual proposed such a plan, should we still pursue it?" Payne answered with unwavering resolve. "That individual has only strengthened my determination to see the plan through, whether he intentionally overlooked it or not. The grand engineering marvel he envisions can only be realized in a peaceful environment. Should large-scale warfare erupt once more, his project would be at risk of annihilation. Therefore, we must establish a power that surpasses all shinobi villages. One that can restrain the ambitions of the great nations and prevent rash actions. Only then can such a magnificent undertaking be brought to fruition, allowing the citizens of the shinobi world to live in prosperity." Conan, gather the other members of the Akatsuki. The plan for capturing tailed beasts requires some adjustments. Understood. After responding with a word, Yamashita directly departed. Pain gazed at the gradually receding mountains and murmured to himself, "Can you truly accomplish the magnificent vision you have painted? If what you claim holds any truth, then even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who ended the Warring States period, would appear dim in the radiance of your brilliance. I sincerely hope for your success." Once the group left the land of rain, Yamashita Kenji did not follow the shinobi from Sunagakure back to the land of wind. Instead, he changed direction and set off towards the land of water. Of course, while it might be described as walking, in reality, his journey was not lengthy. With the flying thunder god marks he had placed along the way, he traversed into the land of water in less than a day. Upon arriving in the land of water, an air of modernity enveloped him, and no longer was a vast expanse of wilderness, but a bustling city with towering skyscrapers and well-paved asphalt roads, exhibiting an organized urban plan reminiscent of a third or fourth-tier city from his previous life. This transformation in the land of water was the result of Yamashita Kenji's endeavors, which is precisely why, despite presenting a seemingly fantastical proposal, people were still inclined to believe in him. The remarkable changes in the land of water compelled their belief. Yamashita and Kakuzu did not linger in the streets, but, with a flicker, returned to the headquarters of Yamashita Industries located in the capital of the land of water. Upon his return to the building, the staff immediately surrounded him, reporting on the recent developments within the company. "President Yamashita, the Research Institute has developed a new model of cement that boasts numerous advantages compared to the previous versions. Should it be launched into the market, it will undoubtedly surpass all competing products." President Yamashita, Mr. Honda has successfully researched the application of electromagnetic waves in communication, and he has creatively invented a machine that utilizes electromagnetic waves as a medium, allowing two individuals separated by several miles to converse directly, thus resolving the issue of underdeveloped information dissemination within our ninja world. If this concept comes to fruition, the practice of ninjas delivering messages will become a relic of the past. President Yamashita. The Land of Fire has once again initiated a trade request, hoping to import certain goods from our nation and seeking collaboration with our company for their national infrastructure projects. Evidently, the company was thriving. In the few days he'd been away, a mountain of accumulated affairs awaited his attention. This was only concerning the critical matters. If he were to handle every single issue personally, he would surely find himself overwhelmed in no time. It seemed to be the right moment to seek out individuals who could assist him. The ninja world was brimming with talent. Although most had chosen the path of a ninja, their skills should not be overlooked in other fields. Take Kakuzu, for instance. His financial acumen was undoubtedly among the elite in the ninja world. Since he had entrusted the company's financial affairs to Kakuzu, he had not been troubled by related issues. And the company's finances were remarkably transparent, of course. This improvement came after Kakuzu had dealt with the accountants attempting to embezzle company assets by literally extracting their hearts and turning them into masks. When considering talent, Yamashita couldn't help but think of the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu aside, there was Scorpion, who had been his top pick from the very beginning. Although Itachi Uchiha had not demonstrated any extraordinary talents beyond his ninja skills in the original narrative. As the subhead of the Uchiha clan, one could surmise his managerial abilities were formidable. Deidara, while a troublesome child, was exceptionally skilled at explosive clay. Now that their company was tasked with the monumental South-to-North Water Diversion Project, the need for demolition work involving explosives would be significant. He was essentially a ready-made leader for the demolition team, especially one capable of precision blasting. Orochimaru, a top-tier research talent in the ninja world, possessed an all-encompassing skill set. Given that the project's feasibility studies were not yet complete and numerous issues remained unresolved, Orochimaru's involvement would undoubtedly expedite the project's completion. Furthermore, if necessary, he could even summon the second Hokage to assist in the research. Kisame, a genius in water release techniques, could conjure water even in arid environments. His participation would likely alleviate the difficulties of controlling and directing water for the project. Haiden, a seasoned cultist and possessor of immortality, could he be of use in the project's political work? No, absolutely not. Indeed, Haiden, aside from his ability to evade death, was utterly useless. Perhaps he could simply be handed over to Orochimaru as experimental material. Who knows what discoveries might arise from that? Unbeknownst to him, Yamashita had already laid out plans for the entire Akatsuki organization. One wonder how Nagato would feel upon learning that someone sought to undermine his organization. Upon returning to his office, Yamashita swiftly began reviewing documents. Although the volume of work was considerable, it primarily consisted of directional issues that were not particularly difficult. They merely required his leadership to make decisions. Thus, he completed the hefty stack of documents in no time. Overall, the company was progressing steadily, with projects gradually extending into the vicinity of the Land of Water, particularly as the affluent Land of Fire eagerly sought collaboration for infrastructure development. In terms of technology, significant achievements have been made. Numerous new materials have been developed, and some traditional materials have been revitalized through new processes. Although technological products were still few, the laboratory had already produced prototypes of mobile phones. It was believed that, before long, once this technology matured, his company would become the leading enterprise in communication technology within the ninja world, garnering a wealth of orders and subsequently establishing numerous base stations worldwide. Yet another monumental project. As he observed his flourishing company, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. After all, this company was his brainchild, a culmination of his own blood, sweat, and tears. That moment, a knock at his office door interrupted him, and a person entered, their expression somewhat unusual. Mr. Isha, the daimyo requests your presence for tea at the daimyo's residence. Yamashita paused, then smiled knowingly. Ah, this person truly cares for me. I've only just returned, and he wishes to see me? How intriguing. After a moment's thought, he changed into slightly more formal attire, adjusting his appearance from an unrefined, rugged man to a poised and cultured young gentleman, then departed from the company towards the daimyo's residence. Before long, Yamashita Kenji arrived at an imposing estate. The residence was grand, adorned with intricately carved beams and luxurious decorations, clearly a dwelling fit for the wealthiest of individuals. This was the daimyo's residence in the Land of Water. In truth, just a few years prior, this estate had not been so lavish. It was only after Yamashita's business flourished that the daimyo's residence underwent extensive renovations, resulting in such an impressive structure. It would be no exaggeration to say that this was the most magnificent and opulent building in the entire ninja world. Outside, a group had long been waiting, and they politely ushered Yamashita inside, leading him to a traditional tatami room. Inside, a middle-aged man with a plump face awaited him. This man was none other than the daimyo of the Land of Water. Yamashita, my young brother, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The daimyo of the Land of Water laughed heartily, rising to warmly pull Yamashita inside and seating him opposite himself. He then plopped down and said, "Come, let us dine. These ingredients are quite rare, sand fruits from the Land of Wind and sea fish from the Land of Water. These are delicacies of the ninja world." Observing this seemingly magnanimous figure, Yamashita couldn't help but smile. His interest piqued as he regarded the daimyo. "Your Excellency, I have long had a question I wish to pose to you." The daimyo paused, then waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Yamashita, you are being overly formal. Given our relationship, feel free to ask me anything in light of this." Yamashita took a moment, then continued, Why is it that you are so intent on eliminating me?" Upon hearing this, the daimyo's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Yamashita, who continued, "I pride myself on having been diligent in my duties towards you. Although the company has long been capable of thriving beyond the borders of the land of soup, out of gratitude for your recognition, I have willingly transferred half of the company's shares to you. This arrangement allows you to reap substantial profits from the company periodically, and I have also assisted you in completing the foundational infrastructure of the land of soup at cost price, alongside engaging in numerous charitable endeavors. Now, both your personal assets and the development of the land of soup must certainly rank among the pinnacle of the ninja world. Wouldn't you agree? As a mere daimyo of a small nation, you stand almost on par with the leaders of the 5 great nations, and in terms of assets, you far exceed them. Frankly speaking, all of this is a result of my contributions to you. What grievances could possibly compel you to wish for my demise?" The daimyo of the land of soup, sensing the gravity of the situation, abandoned all pretense, his face contorting with rage as he exclaimed, "You, Yamashita Kenji, are nothing more than a petty beggar from the land of soup. Were it not for my pulling you from the depths of destitution, you would have long since met your demise. My kindness towards you is akin to a life-saving grace. Yet, how do you repay me? By offering me merely half of the shares in your company, while denying me any control over its management. Is this your way of expressing gratitude to your benefactor? Everything that is yours should rightfully belong to me. Your company, your wealth, your status." The daimyo's face flushed crimson as he vehemently denounced Yamashita's perceived ingratitude. Yamashita, amused, looked disdainfully at the now frantic daimyo and remarked, "So this is how you truly feel. It seems our conflict is irreconcilable. What do you intend to do about it? Poison me with this feast before us." "Poison? No, no, no. This sumptuous banquet is meant to bid you farewell," the daimyo retorted, picking up a piece of fish and savoring it, as if genuinely relishing its flavor. He then clapped his hands, and in the next moment, a group of burly men burst through the door, surrounding Yamashita. "Is this your grand scheme? You think a band of misfits can eliminate me?" Yamashita chuckled, bemused by the naivete of his opponent's attempt to dispatch him with such unworthy adversaries. "It is your expression of confidence that I find utterly distasteful," the daimyo declared. "I have long since studied you in your rise to power. You borrowed my name, which deterred the nefarious elements within the country from acting against you. And once your business flourished, you somehow acquired a formidable ninja as your bodyguard, ensuring your continued safety. From beginning to end, you have relied on others' strength, while possessing none of your own, now that your bodyguards are absent. My men are more than sufficient to deal with you." The daimyo spoke with an air of certainty. Yamashita merely smiled, picking up a pair of chopsticks from the table, stating, "Oh, is that so? Is that truly your belief?" Before he could finish, Yamashita seemed to sway for a moment before regaining his composure, placing the chopsticks back on the table. The daimyo raised an eyebrow, saying, "There's no need for theatrics. Today, your fate is sealed." However, before he could finish his sentence, those surrounding Yamashita began to collapse, one by one, each left with a deep hole in their foreheads, oozing a mixture of red and white. The holes were precisely the size of the chopsticks. The daimyo, horrified, trembled in fear, leaning back as he gazed at Yamashita, as though he were a monster. What is happening? Why are they like this? What have you done to them?" Yamashita shook his head, slowly rising and approaching the daimyo, calmly stating, "You are perpetually naive, believing that just because I have not exhibited my powers, I do not possess any. No, you cannot kill me, even with a group of mere mortals. You think you can subdue me. I am the daimyo of this land, the most esteemed individual in existence, should you take my life. The entire ninja world and those great nations will not spare you. You would plunge this country into a protracted war. Moreover, I must clarify that I had the means to protect myself long before I encountered you. To be more precise, since my arrival in this world, most individuals within this realm cannot slay me, for I possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which was granted to me from the novice gift package." With a snap, the daimyo's arms fell limply to his sides, his neck twisting unnaturally, clearly beyond salvation. Despite having slain his sovereign, Yamashita appeared remarkably tranquil, sitting calmly at the table and beginning to sample the dishes laid before him. While the ingredients are exquisite, the culinary skills are rather rudimentary. It's a waste of such fine food. It seems the implementation of a culinary development plan in the ninja world is indeed long overdue. Moments later, a figure entered the room. He surveyed the scene with a bemused expression and remarked to Yamashita, "So, this fool attempted to strike against you?" Yamashita nodded, replying, "I never anticipated he would think mere commoners could subdue me. Such so-called elites have grown so complacent, believing everything to be simple. Yet the ninja villages indulge them, fostering such arrogance." Kakuzu scoffed, "Help clean this up, that we must ensure that no one else learns of this incident." Yamashita arranged. "Kazu, raise an eyebrow. So, you do not intend to seize the daimyo's position directly?" Yamashita shook his head. "It's not that simple. Although the ninja nations are often embroiled in conflict, the upper echelons are very protective of their own lives. If anyone crosses their threshold, they will surely unite against them. They may not care about the lives of their subordinates, but they value their own lives dearly, since the village-nation system was established. There have been tales of a village leader being slain, but never have I heard of a nation's daimyo meeting the same fate. If we disrupt this unspoken rule, I fear that within days, the ninja alliance will besiege the land of soup." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is precisely the sort of thing those scoundrels would do. So, we shall keep this matter under wraps for now." "But this is not a long-term solution. Patience," Yamashita replied. "For now, we will arrange a puppet to take the daimyo's place. When the time is right, I will orchestrate their abdication, allowing me to ascend." Kakuzu nodded, smiling slightly. "It's a boon that this fool is dead. There will be no obstacles to our company, and its progress should be even smoother." "Indeed," Yamashita Kenji affirmed, rising to his feet. "I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I must visit the research institute." With that, Yamashita activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in an instant. This Flying Thunder God technique is indeed convenient. Kakuzu mused, then began to address the scene before him. Meanwhile, Yamashita materialized within the Yamashita Scientific Research Institute, situated on the outskirts of the city, sprawling across a vast expanse. IT was divided into numerous departments, each with its own research projects. Despite consuming vast amounts of funding each year, it produced many groundbreaking innovations, enriching the company and generating profits. Without hesitation, Yamashita entered one of the departments, the sign above the door reading South-to-North Water Diversion Task Force. Upon stepping inside, he found researchers engaged in a heated argument. As soon as they noticed Yamashita's presence, they fell silent, and the head researcher hurried over, exclaiming, "President Yamashita, you have arrived." Yamashita nodded slightly and inquired, "How is the progress of the project?" "It has not been very smooth." The man replied that we still face numerous unresolved issues. Theoretically, there remain many difficulties so, if we wish to resolve everything, how long might it take? Yamashita asked. The man stroked his chin and estimated, "I believe it will take approximately 3 years." 3 years? That's unacceptable. The timeline is far too lengthy, Yamashita remarked. Could we not commence the project and tackle the issues concurrently? This proposal was indeed something we considered previously, the man replied, pulling a plan from somewhere and handing it to Yamashita. Such a plan should be feasible. However, before we initiate the project, we must resolve 3 technical challenges. The first is the issue of continuous gravity flow. Ensure that the rainwater from the rain country flows consistently into the wind country. It is clearly impractical to rely solely on human effort for water diversion. We must harness the power of nature. Water in the natural world flows only from high to low, which means that we need precise control over the elevation of the channels. In this regard, our research institute lacks the necessary talent. The second challenge involves managing complex geological conditions. The construction will traverse various intricate geological environments, each of which has its own construction standards. We must have a concrete plan before commencing, or we will undoubtedly encounter problems during construction, potentially halting the project altogether. The third concern is the research into materials that up to now, we have yet to identify a construction material that meets all the requirements for our project. If we recklessly use subpar materials, the quality of the project will be compromised. These 3 points represent the most urgent issues that need to be addressed. Comparatively, The water diversion and flood control issues in the rain country and the water storage concerns in the wind country are relatively easier to resolve and can be postponed slightly. After listening to the report, Yamashita Kenji glanced over the plan and nodded, saying, "I understand. These are primarily engineering technical challenges. If you were to resolve all of these, it might take about a year and a half, which contradicts my intention to commence as soon as possible." He furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether he could enlist some relevant talents from the ninja world to assist in tackling these challenges. However, after much consideration, he could only think of a few individuals: Orochimaru, Senju Tobarama, and Kabuto, that if there were anyone who might be able to assist him, it would be these three. Moreover, engaging just one of them could potentially bring all three into his fold. Orochimaru. Yamashita stroked his chin. Although a significant portion of Orochimaru's energy is devoted to biology, it cannot be denied that he is a genius in other fields as well. If he could recruit Orochimaru into his team, it would undoubtedly accelerate their research progress significantly. Yet the question remained, what reason would Orochimaru have to agree to his request and join his research team? What advantages did Yamashita's company truly possess? A wry smile crept upon his face as he pondered. Indeed, what advantages did he have? He had money, after all. It is well known that research is exceedingly costly. As one of the legendary Sannin and the most formidable scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru, after defecting, had to rely on the land of Rice to secure funding for his research. Given the land of Rice's limited national power, it is easy to imagine that Orochimaru's research funding is likely insufficient. Coincidentally, funds happen to be the most abundant resource in the land of soup. If he were to entice Orochimaru with financial incentives, it is quite possible that he would agree to his request. However, Yamashita also recognized that his current capabilities were limited, and recklessly approaching Orochimaru could potentially lead to danger. After all, Orochimaru is, overall, a reckless antagonist. Even though he had been inexplicably redeemed later on, his intentions remained difficult to decipher. This matter required further contemplation. Of course, aside from Orochimaru, there was indeed another individual within his research institute who could competently handle this work. Yamashita thought to himself, temporarily setting this matter aside as he left that department and made his way to another dedicated to the development of prosthetics. This entire department housed only one researcher, a brilliant scientist whom Yamashita had encountered during his travels in the ninja world. It was due to his enthusiastic invitation that this scientist had joined his research institute. The atmosphere in this department was notably dim, with numerous tanks filled with liquid on either side, containing various human organs, eyes, internal organs, brains, and so forth, quietly suspended within the tanks, creating a rather eerie ambience. Among these containers, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat moved deftly. This was the esteemed scientist he had warmly invited, Amato. Yamashita did not recall such a character from the original narrative, but the various mechanical creations that Amato had developed profoundly impressed him, allowing him to witness the cutting-edge technology of the ninja world for the first time, developments that rivaled the greatest inventions of his previous life. It was precisely for this reason that Yamashita had invited him to his research institute, offering substantial funding for Amato to complete his desired research projects. Amato had lost his daughter to a mysterious illness, and in his overwhelming grief, he resolved to use his knowledge to revive her. Thus, within this research institute, his research focus was on human cloning, alongside the development of biological prosthetics to help those with limb disabilities regain complete bodies. It was a rather cliché narrative, one that Yamashita had heard in various forms before, yet, placed within the context of reality, it evoked a sense of compassion. However, the notion of resurrecting the deceased in such a world was not mere fantasy, as the emergence of powerful figures from their graves served as undeniable proof of the feasibility of such endeavors. Indeed, even Uchimadara had devised a resurrection template. First, one must summon the deceased from the pure land using the impure world reincarnation technique, thereby obtaining a physical form. Then, by employing the outer path, samsara technique, one could resurrect the summoned individual at the cost of another's life. Moreover, if the corpse of the deceased were preserved well, the first step could be bypassed entirely, allowing for direct resurrection using the Rinnegan technique. Interestingly, this resurrection formula is not limited to reviving a single individual. After being persuaded by the prince, Nagato managed to resurrect everyone who had perished in Konoha, conservatively estimating over 1,000 souls. This opens the door to the intriguing possibility of a resurrection machine. Imagine if Nagato, Uchiha Madara, and Orochimaru were to collaborate in reviving the dead. What might transpire? First, Orochimaru could summon 1,000 individuals alongside Uchiha Madara, who would then be resurrected by Nagato using the outer path, samsara technique. Afterward, Uchiha Madara could appropriate Nagato's Rinnegan and summon another 1,000 individuals, who Nagato would resurrect again, and so forth. Thus, a perpetual resurrection machine would be established. If these individuals were willing, it would not take long before few souls remained in the Pure Land. At that point, the reasons for war, misunderstandings between nations and blood feuds, would seem trivial, as everyone could joyfully return home to live their lives. Of course, these were merely Yamashita's musings. Setting aside whether such a method was viable, it was clear that none of these three individuals would be inclined to serve as mere cogs in a resurrection machine. Mr. Amato, how is your research progressing? Yamashita inquired politely. Amato raised his head, surprised to see Yamashita. Mr. Masha, you have returned. My research has been quite successful. The prosthetic limb project has achieved a breakthrough, and it won't be long before we can proceed to human trials. Excellent. That's truly wonderful, Yamashita exclaimed. Your research will undoubtedly benefit all disabled individuals in the ninja world. I believe they will be immensely grateful to you. Amato nodded and remarked, if I can contribute to others before resurrecting my child. It would indeed be my honor. By the way, Mr. Yamashita, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed, there are matters that require your assistance, Yamashita responded. The neighboring South-to-North Water Diversion Project team has encountered difficulties and is unable to progress. Thus, I hope you can lend your expertise to help overcome these challenges. Upon hearing this, Amato nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. If my assistance can be of value, I am immensely grateful. Yamashita Kenji held great respect for such technical talents and would not impose demands upon them. After all, these individuals were invaluable assets to his company. After bidding farewell to Amato, Yamashita spent some time within the Research Institute, grasping the status of several key projects, before returning to his own company. At this time, Zhao had already settled matters regarding the daimyo's estate, using illusions to manipulate everyone there into believing that a puppet he arranged was the daimyo himself. However, such a ruse could not endure indefinitely. Ultimately, Yamashita's ascendance was essential to resolve the situation. Fortunately, he had essentially gained control over the country. Internally, there should be no significant issues regarding his rise to power. The true concern lay with external pressures. It seemed that he would need to visit those major nations one by one. A month later, Yamashita Kenji emerged from the Fire Nation's daimyo estate, exhaling a long, relaxed breath. Over the past month, he had navigated the upper echelons of various nations, not only bestowing numerous gifts, but also securing several collaborations. Once two groups' interests aligned, many previously untouchable boundaries could be tested from the hints he had gathered. The upper echelons of these major nations appeared to harbor little resistance to his ascendance. Thus, upon his return, he should be able to attempt his rise to power. He was not particularly driven by a thirst for power. Rather, attaining the pinnacle of authority in the land of soup would facilitate many matters under the national system, of course. He could also choose to declare himself the leader of the land of soup unilaterally, much like Nagato had done in the land of rain. However, should he take such an approach, he would find himself excluded from the upper circles of the ninja world. His system was destined to require collaboration with various nations, maintaining good relations being crucial for the completion of his tasks. Fortunately, with the recognition of the major nations, he could avoid a significant portion of trouble. At that moment, an envoy from the Fire Nation's daimyo approached him, presenting an invitation, Chunin exam invitation from Konoha. Holding the invitation in his hand, Yamashita Kenji was somewhat taken aback. Had time truly progressed to this point, this upcoming Chunin exam was the very one depicted in the manga, the one in which Naruto and his companions participated. This meant that his timeline had officially intertwined with that of the manga, and in the ensuing years, the ninja world would undergo monumental changes. The Konoha Collapse Plan, Sasuke's defection, the Akatsuki's capture of tailed beasts, the 5 Kage Summit, and even the Fourth Great Ninja War. Each of these events would irrevocably alter the landscape of the ninja world, while the previous generation of ninjas faded into obscurity, making way for the new generation to take center stage. Simultaneously, as upheaval swept through the ninja world, external threats drew ever closer. It seemed the pace of progress must accelerate, with the emergence of various formidable entities. His own strength was increasingly inadequate. However, he wondered what changes the upcoming Chunin exam would bring. After all, due to his involvement, the fourth Kazekage Raza should still be preoccupied with the South-to-North Water Diversion Project. Lacking the leisure to partake in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, in this scenario, Raza would likely avoid death, and subsequent events could diverge significantly. Yet he was uncertain to what extent the plot would shift. Would the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi meet his demise as a result? This would directly impact the future trajectory of the ninja world and influence his subsequent plans. Reflecting on Konoha's previous invitation to him, it seemed that this visit to Konoha was indeed imperative. Thus, he briefed his company personnel and set off toward Konoha alongside Jiao. "Jiao, have you ever been to Konoha?" On the journey, Yamashita inquired, his curiosity piqued about the center of the manga that I have not. Jiao replied, diligently calculating the company's accounts with a clattering abacus. Konoha is home to a plethora of talents. Their village leader is a remarkably powerful ninja, often referred to as the ninja hero, although he may appear indecisive at times. His covert methods reveal him to be an exceedingly dangerous individual. Therefore, while Konoha is not lacking in high-bounty figures, I have decided that none are worth the risk. Upon hearing Jiao's words, Yamashita Kenji was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such high regard for the third Hokage. From the manga, the old man's abilities seemed greatly exaggerated. Moreover, it felt as though Jiao was attributing the actions of the Akatsuki to the third Hokage. Clearly, he would need to assess the third Hokage for himself. Thus, the two traveled in silence until they arrived at Konoha. This was a vast village, and although referred to as a village, it boasted numerous tall buildings and villas. Resembling a sizable town, the gates of Konoha were guarded by the likes of Steel and God Munizumi, who had been watching over the village since the Chunin exams and continued to do so through the subsequent Boruto series, a testament to their unwavering dedication. Although their strength remained uncertain, under their vigilant watch, Orochimaru had infiltrated Konoha, as had Kisame and Itachi, and Nagato as well, making their record quite impressive. Thanks to the invitation, the two were granted smooth entry into the village. Promptly guided by the ninjas to the Hokage Tower, where they met the third Hokage. This elder appeared to be a remarkably kind and benevolent individual. However, due to his memories from his previous life and having encountered numerous speculations about this man on forums, Yamashita found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. Nevertheless, since he was merely there to conduct business, his personal feelings would not hinder the proceedings. In fact, it was precisely because of this wariness that their collaboration could proceed more smoothly. After over an hour of discussions, they largely determined the direction of their partnership. The third Hokage expressed a desire to leverage Yamashita's company to undertake a comprehensive renovation and expansion of Konoha, aiming for results that would at least rival those of the capital of the Land of Soup. This undertaking, even for the formidable Yamashita company, would be a monumental project, yet large projects often promise substantial returns. The third Hokage not only agreed to cover the full cost of the village's reconstruction, but also consented to allow Yamashita's company to develop real estate projects within Konoha if their collaboration proved successful. Given such generous terms, Yamashita Kenji had no reason to decline, but at the same time, he realized that this third Hokage, who had always seemed indecisive in his memory, was quite decisive in certain respects. The construction costs would undoubtedly represent a significant expenditure for Konoha, and the fact that he was willing to push this initiative spoke volumes about his desire to revitalize the village. After all, the development witnessed in the Land of Soup was a remarkable miracle occurring right before the eyes of the Fire Nation. For Konoha, this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity, an occasion to reclaim its former greatness. It was precisely for this reason that Sarutobi was so resolute. He must have contemplated the terrifying backlash he would face if the plan were to fail, and he was evidently willing to shoulder that burden. Ultimately, He remained the Hokage, willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of the village. After emerging from the Hokage Tower, the two declined Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements and decided to stroll through the village of Konoha. Let me tell you, Kakazu, although I have never been to Konoha before, my understanding of this village is second to none. Kenji Yamashita gestured toward Kaku. With the memories of his past life, Yamashita was entirely confident that his knowledge of Konoha surpassed that of the current Hokage. Is that so? But what significance does it hold? Kakuzu, the financial manager of Yamashita Industries, seemed indifferent to such matters, viewing Konoha merely as a business partner, nothing more. You truly are a money-driven individual, Yamashita sighed. Don't you want to know what the next generation of the strongest village in the ninja world is like? Kakuzu glanced at Yamashita and replied, then enlighten me. Hey, why does it feel like I'm the one begging you? Yamashita suppressed his urge to divulge spoilers, feeling quite dissatisfied with his oblivious subordinate. It seemed he would have to consider reducing this fellow's salary to remind him who was truly in charge. Just then, he appeared to notice something and pointed ahead. Hey, aren't those three coming our way? Following Yamashita's direction, Kakuzu saw three children approaching, 2 boys and a girl. One boy appeared utterly apathetic, radiating an air of despondence, while the other was quite overweight, munching on potato chips as they walked. The girl, however, was strikingly beautiful, though she was currently scolding the 2 boys, displaying a rather fierce demeanor. I say, you two, pull yourselves together. The Chunin exams are about to begin, and you still look so lackadaisical. The girl exclaimed with exasperation that I never intended to participate in this Chunin exam anyway. The despondent boy retorted, by the way, Ino, why are you so concerned about this exam? Ino involuntarily thought of Sasuke, her face flushing with embarrassment as she indignantly replied, isn't it only natural to care? It's you two who should be acting normally. Observing the 3 children approaching, Kakuzu inquired with curiosity, what is special about these 3? These are not just any children. They're the scions of the esteemed Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, potentially the future powerhouses of Konoha. Yamashita explained with a hint of intrigue. Moreover, I sense a certain connection between you and them that in the original narrative, Kakuzu and Haiden were indeed defeated by the trio along with Team 7. Kakuzu was aware that Yamashita possessed some peculiar abilities. His words were not without foundation. However, looking at the innocent faces before him, he could hardly fathom any intersection between their paths. He stepped forward, blocking the trio's way and exuding a menacing aura. The palpable killing intent instantly enveloped the 3 children, causing them to tremble in fear, unable to move, staring wide-eyed at the suddenly imposing ninja. Bewildered as to why such a figure would appear in Konoha. They don't seem impressive at all. Kakuzu scoffed upon witnessing their predicament. At their age, he had already been capable of taking lives without a second thought. While these 3 clearly were still fledglings, likely having never witnessed bloodshed. Just then, Yoshita approached and patted Kakuzu on the shoulder, dissipating the overwhelming aura. You, of all people, should know better than to bully children at your age. He chuckled, then turned to the visibly shaken trio, saying, my apologies, young ninjas. Though my friend may appear fearsome, he is, in fact, a rather decent fellow. The 3 exchanged glances, internally rolling their eyes, given the terrifying killing intent. How could this person possibly be a good man? Not paying any heed to their reactions, Yamashita turned to Shikamaru, ruffling his hair. This boy looks sharp. If you're ever interested, you could come work for my company. I can offer you the position of executive secretary. With that, he and Kakuzu walked past the trio, moving further away to know, and don't forget to say hello to your parents for me, that MY surname is Yamashita. Came Yamashita's voice from afar. The 3 children were drenched in sweat, feeling their legs weaken. For a moment, they genuinely believed they might be killed. Against such a person, they would likely have no chance to resist. Shikamaru, do you know those 2? Sage asked, his potato chips scattered on the ground, glancing regretfully at the mess. Shikamaru, looking as though he had narrowly escaped disaster, replied, I've never seen them before, but he said his name is Yamashita and mentioned greeting our parents. I suspect he is the legendary billionaire of the ninja world, the owner of Yamashita Industries. Kenji Yamashita, is it really that person? CHG exclaimed, pulling another bag of chips from somewhere and tearing it open. Munching away, no wonder the ninja beside him is so powerful. For such a wealthy individual, his bodyguards must be quite formidable. Are you still thinking about them? Ino snapped back to reality, addressing Shikamaru. Remember what he said? He wants to hire you as a secretary. Just imagine how high your salary would be working for someone like that. Her eyes sparkled with dollar signs. Huh. That. No way, it sounds so tedious. Shikamaru scratched his head, looking utterly unenthused. You truly are something else. By the way, are you genuinely interested in that kid? Kakuzu queried, knowing his boss would not make idle remarks. His words were serious, much like when he had approached Kakuzu years ago, inviting him to be the financial manager of his company. Kakuzu had initially thought he was joking, yet reality proved otherwise. The Nara clan had always been the intellectual backbone of Konoha, assisting every Hokage with village affairs. Having someone like that in our company would undoubtedly bring order to our operations and elevate us further, Yamashita argued persuasively. Kakuzu nodded in agreement, though he still felt it might be premature for his boss to make such overtures to a child. Nevertheless, he could grasp the rationale behind Yamashita's intentions. All right, stop overthinking it. Let us go. I'll treat you to some ramen. Kenji Yamashita laughed, pointing to a nearby ramen shop with the sign Ichiraku Ramen. How could we come to Konoha without visiting this famed ramen shop? It is beloved by nearly everyone in the Hokage world, so the flavors must be exceptional. The two entered the establishment and chose a spot to sit. Perhaps due to it being off-peak hours, there were no other patrons aside from themselves. The legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku appeared quite amiable, enthusiastically recommending the signature tonkatsu ramen, which was prepared swiftly and served to them. After taking a bite, Yamashita felt a tinge of disappointment. It wasn't that the ramen was unappetizing. Rather, it tasted like the most ordinary Japanese ramen, greasy and lacking in anything remarkable, differing from his expectations. It seemed that the people of the Hokage world had not experienced much culinary delight. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was visibly astonished, clearly having never tasted such delicious ramen before, relishing every bite. However, his manner of eating was rather grotesque. Countless black tendrils emerged from his mouth, swirling around in the bowl before drawing the noodles and broth inside, creating a rather eerie spectacle that even Ichiraku, standing behind the counter, found unsettling, evidently having never encountered such a customer before. Could you not eat like that? It looks a bit disgusting. Yamashita couldn't help but remark. Kakuzu shot him a glare, coldly retorting, as long as I'm comfortable, why should I care about others? As the elderly residents of the village approach the century mark, it is only natural for them to indulge in their desires. Should not the youth of this ninja world uphold the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? At this juncture, two individuals entered the ramen shop from outside, one silent and the other exuberant, both ordering 2 bowls of ramen. Yamashita instantly recognized their identities, Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Indeed, Konoha, as the epicenter of the ninja world, is unlike any other place. One can readily encounter familiar faces at every turn. However, Yamashita had no intention of engaging in conversation with them. Despite their significance in the original narrative, he found individuals like Nara Shikamaru to be of greater importance to himself. Kisame, on the other hand, gazed at the two with a sense of gravity, particularly Kakashi, evoking an instinctive aversion within him. Why do I inexplicably wish to eliminate that white-haired brat? Yamashita cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to ignore his sentiment. After finishing their meal, the two left the ramen shop. Kakashi, those two must be the ones the Hokage mentioned, right? Guy inquired mysteriously as they departed. It's not a bad thing. You needn't react like that. Kakashi replied with resignation. It must be them. I never anticipated that such a renowned tycoon in the ninja world would be so young. If this collaboration with Konoha proceeds smoothly, the entire village could undergo a transformation to Should we follow them to protect them? Guy suggested. And Onid. Within Konoha, there shouldn't be any significant danger, and the person accompanying him is not someone to be trifled with. Kakashi remarked. Yamashita and Kisame had just exited the ramen shop and arrived at a relatively open area when they were confronted by an individual blocking their path, clad in a tactical outfit and wearing an animal mask. This figure stood imposingly before them, clearly harboring ill intentions. The two instinctively halted, readying themselves for battle. So, who might you be? Yamashita inquired. arching an eyebrow, having formed a preliminary guess about the stranger's identity. Lord Yamashita. The Hokage has summoned you for a matter. You are to accompany me, the figure replied coldly. The Hokage? I doubt it. Your superior is not Sir Toby Hiruzen, is he? Let me guess, you are a member of Root. Sent by Danzo to find me. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Yamashita finished speaking, several more ninjas suddenly appeared, encircling the two. Please, come with me, the figure reiterated, maintaining his icy demeanor. To be honest, I had no intention of getting involved with your Root. Although Danzo claims to be the shadow of the village, we have never had any conflicts, Yamashita observed, surveying the situation calmly. It's unfortunate. I do not seek trouble, yet trouble always seems to find me. I want to even mention the assassination attempt from Sunagakure. Now that I'm in Konoha, I find myself embroiled in yet another predicament. Will they truly consider my reputation as the ninja world's tycoon to be mere embellishment? As he spoke, he turned to Kisame and instructed, create a commotion. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen witness the hospitality of Konoha, and no sooner had he spoken than he swiftly vanished from sight. Kisame, rubbing his wrist with a grin, remarked, it's been a while since I last fought. I feel a bit restless. Come, let me witness the prowess of Konoha's ninjas. An endless array of black tendrils emanated from his body, gradually revealing 5 masks among the tendrils. Gathering energy, 5 formidable blasts surged forth, targeting the Root ninjas. Earth style, Earth spear, wind style, pressure damage, lightning style, false darkness, fire style, head hardening, water style, water shield. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout Konoha, startling the villagers and visitors alike, who instinctively turned towards the source of the commotion. During the Chunin exam, numerous influential figures had gathered in Konoha. Should anything go awry now, the village would truly suffer disgrace on a grand scale. Kakashi and Guy had just exited the ramen shop when they felt the ground tremble violently. Exchanging glances, they wasted no time rushing towards the epicenter of the conflict. Upon arrival, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Several individuals lay on the ground, all victims of fatal wounds, their chests punctured and hearts missing. That moment, a creature covered in tentacles was toying with the remaining combatants. Tentacle monsters emerged from its body, relentlessly unleashing ninjutsu, driving the opponents to the brink of desperation. One individual single-handedly overwhelmed several others. That's an Umbu ninja, Guy exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom who would dare challenge the Umbu within Konoha. He was about to charge in to assist when Kakashi restrained him. Hold on, Guy. Let us observe for now. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, clearly recognizing that the Konoha ninja engaged in battle was from Root. His already unfavorable impression of Root had worsened upon witnessing them clash with Yamashita's entourage, who were evidently guests of Konoha. He couldn't help but ponder whether Danzo was orchestrating this affair behind the scenes. Hence his hesitation to intervene immediately. Gentlemen, what a coincidence to meet again. At that moment, a voice called out from behind them. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine as he turned to find Yamashita Kenji standing behind them, observing with keen interest. When had he approached so silently? For a ninja, such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable, implying a surrender of one's life into the hands of another. Clearly, this seemingly unassuming tycoon of the ninja world was not an ordinary character. Mr. Yamasha, you know us? Guy inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Yamashita scratched his head and replied, Copy Ninja Kakashi, the Azure Beast of Konoha. My Guy, as a businessman, it's essential for me to be informed about such matters. Mr. Yamashita, what is happening here? Kakashi asked. Meanwhile, Kisame had just dispatched the last of the Root ninjas, extracting their heart and sealing it within a scroll. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, more ninjas leaped into action, surrounding Kisame with formidable presence. Clearly not mere novices, from the throng emerged an elderly ninja, one eye and an arm wrapped in bandages, exuding an aura of decay. Yet within the occasional glimpses of his gaze, a glimmer of ferocity could be perceived. He surveyed the scene and spoke in a deep, rasping voice. To dare unleash such slaughter within Konoha is to show utter disdain for the village. And you too, seeing your fellow village ninjas being slaughtered. You stand idly by. Is this what Hiruzen has taught you? The elder's words were incisive, placing Yamashita and his companion in opposition to Konoha, while simultaneously cornering Kakashi and Guy. Lord Danzo, that's not enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Danzo interjected sharply, his voice cold as ice. For you two to still consider yourselves ninjas of Konoha, seize these two fiends who slaughtered their own village's ninjas. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Kakashi found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He was fully aware that this was, in fact, a scheme orchestrated by Danzo. However, as a shinobi of Konoha, he felt compelled to uphold the interests of the village. At this moment, it seemed that subduing the opponent and then consulting with the Hokage would be the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Kakashi's gaze towards the two individuals below shifted significantly. Cease your actions, Danzo. Just then, another voice emerged, and from the distance, an elder smoking a pipe approached leisurely. Upon witnessing the arrival of this elder, Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief and cast an apologetic glance at Kenji below. Kenji stretched lazily and addressed the third Hokage, saying, I must say, Hokage-sama, it appears that your village of Konoha does not particularly welcome me. If there are any objections regarding this collaboration, we can entirely forego it and avoid such matters. Please remain calm, Mr. Yamashita. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, casting a somewhat irritated look at Danzo as he continued, Danzo, you have gone too far. How could you treat a guest of our village in such a manner? Apologize to Mr. Yamashita at once. Humph. Danzo scoffed, his voice laced with anger. Hiruzen, this time it is our Konoha shinobi who have perished. Do you not care about that? Do you think I am unaware of the true nature of this situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted sternly. Had you not instigated this conflict, we would not be in this predicament. You are too weak, Hiruzen. If we had followed my plan, we would not have to grovel like this. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. After a brief exchange of heated words, Danzo shot a fierce glare at Kenji and departed with his subordinates. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly and turned to Kenji, offering an apology. I am sorry, Mr. Yamashita, that you were threatened in our village. Kenji shrugged nonchalantly and replied, It is of no consequence. I have not suffered any loss. As long as your village does not change its stance, I am content. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded affirmatively, assuring him, Rest assured, we value this collaboration greatly. And I am in agreement with the matters you raised earlier. You may liaise directly with Kakashi for future arrangements. He then turned to Kakashi, instructing, Kakashi, I am assigning you a temporary task during the Chunin exams. Ensure Mr. Yamashita's safety and assist him in his endeavors. Having said this, he once again expressed his apologies to Kenji before taking his leave. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the Hokage of Konoha was quite courteous. Kakuzu wiped the blood from his hands, somewhat astonished. Regardless of right or wrong, Konoha had undeniably suffered considerable losses among its shinobi. Initially, he had anticipated that they would use this incident as a pretext to retaliate against them. Yet they had opted to let it go so easily, which was indeed surprising. That it is to be expected, Kenji remarked. Konoha is no longer the dominant village it once was in the shinobi world. They too must adapt, and the key to that change lies with us. Although Kenji's words carried a certain arrogance, they were undeniably factual and irrefutable. However, while the other party wished to let the matter rest, I cannot afford to do so lightly. Kenji continued, Konoha has already targeted us once with Sunagakure, and now it is evident that Danzo has set his sights on us, viewing us as easy prey. Although we may have caused him a minor setback this time, if we do not make him bleed, such incidents will only increase that. So, boss, what do you intend to do? I've heard that you are well acquainted with the underground trading houses. Kakuzu, please assist me in issuing a bounty, a reward for the capture of any members of the Root Organization throughout the shinobi world. For every genin of the Root Organization, the bounty shall be 500,000 ryo. For every chunin, 1 million ryo. And for every jonin, 3 million ryo. These are standard rates, but if one can provide the head of an elite jonin, the reward could be adjusted accordingly. As for Danzo himself, I place a bounty of 500 million ryo on his head. Whoever manages to kill him will receive 500 million ryo. I want him to understand that when wealth reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes a terrifying force within the shinobi world. Upon hearing this declaration, the room fell into an eerie silence as everyone gazed incredulously at Kenji, who wore an expression of calm indifference. "Boss, are you serious?" Kakuzu inquired. Kenji nodded. "Indeed, I am serious. Yes, the wealthiest individual in the shinobi world. I would not jest about such matters. I can certainly afford that sum." Ahem. Kakuzu seemed to snap back to reality, his expression turning serious as he said, "Boss, I believe I am more than capable of handling this task. Just entrust it to me." Observing Kakuzu's avaricious demeanor, Kenji felt somewhat speechless. He was not being unfair to him. As the financial director of his company, Kakuzu already received the highest salary and held a share of the company's equity. Over time, he must have amassed a considerable fortune, while he may not rival Kenji. Ranking among the top 50 in the shinobi world should pose no problem. Yet despite this, he still eagerly pursued such trifling gains, leaving Kenji rather exasperated. "Kakuzu, how many times must I remind you? Think bigger." "Think bigger," Kenji lamented. "Your wealth is not merely accumulated. It is invested. Why chasing after these petty profits? You risk missing out on substantial opportunities in the future." Although Kenji's admonition struck a chord, Kakuzu remained reluctant to abandon his pursuit, suggesting, "How about I just bring you that old man's head? I'd only want the reward for that." "Absolutely not," Kenji replied resolutely. "You will follow my instructions and do exactly as I say, as my subordinate. Should you actually kill him, I would have difficulty explaining it to Konoha. Gentlemen, have you forgotten about us?" Kakashi interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated that the two were discussing a bounty on Konoha shinobi right in front of them, as though they were completely disregarding their presence. I could see this moment. Kenji turned to Kakashi, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, I seem to have overlooked you two indeed. This does seem somewhat improper. However, I trust that Mr. Kakashi can understand my position." Kakashi regarded him with a penetrating gaze, stating, "I will report this matter to the Hokage." "Oh dear, what a hassle." Kenji scratched his head, feigning a troubled expression, then turned to Kakashi, saying, "In truth, Mr. Kakashi, I suspect you too wish to see Danzo eliminated swiftly. Do you not?" Kakashi's pupils contracted as he inquired, "Mr. Yamashita, what do you mean by that?" "Mr. Kakashi, there is no need to feign ignorance in my presence." Kenji replied with a slight smile, "As a pivotal figure in Konoha, do you not perceive the village's shortcomings?" He glanced at Guy, who was similarly silent, and continued, "Even someone as carefree as Guy must have noticed. Right? The Third Shinobi World War saw Konoha emerge victorious. Yet, it has never garnered any tangible benefits from these conflicts, instead depleting vast resources that, of course, resources are secondary. The greatest loss has been in terms of talent. Countless shinobi who should have achieved greatness have either perished in battle or fallen victim to betrayal from within their ranks. This has not only created numerous orphans, but has also ensured that the power center of Konoha remains unchanged, dominated by a cadre of decrepit elders. These elderly figures, epitomized by the third Hokage, have long since seen their once fiery spirits extinguished through the relentless trials of warfare. The signs were evident even during the Third Great Ninja War. Allowing such individuals to wield power is no longer a blessing for the village, but a calamity. It is at this juncture that Minato ascended to prominence. At this point, Yamashita glanced at Kakashi and remarked, "I presume you are quite familiar with your fourth Hokage, aren't you?" Kakashi remained silent. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was indeed well known to him, for he was none other than his beloved mentor. This young ninja was undeniably the quintessential candidate for Hokage, having distinguished himself in the battlefield during the Great War, radiating a bright and optimistic demeanor, and forming profound ties with the Uchiha clan. Should he have taken the helm, Konoha would have surely transformed its dismal fate and risen to greatness once more. Yamashita deliberately paused, then shifted his tone, stating, however, "It is a pity that fate is often unkind to the talented. This Hokage met his demise just as dawn was breaking. Konoha lost its sun and fell back into decay. As for the events that followed, I trust you are well aware." Kakashi pondered for a moment before inquiring, "I still do not comprehend why you are sharing this with me. Are you truly oblivious, or merely pretending to be?" Yamashita challenged. "Who do you believe is responsible for Konoha's current state? Among the youth of the village, is there truly no one worthy of the Hokage title? Why do the power brokers of Konoha still consist of those figures from 20 or even 30 years prior? To clarify, this world seems to possess an uncanny twist of fate. Those who perished on the battlefield were the very future of Konoha, while the decrepit have managed to survive. Senju, Tobarama, Kato Dan, Minato Namikaze, and even Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakamo. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened, and he trembled slightly. Naruto recognized that his words had struck a chord, so he pressed on. By the way, concerning your father, Hatake Sakamo, is the narrative surrounding his mission truly as the outside world claims? Could it be that a ninja who achieved great feats in war faced the ire of the entire village due to a single mission's failure? Even the ninja he saved turned against him. Is this truly a natural occurrence, or is someone stirring the pot behind the scenes? If so, who might that be? Is it the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling threatened by Sakomo's rising fame? Or perhaps the ever-ambitious Danzo Shimura, who coveted the Hokage title? Yamashita chuckled, throwing all the conspiracy theories he had gleaned from the internet directly at Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's reaction, it appeared his ploy was effective that, in retrospect, the narrative of Naruto did not boast a particularly coherent plot. Numerous elements were illogical, leading to a fervent online community dedicated to discussing speculative conspiracy theories. Often with great enthusiasm. To be frank, with Kishimoto's political acumen and narrative prowess, the so-called plot holes and inconsistencies likely stem from a lack of skill rather than a deliberate attempt to weave metaphors regarding the upper echelons of Konoha's politics. Yet, it seems that people are far more eager to embrace conspiracy theories, which conveniently fill in narrative gaps, thus fueling the desire for some to unearth hidden meanings and details, as the saying goes. While unofficial histories may lack accuracy, they are certainly rife with intrigue. Among the myriad conspiracy theories, the notion that Konoha White Fang perished due to internal strife is notably well known. Hatake Sakamo, hailed as a hero during the Second Great Ninja War, faced vilification from the villagers for prioritizing the safety of his comrades over the mission, leading even the ninja he saved to turn against him, thrusting him into the eye of the storm. Overwhelmed by public pressure, he ultimately chose to take his own life. That is indeed absurd. How could a ninja of such caliber succumb to the fragility of public opinion? It is hardly surprising that readers speculate, for the circumstances are utterly preposterous. Numerous conspiracy theories abound regarding this event, the most famous being the Danzo's dark scheme theory. This theory posits that Sakomo's unparalleled acclaim during the Second War posed a threat to Danzo, who yearned for the Hokage title. Consequently, he devised a trap based on Sakomo's character, deliberately causing him to abandon a mission and instigating rumors within the village that ultimately led to his demise. If this were the case, it would explain how such a confidential mission could be divulged to the villagers. This conspiracy theory gained traction, becoming a widely accepted notion among Naruto enthusiasts. However, in the original work, there is no indication of any such details. All of this is merely the product of fan speculation, commonly referred to as secondary creation. In truth, it is more plausible that Kishimoto intended to craft a tragic hero to enrich Kakashi's character, weaving this narrative to highlight Kakashi's struggles and his subsequent resolve to protect his comrades, for whether the villagers of Konoha would reject their hero. Undoubtedly. Have you not witnessed Naruto's experiences within the village? And later, after Naruto genuinely saved Konoha, did you observe the villagers' true colors? The residents of Konoha can be deemed among the most despicable in the ninja world. Most of those who perished due to Pain's Shinra Tensei were deserving of their fates. Yet, Kishimoto's limitations prevented him from crafting a more plausible narrative, thus creating fertile ground for conspiracy theories to take root. Nevertheless, these inconsistencies were of little consequence to Yamashita. It was precisely due to such absurdities that he could manipulate Kakashi's thoughts. He need not elaborate extensively. A mere presentation of the facts, coupled with subtle guidance, would lead the astute Kakashi to the conclusions he desired. Noticing Kakashi's fluctuating demeanor, Yamashita recognized his success. He then added fuel to the fire, stating, "So, Kakashi-san, do you wish to remain loyal to that individual, or would you prefer to befriend someone capable of fundamentally transforming Konoha?" Yamashita's considerable efforts were not in vain. though he was well-versed in the ensuing plot. His involvement might cause unpredictable changes. Thus, gaining additional allies at this juncture was undoubtedly advantageous. Kakashi, not only possessing a significant standing in Konoha, but also entwined with the two main protagonists and harboring a complex relationship with the shadowy figure Uchiha Obito, was indeed a pivotal character. Establishing a good rapport with him would be highly beneficial. Observing Kakashi's silence, Guy expressed concern. "Kakashi, you I know, Guy." Kakashi reassured him with a comforting glance before turning to Yamashita, saying, "Mr. Yamashita, I apologize, but I will inform Hokage-sama of today's events. However, I can delay the timing until after your departure from Konoha. I sincerely hope that this matter does not jeopardize the friendship between you and Konoha, and that our collaboration may continue." Seeing Kakashi's response, Yamashita smiled, knowing that Kakashi had indeed wavered. Otherwise, he would not have suggested reporting to the Hokage only after Yamashita left the village. To be why then, it was uncertain whether the third Hokage would still be alive. As long as he was receptive, having Kakashi, the elite Jonin, on his side would undoubtedly facilitate his plans to reform Konoha. Rest assured, I am quite clear about my grievances and will not allow my conflicts with Root to spill over into other areas, Yamashita asserted confidently. That is reassuring, Kakashi replied, glancing at Guy with a hint of apology, saying, "I am sorry, Guy, but I must ask you to keep this matter confidential. Such things hardly qualify as a burden." Guy replied cheerfully, "Just ensure you know what you truly desire." Having concluded his brief conversation, Akai bid farewell to the group, stating, "I still need to conduct special training for Xiao Li and the others before the exam, so I won't be accompanying you. This fellow is quite the master at feigning ignorance. Though he appears rather carefree and unreliable, in truth, he possesses a high intellect and emotional intelligence. One can ascertain this from the fact that he quietly honed his skills in the 8 gates of Duinjia, achieving the Dead Gate, thus elevating his prowess to the level of the 6 paths that it would be worthwhile to engage in conversation with him at some point." Esekai departed. Yamashita continued, "Now, I must entrust the subsequent matters to you." Kakashi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "So, what exactly did Lord Hokage agree to?" "What do I need to do?" Yamashita replied enigmatically. "What he agreed to is quite simple. After the CHNIN exam, he consented to allow several of the participating ninjas, along with some jonin, to intern at my company to familiarize themselves with engineering matters. Of course, to facilitate my selection of personnel, I will serve as an examiner for the 3 rounds of the CHNIN exam. In order to strengthen the collaboration with Konoha and to remain vigilant regarding the unfolding narrative, Yamashita made such requests to the 3rd Hokage. This request was undoubtedly reasonable, with the impending cooperation between Konoha and his company. It made sense to bring in a group to understand the intricacies of engineering. As for the rationale behind recruiting some genin into his company, Yamashita explained that he wished to cultivate relevant talent within Konoha. Should his company find itself in need of personnel in the future, he would recruit those who had received foundational training through mission assignments. Initially, the 3rd Hokage harbored reservations about this arrangement. However, following the incident involving Danzo, which had caused a rift in their collaboration, he ultimately acquiesced to Yamashita's request. Although Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by this development, he did not press for further details and instead led Yamashita to the examination committee for the CHNIN exam. As he was to participate as an examiner, there were certain procedural details he needed to grasp, even if his involvement did not require him to delve deeply into the exam itself. Here, Yamashita encountered numerous renowned ninjas from Konoha, including Ibiki from the Interrogation Division, the still svelte Mitarashi Anko, and the ailing Yugao. Upon learning that an outsider like Yamashita would be part of the examiner team, they were somewhat surprised. However, being seasoned ninjas, they understood that some matters were beyond their purview, and thus refrained from further inquiries. At this juncture, the exam format had been largely confirmed: a written test, a survival battle in the Forest of Death, and finally, an elimination round. The structure remained consistent with the original narrative. The committee was in the process of finalizing the written exam papers. Yamashita glanced at the exam, noting that the questions resembled high school physics problems, focusing on real-world calculations, such as the optimal angle for shuriken projection and the best positions for concealment. Without specialized training, it would indeed be challenging to answer all of them. However, Yamashita found the exam unsatisfactory, as it was laden with questions pertaining solely to combat and assassination, devoid of any inquiries related to infrastructure. No wonder ninjas were predominantly versed in slaughter, while scientists were scarce. The root of the issue lay here. After some contemplation, he suggested, I would like to add an extra question at the end to assess the understanding of technology among the genin from Konoha. Would that be permissible? The others looked at him in astonishment before simultaneously glancing at Kakashi. This gentleman was a guest invited by the Hokage and had been specifically placed on the examiner team. Kakashi responded, Since you have spoken, there should be no objections to your addition. Yamashita pondered for a moment and then inscribed at the end of the exam paper, Please elaborate on your understanding and perception of technology. Ibiki was taken aback, not anticipating that Yamashita would propose an open-ended question. Such inquiries clearly lacked a standard answer and were not particularly suited for this exam format. Mr. Yamashita, this question may not be very appropriate. Don't you think? Ibiki remarked. Yamashita replied with a smile. It matters not, Mr. Ibiki. This question need not be graded. I simply wish to gauge the children's responses to it. With his assurance, Ibiki had no further objections. And the committee resumed discussions regarding the exam specifics. Having accomplished his objective, Yamashita felt somewhat bored and took a seat nearby. Like tea that moment, Kakazu had already departed from Konoha, heading to the underground exchange with his bounty in tow. It would not be long before Danzo's roots would find themselves in disarray, leaving him no time to target Yamashita. Just then, Yamashita was startled as a system panel materialized before him. Ding! Task progress update notification. Currently ongoing task. South-to-North Water Diversion Project in the Land of Wind. Completion 110. Congratulations, player! The task progress for the South-to-North Water Diversion Project has entered the first phase. Reward: Advanced Puppet Master Skills. His task progress had unexpectedly changed, and it had escalated so significantly all at once. Why was that? He realized that prior to his diplomatic endeavors across the nations, he had arranged for Amato to join the project group for the South-to-North Water Diversion Project to resolve the 3 obstacles hindering its progress. Now, with the task completion suddenly reaching 10%, it indicated that the initial challenges had likely been overcome. Did this mean the project could officially commence? With this thought, Yamashita found it hard to remain still, eager to teleport back to the Land of Soup to formally initiate the project. However, he ultimately composed himself. Such matters could not be rushed. Even if he returned, the project would not begin instantaneously. Moreover, there were tasks he needed to attend to in Konoha. With this in mind, he settled down and turned his attention to his task rewards. Indeed, it pertained to puppet techniques. This system truly delivered. He had been contemplating how to acquire puppet techniques, and now he received them as a reward, no less at an advanced level. Yet, he wondered what the capabilities of this advanced quality puppet technique entailed. Could it be akin to the Tsutsuki on the moon, allowing him to control puppets without the need for chakra strings? Seeing that no one was paying him heed, he extracted the reward. In an instant, a torrent of vast information flooded his mind, all pertaining to the intricacies of puppet techniques. Subsequently, the world faded to black, and he finally grasped the significance of the term advanced in the context of puppet techniques. According to the system's classification, puppet techniques were divided into 3 levels: advanced, special grade, and super grade. This meant that what Yamashita had acquired was the lowest tier of puppet techniques as per the system's evaluation. Wasn't this classification rather absurd? Nevertheless, even the lowest tier of puppet techniques was remarkably powerful. Based on the information he received, his current proficiency in puppet techniques was roughly on par with Chiyo's, allowing him to control up to 10 puppets simultaneously. While the movements of various puppets would not interfere with one another, this was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, this information encompassed various techniques and skills for crafting puppets. To put it plainly, one could say that his current prowess in puppet techniques was now comparable to that of Chiyo. With this newfound ability, he finally possessed some means of offense, no longer relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique for sneak attacks. It could be asserted that his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Of course, this was contingent upon his crafting of puppets. In the days that followed, Yamashita's life became considerably more routine. He would spend his days at the examination committee, idly observing discussions about the finer details of the CH Nin exam, that he maintained rapport with Kakashi while practicing puppet techniques, and attempting to create some puppets. Speaking of puppet techniques, he discovered that this secret art was indeed profound and vast. Though it remained inconspicuous in the original text, it became immediately apparent upon handling it that, when used appropriately, this object holds boundless potential. Having just begun to experiment, he endeavored to create a puppet known as the telephone bug. This device can be activated by infusing chakra in a specific manner, allowing the user to speak into it. The words are then transmitted by the telephone bug as electromagnetic waves of a particular frequency, which are received, decoded, and converted back into audible sound by another telephone bug, covering a range of approximately 5 kilometers. This invention bears a resemblance to a telephone and could prove to be unexpectedly useful in certain contexts. More importantly, there are no barriers to its use. Anyone can operate it, significantly enhancing its accessibility. Although the challenge of point-to-point communication has yet to be resolved at the moment, it is merely a matter of time before such issues are surmounted. It appears that upon my return, my company will possess a formidable new product. Despite its seemingly simple nature, this small invention is a testament to Yamashita Kenji's mastery of puppet techniques, rivaling that of Chiyo, making him one of the top 3 in the ninja world that in comparison to Chiyo. His extensive experiences from a previous life have broadened his perspective, enabling him to innovate such a device in a remarkably short period. Were it in the hands of someone like Kankuro, who lacks spiritual energy, it would take years to achieve anything of the sort. Naturally, Yamashita's breakthrough has caught Kakashi's attention. Kakashi was astonished to discover that Yamashita possessed the secret techniques of Sunagekure. It is well known that Sunagekure's puppet jutsu is a formidable secret art, and despite Konoha's prolonged conflicts with them, they had never acquired such knowledge. The appearance of this technique in Yamashita's hands undoubtedly harbors some undisclosed secret. However, since this matter does not involve Konoha, being solely between Yamashita and Sunagekure, Kakashi had little interest in probing further. Nonetheless, the so-called telephone bug piqued Kakashi's curiosity. As a distinguished ninja, he understood the value of such a device in missions and on the battlefield. Thus, he directly inquired, "Mr. Yamashita, do you plan to sell this telephone bug?" Yamashita glanced at Kakashi, smiling as he replied, "Of course. As a businessman, it is only natural to sell a valuable product. Are you interested in this device?" Mr. Kakashi nodded. This device holds great significance for ninjas. If you are willing to sell it, it could indeed enhance the success rate of Konoha's ninja missions. That is not urgent for the moment, Yamashita responded. The invention is not yet fully developed and has its flaws that I shall continue my research, and once it is more refined, I will approach your village for a transaction. However, I can create a few prototypes to give to your team for testing. Kakashi was taken aback. "My team?" "Indeed," Yamashita replied matter-of-factly. "Your subordinate team is participating in this Chunin exam, is it not? I believe this device could be beneficial to them." While Kakashi hesitated, uncertain if such an action was appropriate. "Enough of the deliberation," Yamashita declared decisively. "IT is merely a few specialized tools and does not violate any exam rules. You need not be so hesitant. Come now, take me to see your esteemed students." "Mr. Kakashi, I wish to witness their capabilities." With Yamashita's insistence, Kakashi had no further objections and led him to Team 7. However, to his surprise, he found Naruto and his companions currently at odds with a trio from Sunagekure. Observing the tense standoff, Yamashita felt an uncanny sense of familiarity wash over him. This is quite the iconic scene. He approached them with a playful demeanor, saying, "Well, look who I've stumbled upon." The group turned to him. The 3 members of Team 7 and Konohamaru displaying expressions of confusion, while the trio from Sunagekure appeared astonished and delighted. "Mr. Yamashita, you have come here as well?" Temari rushed over to inquire. "What kind of question is that?" Yamashita replied, "As a partner of Konoha and a renowned merchant in the ninja world, it is only natural for me to attend such events." Indeed, the 3 of them nodded in understanding. "Hey, who is this guy?" Naruto interjected, his previous animosity towards Yamashita evident as he spoke rudely, having noticed the familiar camaraderie amongst the others. "Naruto, mind your manners," Kakashi admonished, casting a meaningful glance at the trio from Sunagekure, particularly focusing on Gaara with special interest. Before addressing Naruto and the others, "This is Mr. Yamashita Kenji, a valued friend of our village and one of the examiners for this Chunin exam. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt as if lightning had struck him, as if the world had come crashing down. This guy is an examiner. Does that mean my earlier attitude could have left a bad impression? It's over. I'm doomed to fail this Chunin exam. Yet perhaps this is not entirely a misfortune. After all, Naruto Uzumaki is the earliest ninja in Konoha preparing for the next Chunin exam. Ignoring Naruto's dismay, Yamashita addressed the Sunagakure trio. You lot certainly know how to stir up trouble. The son of the Kazekage, targeting the grandson of the Hokage. Are you attempting to ignite another ninja world war? What? This brat is the Hokage's grandson. What? The son of the Kazekage is such a troublesome youth. Kankuro and Konohamaru exclaimed simultaneously, then glared at each other defiantly, neither willing to yield. Let's put this matter to rest, Yamashita interjected, as Kakashi stepped in to help de-escalate the situation among the Konoha ninjas. The trio from Sunagakure, having shared experiences with Yamashita in the Land of Rain, respected his words and were inclined to heed them. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, did your Kazekage come to participate in this Chunin exam? Yamashita's question was not trivial. The presence of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, at this exam would directly influence the unfolding of future events. If he were to attend, he might meet a fate similar to the original plot, being ambushed and killed by Orochimaru. In that case, everything that follows would mirror the original storyline. Conversely, if Raza's absence was due to Yamashita's influence, the subsequent events could diverge significantly. Although Orochimaru is renowned for his ruthless methods, he remains a rare talent in the ninja world. If the opportunity arises, Yamashita hopes to recruit him. The Kazekage is currently occupied with project matters and is communicating details with the feudal lord of the Wind Country. Therefore, he could not attend this exam, and we are led by Teacher Maki. Kankuro replied earnestly. Yamashita nodded. If Raza survived, it would prevent any unforeseen complications regarding project matters. Following this, the Sunagakure trio bid farewell to Yamashita and departed. Moments later, only Teams 7 and Yamashita Kenji remained in the vicinity. So, these children are your disciples, Mr. Kakashi? Yamashita inquired with a smile. The three young ones looked curiously at this remarkably youthful figure before them. Judging by Kakashi's and the Sunagakure ninja's attitudes toward him, he must hold a significant position. Yet they had never heard of him before. Indeed, these three are my students, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi remarked. Yamashita, with a nostalgic expression, reminisced about his youthful days spent eagerly following series, recalling that he had once been a child yet to fully mature. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once again in the guise of a young one, still unrefined. The bond among the three was quite strong, allowing them to trust one another implicitly. However, it would not be long before they would part ways, only to reunite in battle 3 years later during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Such is the whimsical nature of fate. Of course, with his presence now, the unfolding of events may not necessarily follow the same trajectory. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the somewhat anxious Naruto and said with a smile, Mr. Kakashi, your three disciples are truly exceptional. If I am not mistaken, this little rascal must be the Jinchuriki of your village, correct? Upon hearing this, the three youngsters appeared bewildered, while Kakashi's demeanor turned serious as he replied, Mr. Yamashita, how would I know? Yamashita responded, You ought to inquire why I would not know, right? Your Konoha village is quite intriguing, revealing the existence of such a formidable weapon without any attempt at concealment. Almost as if anticipating an assassination attempt from their adversaries. It must be said that Kishimoto did not provide a comprehensive setting for the entire narrative, leading to numerous inconsistencies that remain unexplained, including Naruto's identity as a strategic asset of the village. Rather than shrouding his identity in secrecy and nurturing him properly, they allowed the entire village to be aware of his existence, fostering animosity toward him. Such a situation is utterly untenable that a Jinchuriki is inherently susceptible to the corrupting influence of the tailed beast chakra, resulting in unstable emotions. With such provocations, it would be unreasonable to expect any individual in Naruto's position not to succumb to darkness and seek revenge. Even if tasked solely with protecting Konoha, such a feat would be virtually impossible. Thus, the inconsistencies present in this narrative are beyond explanation in the original work. The son of a hero, instead of receiving the treatment he deserves, is instead enveloped in disdain throughout his childhood, which is simply absurd. This absurdity has given rise to numerous conspiracy theories in my previous life attempting to elucidate this segment of the plot. One of the more notable being that it is a result of internal struggles, all attributable to Danzo, to be fair. While Danzo is undoubtedly a scoundrel, attributing every fault to him is somewhat unreasonable. Upon hearing Yamashita's inquiry, Kakashi remained silent, as he too was uncertain of the reasons behind such actions, unable to comprehend why the Hokage would make such choices. Mr. Yamashita, you say I am a Jinchuriki. But what does that entail? Naruto asked, suddenly reminded of the fox residing within him. You truly do not know? Yamashita replied, somewhat surprised, glancing at Kakashi, who seemed hesitant to speak. After a moment's thought, he smiled and explained. In simple terms, a Jinchuriki is a human who has a powerful tailed beast sealed within them. Those? Do you mean I am not unique? Are there others like me in this world? Naruto inquired eagerly. Of course, Yamashita affirmed. The beast sealed within you is known as the Nine Tails, and since there is a Nine Tails, there are also the One Tail, Two Tails, Three Tails, and so forth. These creatures are collectively referred to as tail beasts. They are immensely powerful, and if one could harness their strength, it would confer a significant advantage on the battlefield. However, these beasts are notoriously unruly, and controlling their power is an arduous task. Even if one were to overpower them, they would not submit willingly. Thus, humans have developed the concept of Jinchuriki, binding the tailed beast to a host, thereby sharing life and death. In this way, the individual can wield the power of the tailed beast, becoming the ultimate weapon on the battlefield. This, in essence, is the truth behind Jinchuriki. Yamashita's words were delivered with measured calmness, yet each syllable weighed heavily upon those present, instilling a profound sense of gravity. While his explanation seemed straightforward, one could only ponder the multitude of lives lost in the pursuit of such a weapon. How many individuals, like Naruto, had suffered scorn and rejection as a result? So, I am merely a weapon? Upon hearing these words, even the typically cheerful Naruto fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on the disdain he had endured from the villagers. Naruto, do not overthink this. The situation is quite complex and cannot be distilled into a few words. Kakashi interjected hastily, noting Naruto's somber expression. Does that mean what Mr. Yamashita said is all false? Naruto asked. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. While Konoha's attitude towards Naruto was indeed multifaceted, there was no denying that they had considered him a weapon, leaving him unable to answer that question. You need not dwell in such despair, Naruto. Labels such as Jinchuriki and Demon Fox are imposed upon you by others, not something you sought for yourself. The more pertinent question is, what kind of person do you wish to become? Yamashita suddenly posed. His words pierced deep into the hearts of those present, provoking introspection about their own aspirations. What did they truly wish to become? Kakashi recalled his father's tragic end and the friends he had lost. What kind of person did he aspire to be? That question had long since ceased to hold significance for him. Sakura pondered this as well. What kind of person did she wish to be? In truth, she yearned to be Sasuke's wife. Stealing a glance at Sasuke, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. As expected of Sakura, always so out of touch. Sasuke mused, reflecting on that fateful night and the individual tied to it. From that day forth, the question of what kind of person he wished to become had become irrelevant. What mattered was his unwavering resolve to eliminate that person. Naruto stood frozen, memories flashing before him like a reel of film. His life over the years coalescing into a singular thought that solidified within his mind, fortifying his determination. He nodded resolutely at Yamashita and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yamashita. I understand now." Observing Naruto's return to his cheerful demeanor, Yamashita felt a sense of relief, relieved that his words had not plunged the protagonist into despair. He then turned his attention to Sasuke, saying, "Uchiha Sasuke, is it the last scion of the Uchiha clan? You seem to harbor a deep grudge. I assume you are the type to be consumed by vengeance, seeking retribution against your enemies." Sasuke furrowed his brow and retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" "Nothing in particular. However, I happened to meet your brother in the land of water, and he shared some rather explosive insider information with me, Yamashita replied nonchalantly. As a businessman, he was adept at weaving tales without a script. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke took this seriously and pressed. What did he tell you? Well, I'm afraid I have no obligation to share, Yamashita said with a smirk. You, Sasuke, filled with urgency, desperately sought to extract information from Yamashita, but found himself powerless, left only with impotent rage. And this lady here, Sakura, is it? Yamashita finally addressed her. Noting her striking features, it was understandable that little Naruto harbored feelings for her. However, he held no interest in her himself. Openly declared that Naruto was merely an orphan in front of Sasuke and Kakashi, simultaneously insulting all three members of Team 7, showcased a remarkable lack of intelligence. Had this individual not fortuitously teamed up with Naruto, Sasuke would have merely been another passerby. Well then, I suppose this is where we part ways, Mr. Kakashi, Yamashita concluded, tossing 3 communication devices to the youngsters and briefly explaining their use before turning to Kakashi, saying, I have no further matters to discuss. Let us take our leave. With that, the two departed, leaving the 3 youngsters to explore their newfound gadgets, filled with a sense of novelty. Hey, Sakura, can you hear me? Naruto exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Naruto, we're not even 2 meters apart. How could I not hear you shouting? Sakura Haruno expressed her desire to ignore the fool and turned her attention to Sasuke. Inquiring, Sasuke, are you still pondering over what that person said? That fellow is so mysterious. He might be lying. Absolutely not. Sasuke replied firmly that I can sense it. That individual truly possesses some secrets that I am unaware of. But he is simply unwilling to share them with me. Sasuke felt a nagging curiosity, yearning to extract that secret from Kenji Yamashita. However, given his current strength and status, it was utterly impossible for him to force the other party to divulge any secrets, which only deepened his sense of insignificance. That's all right, Sasuke. That person seems quite approachable. After you ask him a few more times, I believe he will eventually tell you, Naruto said boisterously. Then, as if struck by a thought, he flexed his muscles and proclaimed, even if he refuses to speak, it doesn't matter. Didn't you hear him say, I am the Jinchuriki. Individuals like us possess powers far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Once I figure out how to harness the power of that pesky fox, I'll help you subdue your brother, and he will be compelled to reveal that secret to you. Sasuke gazed at Naruto, somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend how Naruto could so carelessly utter such words. Did he not grasp that the individual in question was regarded as a weapon by the village? Was such a matter not worthy of a moment's solemnity? No need for that. Regarding that man, I will handle it myself, Sasuke decisively concluded, bringing the conversation to a close. He then picked up the communication device and stated, Next, let us experiment with this device to prepare for the Chunin exam. All right, the duo responded in unison. As the 3 protagonists gathered, a seed of ambition was sown within their hearts, and Yamashita's spirits were notably lifted, his steps light and buoyant. Meanwhile, Kakashi wore a furrowed brow, seemingly troubled. Finally, he inquired, Mr. Yamashita, it appears you have a keen interest in my students. Indeed, Yamashita promptly affirmed, As I mentioned earlier, after this exam, I intend to recruit several ninjas for internships at my company. Therefore, I must assess the talents of your village's ninjas. Since selection was necessary, it followed that he would seek out those with exceptional abilities. Presently, it seemed that 2 of the 3 members of Kakashi's team were quite aligned with his selection criteria. Upon realizing that the other party intended to recruit Naruto and Sasuke for his company, Kakashi's brow knitted tighter. Both individuals held sensitive identities, and persuading them to join another organization was evidently implausible. I fear this matter may prove somewhat challenging, Kakashi candidly remarked. Yamashita chuckled lightly and replied, Indeed, yet who knows? What if he understood that following the Chunin exam, Konoha would enter a period of power vacuum, significantly increasing the likelihood of him taking Naruto and Sasuke with him. Of course, even if he could not succeed in that, it was merely a strategic diversion for him. His foundation remained rooted in his own system and the imminent project set to commence. Yamashita and Kakashi exchanged pleasantries and inquired about where the 3 ninjas from Sunagakure were residing. Later that evening, he visited them once more, offering words of encouragement and aligning project details with Maki before departing. 3 days later, the Chunin exam officially commenced. The exam in Konoha was rather unremarkable, largely mirroring what Yamashita had observed in the manga, with various characters displaying their unique abilities. When it came to cheating, they truly outdid themselves. Naturally, such trivial antics were mere child's play in the eyes of high-ranking ninjas. However, as long as they adhered to the exam's requirements, those individuals would not raise objections. Notably, after receiving his gifts, the members of Team 7 ingeniously utilized them during this examination. Sakura began by answering the questions herself, then transmitted them via the communication device to her companions, who filled in their answers. This process was remarkably discreet, with even the proctors failing to notice. Aside from the minor alterations brought about by his influence on Team 7, Yamashita also observed another individual of particular interest, Karen. This orphan of the Uzumaki clan was participating in the Chunin exam as a genin from Kusagakure. Yamashita had momentarily forgotten about this uniquely gifted young lady, but now that he had laid eyes on her, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip by if memory served him correctly. Karen had also been involved in experiments under Orochimaru's direction, and her extraordinary physique would be a valuable asset to his company. Hence, Yamashita was resolute in his pursuit of her AS for Kusagakure. A slight concession in the project would surely result in their eagerness to hand her over. Lost in thought, Yamashita suddenly spotted a peculiar figure in the corner of the examination venue. It was a woman adorned with the forehead protector of Otogakure, appearing frail and lacking in strength. However, from her demeanor, Yamashita sensed an eerie chill. Coupled with her origin from Otogakure, it was highly probable that she was a disguised Orochimaru. Intrigued, he discreetly observed her. Upon closer inspection, he uncovered more suspicious details. Smaller hidden villages typically showed little concern for the foundational knowledge of their ninjas, although their capabilities might rival those of larger nations. They often fell short in theoretical aspects. Yet, the woman from Kusagakure had not resorted to cheating. She had answered all questions independently. If she was not merely scribbling, Yamashita was confident that she was indeed Orochimaru in disguise. A smile crept across his face as he thought, well, it seems I've stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Today, let us ensure that Orochimaru becomes acquainted with me. He rose and approached the girl, suddenly changing his expression to one of outrage. Bellowing, "How outrageous! You are cheating!" At this exclamation, the entire examination hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards that spot with curiosity. Numerous candidates had been expelled for cheating since the exam commenced, but the procedure was usually straightforward. A proctor would announce a candidate's name, and they would leave without incident. This scene, however, felt akin to stepping on a proctor's tail, inciting such furious wrath. The girl was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her diligent answering would lead to accusations of cheating. "Proctor, she began to explain, but Yamashita brusquely interrupted, sternly stating, "Silence. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Are you implying that I have wronged you?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru understood that this individual was deliberately framing her. Although the reasons eluded her, it was evidently not the time for inquiry. Noticing the multitude of proctors casting their gazes upon her, she could only suppress her rising anger, casting a deep glare at Yamashita, as if attempting to memorize his features. Then, she complied and stood up, heading towards the exit of the examination venue. "Oh dear, you seem quite indignant. Come, let us step outside to discuss this matter and uncover what exactly is happening," Yamashita said. Seizing the collar of the girl's garment and lifting her effortlessly, escorting her outside. As they turned a corner in the corridor, Yamashita swiftly maneuvered, evading the examination building altogether. Orochimaru was taken aback, feeling the scenery shift dramatically as they arrived in a forest. Alarmed, she suppressed the impulse to strike out, glancing at Yamashita, who had released her and was watching her with a bemused expression. "Teacher, what is the meaning of this?" she inquired. Looking at the facade Orochimaru was attempting to maintain, Yamashita replied with a smirk. "Enough with the charade. Orochimaru, I have matters to discuss with you." Orochimaru's countenance faltered momentarily before breaking into a knowing smile, her tongue flicking out to taste the air, reminiscent of a serpent. "Intriguing," Truly intriguing. How is it that you managed to see through my disguise? Orochimaru no longer feigned composure. His pupils transformed into slits, and an undercurrent of murderous intent emanated from his being, as if he were poised to pounce at any moment. The individual before him was familiar. After all, this man had once stirred considerable chaos in the land of soup, making it nearly impossible for Orochimaru to remain oblivious. Nevertheless, he dismissed him as merely a renowned merchant, not deeming him worthy of further consideration. However, he was taken aback to discover that his disguise had been penetrated, which greatly piqued his interest in the individual standing before him. Hey now, let us not act so rashly. Have you forgotten how I brought you here? Surely, you do not believe you can best me in this place? Yamashita cautioned, noting Orochimaru's restless demeanor, wishing to avoid any futile struggle later on. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru recalled the other S ability to transport him here, reminiscent of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Although he could not fathom how this forbidden technique of Konoha had fallen into the hands of another. Should the individual truly possess that jutsu, Orochimaru realized he would be at a significant disadvantage. The Flying Thunder God technique, a powerful ninjutsu that combined offense and defense, was something even he, as one of the legendary Sannin, could not counter. In fact, before his defection from Konoha, the strength of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already eclipsed his own. With this thought, his serpentine eyes whirled within their sockets, searching for the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. While undeniably formidable, this technique was not without its weaknesses. To traverse space and time, one must leave a mark at the destination, that if one were to devise an effective strategy against these marks, it was possible to exploit the vulnerabilities and defeat the user of the Flying Thunder God technique. And no need to search any further, Mr. Orochimaru. My Flying Thunder God technique differs significantly from what you're accustomed to. Yamashita replied with a smile that he spoke truthfully. All the ninjutsu bestowed upon him by the system had been perfected through modification. Take the Flying Thunder God technique, for instance, developed by the second Hokage. In his hands, it required hand seals to activate. While merely needing to perform 2 seals for such a powerful technique was indeed advantageous, it still wasted precious moments, and even if one could perform 7 seals in a second, it would alert the opponent, revealing the flaws of what could have been a silent and instantaneous jutsu. Then it passed into the hands of the fourth Hokage, who refined it further, eliminating the need for hand seals altogether, thus enhancing its stealth and mobility, earning it the moniker of the Yellow Flash in the annals of ninja warfare. By this time, the Flying Thunder God technique had become nearly insurmountable. If a flaw were to be identified, it would be the necessity of leaving a mark for teleportation, which could be targeted in battle, much like the clash between the fourth Hokage and the Raikage brothers. Now, in Yamashita's possession, the technique had been further optimized due to the system's enhancements. The modification lay in the nature of the marks left behind. Unlike the conspicuous marks of yore, Yamashita could now imprint marks directly onto the very fabric of space. These were intangible marks, undetectable by anyone, and thus unerasable. Consequently, Yamashita had grown accustomed to marking his presence in every new locale, be it the land of rain or within the confines of Konoha. Thus, Orochimaru's attempts to locate any marks here would undoubtedly prove futile. After searching in vain, Orochimaru regarded the individual before him with a mix of astonishment and heightened curiosity. What is it that you seek by finding me? He inquired. Yamashita replied, Naturally, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my company. Orochimaru stood there, momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such an elaborate pursuit to culminate in this proposition. Our Yamashita Industrial Company boasts considerable resources, ranking among the elite in the entire ninja world. Moreover, we are in dire need of exceptional talent. And you, Orochimaru, are precisely the individual we seek. Yamashita proclaimed fervently, his sincerity palpable, devoid of deceit. Exceptional talent? You desire my immortality technique, do you not? Orochimaru mused aloud, contemplating the possibility. Absolutely not. Yamashita fervently shook his head, his tone laced with disdain for the very notion of immortality. Our company aspires to greater ambitions, disinterested in matters suited only for a select few. What we truly desire is your expertise in biomedicine, Yamashita stated directly. We are aware of your prior experiments during your time in Konoha, which yielded notable achievements. While we do not condone reckless human experimentation that disregards life, your accomplishments cannot be overlooked. Thus, we extend a sincere invitation for you to join our ranks and contribute to pioneering advancements in medicine for the benefit of the populace. Yamashita's impassioned rhetoric painted a vision of a legacy that would echo through the ages. For an ordinary individual, such an invitation might have elicited immediate submission. Yet before Yamashita stood Orochimaru, with an expression of incredulity. Orochimaru gazed at him, uttering, "Contribute to the people. Are you jesting?" Who was he? The legendary Orochimaru, who regarded human life as mere fodder. Why would this man assume that such ideals held any significance for him? But that is merely the beginning, Yamashita continued. We can provide you with the finest experimental facilities in the entire ninja realm, along with limitless financial backing. Your affiliation with the land of rice stemmed from the financial support offered by its daimyo. Does it not? Here, I assure you, we can match that support. Whatever the land of rice can offer, we can too. And what they cannot, we will ensure you receive. Yamashita's words brimmed with self-assurance, a confidence befitting the wealthiest individual in the ninja world. With such an offer on the table, Orochimaru began to seriously contemplate the proposition. Theoretically, it was indeed appealing. However, the prospect of adhering to another's regulations was decidedly unpalatable. Given Yamashita's earlier statements, it was evident that should he join this organization, his penchant for human experimentation would likely be curtailed, posing a detrimental impact on his research. Moreover, now was not the time for such considerations. His current mission was to deliver his former teacher to the afterlife. "I shall contemplate your offer," Orochimaru declared, preparing to depart. This identity had become untenable. A new guise would be necessary. "Very well, Mr. Orochimaru. Our invitation is genuine, and I hope you will give it due consideration," Yamashita replied, allowing him to leave. "Furthermore, regardless of your intentions in Konoha, I urge you to prioritize your safety and refrain from impulsive actions that could lead to regrettable consequences for both of us. Once the Chunin exams conclude, I will seek you out again at that time. I hope to receive a definitive answer." Without lingering, Orochimaru vanished in an instant. Yamashita wore a knowing smile. Having discovered Orochimaru, he would not allow him to slip away so easily. However, before that, Orochimaru had tasks to complete, such as ensuring the demise of the third Hokage, Onishi. A deceased third Hokage would prove far more advantageous than a living one. It seemed the time had come for him to journey to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan to acquire the mask capable of summoning the Shinigami. A version of Orochimaru devoid of arms would, in certain respects, hold even greater value for him. With these thoughts in mind, he executed a jutsu and returned to the examination hall, where the written portion of the exam had concluded. Apart from Ibiki, there was no other presence. He composed himself, adopting an anxious demeanor, and took a few hurried steps towards the other person, exclaiming, "Mr. Ibiki, there has been an incident. You mean to say that the ninja you brought along is actually disguised by someone with the strength of 8 Jainin?" Ibiki replied gravely, "Indeed, had it not been for my own modest abilities, I could have easily fallen into their hands," Yamashita said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Ibiki nodded solemnly and remarked, "This intelligence is of great importance." "Thank you, Mr. Isha. Kakashi should be arriving shortly. Please wait here for a moment while I step out." With that, he exited the classroom without further ado. "Orochimaru, you've already been exposed in the original story. I am merely hastening things a bit. This should pose no issue, right?" Yamashita mused mischievously, then picked up the exam papers scattered on the desk, scrutinizing them one by one due to the final question. This exam held no significance for Ibiki and his associates. Yet for Yamashita, it was an effective means to gauge the perspectives of these ninjas on technology. Furthermore, he could select suitable talents to join his company based on the responses of these young ninjas. Which little ninja penned this absurdity? This too, claiming that technology is merely the pursuit of the untalented. Such narrow-mindedness, he chuckled, noting how Nara Shikamaru exceeded his expectations, displaying considerable insight. While some of his thoughts seemed somewhat juvenile, they nonetheless revealed a budding maturity. This time, he was determined to recruit this promising individual into his company. Yamashita examined the answer sheets. He found some responses laughable, while others sparked his interest, revealing a degree of open-mindedness towards technology among certain individuals. This, indeed, sufficed. When his company experienced a technological explosion, the ninjas would come to realize that technology could bring greater happiness than ninjutsu. Yamashita paused upon reading a particular answer, momentarily taken aback. Not because the content was profound, but because it was quite remarkable for a ninja to provide such a response. Upon noticing the name on the paper, he understood. Karen, if it's this little girl. It makes perfect sense that as the overseer of Orochimaru's base, her talents in science are undoubtedly exceptional. This realization granted him further justification to recruit her. Mr. Yamashita, I hear you have discovered an intruder. At that moment, Kakashi arrived, concern evident in his voice. Yamashita nodded, stating that ninja possesses considerable prowess. His arrival in Kanahagakure likely harbors ill intentions. After reviewing all the exam papers, he found little that piqued his interest. While the students were not entirely averse to technology, they did not appear to regard it with great importance either to AS for Naruto and Sasuke's answers. It was best left unsaid. Yamashita abandoned his plans to recruit them, allowing them to develop as in the original narrative. Reflecting on this, he said to Kakashi, "Let us leave it at that. Mr. Kakashi, worrying over this matter here serves little purpose. After all, the issue has been reported. Let the Hokage deal with the headache. Come, I shall treat you to some barbecue." With that, Yamashita did not wait for Kakashi's response and pulled him away. Although a minor incident occurred during the written examination, the Nin exams proceeded as planned. The Forest of Death, overseen by Anko as the chief examiner, would officially commence a few days later. As Yamashita anticipated, Orochimaru did not cause any disturbances during this period. It seemed the events would unfold as in the original storyline. Within the Forest of Death, Orochimaru would place a curse mark on Sasuke and subsequently confront the third Hokage in a climactic showdown. As a member of the examiners, Yamashita lounged lazily on a tree branch, exuding an air of ennui, while Kakashi stood dutifully beside him. Fulfilling his role as a protector, there's no need to wear such a worried expression. Your Team S members are quite capable. They should have no trouble passing this exam, Yamashita remarked dismissively. Let us hope so, Kakashi replied, yet he could not shake the feeling that something ominous was about to transpire. Yamashita was somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's intuition. He had not expected this fellow's sixth sense to be so astute, predicting that his team members would not navigate the exam smoothly. Could it be that a man's sixth sense was equally precise? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the forest, followed by a cloud of dust. Amidst the upheaval, a colossal yellow beast appeared, letting out a furious howl. What? The onlookers were taken aback, gazing in horror at the monstrous creature that had seemingly materialized from thin air. What is happening? What is that thing? Anko, as the chief examiner, was equally astonished by the unforeseen turn of events, unable to suppress her inquiry. That is, Shikaku, the one-tail. Kakashi, well-versed in the lore of ninjas, instantly recognized the creature's identity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this eight-tailed beast rivaling the nine tails in power, its strength was no trifling matter. If mishandled, they might witness a replication of the calamity wrought by the nine tails years prior. Anko dispatched someone to the Hokage Tower for assistance. The rest of you, come with me into the exam site to evacuate the candidates, Kakashi commanded decisively, turning to Yamashita and adding, Mr. Yamashita, this place is perilous. Please return to Kanahagakure at once. Yamashita had not anticipated such a turn of events. The one-tail's appearance during the second phase of the Nin exams was unprecedented in the original narrative. More critically, Sunagakure and Orochimaru had not forged an alliance this time. Why then had the tailed beast appeared earlier? Was there an aspect of this situation he had overlooked? Unfamiliar with Orochimaru's plans, Yamashita recognized that remaining here served no purpose. With his current strength, he could contend with ninjas of average skill, but against such a formidable foe, he was utterly ill-equipped. Thus, he nodded and turned to depart, heading towards Kanahagakure. Meanwhile, the Hokage had received urgent reports and promptly organized all Umbu and sealing squad members to provide support in the Forest of Death. After making the necessary arrangements, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood before the large windows of his office, gazing intently towards the forest of death. There, a massive yellow beast resembling a raccoon was wreaking havoc, battling against the ninjas attempting to thwart its rampage. His mind raced with potential explanations for this incident. Could it be that the Kazekage was unwilling to accept defeat and sought to reignite conflict? He quickly dismissed that notion, knowing that Sunagakure and the entire Land of Wind were currently preoccupied with the so-called South-to-North Water Diversion Project, leaving them no resources to instigate such actions. And it would yield them no benefits. Therefore, it was unlikely that they were behind this. However, if it was not them, then who? The third Hokage involuntarily recalled the mysterious ninja Yamashita had encountered earlier. Could it be that individual? Just then, a ninja rushed into the Hokage's office, urgency lacing his tone as he reported, "Lord Hokage, an explosion has suddenly erupted in the village, and countless rogue ninjas have invaded, mercilessly slaughtering the civilians." As the third Hokage stood aghast, he was about to utter a word when he noticed the ninja before him swiftly flicking his wrist, launching several shurikens that flew forth like bolts of lightning. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seasoned in the art of combat, momentarily lost his composure upon receiving such unexpected news. However, he quickly regained his focus, narrowly evading the incoming shurikens. In a series of swift movements, he positioned himself directly in front of the assailant, capturing the man's wrist with a firm grip and demanding in a commanding voice, "Who are you?" The assailant, undeterred by his failed ambush, let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, and a multitude of venomous snakes surged forth from his throat, aiming directly at the third Hokage's face. Sarutobi, taken aback, quickly distanced himself from the threat, deftly using his kunai to sever the advancing serpents. With a serious expression, he looked intently at the figure before him, incredulously exclaiming, "Orochimaru, at last. You remember me, teacher," the man replied, his grin malevolent as the skin began to peel away from his face. Moments later, a pale, androgynous man emerged before him. "I apologize, teacher. I had intended to wait a bit longer to toy with you. However, plans have changed, and I must meet you sooner than anticipated." Orochimaru grinned. "I have come to send you off." Boom! Just as Yamashita Kenji returned to Kanagakure, he was taken aback to see the Hokage tower enveloped in a violet barrier, with 4 oddly featured ninjas stationed at each corner. Blinking in disbelief, he realized that this phenomenon must be the 4 purple flames formation, which was supposed to manifest in the final examination arena. This barrier was reputed to prevent any outsiders from entering, a stage set by Orochimaru for his teacher's departure. In other words, it meant that only Orochimaru and the third Hokage remained within that grand formation. Had this duel between master and student commenced so abruptly? Yamashita pondered, shrugging it off. So long as the overall direction remained intact, the details were of little concern. Feeling the mark Orochimaru had imprinted upon him, he sensed its clarity and felt indifferent. However, as he sought a secure place to wait out the chaos, Yamashita suddenly perceived a chilling atmosphere enveloping him. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed the passers-by casting furtive glances in his direction, and he understood. Their intentions were not benign. The source of this animosity undoubtedly stemmed from the root organization. How intriguing, he mused, that amidst internal strife and external threats, Danzo could not unify his forces and instead chose to target him. It was no wonder the online community wished to cast blame upon him. The rationale was clear. With a composed demeanor, Yamashita subtly altered his course into a nearly deserted street. The remaining crowd had dispersed, leaving the thoroughfare eerily quiet. This made Yamashita and the few ninjas following him stand out conspicuously. He paused in the center of the street, turned to face the ninjas, and declared, "Shall we speak plainly? Even at this moment, do you intend to capture or kill me?" The ninjas advanced a step, asserting, "Disrespect towards Lord Danzo warrants your demise. Now that your bodyguard is absent, you would do well to accompany us. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee the integrity of your limbs." Yamashita counted their numbers, about 7 or 8. Judging from their aura, they appeared to comprise several jonin leading a few chunin. Frankly, dispatching such a force to apprehend him was quite the undertaking. However, he found their strength rather lacking. As someone had once said, if he could not contend with a tailed beast, Surely he would have no trouble with them. Yamashita retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unrolling it to grasp a short blade that materialized in his hand. Very well, if you insist, allow me to escort you to your graves. At this proclamation, the ninjas faltered, realizing he was clearly unwilling to surrender. Without further ado, they charged forward, eager to subdue him. Yet, to their astonishment, Yamashita vanished from their sight, leaving no trace behind. Was it the body flicker technique? No, it was too swift. Such speed was beyond the capabilities of mere teleportation. As confusion spread among them, one ninja suddenly found blood gushing from his neck. His arteries slashed open. He collapsed, bewildered and helpless, clutching his throat, fading into silence moments later. The remaining ninjas stared in horror at their comrade's life ebbing away. A wave of dread washing over them. When a third ninja inexplicably fell, panic rippled through the group, leading to their inevitable collapse. Normally, Roots ninjas underwent rigorous training, making it exceedingly difficult to shatter their resolve. However, Yamashita's prowess transcended their comprehension, rendering their strength futile. Thus, their defeat was scarcely surprising. Swish! One after another, the ninjas fell, leaving only one remaining in the fray. This individual remained remarkably composed, sweat trickling down his face. Yet he refrained from fleeing, instead observing intently. Could this be the flying thunder god technique? Yamashita's figure reappeared, blood still dripping from his short blade, while he himself remained unscathed, a stark contrast that amplified his formidable prowess. Have you figured it out? Now that you know the technique I employ, do you still wish to resist? He stated coolly. No, it cannot be. The flying thunder god technique is a secret art of our leaf village. How could an outsider possibly master it? The ninja questioned incredulously. Yamashita smiled, about to respond when he suddenly sensed a disturbance. Launching a shuriken at the ninja, while vanishing once more, boom! A cloud of smoke erupted as the shuriken struck, revealing that the ninja had transformed into a wooden post. Meanwhile, not far off, Yamashita's blade was pressed against the remaining ninja's throat. Lord Danzo will not spare you. The ninja spat venomously, only to have his throat swiftly slit by Yamashita. It seemed the strength of the Jonin was rather mediocre. Having effortlessly dispatched the ninjas that had sought to encircle him, Yamashita scratched his head, feeling the battle had come too easily. He had scarcely exerted himself before they fell. This was, of course, to be expected. With his mastery of the flying thunder god technique surpassing even that of the fourth Hokage, it was evident that not even elite Jonin or potential Kiga-level shinobi would pose a significant threat. After all, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had single-handedly turned the tide of the third great ninja war with nothing but the flying thunder god technique and the Rasengan, casually wiping the blood from his blade. He sealed it back into the scroll, surveyed the scene to ensure he left no evidence of his identity, and departed the area. Though these assailants had perished, he knew he would be the prime suspect in their demise. However, matters beneath the surface of this water are certainly not something Danzo would shamelessly divulge. He is not an inconspicuous figure, should the adversary dare to admit to sending individuals to besiege him. He will be bold enough to prevent them from exiting the gates of Konoha. Perhaps, due to the presence of this selection, Danzo himself may now find it impossible to leave Konoha as well. While the crisis on the mountainside has been resolved, the battle at the Hokage building rages on fervently. The Hokage building, once the tallest structure in the village, has now been cleaved in two. Its upper reaches overrun with towering trees, while the lower levels are submerged in several meters of standing water. You could see the pinnacle of the edifice. The third Hokage has been pierced through the chest by a long sword, blood dripping steadily from the blade, a clear indication that his life is nearing its end. Before him stand Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage, both appearing somewhat disheveled, evidently caught off guard by the third's attack. Objectively speaking, the third Hokage is hailed as the strongest Hokage in history. Although this reputation carries some exaggeration, he undeniably has defended against the full might of Orochimaru and the diminished forms of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, thus earning his title. From a distance, the mountain dweller witnesses the aged third Hokage, in his final moments, performing the Reaper Death Seal, summoning the Shinigami, and sacrificing the hands of the first and second Hokages. along with his own soul, willingly accepting death. A surge of mixed emotions washes over him. Despite having perused countless analyses and conspiracy theories in his previous life, he realizes that this benevolent third Hokage may not have been as kind-hearted as he appeared, and his feelings for Naruto may not be entirely pure. Yet at this moment, he has died to protect Konoha, and thus, he remains worthy of the title of third Hokage. Witnessing the third's fall, Orochimaru, whose hands and soul have been sealed, collapses weakly to the ground, escorted away by the Sound Four. The mountain dweller understands that this unexpected incident has now come to a conclusion. The next matter to consider is the Shikaku in the Forest of Death. At this juncture, Naruto has yet to encounter Jiraiya, and thus cannot summon Gamabunta. The responsibility of dealing with Shikaku falls solely upon the ninjas of Konoha. Nonetheless, being the foremost ninja village, Konoha should manage to confront a Shikaku that has been significantly weakened and possesses clear vulnerabilities. The sealing team of ninjas collectively performs their jutsu, summoning chains that bind Shikaku's limbs, while Kakashi swiftly positions himself atop Shikaku's head, awakening Gaara, thereby returning Shikaku to Gaara's body. With the situation settled, the mountain dweller returns to his residence. The aftermath of the calamity leaves Konoha in a state of disarray, although Orochimaru's attack has not wreaked as much havoc as depicted in the original narrative. The death of the Hokage, who has led the village for decades, fills the hearts of the villagers with sorrow. Naturally, the villagers largely mourn, yet the extent to which those in higher echelons harbor delight or satisfaction remains uncertain. Following interrogations, it is revealed that Gaara, too, is a victim. Shortly after entering the Forest of Death, he was ensnared by Jinjutsu, which forcibly summoned Shikaku from within him, leading to the subsequent events that it is evident that this situation will devolve into a tangled mess. With Konoha condemning the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure for the destruction wrought upon their village, while Sunagakure will accuse Konoha of failing to ensure the safety of their participants. This matter promises to be fraught with contention. However, this issue pales in comparison to the pressing concern for Konoha, the vacant position of Hokage, for which there currently exists no suitable candidate. Although one individual among the higher-ups is fervently vying for the Hokage title, the others recognize that the village's immediate priority is to restore stability. Should this individual ascend, it would spell disaster for the village. Consequently, the higher-ups of Konoha turn their attention to a certain ninja who has recently returned from his travels, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. The various affairs of Konoha hold little interest for the mountain dweller at this point, and with the village in such turmoil, the previous collaboration will inevitably be postponed until a new leader is established. These developments were anticipated, so the mountain dweller remains unperturbed. However, the arrangement for the young ninjas to intern at his company has been confirmed. After all, this is not a matter of great consequence, merely a somewhat unconventional task. Thus, the higher-ups readily consented. Therefore, upon Kakuzu's return, the mountain dweller instructs him to lead the Inoshikicho trio and Karui to the land of hot water. Meanwhile, the mountain dweller does not accompany them back to the land of hot water. Instead, he lingers in Konoha for an additional 2 days before employing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to another location. This place is a dimly lit underground cave, with numerous pathways suggesting it is a base for some clandestine organization. The mountain dweller directly enters a concealed chamber within the cave. The room is exceedingly austere, with but one figure lying on the bed, none other than Orochimaru himself. Well, look who I have encountered. Is this not one of the legendary Sannin, the cold-hearted Orochimaru? Have you grown weaker in just a few days? The mountain dweller remarks with a smile. At this moment, Orochimaru indeed appears quite disheveled. Although he bears no visible injuries, his complexion is pallid, resembling that of a blank sheet of paper, and his hands are wrapped in bandages, rendering him seemingly immobile. You have indeed come, Orochimaru coldly responds. He had anticipated that something might have been done to him. Otherwise, the mountain dweller would not have so easily allowed him to leave. However, despite his thorough examinations afterward, he could find no abnormalities and had to abandon the inquiry. Now, it seems his suspicions were justified. This individual has placed a mark on him, enabling him to appear at any moment. What? Do you wish to engage me in combat? A dangerous glint flickers within Orochimaru's eyes. Though his hand souls have been extracted, to assume that he possesses no capacity for resistance would be a grave miscalculation. No, no, no. Orochimaru, you have misunderstood, the mountain dweller replies. You are still entrenched in a defensive mindset, believing I would pose a threat to you. That is erroneous. I reiterate, our company extends a sincere invitation for you to join us, rather than to eliminate you. Orochimaru narrows his eyes and inquires. Even in my diminished state, would you still wish to invite me to join? Strength. It appears you harbor deep misconceptions about us. The mountain dweller exclaims with a hint of exasperation. Only a small fraction of our researchers possess any strength. The majority are merely ordinary individuals devoid of power. Our invitation is not based on your prowess, but rather on your exceptional research capabilities, as long as your research skills are outstanding. Even without any strength, we would still be eager to welcome you into our company. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru remains silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Very well, I agree to join your company, provided that I am granted sufficient freedom and financial resources to conduct my desired experiments. The mountain dweller smiles and assures him, you need not worry on that front. As long as you adhere to our company's regulations and refrain from conducting experiments that violate our principles, the company will cover all expenses for your research. Subsequently, the two engage in discussions regarding the specifics of their collaboration. In reality, after the initial chaotic phase of experimentation, Orochimaru's research has stabilized. Apart from a select few exceptionally gifted individuals who can be subjected to his human experiments, his other endeavors require far fewer lives to succeed, with success rates significantly improved. Moreover, both the Mountain Dwellers Company and Orochimaru possess certain cloning technologies, enabling them to generate complete physical bodies devoid of souls in a remarkably short time. Even in the event that certain human experiments are deemed necessary, alternative methods could be utilized. The moral standards in the lower realms are not particularly elevated. As long as human lives are not sacrificed to fulfill experimental data, any means are permissible. After concluding their discussions, the two reached an agreement regarding the relocation of Orochimaru's base. When Yamashita requested assistance in moving the base, Orochimaru declined outright, stating that he could manage the task independently and simply asked Yamashita to ensure everything was arranged in the land of hot water. Yamashita had no particular thoughts on this. If the other party did not require assistance, it spared him the effort. Thus, after exchanging greetings with Orochimaru, he swiftly departed from the base. At that moment, a bespectacled ninja emerged from a hidden chamber and addressed Orochimaru, saying, Lord Orochimaru, we have failed to locate the marks left by the other party, suspecting that they may have inscribed them directly into the spatial dimension through some means. Our research on spatial ninjutsu is quite limited, making it difficult to detect their markings or eliminate them. In just a few words, the other party pinpointed the critical aspect of Yamashita's Flying Thunder God technique. Clearly, if spatial ninjutsu were not a rare phenomenon throughout the ninja world, they might have already discovered a method to erase Yamashita's markings. In the past few days, Orochimaru had not been entirely devoid of progress. I have my suspicions, Orochimaru said darkly. The modified Flying Thunder God technique exhibited an unusual complexity, making it impossible to devise a countermeasure in the short term, so they would leave it for now. Fortunately, it seemed the other party did not harbor malicious intent, which was in itself a piece of good news for them. Kabuto remarked, Lord Orochimaru, do you truly intend to visit that Yamashita industrial company? Although their strength is indeed formidable, we remain unaware of their true intentions. The information from the land of hot water is exceedingly strange, even including absurd claims such as striving for the happiness of the ninja world's populace and long live the unity of the ninja world. As natives of this realm, Orochimaru and Kabuto found it difficult to comprehend Yamashita's noble sentiments. The simple desire for everyone to be well-fed and warmly clothed. They analyzed Yamashita's thoughts from a perspective of self-interest, naturally arriving at conclusions that were completely misaligned. Let us put this matter aside for now. As of now, the other party does not appear to harbor any ill intentions, and there is no need for us to pursue the matter further, Orochimaru stated. The most pressing concern is to restore my hands. Have we located Tsunade? Yes, she is in the gambling city of Vegas in the land of hot water. Yes, that's so. Should I say I expected as much? Prepare yourself. We shall set off to meet an old friend. Yes. Upon returning to Kanahagakure, Yamashita Kenji intended to bid farewell to Kakashi and others before heading home, only to unexpectedly learn that Jiraiya had rejected the higher-ups' request for him to become Hokage. Instead, he agreed to retrieve Tsunade, who is also one of the legendary three, to take on the role of Hokage. Currently, Tsunade resided in the gambling city of Vegas in the land of hot water. This meant that, in effect, Yamashita Kenji and Jiraiya were headed in the same direction. Therefore, to ensure the safety of this ally from Konoha, Kakashi Yamashita could accompany Jiraiya to the land of hot water. This would not only guarantee his safety, but also allow Yamashita, as a local, to assist Jiraiya to some extent. Yamashita was surprised to find Tsunade in his homeland, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the gambling city of Vegas could be considered the gambling hub of the ninja world at this time, and Tsunade, as a well-known target, would naturally be found there. After some thought, he agreed to the request. Although this might delay his return home, it posed no significant loss, and the opportunity to associate with a legendary ninja like Jiraiya was certainly a positive aspect. What he did not anticipate was that, in addition to Naruto, Sasuke would also be joining them on the journey to find Tsunade. Mr. Yamashita, greetings. Sasuke respectfully bowed to Yamashita. Yamashita scratched his head and said, Sasuke, you're coming along too? He then glanced at Jiraiya. Uncertain of the latter's intentions, Jiraiya shrugged and replied, whether it's one sheep or two, if the kid is stubbornly insistent on going, I have no choice that Mr. Yamashita. Rest assured, I will be very obedient on this mission and will not do anything out of line. Sasuke replied earnestly, Wait a moment, Sasuke, you're not usually this well-behaved. Where's your rebellion? Where's your hatred? In Yamashita's impression, Sasuke was a determined individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. It was indeed rare to see him so compliant. In reality, this was due to Yamashita being influenced by Sasuke's later character development. In the earlier stages, Sasuke was still a cold yet earnest child with a kind heart, had it not been for the psychological pressure of his hatred, which had somewhat twisted his mindset. The villagers of Konoha would have been more willing to assist him in gaining strength, and he would not have ended up in such a predicament later on. At least at this stage, Sasuke could still be considered a good kid. Yamashita shrugged indifferently and said, It matters not. After all, this is your mission from Konoha, and I am merely going along for the ride. Subsequently, the group set off towards the land of hot water. During the journey, Yamashita and Jiraiya engaged in lively conversation. As a literary giant in the ninja world, Jiraiya possessed considerable knowledge, while Yamashita, with his years of experience in the business world and memories from his previous life, had extraordinary insights. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly. However, as their conversation deepened, the topics began to veer off course, gradually shifting towards more inappropriate subjects, NTR, cuckoldry, coercion, tentacles, SM, bestiality. Mr. Yamashita, your knowledge is truly remarkable. Even with my many years of immersion in this field, I feel like a mere elementary student in your presence. Your ideas are invaluable material and wealth for my literary creations. I wonder if you have any other themes to share. They would certainly broaden my horizons. Jiraiya said, setting down his paper and pen, a look of contemplation on his face. From their recent exchange, Jiraiya felt as though he had experienced a revelation, realizing that his previous novels were mere trifles. Exceedingly juvenile, lacking depth in the psychological portrayal of his characters. The conflicts in his plots were shallow and lacked intensity, akin to plain water, devoid of flavor. In contrast, the insights provided by Yamashita indicated that he was a true master of the craft. Just the various plot types discussed had widened Jiraiya's perspective. Not to mention the story of the genin, Kuroki, which featured profound character development, rich emotions, and intense conflict, something he had never encountered before, far surpassing his own work. The paradise of affection. In just a short span of conversation, Jiraiya felt that his storytelling abilities had significantly improved. If he were to write another book, it would undoubtedly surpass all his previous works. Those are merely superficial ideas, unworthy of praise, Yamashita modestly replied. Not at all. Mr. Yamashita, your leaps in thought are truly unprecedented in my experience. If you were to enter the literary world, you would undoubtedly become a literary titan. Oh, not at all. Too kind, too kind. All right, I'm gonna say you two, how long do you plan to go on? Naruto interjected, unable to contain his frustration. Since the beginning, you both have been discussing such odd topics. Do you really not care about us at all? Sasuke nodded in agreement, feeling that the two adults were indeed crossing the line. After all, they were children. Discussing such explosive topics nearly made their little flags stand erect. What is this all about? Ah, cough cough, my apologies. I got too engrossed in the conversation and forgot about you two well, Mr. Mashita. I hope to disturb you in the future when the opportunity arises to discuss relevant matters, Jiraiya said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Pausing his conversation with Yamashita. You're always welcome, Yamashita replied with a smile. Coincidentally, we have an old acquaintance of yours at our company that I believe when you two meet, it will be quite thrilling. Won't it? Is that so? I wonder who this acquaintance might be. A secret that you'll find out in due time, Yamashita said mysteriously. Mr. Yamashita. At this moment, Sasuke interjected, the words you spoke to me in Konoha. I wonder if they were genuine. Yamashita glanced at him and replied, of course they are true. I never deceive. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then resolutely stated, I've heard there are a few internship positions available at your company, and I wonder if I might be able to join. Clearly, Sasuke was quite concerned about news regarding his brother, and Yamashita preferred not to tell him that he intended to join his company. Over time, through prolonged interaction, Sasuke would likely come to understand, join our company. Yamashita responded, somewhat taken aback. Well, you must think carefully. As a business entity, our company does not foster the growth of its members' abilities. If you join, I can only assure you that you won't lack for financial resources, but as for your skills, growth may not be guaranteed. That IT doesn't matter, Sasuke said after a moment of reflection. In Konoha, no one is willing to teach me that I train alone regardless of the location. Seeing Sasuke's demeanor, Yamashita found himself at a loss for words that in truth, in the original narrative, Sasuke's defection was inevitable. In Konoha, there was no one left to instruct him. Even Kakashi, despite his good intentions, was unable to provide the guidance Sasuke needed. Furthermore, Sasuke's desire to take Jiraiya as a mentor had been firmly rejected. Given that the village itself harbored distrust towards the Uchiha clan, it was improbable that they would share forbidden techniques with him at this moment, if Sasuke wished to continue enhancing his abilities to catch up to his brother. The only option left was to defect to Orochimaru, which he seemed to anticipate. Although he had not yet been psychologically affected by Naruto, it was only a matter of time. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed, taken aback by Sasuke's intentions, eager to dissuade him, but was abruptly interrupted by Yamashita. All right, kid, I agree to your request. Really? Yamashita nodded and continued. However, I must emphasize that our company seeks to promote the welfare of the entire ninja world. If you do not share this pursuit and ideal, and cling to outdated notions of being a ninja, then our company retains the right to dismiss you at any time. Sasuke nodded, understanding that regardless of his true thoughts, he had to show agreement at this moment. Yamashita smiled, knowing that Sasuke may not genuinely agree, but as long as he was willing to pretend, that was sufficient. Moreover, Sasuke was not inherently a bad person. Of course, at our company, you might still enhance your abilities at the very least. I can show you how technology can assist an individual, Yamashita teased, then added apologetically, my apologies, Jiraiya-san. I will need you to discuss Sasuke's situation with the people of Konoha later. Jiraiya cast a deep glance at Sasuke before saying, it's all right. Sasuke will have his own path to walk. Sasuke, do you truly intend to go with Mr. Yamashita? Naruto asked, somewhat reluctantly. Naruto, I have my own decisions to make. As a friend, I hope you can understand, Sasuke replied earnestly. All right, I understand. I'll speak to Sakura about this. You can rest assured, I'll take good care of her. Hey, Naruto, what is with that disgusting expression? I'm telling you not to act recklessly. Enough, you too, Yamashita interjected, somewhat helplessly separating them. There's no need to be so overly sentimental. You're not saying goodbye forever. Sasuke will still be needed to assist with the projects in Konoha. Sasuke, let me briefly outline our company's philosophy to you. Please try to remember it. When you arrive at the company, there will be someone dedicated to explaining these matters in detail. Subsequently, Yamashita elaborated on their company's ideals and vision. It is worth mentioning that when Yamashita first traversed into this world, He had no specific goals, merely wishing to live safely in a realm rife with conflict and perhaps accumulate a bit of wealth. However, as the company expanded, he began to witness an increasing number of events that contradicted his moral compass, stirring within him a sense of mission and responsibility that challenged his previously laid-back demeanor. After all, he had been born under the Red Banner and raised amid the spring breeze, a successor of ideals. It seemed too trivial to merely seek a life of ease or to dominate the ninja world. It was at this juncture that he remembered he was, after all, a passionate youth. With each status comes its respective responsibilities, and thus he established the vision for his company to bring happiness to the people of the ninja world, dedicating his life to their liberation. While not all personnel within his company may truly endorse such aspirations, they would certainly hold him in high regard for possessing such ideals. With a leader steering the company, it would inevitably progress in that direction. As he conveyed his vision to Sasuke, the three of them wore expressions of disbelief, perceiving his words as fanciful. Yet, recalling Yamashita's past actions in the land of hot water, they felt a flicker of hope. What if, Mr. Yamashita, I never imagined your aspirations were so grand. I initially thought you were merely a simple genius businessman. It seems I underestimated you, Jiraiya remarked with a sense of awe. Though the prophecy of the child of destiny uttered by the great Toad Sage could not possibly pertain to him, the sentiments expressed by Yamashita were nothing short of saintly. Should he truly embody the principle of unity between thought and action, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a sage of the present era. Jiraiya-sensei, you flatter me. I am fully aware of my endeavors, Yamashita replied with a smile. Thus, the group continued their journey, engaging in conversation as days swiftly passed. Under normal circumstances, they should have arrived safely at the land of hot waters Vegas. Yet unexpectedly, along the way, they encountered a peculiar individual. Hey there, gentlemen, care to join our evil god cult? The towering man, sporting a sinister grin, fixated his gaze on the travelers, unconsciously licking his lips, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. Especially with the massive three-bladed scythe he wielded, he appeared utterly terrifying. Upon sighting this man, Yamashita was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Haiden? It dawned on him that this member of the Akatsuki organization hailed from the land of hot water. After assuming control of the region, Yamashita had previously dispatched ninjas to root out the evil god cult. Achieving considerable success during his extensive construction phase, no members of this cult had dared to disrupt his efforts. However, at that time, they had not encountered Haiden, leading Yamashita to believe he had already joined the Akatsuki. He had not anticipated running into him here. As for Haiden, aside from his immortality being somewhat intriguing, he possessed little else of merit. Other members of the Akatsuki at least had some unique skill, yet Haiden was simply a complete waste. Additionally, he was a psychotic, bloodthirsty pervert, deriving pleasure from self-inflicted harm. A true masochist. Such a character, apart from residing in Orochimaru's laboratory to contribute to his biological science endeavors, Yamashita genuinely could not fathom any other purpose for him. Coincidentally, since Orochimaru was headed to their company, he could very well be offered as a gift to that individual. In their company, perverts had no rights. Contributing to science was their greatest value. I say, what are you all thinking? Should I really join your cult of the dark deity? Observing the silence from before, Haiden, somewhat impatient, repeated his question. What cult of the dark deity? Just the mention of it suggests something sinister. You are quite peculiar, Naruto retorted sharply, his expression unfriendly as he regarded Haiden. So, you are refusing, Haiden remarked with a smile, his hand already grasping the blood-stained scythe behind him, poised to strike at any moment. Naruto, step back, Jiraiya cautioned. He had heard of this cult, a terrifying organization that worshipped a dark god, notorious for human sacrifices, and its reputation in the ninja world was indeed infamous. However, it seemed that this organization had been hunted down by the Yamashita Industrial Company and had vanished without a trace. Others believed this cult had been eradicated, yet here stood a survivor. Contemplating, Jiraiya glanced at Yoshita Kenji, who was retrieving several scrolls from his bag, then addressed Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya, since this fellow is causing trouble within the borders of our land of hot water, allow me to handle him. Jiraiya had no objections to confronting Haiden. Given Haiden's abilities, he could never extract blood from Jiraiya. Naturally, his most formidable curse techniques would be rendered ineffective. However, he had previously stated he wished to capture Haydn intact for experimental purposes. And if Jiraiya were to engage, Haydn would inevitably be left in tatters. Moreover, Haydn's regenerative abilities did not seem particularly strong, that it would be a pity to return with only a head and several limbs. Thus, it would be better for him to intervene personally. Mr. Nishita, are you capable? Jiraiya inquired with some hesitation, as he had never heard of this gentleman being a formidable ninja. Rest assured, I have traveled far and wide over the years. My experience is not without merit, Yamashita replied confidently. You lot are truly despicable. You shall all perish as offerings to the great dark deity. Haydn's brow twitched violently, feeling underestimated by his opponents, as he brandished his scythe and charged forth like a bullet. Come at me. Yamashita flung out a scroll, releasing a burst of smoke. From within the smoke emerged a bizarre creature. The creature glistened with a metallic sheen, possessing 4 arms, 3 heads, an open chest revealing several cannon tubes, and spider-like lower limbs with 8 sharp legs. It was a grotesque and terrifying sight that instilled fear in all who beheld it at a puppet. Jiraiya observed as the creature swiftly engaged Haydn in combat. Raising an eyebrow as he looked towards Yamashita Kenji, his surprise. Mr. Yamashita was a puppeteer. It seemed that his connection to the land of wind was more complex than it appeared. Indeed, this is my creation. The Fantasy Beast Type 1 puppet, a trial piece that has yet to see genuine battle. However, the current situation provides an excellent opportunity for testing, allowing me to identify its shortcomings for future refinement. Yamashita's fingers danced as he manipulated the puppet. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fine threads connecting his fingertips to the puppet before him. Yet, do puppeteers not typically utilize the spiritual wood from Sunagakure for their creations? That wood is resilient and possesses excellent chakra conduction properties, making it ideal for puppetry. But, Mr. Yamashita, why is your puppet made of metal? Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. Although he was not well-versed in puppetry, he had fought against puppet ninjas and understood that their wooden creations were not merely a preference. Only such would allow for more refined control over the puppets. This is a flaw of puppetry. While it is nimble and versatile, the materials used are generally weak and require chakra infusion for protection to withstand fierce battles. However, Yamashita's puppet was entirely composed of iron, crafted from refined metal, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Observing Haydn's futile attempts to cleave the puppet with his scythe, leaving no trace, one could readily ascertain its durability. If the puppeteers of Sunagakure employed such puppets, then Konoha would face a significant challenge. That Yamashita commanded his puppet, disregarding defense, as its 4 arms and 8 legs launched a relentless assault on Haydn, overwhelming him as he witnessed the favorable turn of events. He relaxed slightly and addressed Jiraiya. I am aware of the type of wood you mentioned. It is cultivated specifically by Sunagakure for puppet creation. However, such wood is too fragile. In battle, it not only requires chakra wrapping for protection, but also has mediocre chakra conduction properties. Conversely, I know of a material within this ninja world that is extraordinarily durable and possesses superior chakra conduction capabilities compared to that wood. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation before a realization struck him, causing his brow to twitch in disbelief. You cannot mean? Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Yamashita replied with a smile that chakra-conducting metal, universally acknowledged as the most suitable material for crafting ninja tools, is highly sought after by countless shinobi. Furthermore, it is also the most expensive material in the ninja world. Jiraiya mused, glancing again at the iron puppet engaged in battle. In his eyes, it had transformed into a shimmering golden lump. It is worth noting that this chakra-conducting metal is comparable in value to gold. 1 gram of gold is roughly equivalent to the value of 1 gram of chakra-conducting metal. Moreover, due to its immense utility, acquiring it in exchange for an equal amount of gold is exceedingly difficult. In the black market, the exchange rate can reach 1 to 3, or even 1 to 5, with such exceptional qualities. How could the puppeteers of Sunagakure not have discovered it? They certainly have. However, given their financial constraints, it is impossible for them to forge a puppet entirely from this metal. Not only they, but even the Prince of Konoha, Asumla Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, could only afford to craft a diminutive ninja tool from chakra-conducting metal. Even then, it consumed most of his savings, leaving him impoverished for quite some time, unable to afford even a meal of barbecue. Observing the puppet before him, Jiraiya found himself contemplating seizing the opportunity for profit. Haiden was in a precarious situation, faced with this impenetrable iron monstrosity. He was unable to unleash his full strength, and could only engage in a contest of taijutsu. Moreover, it was humiliating for him to realize that, even in a battle of physical prowess, he was no match for this puppet. The creature, armed with weapons all over its body, launched a barrage of attacks that left him struggling to defend himself, and the ominous cannon ports in its chest sent shivers down his spine. This cannot continue, otherwise I shall surely be defeated. Haiden gritted his teeth, catching sight of Yamashita Kenji conversing with Jiraiya. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and he swung his scythe in a half-circle, shoving the puppet aside before launching himself towards Yamashita. Clearly, he recognized that to combat a puppeteer, he must first eliminate the puppeteer's physical form. However, Yamashita's puppet was not so easily evaded. The puppet's four arms detached from its body, shooting towards Haiden's back like bullets, with sharp spikes protruding from their palms. Should Yamashita fail to evade, he would undoubtedly be pierced through. Yet, Haiden was evidently confident in his own invulnerability. This immortal body would allow him to withstand the onslaught. If only he could close the distance and obtain the opponent's blood, then this attack would be his downfall. With a sickening sound of blades piercing flesh, Haiden's torso was predictably skewered by the blades. Four sprays of blood erupting in the air, appearing both brilliant and grotesque. Nevertheless, this assault did not deter Haiden from his offensive. In that fleeting moment, the distance between him and the base of the mountain diminished slightly, instigating a sense of threat within Jiraiya, who instinctively drew closer to the mountain's edge. However, at that precise moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The four sharp spikes that penetrated Haiden bent abruptly, ensnaring his body, and an overwhelming force surged forth, forcibly pulling Haiden backward. It turned out that the ends of those four arms were connected by steel cables to the puppet's main body. Now that the arms had seized Haiden, the puppet's core exerted its strength, dragging Haiden through the air. Damn it! Haiden's pupils turned crimson, clearly incensed to the utmost degree. This battle was incredibly stifling. His opponent's tactics rendered him helpless, leaving him with no chance of resistance. It was as if he were a mere plaything, subjected to the whims of the adversary. That a profound sense of unwillingness welled up within him. In midair, Haiden gathered his strength, channeling all his energy into hurling the scythe in his hand toward the direction of Kenji at the base of the mountain. This was a desperate gamble. Failure would mean his demise. Yet, as the weapon approached ominously, Kenji remained unfazed. With a slight movement of his pinky, a figure emerged from behind him, positioning itself protectively in front of him, unfurling a black iron umbrella that firmly intercepted Haiden's scythe. "Did you think I stood here without any means to counter your attack?" Kenji remarked to Haiden with a knowing smile, exuding an air of confidence. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's brow furrowed in increasing concern that if he was not mistaken, the newly appeared puppet was also crafted from chakra-conductive metal, was it not? Just how much wealth did this affluent individual possess to create so many puppets from such materials? The ninja before him was not merely bested by the opponent's puppet techniques. He was defeated by the sheer financial might behind them. Seeing his attack thwarted, Haiden's fury intensified. He produced a spear from his sleeve and launched a frenzied assault on the puppet. The puppet's three heads soared into the air, one hovering directly above Haiden, emitting a powerful sound wave cannon that pinned Haiden in place, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, another head descended upon Haiden's head, opening wide to envelop him entirely. The puppet's main body approached, retracting all its cannon ports to reveal a hollow cavity that ensnared Haiden's entire form. The three heads realigned and secured him, capturing Haiden without further ado. Done. Kenji expressed satisfaction with his puppet's initial performance. Though Haiden lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, he was formidable in physical combat, demonstrating that the puppet's combat prowess was indeed significant He then sealed the puppet that had protected him back into a sealing scroll and maneuvered the one imprisoning Haydn to follow the group. Resuming their journey, Mr. Kenji, honestly, I could have handled that fight myself. You letting your puppet engage in battle has resulted in considerable wear and tear, Jiraiya remarked, still preoccupied with the notion of puppets constructed from chakra-conductive metal. It's quite all right. These are mere trifles. If money can resolve matters, there's no need for you to risk yourself. Mr. Jiraiya, Kenji replied nonchalantly, causing Jiraiya's expression to contort in frustration. In truth, chakra-conductive metal was not particularly precious to Kenji. He possessed numerous mines in the land of soup, rich in minerals yielding such metals. Simultaneously, his company's Metallurgical Institute was continuously experimenting with new alloys and had achieved considerable success. It would not be long before he could utilize materials even superior to chakra-conductive metal. Jiraiya, unable to comprehend Kenji's extravagant wealth, opted not to voice any further objections. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, having witnessed the overwhelming display of combat prowess, regarded Kenji with newfound respect. They had not anticipated that this unassuming individual possessed such formidable strength. Truly, he was remarkably understated. Sasuke, in particular, became even more resolute in his intention to join Kenji's company, convinced that he would experience accelerated growth compared to his time in Konoha. After several days of travel, the group finally laid eyes upon a bustling city. The streets were teeming with activity, and the passers-by adorned with opulent jewelry, clearly indicating their affluent status, but a star emblem was prominently displayed above the grand entrance of the city, beneath which were inscribed the words, Vegas. This city had risen in recent years, having swept aside numerous gambling establishments, including those clustered around Shortbook Street, to become the sacred ground for gamblers across the ninja world. Famously dubbed the City of Gambling. Let us part ways here. You shall seek your prospective Hokage, while I will return to the capital of the land of soup after settling my accounts. Once you locate Tsunade, if time permits, feel free to indulge in the attractions Vegas has to offer. Although it is known as a gambling city, there are plenty of other entertainment options available that I believe will not disappoint you. Just remember, a little gambling can be enjoyable, but excessive betting is detrimental. My City also upholds a strict rule against wagering one's entire fortune, Kenji advised Jiraiya and Naruto as they stood at the city's outskirts. This gambling city was constructed during the early stages of his entrepreneurial endeavors to quickly amass capital. It featured several innovative gambling tools he had heard of from his previous life, clearly designed to ensnare the unwary. This venture conflicted with his moral principles, so after accumulating sufficient funds, he contemplated transforming the city. However, this decision met with opposition from all senior executives, including Kakuzu, who believed Kenji's apprehension toward gambling was unwarranted. They argued that even if the gambling city were to close, others would inevitably emerge, failing to address the root of the problem. After much contemplation, Kenji ultimately abandoned this idea. After all, this was not his homeland. He felt compassion for the people of this world, but lacked a sense of belonging, thus not feeling compelled to insist on his views. Nevertheless, to prevent the city from becoming a place of ruin and despair, he established regulations stipulating that all entrants must undergo an asset verification process, permitting entry only if they met a certain financial threshold. Furthermore, should any individual lose beyond a defined limit, they would be forcibly ejected from the premises. This regulation, while excluding a significant number of gamblers, ultimately improved the city's safety, allowing for a level of security that ensured doors could remain unlocked at night. Moreover, those allowed entry were predominantly wealthy, resulting in property values within the city ranking among the highest in the ninja world. Understood, Uncle Kenji, you truly are quite verbose, Naruto remarked casually, evidently growing impatient with Kenji's admonitions. Kid, I only say this for your own good. You have no idea the hardships I endure, Kenji exclaimed, ruffling Naruto's hair vigorously. Oh, stop. You're messing it all up, Naruto protested, evading Kenji's playful torment. What hardships are you facing anyway, as the city's overseer? Your only responsibility is to manage it, while we tourists have far more to consider. Kenji's brow twitched involuntarily as he forcibly pulled Naruto back, continuing to touzle his hair. Here I am. having traversed to another world, and yet this same formula continues to haunt me. Though your name is Naruto, you cannot utter such Naruto-like statements. Ah, so annoying. Stop it already. All right, you two, Jiraiya, exasperated, intervened to separate them before turning to Kenji with a serious demeanor. Well then, Mr. Kenji, we shall take our leave. Please take good care of Sasuke. Kenji nodded, replying, no problem. This guy is certainly much more obedient than Naruto. Ignoring Naruto's playful grimaces, he added, by the way, do take care once you enter the gambling city. It wasn't easy for me to establish it. Don't ruin it. Rest assured, Mr. Kenji, we will behave, they assured him. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Yamashita departed from the mountain with Sasuke and the puppet that imprisoned Haiden. After a while, a team of personnel arrived, escorting them to the central edifice of Vegas, a towering structure. Upon reaching his office, Yamashita perused the documents accumulated over time while addressing Sasuke. Feel free to explore this office. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall escort you back to the company headquarters there. You can reunite with Shikamaru and the others to delve into the knowledge our company offers. Sasuke surveyed the office. Noting its rather austere decor, devoid of the opulence he had anticipated, after a moment of silence, he finally inquired, Mr. Yamashita, I still wish to ask about my brother. Yamashita set down the documents, regarded Sasuke, and replied, I had assumed your silence during our journey indicated newfound composure. Yet it seems you sought a private moment to broach this topic with me. Apologies, Mr. Yamashita, but I cannot treat my brother's situation lightly. Sasuke earnestly stated, that's so. Yamashita pondered, contemplating how to navigate the intricacies of this matter. In truth, revealing his brother's plans to Sasuke was not entirely out of the question. After all, while Uchiha Itachi might be troubled, he was undeniably a formidable force, and the ninja world would soon face various extraterrestrial invasions. If Itachi were to exist, he would undoubtedly augment the strength of the ninja realm. Thus, from the outset, Yamashita had intended to rescue him. However, should Itachi survive, Sasuke's growth would inevitably be stunted. Point 1 could not ignore the possibility that if his brother lived, he might awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, even if by chance he did unlock it. Lacking the eternal Mangekyou's infinite ocular power, Sasuke's abilities would struggle to evolve as they did in the original narrative. The butterfly effects stemming from such a plot alteration were not to be overlooked. After a moment's silence, he resolved to deceive Sasuke. Your brother is a remarkably powerful ninja, Yamashita stated deliberately, ensuring he captivated Sasuke's attention. I have not met him frequently, but I did make an attempt to recruit him. Such a ninja is a rarity within the ninja world. Another organization? Sasuke inquired, his curiosity piqued. What is that? Initially, I was uncertain, but I later fortuitously encountered the leader of that organization. Yamashita continued at IT, is called Akatsuki, and its mission is to bring peace to the ninja world. Yet, their methods are exceedingly extreme, collecting all tailed beasts to summon the ultimate weapon, the 10 tails, and using its power to annihilate a nation, instilling pain and fear throughout the ninja realm, ultimately leading people to abandon war in pursuit of peace. Yamashita spoke with calm assurance, revealing the chilling plans of a terrifying organization. His words left Sasuke in a state of shock. Despite bearing deep-seated grudges, he was, after all, an inexperienced youth, and such revelations struck him profoundly. There truly such an organization. So that man joined them with such intentions? Sasuke mused, his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Yamashita, noting Sasuke's engagement, concealed a smirk and remarked, I cannot claim to understand your brother's thoughts, but if you wish to defeat him, you must confront Akatsuki. Their audacity to collect tailed beasts and oppose the 5 great shinobi villages speaks volumes of their power. Thus, your quest for vengeance will require careful planning. Sasuke clenched his fists. Surpassing his brother's strength was already a formidable challenge, and now he discovered that his brother was under the protection of an organization. The complexity of vanquishing that man, while simultaneously contending with the organization, was daunting. He turned to Yamashita and asked, Mr. Yamashita, since you are aware of this organization, do you have plans to eradicate it? Or at least inform the 5 great shinobi villages? Yamashita replied, I have indeed attempted to dismantle that organization. More precisely, I have established a line of communication with their leader and discussed potential collaboration. Sasuke was taken aback. Collaboration. Why would you ally with such an organization? Shouldn't we unite all possible forces to eradicate them? Yamashita chuckled. Sasuke, think more flexibly. Avoid fixating solely on violence. Consider problem-solving from a broader perspective. Sasuke's confusion deepened, struggling to grasp Yamashita's meaning. Yamashita paused before elaborating. You perceive this organization as a threat to the stability of the ninja world, necessitating its elimination. However, I see their desire for peace as a commendable goal. If we can propose a superior solution, might they not become an asset? A superior solution? Sasuke questioned. That seems quite difficult. Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging, Yamashita acknowledged, yet the potential benefits are immense that, as I mentioned, this organization is filled with talented individuals, many of whom are extraordinarily powerful. Enlisting such forces is far preferable to engaging them in battle. This is the rationale behind my collaboration. That's so. Sasuke remained skeptical. Then, Mr. Yamashita, what is your vision of peace? Yamashita shrugged. There's none. What? Sasuke exclaimed, incredulous that I said there is none. Yamashita replied matter-of-factly. Such a grand question, how could I possibly have an answer? And what of your earlier assertion regarding the people's lives in this city? Yamashita suddenly inquired. Reflecting on his observations during their journey, Sasuke responded, they are thriving. I have never witnessed such happiness, even in Konoha. Then if all goes smoothly, do you believe these individuals, including the city's rulers, would desire war? Yamashita pressed further. Sasuke contemplated, eventually answering, no, they are content, and war would not benefit them. Thus, they are likely the least inclined to wish for conflict. Yamashita snapped his fingers, exclaiming, precisely, while I do not possess a solution to prevent future wars in the ninja world, understand that if every individual is satisfied with their current existence, and if war brings them no gain, but rather jeopardizes their way of life, then conflict will not arise easily. This is precisely what I aspire to achieve. Reflecting on previous ninja world wars, which stemmed from power struggles among nations, Yamashita continued, if I can ensure that sufficient benefits are generated within each nation, the potential for collaboration will outweigh the desire for war. Even if the leaders of these nations are warmongers, they cannot disregard the interests of their people in favor of conflict. The scenario Yamashita painted flickered through Sasuke's mind. He sought to identify flaws in this theory, but ultimately conceded, acknowledging the coherence of Yamashita's reasoning that if the future unfolded as described, it could indeed usher in genuine peace for the ninja world. Understand now, Mr. Yamashita, you are undoubtedly the furthest ahead in this ninja realm, that if you truly accomplish what you claim, I believe you will stand alongside the Sage of Six Paths as a monumental figure. Yamashita chuckled. Let us maintain a low profile. The task is far from complete, so refrain from bestowing such high praise upon me. Was Yamashita's theory correct? Perhaps. Yet even in his past life, during an era of advanced technology and productivity, such peace had never been attained. The insatiable greed of humanity knows no bounds. Perhaps in this world, the notion of sufficient benefit is but a mirage that, of course, this does not deter one from practicing such a theory within the realm of ninjas. At the very least, in this world, an individual's martial prowess could potentially subdue the entire ninja realm. Should one's enterprises indeed span the entirety of this realm, it is likely that one would possess strength far surpassing that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In such a scenario, it would be enough to compel those scheming conspirators to focus on economic development. Once they genuinely recognize the advantages brought forth by technological advancement and economic globalization, it is reasonable to assume their obsession with war would dissipate. I understand now, Mr. Yamashita, Sasuke remarked. What you seek is to collaborate in order to enlighten the Akatsuki organization about your vision of peace, thereby gaining their acknowledgement and ultimately their allegiance. Am I close? With this, Yamashita shifted the conversation back to the matter of Uchiha Itachi. As for your brother, I advise you to remain somewhat composed. From my interactions with those individuals, it appears that the reasons behind your brother's massacre of your clan are far more complex than they seem. It seems a third party may be orchestrating everything behind him and the Akatsuki. I suspect that this individual could very well be the true mastermind behind the destruction of your Uchiha clan. What do you mean? Sasuke's expression grew solemn. He found it exceedingly difficult to approach the subject of his family's annihilation with any semblance of ease. What I mean is, given the existence of such a hidden manipulator, there is no need for you to rush into vengeance against your brother. At the very least, you should clarify the sequence of events before seeking retribution. This way, you can avoid inflicting pain upon those who are close to you, while granting satisfaction to your enemies. But it is undeniable that that man killed my parents. Is it really? Yamashita countered. What you perceive is not necessarily the whole truth. They're not such a thing as illusions in this world. Are you unaware of transformation techniques? Consider this. Is it possible that the images you witnessed that night were mere fabrications, deliberately presented for your eyes? But the information from the village must be accurate, right? Can the village not be deceived? If Konoha truly possessed such comprehensive intelligence, then why did they not prevent your brother from leaving the village at that time? Yamashita's words thoroughly dismantled Sasuke's long-held convictions, prompting him to reflect on the events of that fateful night. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. It was not as straightforward as he had once believed. Such is the nature of humanity. Even when faced with reality, the slightest doubt can lead one to incessantly second-guess themselves, arriving at conclusions that starkly contrast with the truth. Of course, all of this hinges on the unwillingness of the individual to accept the truth. Deep down, Sasuke was reluctant to believe that his brother was the butcher of his own kin, yet having witnessed it firsthand, he felt compelled to accept it. Now, with Yamashita's seemingly ambiguous words, his mindset began to shift. Then, Mr. Yamashita, what should I do now? Sasuke found himself momentarily flustered, uncertain of his next steps. What to do? Quite simple. Resume what you were originally meant to do. Yamashita replied factly, I and my company. Focus on learning diligently. Enhance your reservoir of knowledge, and continuously train yourself. When the time comes that you confront your brother, you shall be prepared to inquire directly. Sasuke nodded, feeling an unprecedented resolve swelling within him, stronger than ever before. All right, that should suffice for now. You may leave. I have arranged accommodations for you. Once I conclude my affairs here, in about a day or two, I shall escort you back to the capital of the land of hot water, Yamashita stated. Sasuke nodded and promptly exited the room. Once Sasuke had departed, Yamashita exhaled, relieved to have navigated that conversation successfully. Understanding the narrative allowed him to selectively present truths that were irrefutable, thus achieving his goal. Itachi, I have gone to such lengths for you. Should you choose not to cooperate in the future, it would truly be inexcusable. Having spent over a day in Vegas, Yamashita finally wrapped up several matters by the third day and promptly set off toward the capital of the land of hot water. In the days that followed, Vegas remained unusually peaceful, devoid of any unrest. It seemed that Jiraiya was indeed a man of his word, or perhaps matters were proceeding smoothly, as no conflicts had arisen. Their return to the capital was not on foot, but rather via a newly constructed railway line connecting the capital of the land of hot water and Vegas. It is worth mentioning that the concept of trains had recently emerged within the ninja realm, albeit with limited application, primarily in smaller nations. Yamashita recognized the significance of public transportation and, while renovating roads in the land of hot water, had expedited research into more practical train technology. The railway linking the capital and Vegas was a product of this research. Despite being referred to as a train, it bore little resemblance to the coal-powered locomotives of the past. Its core propulsion system relied on a chakra core, harnessing pre-stored chakra as its energy source, converted into high-energy propulsion through the engine. If one were to draw a comparison, it bore some similarity to high-speed trains from the past, although its speed lagged behind that of modern high-speed rail. However, it was undeniably swifter and smoother than the trains currently in operation within the ninja realm. Having only recently begun its trial run, the train was filled exclusively with members of Yamashita's company, resulting in a sparse occupancy. Sasuke sat within the train carriage, watching the scenery whiz by. He couldn't help but feel a sense of, Mr. Yamashita, I initially thought your vision was somewhat fanciful, but now it seems I've been woefully ignorant. Enough with the pretentiousness. You're but a child. If Naruto were here, he would likely be making a fuss, Yamashita remarked, sipping the coffee offered by the attendant. Sasuke paused, then shifted the topic. But, Mr. Yamashita, Do you not fear that those with ill intentions may tamper with the train tracks? To let fear dictate one's actions is folly. Before you eat, do you constantly worry about someone poisoning your food? Yamashita countered. Yet such concerns do exist, do they not? Precisely why I aim to promote such beneficial innovations throughout the ninja realm, allowing people to genuinely experience their convenience and collectively safeguard them. Sasuke nodded, finding Yamashita's logic sound and coherent, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. Despite the considerable distance between the two cities, with the aid of the train, they arrived at the capital in a mere hour and a half. Upon returning to his old haunt, Yamashita finally felt a sense of relief. After arranging for Sasuke's accommodation with a staff member, he sought out Kakuzu, who had returned days prior, instructing him to care for Haiden, whom he had brought back. Upon seeing Haiden, Kakuzu was inexplicably struck by a sense of familiarity, as if he shared some hidden connection with this individual, yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before. However, he was not one to dwell on such matters, and thus proceeded to hand Haiden over to Amato, intending for them to study Haiden's unique physiology together when Orochimaru arrived. With all matters finally organized, Yamashita felt a sense of relief. The weight of pressing responsibilities had begun to lift. Now, his next objective was to ascend to the position of daimyo, thanks to several months of diplomatic efforts across various nations. Yamashita's path to claiming the title of daimyo encountered minimal obstacles. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme, and while deposing a national leader might tread upon the ninja realm's taboos, it remained a realm ruled by power. However, as long as the interests are substantial, those in power will inevitably turn a blind eye in a display of authority. He opted for the ancient practice of abdication. It is well known that in our country's history, a legitimate and rational process for usurpation had already been established, namely, ascending to the throne with a sword, entering the court without bowing, worshipping without naming, bestowing titles, and granting honors, as long as a powerful minister accomplished these few tasks. The subsequent step would merely be to await the emperor's gracious relinquishment of the throne. Of course, should the emperor be oblivious to the gravity of his position and refuse to abdicate, one could simply don the imperial robe and have subordinates drape it over him, proclaiming him the sovereign. This not coercion. This is likely the scenario at hand. Nonetheless, for Yamashita, the situation need not be so convoluted. After all, the kingdom of Soup had effectively fallen under his control, with the former lord already eliminated. The figure seated on the throne was but a puppet. A simple abdication from this puppet would suffice to transfer the lord's position to himself. As for the former lord's family, they could be conveniently tucked away in a corner, allowed to live as wealthy gentry. Indeed, reality unfolded as Yamashita Kenji had anticipated, when the lord solemnly announced before the citizens of Soup City his intent to pass the title to Yamashita Kenji. The populace erupted in jubilant cheers. They were not fools. They recognized that their improved living conditions over the years stemmed from one man's influence. For them, the ability of Lord Yamashita to govern all affairs of the kingdom of Soup was a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Thus, Yamashita ascended the throne as the lord of the kingdom of Soup and hosted a grand ceremony within the capital. During this ceremony, numerous innovative products from the Yamashita Research Institute were showcased, including modern agricultural tools, farm tractors, household rice cookers, electric ovens, televisions, and various communication devices, such as telephones and telegraphs. These items had either never before appeared in the world of ninjas, or had done so in a manner far less advanced than what was presented at the celebration. The attendees were captivated by the allure of technology, igniting within them visions of a bright future. Simultaneously, these technological marvels sparked a keen sense of opportunity among the merchants present, who, despite the ongoing festivities, began plotting ways to secure regional distribution rights for these products and profit from their sale elsewhere. This Mr. Yamashita is truly exceptional. In one of the exhibition booths, Shikamaru remarked with a sense of awe. The booth displayed a luxurious automobile, and the demonstrator had just illustrated its functions. Even disregarding its splendid exterior, its utility was irresistible to the average person. It was only now that he understood why the roads of the kingdom of Soup were so well maintained and smooth. It all stemmed from this innovation. Of course, did you not notice? In the meantime, Choji stuffed a freshly grilled skewer into his mouth, devouring it in one swift motion, and exclaimed, "This kingdom of soup boasts a plethora of unheard-of delicacies. It has nothing short of paradise. I've decided. I shall settle here and never leave." Clearly, the heir of the Akimichi clan had succumbed to the culinary delights introduced by Yamashi. Choji, the grease from your skewer is nearly splattering on me. Ino playfully chided, pushing Choji away and then, with a small mirror in hand, applied lipstick to her lips, exclaiming, "This lipstick is truly exquisite, 1,000 times better than those previous cosmetics. I see they have eyebrow pencils, foundations, and eyeshadows over there. I must acquire them all. Sasuke, do you think I look good like this?" Sasuke gazed at Ino's vividly painted lips, reminiscent of someone who had just devoured several sweets, involuntarily swallowing hard and uttering, "Yes, you look good." Ino grinned, her expression becoming even more exaggeratedly fierce. Come, Karen, let me do yours too." Karen timidly recoiled, protesting, "No, it's not necessary." "Oh, why are you being so polite with me? Come on, let me help you." Shikamaru, unable to suppress a sigh at the antics of the two, turned to Sasuke and remarked, "I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you would choose to train in Konoha." Sasuke surveyed the vibrant festivities around him and replied, "I believe my growth will be more significant here." Indeed, Shikamaru concurred. "Although we haven't been here long, I've already experienced the wonders of Mr. Yamashi. If the kingdom of soup continues to develop in this manner, it will undoubtedly emerge as the epicenter of the ninja world. While its military might may not be overwhelming in terms of economy, culture, and other aspects, it could easily overshadow other nations. Studying here offers the opportunity to learn skills distinct from those of ninjas, thus better enabling Konoha's growth and prosperity. Since arriving in Soup City, Shikamaru's previously languid demeanor had vanished, replaced by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Perhaps he had already discerned that if Konoha did not intend to evolve, it would soon find itself outpaced by this nation. Indeed, Konoha had already been left behind. Sasuke nodded, poised to continue his thoughts, when he noticed two figures approaching them. Both were shrouded in hoods, exuding an unbearable chill that sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. As though they were prey being stalked by a fierce beast, I asked at Uchiha Sasuke, "You've come here too?" The two mysterious figures halted before Sasuke, their voices laced with a cold curiosity as they pulled back their hoods. One revealed a slender face with pale skin and slit pupils. Orochimaru. Sasuke found himself paralyzed, as if ensnared by the other's presence. Meanwhile, Orochimaru scrutinized Sasuke, gently trailing a finger along his jawline, and remarked, "What a striking child. No wonder you are Itachi's brother. In every aspect, you make for a fine vessel." Upon hearing his brother's name, a surge of anger ignited within Sasuke. He bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to snap out of the oppressive aura, and quickly distanced himself from Orochimaru, gasping for breath. Seeing that Sasuke had broken free from his grasp, Orochimaru expressed mild surprise, saying, "Impressive, to escape from my killing intent, truly worthy of being Itachi's brother. What do you have to do with Uchiha, Itachi?" Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, inquiring, "As for Itachi, I suppose we could call it enmity." Orochimaru chuckled, recalling the moment when he had been soundly defeated by Itachi. "Thus, I believe we can be considered adversaries. Konoha's rogue ninja, Orochimaru." At this moment, the others finally grasped the situation. Shikamaru swallowed hard, eyeing Orochimaru with trepidation. Orochimaru cast a glance at the group, lingering on Karen for a moment, and remarked, "Inoshikacho, is it that Yamashita Kenji certainly has an eye for talent? I'm not involved with that man." Sasuke quietly drew a kunai, warily watching Orochimaru. "However, if you seek a fight, I am ready to oblige at any moment." Good. Orochimaru replied, his gaze now tinged with admiration for Sasuke. He extended his palm, seemingly about to make a move, but suddenly paused, lowering his hand and stating, "Your speed is as remarkable as ever." Sasuke found himself unable to comprehend the words spoken by the other party. Yet he sensed a gentle hand resting upon his head. Turning to look, he was taken aback to discover that Kenji Yamashita had stealthily positioned himself behind him. "Mr. Orochimaru, you truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Finding the leisure to toy with my subordinates," he remarked, "I wonder, have your arms healed?" Yamashita's words struck a painful chord, swiftly extinguishing the flicker of interest that had lingered in Orochimaru's mind. His hands had not been mended. Rather, he realized that had he not been prepared, he might have indeed been left at the mercy of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Yet, he had still underestimated the situation. He never anticipated that Tsunade's phobia of blood would be so inexplicably cured, resulting in their joint assault that had left him somewhat injured. Given Tsunade's unwillingness to treat him, seeking assistance from others within the ninja world seemed futile. Moreover, he harbored a premonition that even Tsunade would struggle to heal his wounds, as it seemed his hand had been severed on a spiritual level to achieve full restoration. He would need to tackle the very technique of the Shiki Fujin itself. Thus, after making a few preparations, he ventured to the land of water, hoping to utilize the resources available there to unearth a method to break this jutsu. "Mr. Yamashita, are you bidding me farewell?" Orochimaru inquired. "How could that be? I've gone to great lengths to invite you, and I would never dream of casting you aside. I merely expressed my concern." As he spoke, he glanced toward another individual beside Orochimaru, inquiring, "So this must be Mr. Yakushi Kabuto?" The figure removed his hood, revealing a bespectacled man of refined appearance. "Mr. Yamashita, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Very well. Since both of you have arrived, please follow me." Yamashita did not question why Orochimaru had not brought any experimental equipment. A man of his cunning would never reveal all his cards to in fact, it was already beyond Yamashita's expectations that he had brought Kabuto along. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Yakushi Kabuto was no less a research genius than Orochimaru himself. After exchanging greetings with a few younger individuals, Yamashita led the two away. The others breathed a sigh of relief as Orochimaru distanced himself. The pressure exerted by such a legendary ninja was indeed overwhelming. Sasuke, too, felt a sense of relief, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked. The pressure from that ninja had been nearly unbearable. The disparity between them was unfathomable. Moreover, that individual happened to be the sworn enemy of his brother, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed he had suffered at his brother's hands. The gap between himself and that man was growing ever wider. Clenching his fists, Sasuke's resolve surged within him. This was certainly not the time for rest, regardless of whether his brother acted voluntarily or under duress. The truth would be revealed once he defeated that opponent. Yamashita led the two into the research facility. During this festive occasion, he had granted all staff members a break, apart from those necessary for explaining the products. It was likely that everyone else had already joined the celebrations, of course. There were exceptions. "This is the laboratory I have prepared for you, Mr. Orochimaru," guided Orochimaru into a spacious laboratory, occupying over 100 square meters, filled with an array of the finest experimental instruments from the ninja world. Even a typical ninja clan might struggle to procure such a facility, uncertain of the specific equipment you might require. "I have procured a comprehensive set of the most mainstream apparatuses. Should you have any additional needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. I can assist in acquiring them," Yamashita explained as he showcased the laboratory. "Mr. Yamashita, you are too kind. If I were to be dissatisfied with such a lavish laboratory, that would be rather ungrateful of me. I assume preparing such a facility must have cost you quite a sum?" Despite Orochimaru's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the high-end equipment present in the lab. Such advanced apparatuses were scarce even in his primary base, let alone the sheer quantity found within this laboratory. Beside him, Yakushi Kabuto trembled slightly, gazing at one of the devices, reaching out as if to touch it, yet hesitating as if afraid of damaging it. He had spent his days hiding alongside Orochimaru. When had he ever engaged in such prosperous endeavors? For a fleeting moment, he contemplated switching allegiances to truly join Yamashita's enterprise. "Is it the most advanced biological microscope?" Kabuto mused that if my memory serves me right. Only one company in the entire ninja world sells such high-end instruments. Not only are they exorbitantly priced, but they are also limited in availability. Only senior cooperative clients of that company can procure them. As he beheld a high-tech device on the experimental table, he could not help but gasp in awe. Such a tool was akin to a sacred relic for any scientist or researcher. Significantly accelerating the pace of research, Kabuto had previously considered purchasing one, but due to the organization's limited funding and their lack of purchasing eligibility, he had ultimately abandoned the idea. Little did he expect to encounter this coveted instrument in this place. "Ah, that is quite all right," Yamashita replied nonchalantly. "You must be referring to Olympus Corporation, correct? That is a wholly owned subsidiary of Yamashita Industries. When we procure instruments from them, it is essentially at cost price, so it is not overly expensive." Kabuto felt momentarily stunned, a sense of envy and jealousy toward capital and wealth stirring within him for the first time. "All right, Kabuto, we will have ample time to examine the instruments later. There is no need to rush." Orochimaru, seasoned by countless trials, reassured him calmly. Yamashita nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this laboratory will be yours to familiarize yourselves with in due time. However, before we proceed, I must re-emphasize the rules of our company, that if you wish to conduct research in this laboratory peacefully, it is best to remember these regulations." With that, he began to outline the laboratory's guidelines to Orochimaru and Kabuto. The constraints were not overly stringent, as long as they refrained from committing heinous acts or engaging in excessively unethical behavior. There were no other restrictions on their research topics. Even if they wished to conduct human experiments, they could submit proposals to the Research Institute after ensuring the safety of their experiments, which would then publish tasks to recruit willing participants that AS for the various results and benefits derived from the experiments. Researchers would share the outcomes with the company on an 80-20 basis. To be fair, these terms were remarkably lenient that in previous eras, major corporations would have undoubtedly monopolized all research outcomes, and it would have been considered unprofessional if they did not exploit their researchers to the fullest. Yamashita, on the other hand, not only provided researchers with ample compensation to eliminate their concerns, but also shared profits with them. By now, several research teams had achieved financial independence through their contributions. For Orochimaru, such conditions posed no significant challenge. He had never placed much importance on money. If there existed a place where he could conduct his research undisturbed, it was an opportunity he could hardly pass up. "No problem," Orochimaru readily affirmed. "Splendid," Yamashita exclaimed, producing a contract from his pocket. "Please take a look at this. If everything seems satisfactory, simply sign at the bottom." Orochimaru picked up the contract, somewhat taken aback by Yamashita's insistence on such a document, which held no real binding power for them. Akin to mere scrap paper, he wondered if there was some hidden agenda behind it. After scrutinizing the contract thoroughly and finding no traps, he proceeded to sign his name at the bottom. "Excellent. Congratulations, Mr. Orochimaru, on officially joining our company. I trust you will not regret your decision at this moment." Yamashita carefully tucked away the contract and remarked he was well aware that this document held little binding power. However, in an effort to enhance the sense of ceremony and instill a modicum of apprehension in these recalcitrant individuals, he chose to uphold such traditions. Even if one were to consider a hypothetical scenario where the other party violated the contract, he would have a legitimate basis for addressing the matter. "Now then, Mr. Orochimaru, please follow me. I have prepared a gift for you as you join our company," Yamashita stated, leading him to Amado's laboratory. It was evident that the other party was a person of resolute will. As he remained engrossed in his research, even during the festivities, on his workstation lay Haydn, exposed and restrained, his eyes closed as if he had succumbed to a deep slumber, completely immobilized. "Mr. Amado, I apologize for the intrusion." Yamashita approached and said, "This is Mr. Orochimaru, the individual I previously mentioned. He will be collaborating with you on your research concerning this subject." Amado set aside his work and addressed Orochimaru. "So it truly is Mr. Orochimaru. Your name is indeed renowned." "You're too kind," Orochimaru nonchalantly replied, then turned his attention to Haydn. "So, this is the so-called gift?" Yamashita gestured toward Amado, who, brimming with excitement, eagerly explained, "This is the most extraordinary specimen I have ever encountered. If I may refer to it as a specimen, as its characteristics are so detached from those of humanity. Through some preliminary experiments, I have come to ascertain that this individual indeed possesses the legendary ability of immortality. Even if his head is severed or his heart extracted, he does not perish. Moreover, should the severed head or heart be reattached, they regenerate autonomously, akin to a plant that can be pruned without dying. The vital points of humanity are trivial to him. It is simply astounding Such a being can no longer be categorized as an ordinary human. Thus, I have taken to calling him a plant person. Yamashita's lips twitched in surprise at the name Amato had assigned to Haydn. After absorbing Amato's description, Orochimaru, equally taken aback, approached Haydn, examining the data nearby while comparing it to the unconscious figure on the table. Moments later, his eyes ignited with fervor. Excellent, excellent. This specimen is precisely what I require for my experiments, Orochimaru exclaimed, repeating the word excellent thrice, his excitement palpable. Although he had achieved a form of immortality through the technique of the impure world reincarnation, it still bore numerous flaws. The individual before him seemed to possess the potential to rectify those shortcomings. How could he not be exhilarated? He yearned to delve into the depths of this man's abilities. You must be delighted. Yamashita was well aware of Orochimaru's obsession with immortality. Encountering a being like Haydn, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. From now on, Mr. Orochimaru, you shall collaborate with Mr. Amato on your research concerning this subject. I hope your endeavors yield fruitful results. With that, Yamashita stepped back, delegating some minor tasks to an assistant for Orochimaru and Amato before returning to the celebration. This event was not solely to commemorate his ascension, but also served to promote the technological products of their company, with the latter being the primary objective. Consequently, he would later need to meet with merchants from various nations to discuss the agency rights of those technological products. The celebration in the Land of Water was deemed a resounding success, as the populace glimpsed the promising future of their nation, while the merchants secured the agency rights they sought. Yamashita emerged victorious with sales and contracts, marking a triple win. Naturally, the one who gained the most was Kakuzu. After collecting deposits from all the merchants, he sequestered himself in the treasury, counting the bills repeatedly, burying himself amidst the piles of currency. Were it not for Yamashita's understanding of Kakuzu's nature, one might have suspected he would perish in that vault. Yamashita no longer needed to concern himself with such matters. He had established a project team, recruiting relevant talents across various regions specifically for management. Shikamaru and others naturally participated in this project team to gain insight into the company's operational mechanisms. This understanding would prove beneficial for future collaborations between both parties. With that portion resolved, Yamashita dispatched invitations to the Kazekage of Sunagakure in Pain, the leader of the Land of Rain, to his capital, the Land of Water, to formally inaugurate the South-to-North Water Diversion Project. Ideally, this ceremony should have coincided with his coronation, allowing the three powers to officially sign and announce the plan. This would not only reinforce the legitimacy of his ascension, but also showcase the technological gala to the other two parties, fostering greater confidence in the initiative and facilitating the promotion of these technologies within their nations. However, considering the potential for chaos at such a gathering, despite the formidable status of both parties, he opted to hold the ceremony post-celebration, strictly controlling the personnel entering and exiting the Land of Water to ensure the event proceeded without a hitch. Within a few days of sending out invitations, both parties arrived in the original storyline. The Kazekage, Raza, had already perished by this time, yet now, due to Yamashita's influence, he was alive and actively promoting the project. The high-ranking officials from the three factions met for the first time. And contrary to expectations of hostility, the necessary agreements had already been reached, and their presence was merely to conduct a formal ceremony. With no conflicting interests, tensions were non-existent. Although Nagato had not abandoned his original plan, the development of the Land of Rain remained a significant concern. Thus, this project was something he desperately needed. Even if it meant feigning cooperation, he recognized the necessity of advancing this initiative as a result. Under the auspices of all three parties, the signing ceremony was completed in the presence of witnesses, officially commencing the South-to-North Water Diversion Project. Upon witnessing the progress of the project in the system, Yamashita felt elated. At this rate, it would not be long before he received further rewards. Following the signing ceremony, the Kazekage returned to his village to prepare, while Yamashita, in pain, would lead the previously assembled engineering team to the Land of Rain to commence the initial phase of construction. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, a massive convoy traversed the road, flanked by ninja guards. Such a large-scale caravan would deter even the most audacious bandits from targeting The center of this caravan was a notably larger carriage, within which sat Yamashita and Pain. Sharing a carriage with one of the prominent figures of the ninja world made Yamashita feel somewhat anxious. However, his confidence in his capabilities quelled his apprehension. He knew that it would be impossible for the other to eliminate him instantaneously. Thus, he chose to remain composed. "May I inquire, Mr. Yamashita, what plans do you have for the project in the Land of Rain?" Although Yamashita had briefly outlined the segmented plans during the contract signing, the details had been too vague for him to grasp fully, given his lack of expertise in that area. This invitation to share a carriage was also an opportunity to inquire further. Yamashita replied, "During our company's disaster relief efforts in your nation, we consciously gathered hydrological data and subsequently provided that information to the Research Institute for planning discussions." Payne nodded, acknowledging his awareness of this matter. After all, it was imperative to monitor foreign ninja gathering information within his country. After discussions, we have resolved to implement the project from 3 aspects: storage, diversion, and discharge. 3 aspects. Payne pondered the significance of the 3 characters, sensing the profound wisdom they encapsulated. The term storage refers to the retention of water. In the rain country, there exists only a single major river and a large lake to conserve water, which is evidently insufficient. Should either the lake or river become oversaturated, flooding could ensue. Thus, we have devised a plan to excavate 2 artificial lakes within the borders of the rain country, positioned in opposite directions, forming a protective triangle that will capture the abundant rainfall, thereby alleviating the pressure on the sacred river and the sacred lake. Yamashita Kenji produced a map of the rain country, indicating 2 locations with a couple of taps and stating, "These are the precise sites." Payne, observing the proposed plan, nodded in agreement. The rain country has endured years of flooding and possesses a modicum of experience in this regard. In fact, during the era of Hanzo, forward-thinking individuals had already conceptualized the establishment of artificial lakes for water retention, and this plan had nearly reached the validation stage. However, subsequent years of warfare had led to widespread dislocation among the populace, causing the initiative to fall by the wayside. Under Payne's governance of the rain country, the plan was resurrected. Yet upon further examination, it became clear that the country lacked the capacity to construct such expansive lakes, prompting Payne to abandon the idea. That it is worth noting that creating such artificial lakes is not merely a matter of digging a large pit. The technical challenges involved are beyond the capabilities of the rain country. If managed by Yamashita's company, the undertaking would be well-suited. As for the term diversion, it signifies the redirection of water. Yamashita paused momentarily before continuing. While the mere construction of artificial lakes serves a water retention purpose, it is inherently rigid and fails to allow for unified distribution. Therefore, we shall construct several canals between the 3 lakes and the river, which can be utilized for transporting goods during normal times. In the event of flooding, we can manage the stored water by controlling the levees, directing the excess to the lakes or rivers that remain underfilled. Our South-to-North Water Diversion Project necessitates the use of these canals to transport water to designated locations. Indeed, this approach not only facilitates greater flexibility in water management, but also benefits the citizens on both banks, providing advantages without any drawbacks. Payne nodded in acknowledgement. This was yet another project that the rain country was unlikely to accomplish. The intricate systems of dams for regulating water flow and the stable operation of canals entail a high level of technological expertise. Concerning the final element of release, Yamashita fell silent for a moment before stating, "This is our last resort, to be employed when floodwaters become uncontrollable, to prevent the lakes from breaching and the rivers from overflowing, that we would deliberately direct the excess rainwater into a manageable area." Pointing to a specific location on the map, he continued, "In our proposal, we will need to relinquish a portion of the rain country's land to implement flood release measures, based on our company's analysis of the rain country's precipitation data over the years. Even during the year of maximum rainfall, reserving this area would suffice to ensure the abundant rainfall stabilizes." He elaborated, "Subsequently, after some time, part of this water will flow into the dense forests of the fire country. Some will enter the main rivers of the river country, while a portion will remain within your nation, gradually evaporating over time." With that, he turned to Payne, awaiting his response. Although Yamashita presented the matter simply, The inherent difficulties were far from expressible in mere words. The challenges of the project itself were one concern, and the need to relocate residents from the flood release area presented another pressing issue. It is not that the flood release area cannot accommodate inhabitants, but when necessary, they would have to vacate their homeland for the sake of the rain country. Even after the water eventually evaporates, the soil salinization would render the land nearly unfit for cultivation. This plan embodies a notion akin to sacrificing a penny for the greater good. However, the loss would encompass far more than a mere penny. It would entail the heartbreak of many families. Yet, to Yamashita's surprise, Pain exhibited little reaction, instead responding with calm assurance. This poses no problem. Upon returning to the rain country, I shall arrange for this matter to be addressed promptly, ensuring those individuals are relocated from that land. Yamashita was taken aback, believing that Pain did not fully grasp the complexities involved. Thus, he explained, this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Forcing those who have lived their entire lives in their hometown to leave is a delicate issue. If one wishes to avoid tragedy, it is imperative to handle this situation with care. After all, it is difficult to part with one's homeland. The residents have a deep emotional connection to the land. Mr. Yamashita, Pain replied earnestly, locking eyes with Yamashita Kenji. I believe you may be mistaken. The sentiment you describe may exist in the fire country, the soup country, or the earth country, but does not prevail in the rain country. Pain's gaze drifted into the distance, as though lost in reminiscence. Recalling his childhood, the formation of the Akatsuki from nothing, and the myriad lives within the rain country, he then spoke softly. The people of the rain country harbor no attachment to the land. They simply happen to be born upon it. His succinct statement caused Yamashita's hair to stand on end. What experiences could lead a person, or indeed, an entire nation, to such a perspective in Yamashita's former homeland? Countless poems extolled the beauty of one's hometown, and innumerable writings captured the essence of nostalgia. The phrase difficult to part with one's homeland is almost inscribed in the very DNA of each individual in that nation. When a wanderer returns home, if tears are not shed, their resolve is nonetheless unwavering. Yet in this nation, the reality is starkly different, and no wonder the rain country is dubbed the land of tears, as it encapsulates not only the peculiar climate, but also the sorrowful populace. In that moment, Yamashita felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grow heavier. I understand now, Yamashita said. Then, Mr. Pain, I will entrust this matter to you. There is no rush. Excavating the artificial lakes, constructing the canals, and building the dams will require time. Once all these tasks are completed, we shall proceed with the establishment of the flood release area. At this juncture, he could have passionately articulated his vision, detailing the heights he hoped the rain country would achieve in the future. Nevertheless, such sentiments held little significance for him at present. Actions speak louder than words. His rapport with Pain was already solidified, and there was no need to mobilize him for anything further. He decided to reserve his eloquence for a future assembly with the construction personnel. Pain nodded and replied, I am indeed grateful to you, Mr. Yamashita. While we merely require water diversion, you are assisting our nation in managing its water resources. Yamashita waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. This is merely what is expected, and if we do not first regulate the waterways and mitigate potential flooding, we risk devastation to our water sources. The costs incurred at that point would be far from trivial. Moreover, with this experience in water management, we can assist other nations in constructing water infrastructure in the future, fostering mutually beneficial cooperation, an outcome our company has long pursued. Let us hope that our project proceeds smoothly. A multitude of individuals traversed the borders of the land of fire with unexpected ease, devoid of any scheming adversaries, much to the astonishment of those in the mountains below. According to prior intelligence, the position of Hokage in Kanehagakure had been inherited by Tsunade, who had gradually begun to restore some semblance of vitality to the village. Concurrently, Tsunade dispatched envoys to their land of hot water, hoping to further discuss the construction projects pertaining to Kanehagakure, although this initiative was momentarily stifled by those in the mountains. After all, their focus was predominantly on the South-to-North Water Diversion Project, a matter of utmost importance to their mission, necessitating utmost caution for the root organization. It had recently suffered greatly. Due to the substantial bounty placed upon them, a multitude of rogue ninjas and shinobi from various nations had set their sights on this organization, exerting every effort to locate and eliminate its members. Encounters during missions had become a matter of prioritizing the annihilation of these individuals, for even a single head could fetch a considerable sum of money, an opportunity too enticing to overlook. It was estimated that since the bounty was issued, the Root organization had lost at least half of its ninjas, resulting in catastrophic losses. Naturally, there were also those attempting to gain merit through deceit, aiming to kill indiscriminately, but such individuals were swiftly exposed and met with counterbounties. After all, the ninjas of the Root organization possessed distinctive traits, such as the cursed seal of root eradication, which was not something that ordinary individuals could easily counterfeit. Danzo would not go so far as to create ninjas with such identifiable characteristics merely for the sake of bounties. Even if one were to impersonate, the strength of those individuals could not be fabricated. Thus, it was simply not worthwhile for Danzo. Consequently, few dared to engage in such clever subterfuge. Danzo himself fared even worse. As the highest bounty target, he became the focal point of attention for all, including rogue ninjas and even hidden missions dispatched by ninja villages, secretly sending operatives to Konohagakure to carry out assassination attempts. This created a precarious environment for Konohagakure, as rumors suggested that the current Hokage and Danzo were at odds, emboldening others to undertake such audacious actions. As a result, Danzo had already faced over 2 assassination attempts within the village, sustaining significant injuries, and was now forced to seclude himself within the Root base, too fearful to venture outside. Upon receiving such intelligence, those in the mountains could not help but chuckle. This individual, who had only ever known how to plot against others from the shadows, was finally experiencing the bitter taste of being schemed against. This was indeed fortuitous, for had it not been for these circumstances, their journey through the Land of Fire would have undoubtedly encountered unforeseen complications, as that obstinate troublemaker would have surely devised some form of mischief. Days later, as the damp air enveloped them and a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens, the group realized they had crossed into the territory of the Land of Rain. It is worth noting that while the Land of Rain is notorious for its incessant downpours, it is not devoid of sunny days. However, during the few visits made by those in the mountains, the weather had consistently been unkind, always shrouded in rain. Upon arriving in the domain of pain, the workers were settled in, and a meeting was convened with the leaders of the engineering teams to discuss the specifics of the construction project. This meeting would last for half a month, during which every detail of the construction was meticulously deliberated, encompassing every conceivable aspect. This thoroughness was a long-standing tradition of the Yamashita Industrial Company. Prior to commencing any construction, the leaders would hold multiple meetings to discuss the intricacies of the project, aiming to mitigate any potential mishaps that might arise during the actual work. This practice was borrowed from Yamashita's previous life experiences. Although the workers here were at least of the genin rank, minimizing the risk of accidents such as fractures from a mere 2-meter jump, it was prudent to exercise caution. What if a ninjutsu mishap were to occur? From the results observed, this strategy proved to be exceedingly effective. The construction teams under his command were renowned for their zero-accident reputation, a feat that, even in a more developed system of the past, was remarkably commendable as the meetings progressed. Even Pain, the leader of the Land of Rain, found it somewhat taxing to keep up, alternating with Conan to participate in the discussions and absorb the key points. Finally, after half a month of deliberation, they had formulated a preliminary plan. They intended to undertake dual construction efforts. One team would work on building the canal, while another would excavate a man-made lake. The 2 teams would collaborate, establishing timelines to ensure the completion of both projects concurrently. Subsequently, they would merge to finalize the flood control facilities in the designated areas. With the plan set, the next step was to execute the construction according to this blueprint. Before proceeding, Yamashita gathered all the construction team members for a comprehensive meeting, a rallying call of sorts. After all, many of these individuals were far from home, laboring in such harsh conditions, and it was only natural for some discontent to simmer within them. At such a moment, it was vital to instill a sense of motivation to prevent any inclination toward lethargy. Standing before the assembly of workers, alongside Pain and Conan, he delivered an impassioned address. Comrades, we gather here today not for any trivial purpose, but to accomplish one of the most monumental engineering feats in the history of the shinobi world. You may feel discontent with the surrounding environment, be daunted by the challenges of construction, or harbor resentment for being far from home. Yet, I assure you, your efforts at this moment are well worth it. The project you are undertaking will ultimately benefit the citizens of the Land of Rain, the Land of Wind, and many more nations. This is a monumental achievement in the annals of shinobi history, and you are the direct participants in this endeavor. Perhaps your names will not be etched in the annals of time, but I can guarantee that your contributions will endure for eternity. The people of the Land of Rain, the Land of Wind, and indeed all citizens of the shinobi world will remember that there existed a group of individuals who dedicated their youth for the happiness of others. As long as this project stands upon this continent, your legacy will remain immortal. His stirring words ignited the fervor within the construction workers, dispelling any lingering doubts they may have harbored. They had never envisioned that individuals such as themselves could partake in such a grand undertaking. This was a far cry from the ravages of war, which brought suffering. Rather, this endeavor promised to bestow happiness. One among them could not contain their curiosity and asked, "Mr. Yamashita, can people like us truly accomplish such feats?" To which Yamashita responded with a smile, "What of being a small figure in this shinobi world who can act without the influence of the common man? To put it more plainly, you are the true architects of history. You are the mainstream of this world. All of the history of the shinobi world is crafted by your hands. Now, I implore you to harness every ounce of your strength to forge a narrative unlike any other, a narrative devoid of bloodshed, yet equally compelling, destined to be remembered by humanity." The construction efforts in the Land of Rain surged forward with fervent energy. Inspired by Yamashita's earlier encouragement, the teams under his command were invigorated, diligently proceeding with their work despite the relentless rain. Naturally, Yamashita compensated them generously. He understood that both moral encouragement and material support were equally crucial. The earlier rallying meeting had uplifted their spirits, while he ensured that their material needs were met as well. He was not like the core capitalists of his previous life, who wished for the horse to run while denying it fodder. He prided himself on being a considerate employer. It was precisely for this reason that the workers rallied behind him so wholeheartedly. He observed the workers on site, each diligently executing their tasks according to the previously established plans, seamlessly channeling their ninjutsu. One could either excavate the earth and stones, transporting them away, or remove some standing water, or even reinforce the walls. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. This realm of shinobi possesses a unique advantage. Despite the absence of large-scale construction machinery, it benefits from the arcane techniques of ninjutsu, which in certain respects surpasses the utility of any excavator and offers far greater flexibility. It is precisely due to such support that he feels emboldened to undertake monumental engineering projects on a global scale. However, the mere act of relocating mountains and filling seas is insufficient for such endeavors. The innovative materials his company is developing are equally vital. Alas, in this world, while there exist earth, magnet, and ice techniques, there is no technique for cement. If only such a bloodline limit existed, he would be confident in propelling the project forward significantly. "What is the status of the construction, Hiroshi?" Yamashita inquired as he approached a foreman. A stout-faced man stood at attention, respectfully addressing Yamashita. "Mr. Yamashita, everything is proceeding according to plan. Rest assured, our Yawara team will not hinder the progress of the project. Do not be so serious. Safety is paramount." Yamashita replied with a nod of satisfaction. That moment, a ninja swiftly appeared at his side, exclaiming, "Mr. Yamashita, there has been an incident on the northern slope." Yamashita's expression turned grave as he followed the ninja toward the site, questioning, "What happened? What is the situation?" The ninja responded, "The Miyamoto construction team encountered several suspicious individuals during their work. When approached for questioning, these individuals were evasive about their identities, just as the team attempted to detain them. The suspects unexpectedly attacked, injuring several before being overwhelmed and killed by the group. Is that so?" Yamashita furrowed his brow deeply, unable to fathom such an occurrence. Clearly, This was the work of an organization intent on sabotaging the project. Their malicious intent evident. But who could be behind this? Yamashita pondered, involuntarily recalling the infamous scapegoat of the Hokage world, Shimura Danzo. Could it be that old rascal stirring trouble again? If so, he would truly be courting death. This project is the lifeblood of the Land of Rain. Should Pain discover that Danzo is attempting to cause disruption, he might very well descend upon Kanahagakure and raze it to the ground. As they arrived at the scene, the sight before them was grim, with several bodies sprawled on the ground, both of the invading ninjas and the construction workers. Yamashita did not rush to ascertain the identities of the ninjas, but instead approached the fallen workers. His countenance heavy with sorrow, he gently touched the bodies, lamenting, "I am deeply sorry, for I failed to ensure your safe return. This is my responsibility." Turning to the construction team leader, Miyamoto, he instructed, "Musashi, please take care of these bodies. Arrange for their transport back for a proper burial. Additionally, ensure their families are well taken care of, providing adequate compensation. If any have children, our company will cover their expenses until adulthood. They sacrifice their lives for our company. We must take full responsibility." Yamashita's voice resonated with conviction, bolstering the spirits of those who had been sorrowful, redirecting their grief into a fervent hatred for the perpetrators. Yamashita's words were not mere theatrics. He felt a genuine sense of remorse, recognizing that the inadequacy of the construction site as security had led to this tragedy. Once he had addressed these matters, he turned his attention to the fallen ninjas. Examining their bodies closely, notably, he scrutinized the base of their tongues, discovering no marks indicating a jutsu to conceal their identities, nor any items on their person to reveal who they were. Naturally, this was to be expected, as they were sent to execute a nefarious plot. If they had possessed anything that could identify them, it would have been an open declaration of their intentions. Yet, such circumstances made it exceedingly difficult to discern who was targeting the Land of Rain's project. Could it be Danzo? While the likelihood seemed high, it was worth considering that he might currently be preoccupied with evading capture. To assume he would engage in such self-destructive antics seemed somewhat implausible. Was it possible that this individual would risk everything just to wreak havoc? Yamashita found himself at a loss. That moment, Pain arrived on the scene. Upon assessing the situation, his expression soured, standing before the ninja. He effortlessly lifted one of the bodies, stating, "This matter need not concern you, Mr. Yamashi. It was our oversight that allowed such individuals to infiltrate the construction site. Rest assured, within 3 days, we in the Land of Rain shall provide you with an explanation, and we will take responsibility for the compensation of the deceased workers." With that, Pain departed, carrying the body away. Watching Pain's retreating figure, Yamashita felt a slight sense of relief. Surely, with the power of the Rinnegan, he would uncover the true mastermind behind this incident. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the burden of seeking out the culprit himself. "Musashi, take a few men to investigate the area where those individuals were last seen. See if they were up to anything suspicious," Yamashita instructed. "Understood," the foreman acknowledged, promptly setting off with his team. Yamashita sighed, hoping that the project could continue smoothly. After this minor disruption, the atmosphere at the construction site grew increasingly serious, with ninjas frequently patrolling to identify any suspicious characters, preventing similar incidents from occurring again. Although the workers occasionally found the inspections irksome, they understood it was for their safety. Overall, the progress of the project remained unaffected by the recent events, advancing steadily each day. Within a few days, the construction had taken shape, and the vast expanse of the lake began to emerge, stretching for thousands of miles into the horizon, destined to safeguard the citizens of the Land of Rain. While Yamashita's affairs continued undisturbed, Pain's situation, however, had taken a turn for the worse. He had previously vowed to unveil the identity of the culprits within 3 days. Yet now, more than 10 days had passed. Nearly a month, with no useful information forthcoming. Yamashita had no intention of pressing the matter, recognizing that they were all victims in this scenario. There was no reason to cast blame upon his own people. Nevertheless, Pain seemed to be under considerable strain, avoiding Yamashita Kenji in recent days, delegating all matters to Konan. "Mr. Yamashita, I sincerely apologize," Konan said, bowing deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle. "Despite the passage of time, we have yet to identify those behind the attack. It is indeed our failure. Yamashita waved his hand dismissively, replying, I understand. In the shinobi world, there are countless skilled individuals, and uncovering the identities of a group is no easy feat, as long as no further incidents occur. That is what matters. Rest assured, we have deployed our ninjas around the construction site, conducting 24-hour patrols to ensure the safety of your workers, Conan assured him. Let's hope for that, Yamashita replied. Yamashita glanced at the progress of his systems project. The ongoing task, the South-to-North Water Diversion Project of a Land of Wind, completion rate, 29. As the project advanced, his task progress was continuously updated. Upon reaching a 20% completion rate, he acquired the advanced skill of puppet mastery, master-level puppet techniques. With this skill, his proficiency in puppet techniques had ascended to a level of dominance within the ninja realm, comparable to that of the original creator of this art, Shaman. Furthermore, several secret techniques and forbidden arts related to puppetry became accessible to him. He had already mastered esoteric methods, such as human puppetry and the hunter machine manipulation. Now, he could control his puppets without the need for chakra threads. Mere mental commands sufficed to wield them. He possessed sufficient capability to create and manipulate large puppets as well. However, these advancements did not bring him much joy, for the task progress had remained stagnant at 29 for quite some time. Despite visible progress at the construction site, the system showed no response, remaining frozen at this rate, which was perplexing and starkly different from previous increments, leaving him bewildered, excluding the possibility of a system bug. This judgment from the system suggested there might be other criteria at play. Did hidden dangers exist within this project that he was unaware of? The thought of the infiltrating ninjas filled him with unease. He instructed those nearby to remain vigilant for any anomalies during the construction. Yamashita addressed one of his companions, emphasizing the necessity of caution. Although they had fortified their defenses, it is said that one cannot guard against every potential threat. Should the adversaries truly wish to employ underhanded tactics, it would be exceedingly challenging to thwart them entirely. For now, they could only proceed with caution and hope that their opponents had not yet descended into madness. After all, this project posed no threat to the interests of any other factions. Their interference would be entirely self-destructive. Thus, Yamashita harbored a thread of worry as several months passed, following months of diligent effort. Both lines of the project were nearing completion. The canal and the artificial lake were fully connected, and the dam, after testing, was nearly operational. It must be said that accomplishing such a monumental feat in just a few months was nothing short of miraculous. The labor force of the ninjas was extraordinarily high, with one individual equating to a bulldozer, a pump, or a drilling machine, capable of operating in even the most complex terrains with remarkable agility. Had it not been for the chakra limitations that necessitated rest and recovery after prolonged work, their progress might have been even swifter. Nevertheless, with multiple teams working in shifts, the completion rate was accelerating rapidly. Now, only the final opening of the floodgates remained to declare the project fully completed. Hello, Hiroshi, can you hear me? Yamashita spoke into the communication device. After adjustments over time, the device's range now encompassed nearly 100 miles, and voices could only be heard on specific channels, resembling a walkie-talkie from a previous life. Lord Yamashita, I can hear you clearly. Our Yawar engineering team is ready. We can commence the water diversion ceremony. A clear voice responded from the other end. Yamashita nodded and turned to Payne and Conan, who awaited nearby, saying, We're ready. We can commence the water diversion ceremony at any moment. Upon hearing this, even Payne, the leader of a nation accustomed to great storms, could not suppress a shudder of anticipation. After all, this project was vital to the lifeblood of the land of rain and the livelihood of its people. Whether it could fundamentally alter the long-standing disasters and impoverishment faced by the land of rain hinged upon this moment. He took a deep breath and slowly, yet resolutely, uttered the words. Open the floodgates, release the water, Yamashita commanded into the device. Commence the water diversion. The Yawara engineering team has received the order. Water diversion complete, equipment functioning normally. The Miyamoto engineering team has received the order. Water diversion complete. Equipment functioning normally. The Noera engineering team has received the order. Water diversion complete. Equipment functioning normally. A series of reports resonated from the device, each one a resounding affirmation that stirred the hearts of all present. Finally, when all 20 construction teams confirmed the completion of their tasks, Yamashita exhaled with relief, a smile breaking across his face as he turned to Payne, saying, "I have fulfilled my promise. All canals are fully connected. Although the artificial lake has yet to accumulate water, we can draw early conclusions. The waterway restructuring of the land of rain is entirely complete." In the distance, torrents of water surged along the newly constructed channel. Rushing forth, the crowd gathered by the artificial lake watched as the water for the canal gradually filled the reservoir. Whether among the workers who participated in the construction or the ninjas of the land of rain safeguarding their safety, a profound sense of happiness and pride welled within them. This colossal endeavor was accomplished under their watchful eyes or through their own efforts. Such a project, with benefits for the present and future generations, was indeed a source of immense pride, allowing them to one day recount to their descendants, "Do you know the artificial lake of the land of rain? I helped build it." Report: the first artificial lake has reached 70 capacity. The second artificial lake has reached 50. The water level of the Holy Lake has declined by over 50. The water levels of the three large lakes have reached a preliminary state of balance, achieving the initial engineering expectations. Please advise. The device relayed a series of reports, mostly delivering good news. As the final report concluded, Yamashita couldn't help but sigh in relief, a smile gracing his lips as he responded to the device. "Proceed as planned." He then turned to the equally elated Payne and Conan, stating, "I have fulfilled my promise. The project is nearly complete. From this moment forth, the water disasters of the land of rain will be greatly alleviated. The citizens shall no longer endure the calamities of nature as they once did." Upon hearing this, even the eyes of Payne, though made of wood, seemed to glisten with emotion as he nodded gravely. "I'm truly indebted to you, Mr. Yamashita. Mutual benefit requires no further words." Yamashita replied nonchalantly before addressing the device. "Proceed as planned." Understood. The next phase would involve the operation of these three artificial lakes and the canal. As the land of rain bordered three major nations, it was reasonably convenient for trade. Now that the canal spanned nearly the entirety of the land of rain, transporting goods would become significantly more accessible. Should they seize this opportunity, it would not be impossible for the land of rain to rise to prominence. Of course, this was predicated on their ability to protect themselves, like our land of soup. Had we not taken advantage of this rare piece in the ninja world to bolster our defenses while rising, we might have already become nothing more than the financial appendage of Konoha. Subject to their whims, Yamashita explained, offering a brief overview of the nation's future development plans. However, the latter assertion regarding the necessity of developing strength was somewhat misplaced for the land of rain. Candidly speaking, in terms of strength, the land of rain was no less formidable than any major ninja village. Nagato's 6 paths of pain alone could single-handedly conquer any existing ninja village in the world. Not even Konoha could withstand him. Moreover, it goes without saying that the members of the Akatsuki organization who have remained hidden are quite a mystery. From Yamashita's perspective, the current Akatsuki has, at the very least, included formidable figures such as Deidara, Itachi Uchiha, and Sasori, excluding those already recruited by himself, such as Kakuzu and captured like Haiden, as well as Deidara, whose membership status remains uncertain. The Akatsuki's roster appears to be nearly complete. In the future, it may be worthwhile to inquire with Nagato about the possibility of borrowing those 3 talents for his own purposes. Of course, this would not be immediate. It would be prudent to wait until Nagato recognizes his value. It stands to reason that he would acquiesce to such a request. Yes, that's so. Payne pondered Yamashita's words, then shook his head and replied, "Mr. Yamashita, while I possess certain ideas regarding the development of our rain country, they are rather naive and have never been put into practice, rendering them somewhat fanciful. Thus, I wish to employ your company to provide guidance on the future development of our rain country, aiding us in our transformation." Yamashita looked at Payne with surprise and asked, "Have you truly thought this through, Mr. Payne? By doing so, you would essentially be relinquishing your nation's interests to our company, which is certainly not a charitable organization. If we stand to gain any profit, rest assured we will not hesitate to seize it. It matters not," Payne replied, observing the jubilant individuals waving their hands along the riverbank. If my memory serves me correctly, Mr. Yamashita, you previously stated that your company's vision is to promote the welfare of the people in the ninja world, correct? The citizens of my rain country are also part of this world. Are they not? You may take whatever benefits you wish from the rain country, as long as my people can live as happily as those of your land of soup. Yamashita questioned, you seek neither power nor profit. Is your sole desire truly to ensure the citizens of the rain country lead good lives? Pain declared, not only that, I also hope for an end to warfare in this ninja world, so that everyone can live and grow in peace and happiness. Yamashita understood. This was indeed Pain's, or rather Nagato's, heartfelt sentiment that I end this narrative. Most of the antagonists, including Nagato and Madara Uchiha, are not villains in the traditional sense. Their pursuits align closely with those of the protagonists, as they yearn for lasting peace in a land ravaged by conflict. Of course, this excludes Obito Uchiha, who is merely a deranged individual driven by romantic obsession. The differing philosophies regarding peace have led to an array of ensuing tales that Nagato's willingness to relinquish the interests of the entire Rain country is, in some respects, a manifestation of his ideals. However, this confidence is predicated on his absolute belief in his own strength, convinced that he can control the situation. Much like his predecessor Hanzo, who cooperated harmoniously with the Akatsuki during its early development, only to seek its eradication once it grew powerful enough to threaten his rule. Yet, Nagato is likely unconcerned with mere monetary interests, provided he can fulfill his promises. This arrangement would allow him to strategically plan the development of the Rain country, enabling it to rise swiftly. No problem. I can't agree to your terms, as long as our company takes charge of the Rain country's development. Then, the people of the Rain country shall surely lead prosperous lives. Yamashita proclaimed. Pain nodded, poised to respond, when suddenly, the phone bug in Yamashita's hand emitted a piercing sound. Mr. Yamashita, a massive explosion has occurred at the banks of the second artificial lake. The structural integrity of the lake has been compromised. The eastern wall has nearly collapsed, and the dam has been destroyed. The lake has breached. The voice was hoarse, almost hysterical. However, at this moment, no one could fault him for his lack of decorum. Yamashita stood frozen for a moment. Then, without a second thought, utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive at the vicinity of the second artificial lake. Upon his arrival, he was greeted with the sight of a massive torrent of water crashing through the dam, rushing violently towards the low-lying areas. How could this happen? Yamashita recalled the infiltrating ninja among the construction workers. Could it be that they had devised such a nefarious plan to detonate the dam at the moment of its completion, unleashing a catastrophic flood upon the Rain country? But what was the motive behind this? Would the suffering of the Rain country benefit any other nation? Or was it simply a desire to prevent the Rain country from developing through its network of canals and artificial lakes, condemning its people to perpetual hardship? Yamashita Kenji's expression turned grim. For the first time, he contemplated the destruction of something that in this context, Nagato's thoughts appeared quite rational. If those in power were not made to feel profound suffering, they would never comprehend the value of peace. Yet, this was not the time for such reflections. The immediate priority was to address the current predicament. As the flood surged forth, threatening to engulf the area populated by residents. Yamashita gritted his teeth, acutely aware of his own impotence. Even though he ranked among the elite in the ninja world and could potentially best Nagato, he lacked any means, such as would release or Susanoo, that could alter the situation. All ninjas, the time has come for you to act. Behind you are the citizens of the Rain country. If you take a single step back, thousands of families will be displaced. I shall say no more. We need everyone to unite and execute Earth release techniques to halt this deluge, granting the citizens time to evacuate. I implore you. With that, Yamashita swiftly moved to the nearest gathering of personnel, and upon forming hand seals, a thick mist erupted around them. As the mist dissipated, nearly 100 figures of Yamashita Kenji emerged in the area. This was the maximum number he could produce with the multi-shadow clone technique. Anymore, and he risked chakra depletion that could cost him his life when the clones dissipated. However, there was no time to dwell on such concerns now. The nearly 100 clones rapidly employed the flying thunder god technique, transporting each gathered citizen to safety. Yet compared to the multitude of people, even Yamashita's speed appeared insufficient. Moreover, he could not exhaust all his chakra. While he harbored a sense of justice, he was far from willing to sacrifice himself. At that moment, the overwhelming flood surged toward them. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. A chorus of identical voices reverberated like thunder. Subsequently, before the oncoming flood, a towering earth wall, nearly 100 meters high, rose from the ground, standing as a formidable barrier against the torrent. The thundering sound of impact echoed as the raging waters crashed against the earthen wall, shaking it violently, yet it successfully absorbed the force of the flood's onslaught. "Excellent," Yamashita exclaimed, praising the technique executed by hundreds of ninjas in unison. Such a display of solidarity was a rare sight in the ninja world. In Yamashita's recollection, it could only be compared to the scene during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where hundreds of ninjas utilized water release in tandem with Uchiha Madara's own techniques. However, this natural disaster was no less formidable than Madara himself. The earth wall, upon being struck, began to tremble precariously, and those who had executed the technique found their chakra reserves nearly depleted. Apart from maintaining their basic movements, they could no longer cast another technique. The flood, having been temporarily repelled, merged with the returning waters and surged back towards the earthen wall with renewed ferocity. At this point, even Yamashita felt a sense of despair. They could not hold it back. It was simply not feasible. To have managed a momentary reprieve was already a miracle unique to the ninja world. Yamashita envisioned the wall collapsing, thousands of citizens displaced, perishing in the waters in a scene of utter tragedy. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yamashita sensed that the oncoming flood had inexplicably slowed. It appeared to be reducing in speed. Peering into the distance, he observed a peculiar figure riding the crest of the wave, as if surfing. No, that surfboard resembles a peculiar creature with a gaping mouth. That individual is, indeed, the dry persimmon Jinchuriki. This trader from the hidden mist village possesses extraordinary mastery over water techniques. If it is him, he undoubtedly has the capability to mitigate the onslaught of the flood. However, that alone is insufficient. With a crisp sound, Pain landed atop the earthen wall, his right hand pressing firmly upon its surface. In the next moment, a pitch-black membrane emanated from his palm, swiftly enveloping the entire massive earthen wall. Boom! The flood collided once more with the earthen barrier. Yet this time, the wall appeared to have softened, becoming more resilient, managing to withstand the impact of the deluge yet again. Bang! Bang! The scene erupted into smoke once more. And as the mist cleared, two colossal figures emerged. Point one was a monstrous hound with 3 heads, and the other a unicorn rhinoceros. These behemoths, each 100 meters in length, nearly matched the height of the earthen wall. Upon their appearance, they thrust against the wall and, with a powerful push, began to drive it back against the flow of water. Bang! Bang! The flood was gradually pushed back, the might of the heavens being single-handedly halted by Nagato. Soon after, a throng of Rain Country ninjas arrived, methodically organizing the evacuation of the populace. Seeing that the dire situation had been contained, Yamashita could not help but exhale in relief, dispelling his multiple shadow clones. However, a wave of weakness and fatigue washed over him, causing him to tremble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to recover after a brief moment of rest. He then turned his gaze towards Nagato, who was valiantly resisting the flood, his expression grave. Although it appeared that the flood had been contained, in reality, this was merely a temporary solution. Even with the fortifications, the wall was precariously close to collapse after repeated assaults. At last, with another violent impact, the earthen wall crumbled entirely. The surging flood cascaded forth, rushing downstream. Earth explosion stars. Pain's voice rang out with a calm demeanor, yet it resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. The sensation at the mountain's base was different. Unlike others, he understood the significance of those 4 words and was astonished that Pain would employ such a technique at this juncture. From Pain's palm, a black sphere gradually materialized. This orb floated atop the tumultuous waters like a black hole, dark and profound, instilling dread in all who beheld it in the next instant, as the flood surged past. The black sphere unleashed a terrifying pull, momentarily halting the torrent's momentum. That it was as if an immense force had torn at the waters, causing them to reverse course and converge upon the orb. A surreal spectacle unfolded, reminiscent of the Milky Way flowing backward as the black sphere gathered all the rushing waters around it, forming a massive water sphere that gradually ascended into the sky. With a substantial volume of water drawn away, the once torrential flood diminished significantly, its overwhelming force considerably lessened. Consequently, the water-controlling Kisame felt increasingly at ease, channeling chakra to subtly alter the direction of the currents, guiding the floodwaters towards an adjacent open area. With the most ferocious wave of water obstructed, subsequent tasks became manageable. The construction team in the mountain's base had already begun necessary repairs at the blasted site. Although it would not be restored to its original state, at least for the time being, the calamity that had previously struck would not be repeated. Observing the newly constructed dam and walls being restored under the workers' diligent efforts, Yamashita's expression soured. These were the fruits of their labor. Yet, before the project could truly demonstrate its potential, it had been maliciously undermined that in truth, from the inception of this construction, they had foreseen the possibility of sabotage. Thus, they had prepared contingency plans, designing the structures with exceptional strength. Even a typical high-ranking ninja would require considerable effort to inflict damage on such constructions. However, this act of destruction was different. Preliminary analysis indicated that the explosion did not occur externally, but was instead buried within the wall itself, leading to a catastrophic internal detonation. Clearly, the adversary's assault was premeditated, orchestrated from the very beginning of the construction. That it was also a consequence of their negligence in management that allowed the enemy to exploit vulnerabilities. Glancing at the busy workers, Yamashita turned to Pain and remarked, "The repair work for this breach will not consume too much time. It should be patched within a few days. The remaining construction teams have been dispatched to establish flood control measures in the spillway." Though this attack resulted in no casualties, it serves as a stark reminder. While these constructions boast sufficient strength, complacency could lead to dire consequences. Pain nodded in acknowledgement, while Kisame, standing beside him, scoffed derisively, saying, "How amusing. From now on, leader, you need only oversee these constructions. That it is indeed foolish beyond measure to construct such edifices within one's own nation, essentially exposing one's most vulnerable weakness to all." Though Kisame's words were harsh, they articulated a brutal truth. Over the years, the ninja world had refrained from erecting such grand structures, not merely due to a lack of technical ability. Such constructions represented the lifeblood of a nation. If targeted during wartime, it would be akin to self-sabotage. Due to these concerns, despite the ninja world's technological capabilities not being abysmal, such projects remain scarce. "You speak wisely," Yamashita responded, "but it is equally unwise to abandon all progress out of fear. While such constructions may be susceptible to targeting, their very existence brings tangible benefits to our citizens. Moreover, they stand as a monument, symbolizing the Rain country's unwillingness to remain stagnant, a testament to change. And perhaps, in time, a spiritual totem for the people of the Rain country, as long as these structures remain. Even if they are ultimately destroyed by those with ill intentions, the people can reunite and restore them." Kisame regarded Yamashita with surprise, unable to comprehend why he held such unwavering faith in something untested, as though he had witnessed it firsthand. Little did he know, Yamashita had indeed seen such nations, or rather, the indomitable spirit of a people who, despite facing insurmountable odds, persevered. Amidst overwhelming adversity, they rose from the ashes, constructing remarkable wonders that captured the world's attention. Because they could, so too could these people. "You're being rather absurd," Kisame retorted, then seemingly struck by a thought, shrugged dismissively. "But it matters not. It's only natural for someone like you to be a bit naive. Live on in your little dream." With that, he turned to Pain, saying, "Leader, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Itachi awaits me." With that, he vanished in a flash. "Thank you for your efforts during this time, Mr. Nisha," Pain said. Yamashita waved his hand, replying, "It was nothing. It was my duty. However, Mr. Payne, do you have any idea who orchestrated this attack? Allowing such scoundrels to lurk in the shadows is indeed troublesome. To these words, Payne's expression darkened, stating, "We have already discerned the identity of the assailant." Although their scheme succeeded this time, such an explosion requires someone to trigger it from the side. We had already apprehended the individual responsible for the detonation before the flood control measures were enacted. Though they put on a brave front, I have my methods, and I have ascertained their true identity. Upon reaching this point, Payne could not help but grit his teeth in fury. Those were the ninjas from Awagakure, dispatched by the Tsuchikage, Anoki, to sabotage our structures, compelling the Land of Rain to continue its dependency on the resources of the Land of Earth, thereby tightening their grip over us. Rest assured, Mr. Yamashita, such occurrences will not transpire again. This is a national grievance. Our Land of Rain shall ensure that they pay the price they deserve. The hidden hand behind this was indeed Awagakure, which deviated somewhat from Yamashita's initial conjecture. After all, this village was not particularly prominent in the original narrative, with only a few powerful ninjas being widely recognized. However, upon reflection, one could deduce some clues from the previous incidents. Although an internal explosion could indeed devastate the dam, achieving such destruction required meticulous calculations and an intimate understanding of the engineering weaknesses at critical points. It seems that, within this ninja world, aside from their Yamashita Industrial Company, only the ninjas of Awagakure, proficient in earth techniques, could pinpoint those locations with such precision. Now, as Yamashita gazed into Payne's eyes, which were filled with palpable hatred, he surmised that the calamities awaiting Awagakure would not be less severe than those that befell Kanehagakure in the original tale. He believed that Nagato, in his fury, would deliver a significant surprise to Awagakure. However, after some contemplation, he remarked, "The ordinary villagers of Awagakure are, after all, innocent. Should you wish to undertake any targeted actions, please strive to minimize their suffering." Payne cast a calm glance at Yamashita and replied, "Since they have accepted the protection of Awagakure, they must also be prepared to bear the consequences. That is only just to desire benefits, while wishing to evade harm. Such good fortune does not exist in this world." Upon hearing these words, Yamashita Kenji found himself at a loss for words. Though harsh, it was in fact fair. The notion that disaster spares families is merely a sentiment of the naive. Disaster spares families only if wisdom does not touch them. Just as Yamashita Kenji had witnessed in his past life, where parents committed heinous acts yet provided their children with all the luxuries, only to be brought down while the children emerged unscathed. Is this fairness? Absolutely not. This constitutes the greatest injustice. Given Nagato's mindset, Yamashita had little more to say. After exchanging farewells, the two parted ways. Yamashita observed the workers fervently repairing the breach. After assigning the next phase of work, he shifted his focus to the system panel. Current task: South-to-North Water Diversion Project of the Land of Wind. Progress: 2932. His task progress had finally ascended. It appeared that the reason his progress had been stagnating at 29 was due to the latent hazards within the constructed project. Now that the threat had manifested, the project could proceed normally. This indicated that the buildings no longer harbored the hidden dangers planted by the adversary. Subsequently, he directed his gaze toward the recently issued system reward. Congratulations, host. Project progress exceeding 30. Reward. Master Puppeteer full skills at last. He had acquired all the skills of the puppet's secret technique. From this moment forth, he would be the most formidable puppeteer in the ninja world, both past and present. Eagerly, he extracted the skill that a stream of information surged through his mind, and in an instant, Yamashita mastered the final segment of puppeteer skills. When he opened his eyes once more, his aura had transformed entirely. If the previous two segments of puppeteer skills fell within the realm of mortals, achievable by the ninjas of the ninja world, the last segment transcended the mundane and reached an entirely different plane. One could even call it divine. Such techniques could elevate his power to unprecedented heights. Should he prepare adequately, he might even have the means to quell that cataclysmic flood he had previously faced. How splendid! He exclaimed, filled with anticipation for the rewards that awaited him once he pushed the project progress to 40, 50, or even 100%. That in the past he had harbored some doubts. Although his strength was already considered top tier in this world, he felt somewhat inadequate when faced with the likes of Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Not to mention, when time advanced a decade or so later, the chaos wrought by the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan would render even shadow-level power insufficient. One would struggle to remain relevant in such tumult. However, at this moment, the rewards bestowed upon him by the system had already left him astounded that if he continued to advance the project, he might stand a chance to confront those adversaries directly. Of course, before that, he needed to eliminate any obstacles hindering his progress. Not only the land of Earth, but also several other major nations within the ninja world were unlikely to remain docile. If he wished to construct more super-engineering projects within the ninja realm, he would inevitably encounter resistance from those nations. It seemed prudent to devise plans in advance, leveraging his foresight to avert unnecessary conflicts and tragedies, thereby facilitating his infrastructural endeavors more effectively. In the following days, the project continued to unfold as planned. Once the construction team repaired the dam's breach, they proceeded directly to the prearranged flood discharge area to continue the construction of drainage facilities. Nagato had previously relocated all the residents of this area, and indeed, as he had stated, none exhibited the sentiment of reluctance to leave their homeland. Yamashita found himself uncertain whether to feel pleased or saddened by this. Nevertheless, it was undeniably beneficial for them, and thus he refrained from commenting further. The construction of the drainage area was not as grand as the previous endeavors of creating artificial lakes, dams, and canals. It was merely a collection of minor tasks scattered throughout the discharge zone. Consequently, the construction team spent most of their time in transit, with little time dedicated to actual building. However, regardless of how fragmented the project, under the competency of Yamashita's team, they approached its conclusion. The completion of this portion signified the end of all engineering efforts within the Land of Rain, with the subsequent task being to carve an opening in Mount Tenjin to channel the waters of the Land of Rain into the Land of Wind. During this period, the artificial lakes, dams, and canals had begun to operate normally, providing immense convenience to the citizens of the Land of Rain. Walking through the streets, one could see the clouds of despair that had once shrouded the faces of the people lifting, revealing smiles as if their arduous lives had finally glimpsed hope. That moment, news from the Land of Earth arrived. Tragic, tragic. After reviewing the intelligence from Awagakure, Yamashita could not help but utter the word tragic thrice. Nagato, as the leader of the most formidable terrorist organization in the current ninja world, executed his plans with remarkable cruelty. Recently, he had stormed into Awagakure with several of his powerful puppets. Unlike the attack on Kanahagakure depicted in the original story, where Pain's primary objective was to capture the Nine Tails, thus leading him to minimize casualties, this assault on Awagakure was fundamentally different. This time, his main goal was annihilation, leaving little preparation time for the ninjas of Awagakure. Upon breaching their territory, he summoned his colossal summoned beasts and unleashed a bloody massacre, not quite killing on sight, but nearly so, given Awagakure's historical advantage of being easy to defend but challenging to attack. They had not faced an assault on their village for many years. In the initial moments, they were caught off guard by Nagato, suffering immense losses. Nevertheless, the Hidden Rain village remained resilient. After the initial chaos, they managed to organize a formidable resistance. Had their adversary not been Pain, they might have triumphed over their foes. Unfortunately, they now face the most powerful ninja in the current shinobi world. The outcome of their skirmishes is self-evident, best summarized by the term devastating. The interception squad, led by Kuratsuchi, the blocking squad under Akatsuchi, and the sealing squad commanded by F, suffered near total annihilation. Their meager accomplishments amounted to the destruction of only 3 of Pain's puppets, which soon restored themselves. Thus, their sacrifices were rendered utterly meaningless. Confronted with such an enemy, the ninjas of Awagakure momentarily succumbed to despair. Anyone encountering such a formidable opponent would inevitably feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was a clash of entirely different dimensions of power, far beyond mere disparity in strength. At this juncture, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, arrived as the pinnacle of Awagakure's might and the longest-serving leader in the shinobi world. His prowess was beyond question. He immediately halted Pain's offensive. After all, he bore a name strikingly similar to Otsutsuki. Inoki was adept not only in earth release techniques, but also in the unique dust release, which surpassed even bloodline limits. This powerful dust release could decompose all matter into its atomic components. When Pain first encountered such a technique, he suffered initial setbacks due to his ignorance of its properties. However, these setbacks were merely minor inconveniences. The effects of dust release were glaringly apparent, easily discernible, lacking the deceptive intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique or the all-encompassing nature of the Edo Tensei. It was simply a potent jutsu, comparable to fire release. Great fireball technique that, in contrast, Nagato's 6 paths of pain were distinct. Each puppet possessed unique abilities, and whether in functionality or potency, they were exceptionally formidable. This was precisely why Jiraiya, in his initial confrontation with Pain, suffered such significant losses, ultimately leading to his defeat. Had Jiraiya been fully aware of Pain's intelligence, it is likely that he could have dispatched those 6 puppets single-handedly. Given his strength, ultimately, before the manga's narrative progressed into its latter stages, battles among ninjas were characterized by a balance of power and intelligence. It was not uncommon for a powerful ninja to be vanquished by one of seemingly inferior strength. Of course, this applied to the earlier stages. Once the era of high-tier abilities commenced, all the flashy techniques became somewhat irrelevant. Notably, one could critique Uchiha, despite having become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, was still ambushed by Black Zetsu, a true embarrassment for the Uchiha clan. Returning to the matter at hand, as both sides clashed, Nagato suffered a concealed loss, resulting in the destruction of several puppets. However, once he grasped his opponent's strategies, countering them became increasingly effortless. Objectively speaking, Inoki's strength was formidable, roughly on par with Jiraiya. Regrettably, he lacked Jiraiya Sage Mode, and his dust release attacks were rather unremarkable, lacking any specific offensive capabilities against Pain. Therefore, in their battle, aside from his initial successful ambush that obliterated the human path, he achieved little else. Moreover, as their conflict persisted, Inoki's disadvantages became ever more pronounced. After all, he was an aging ninja, and his sustained combat capacity was lacking. Thus, it was only natural that Inoki faced defeat. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the five-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, who rescued him, he might have lost his life in that encounter. However, the cost was that Han was captured by Pain, becoming the first tailed beast in his collection. Following this battle, the Akatsuki organization sent shockwaves through the shinobi world. Prior to this, no one could have imagined that a single individual could take on one of the 5 great shinobi countries' villages. It is crucial to note that a village of a country serves as its military hub. The ability to single-handedly dismantle an entire ninja village implies the capacity to level an entire nation. What a terrifying display of dominance. Since the fall of the shinobi god, Senju Hashirama, following the Warring States period, such an occurrence had not transpired again. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Iwagakure suffered a cataclysmic blow. The village's ninjas, aside from those on missions or who managed to flee, were ruthlessly slaughtered. The defenseless villagers, too, fell victim to Nagato's merciless hand. While a few managed to survive, the majority perished, resulting in a grim tragedy. Nagato, as the leader of the most fearsome organization in the shinobi world, truly became a harbinger of terror when he unleashed his wrath. This indirectly confirmed that, in the original narrative, during the initial assault on Kanehagakure, he exhibited restraint. It was only when his plans faltered that he resorted to using the almighty push. This was entirely reasonable from his perspective. In summary, Nagato ascended to notoriety, stepping upon the countless bones of Iwagakure's fallen, placing himself squarely before the upper echelons of the shinobi world. That Nagato's rise to fame was entirely anticipated by Yamashita. Presently, the most formidable individual in the entire shinobi realm is this Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan. Although ultimately defeated by Naruto in the original storyline, it is noteworthy that when Naruto faced the 6 paths of pain, the Deva path had already utilized the almighty push and was in a weakened state. Even under such circumstances, Naruto, in Sage Mode, did not manage to defeat the 6 paths of pain. Had Hinata not assisted him, the trajectory of the narrative might have shifted dramatically. However, Nagato's current revelation of his strength may not necessarily be advantageous. Given the capabilities of those major shinobi nations, It is likely that they will soon uncover the Akatsuki's base in a land of rain to that point. Whether the land of rain can remain unscathed under the onslaught of those nations is uncertain. While Nagato is exceedingly confident in his ability to confront the entirety of the shinobi world alone, he is not without formidable allies within the Akatsuki, such as Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Konan, alongside the support of Black and White Zetsu and Obito Uchiha. Nonetheless, these are the 5 great countries which have long dominated the shinobi realm, unperturbed even by the ancient ninjas during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Whether the Akatsuki possesses the strength to counter such power remains a question mark in Yamashita's mind. Fortunately, the 5 great countries are not entirely harmonious, and Nagato's assault on their villages is fundamentally a response to their aggression against his own nation, thus providing the Land of Rain with a valid rationale. This raises the possibility of coalition against the Akatsuki akin to the original narrative. More likely, however, is that time will progress through a series of meetings, ultimately leading to a decision that leaves everyone dissatisfied. As Yamashita pondered the potential future of the shinobi world, he and his companions made their way toward Mount Tengai. The flood control project had been completed, along with the infrastructure for diverting water to the Land of Wind. Their next task was to bore a tunnel through the mountain's belly, channeling the sea water from the Land of Rain into the Land of Wind. This was a monumental undertaking, requiring meticulous precision. The mountain's rock was exceptionally hard, rendering the excavation of a tunnel a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Yamashita's construction team was comprised of exceptional individuals, and they had previously formulated a corresponding plan at the Research Institute. Thus, there was no doubt among the group regarding the successful completion of this project. However, before the construction commenced, Pain arrived on site and called for Yamashita Kenji. "What is it, Mr. Pain? Is there an issue?" Yamashita inquired. Puzzled, "If it pertains to your earlier mention of developing the Land of Rain, rest assured, we have dispatched the company's finest planning team, who will soon arrive in our Land of Rain at that time." Everyone could gather to discuss the development of the Land of Rain. Rest assured, the team is undoubtedly professional, and I am personally overseeing this project. We will elevate the Land of Rain to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Land of Soup. "In that case, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Yamashita," Pain said. "However, I did not come here today for that matter." "What do you mean then?" "A few days ago, our Akatsuki organization visited the Rock Village and caused some destruction there as retaliation for their previous actions against us. Although they suffered a setback with the nature of such a ninja village, they will certainly not accept this defeat lightly. Thus, it is highly likely that they will take action soon, causing havoc within our Land of Rain. I have already dispatched personnel to guard key locations, but with your construction team constantly within the borders of our Land of Rain, it is challenging to ensure your safety. Moreover, since your project is vital to our Land of Rain, it may very well become a target for their attacks." Yamashita scratched his head and inquired, "So, you mean to suggest that our construction team temporarily halt operations and withdraw from the Land of Rain until the situation stabilizes?" "That is not feasible. Our projects are progressing according to plan, and a sudden halt would not only delay the overall timeline, but also create a chain reaction, leaving us unable to explain to the workers." "That is not what I meant." Pain shook his head. "What I intend is for you to expedite the progress of the project, complete the work within the Land of Rain as soon as possible, and then withdraw." "How could that be done so quickly?" Yamashita shook his head and then stamped his foot forcefully, saying, "Look at this! Look at this! The ground here is solid enough, right? After hundreds and thousands of years of wind and rain, this mountain has become as hard as steel. Tunnel through it. We need to excavate little by little, starting for smaller sections and gradually expanding. Expect immediate results is simply unrealistic. Mr. Pain, you are thinking too simplistically." Pain touched the mountainside and then turned to look down the mountain, saying, "I believe I have a solution. You want to breach this ridge before us, correct?" Yamashita frowned and replied, "How do you plan to do that?" Pain did not directly answer Yamashita's question. Instead, he turned around and calmly stated, "First, arrange for your people to withdraw it. I will break the mountain in 10 minutes. Yamashita hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Gathering all the construction personnel back, the workers were baffled. While the schedule was not particularly tight, wasting time like this without explanation seemed senseless. "Mr. Yamashita, what does it mean to summon everyone here?" Someone could not help but ask. their tone lacking any blame but brimming with impatience. This was understandable. They had been in the land of rain for several months, enduring relentless rain and having not seen their families for a long time, which understandably made them restless. See, Yamashita said at this moment, he had already realized what Nagato intended to do. He fixated on Pain, who stood quietly in the rain with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Then, amidst the gazes of the crowd, Pain's figure slowly ascended into the sky. As he rose higher, he became smaller, nearly invisible. However, everyone present focused their attention solely on him, waiting and anticipating his actions. Then, in this moment of collective attention, a calm yet powerful voice resonated. Shinra Tensei. There was a brief moment of silence, followed by astonished gazes as, centered around him, everything within a radius of several kilometers, including sand, trees, rocks, and even the rain clouds above, was violently repelled outward by a terrifying force. A fierce wind swept across, swirling with dust and debris, coalescing into a formidable sandstorm that surged in all directions. This scene resembled the apocalypse. Describing it as the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering would not be an exaggeration. This was clearly beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Only a god could accomplish such a feat. Yamashita and his construction workers, being sufficiently distant from Pain, were unharmed. Yet, even at several dozen kilometers away, they could still feel the rush of wind against their cheeks and the sting of sand and gravel striking their foreheads. Once the dust settled and everything returned to calm, they gazed at the mountain, now with a massive, rounded chasm as if it had been bitten by some great force. Through this immense opening, they could see the vast yellow desert of the land of wind in the distance. Just a mountain away, it was a world of stark contrasts, evoking admiration for the wonders of nature. Meanwhile, the rain clouds that had loomed over them for months vanished without a trace. After months of dreary weather, they finally glimpsed the clear blue sky and the sun, which had become extraordinarily radiant and dazzling. The gentle sunlight poured down golden rays, illuminating the land that had long been deprived of sunshine, making it shimmer brilliantly. And there, amidst the sunlight, Pain appeared divine, reminiscent of a deity. The crowd was awestruck by Pain's formidable strength, with some individuals even kneeling in reverence. Clearly, to them, Pain's inexplicable power transcended the concept of a ninja. If one were to encapsulate him in a single word, God would be the most fitting. Yamashita watched Pain slowly descend, his heart a tumult of emotions, although he was already aware of Pain's immense range of jutsu. Having seen it annihilate the entire Leaf Village in the original story, the impact of witnessing it firsthand was far more staggering than reading about it in manga or anime. Even for someone seasoned and facing great challenges like him, this spectacle was profoundly shocking. Compared to Pain, he realized that apart from his exceptional escape skills, he was utterly lacking in other areas. However, he refused to succumb to despair, setting aside the fact that he possessed the system as a powerful tool. He believed that as long as he continued to complete missions, he would grow stronger. Moreover, his mastery of the puppet technique was not inferior to Pain's abilities. It merely required more preparation time to unleash its full potential. Once adequately prepared, he was confident that he could match or even surpass Pain in terms of power and practicality. Yet, those considerations were for another time. For now, it was clear that Nagato remained the strongest in the ninja world. Nevertheless, such a powerful technique, given Nagato's current physical condition, came at the cost of his own life force with each use. Thus, for him, it was not a conventional ninjutsu. What astonished Yamashita was that Nagato was willing to expend his own life to expedite their project, a notion he had never anticipated. The stark contrast between the original intent of using this technique for slaughter and its current application to facilitate the smooth progression of the project and hasten the development of the Land of Rain was truly profound. It became evident that Nagato, this boy who had grown accustomed to the grim and painful realities of life, had been subtly transformed. It seems that my influence on this world has deepened significantly. I believe that before long, the entire ninja world will be altered by my presence, aligning with the vision I have envisioned. After Pain descended from the sky, he did not engage Yamashita in further conversation, but merely nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Following the initial shock, the engineering teams regained their composure and gradually commenced the concluding tasks. Although the most challenging phase had indeed been completed, the subsequent connections of waterways and the clearing of passageways still required their efforts to perfect. Consequently, their engineering team lingered within the borders of the Land of Rain for an additional 2 days. Nevertheless, this significantly accelerated their progress. Initially, they had anticipated that it would take a month to traverse the mountain range. Yet they had accomplished this in just 2 days, marking a substantial advancement in their timeline at this moment. The task progress on his system panel underwent a transformation once more. Ongoing task: South-to-North Water Diversion Project in the Land of Wind, completion. 41. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 40 project progress. Reward: full-level Jinjutsu immunity talent. Yamashita was taken aback, as he had not expected the system to grant him a talent rather than a ninjutsu this time. Regarding talents, he had only previously acquired the negotiation mastery talent, which had proven its potency through his adept application. This new talent appeared to pertain to the realm of rules for the negotiation mastery talent. It increased the likelihood of success during negotiations with others. To put it more simply, this talent could be referred to as verbal evasion. Unlike Naruto, who must defeat his opponent to successfully employ his verbal evasion, Yamashita's version could be activated under any circumstance. It was precisely due to the assistance of this talent that he managed to persuade Kakuzu to work for him, and the cooperation of Nagato, along with the involvement of Orochimaru, could not be said to be devoid of the influence of this verbal evasion. With the precedent set by verbal evasion, he now comprehended the significance of the full-level Jinjutsu immunity talent bestowed upon him by the system. From its literal interpretation, it seemed that possessing this talent would enable him to withstand all known Jinjutsu within the ninja realm. However, he was uncertain whether it could provide immunity against divine techniques like those seen in Naruto. Regardless of the outcome, he had undoubtedly struck a remarkable bargain this time. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, it was nearly impossible for standard offensive ninjutsu to land on him. Even if he found himself unable to overpower an opponent, he could escape using the Flying Thunder God technique, placing him in an almost invincible position. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. That limitation lay in his resistance to Jinjutsu. Having received no formal ninja training, all his abilities had been directly granted by the system. While his strengths were considerable, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Under ordinary circumstances, this would suffice, as his strengths would enable him to navigate through challenges with ease. Yet, should he be targeted by an opponent's strengths, it could spell disaster for him. One could say he would be utterly defenseless. Take Naruto from the original work, for instance. In terms of offensive strength alone, he had already reached the level of elite Genin, even approaching the threshold of a quasi-Kage. However, if he were to duel against Kakashi Hatake, he might not win a single match out of 10. This was partly due to Kakashi's comprehensive prowess, but primarily because Naruto's own weaknesses were too pronounced, particularly his low resistance to Jinjutsu. Although he had theoretically learned how to break Jinjutsu, he had never successfully dispelled one independently in practice. He had invariably fallen victim to them. Were it not for the late-game enhancement granted to Naruto by Kishimoto, which provided him with complete immunity to Jinjutsu, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to make a significant impact on the battlefield, and victory against Sasuke would have been nearly impossible. Yamashita's situation was strikingly similar to Naruto's. Despite possessing formidable offensive capabilities, he would undoubtedly succumb if subjected to Jinjutsu by an opponent. The crux of the matter was that Jinjutsu was triggered through the 5 senses, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against it. A notable example was the Sharingan, which activated through visual contact. Merely locking eyes with an opponent could result in falling victim to Jinja. Yamashita did not possess the extraordinary combat instincts of Guy, who could avoid eye contact during battle and focus solely on an opponent's legs. The moment he made eye contact, no matter how swiftly he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, escaping from the technique would be improbable. This had long been a source of concern for him. However, the situation had improved significantly. The system had directly compensated for this shortcoming, and to the fullest extent, from this point forward, within the entire ninja realm. No Jinjutsu would have any effect on him. Henceforth, should anyone attempt to cast Jinjutsu upon him, they would be in for a rude awakening. Due to the substantial acceleration of the project, Yamashita granted the construction teams a few days of leave. Though returning home was not feasible within this time frame, they could relax in nearby towns of the Land of Wind. After all, they had been working tirelessly, and even the most resilient individuals could reach a breaking point. Allowing them a brief respite would facilitate smoother progress in the upcoming phases of the project. During these days, Yamashita remained industrious as well. Thanks to the expedited project timeline, preparation for collaboration with the Land of Wind had yet to commence. The remaining segments of the project would all take place within the borders of the Land of Wind, necessitating a meeting to discuss future plans. Representatives from the Land of Wind, including the esteemed Raza and personnel from the feudal lord's office, were present in the meeting room. Yamashita distributed stacks of documents to those in attendance, and once they began reviewing the material, he continued speaking to AS is well known. The challenges faced by the Land of Wind are twofold: vast expanses of desert that are difficult to cultivate and an acute shortage of water, rendering many large-scale projects unfeasible. Due to the geographical characteristics of the desert, retaining water sources is exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the extreme lack of water perpetuates the desert's inhospitable conditions that it is a vicious cycle. A deadlock. Unless this cycle is broken, even the water from the Land of Rain diverted to the Land of Wind will not fundamentally resolve the issue. The only way forward, as I previously suggested, would be to obliterate Mount Tenkan, allowing a deluge of moisture and rain clouds to enter the Land of Wind, thereby permitting nature to transform nature. Only in such a scenario could the environment within the Land of Wind truly undergo meaningful change. The attendees nodded in agreement, with Raza vocalizing his concurrence. The environmental conditions in the Land of Wind are indeed unique that we once recruited numerous water-style ninjas to perform water techniques en masse within a large pit, aiming to construct an artificial lake for irrigation. Yet within mere days, the once pristine artificial lake had completely dried up. The Land of Wind simply cannot retain water. Yamashita understood the reasoning behind this. Not all deserts are devoid of water, as some may even be located near coastlines. However, nearly all deserts struggle to retain water. During the day, under direct sunlight, the evaporation rate in deserts is alarming. Without a continuous flow of water, it is impossible to store anything within the desert for an extended period. This is precisely why, if we were to establish the water diversion project at the surface, during the process of diverting water, a significant amount of freshwater resources is inevitably lost, even if the water reaches its intended destination. The volume will undoubtedly fall short of expectations, remarked Yamashita. The others nodded in agreement, understanding the implications without rushing to voice their doubts. They felt that since the problem had been articulated, there must surely be a solution at hand. After all, Kenji Yamashita was not one to speak without purpose. Indeed, after a brief pause, Yamashita produced a sheet of paper and affixed it to the blackboard before the assembly, pointing to a particular structure as he spoke. It is precisely due to this concern that our company has designed an entirely new water diversion system tailored for such environments. This system is capable of circumventing the high evaporation rates characteristic of desert conditions, making it remarkably suitable for water diversion in such locales that we have named this system the Keres Well. Keres Well? The audience gazed at the schematic drawn by Yamashita, momentarily taken aback. The principle was straightforward. Yamashita indicated the illustration on the paper, explaining, given that surface water evaporates excessively in the desert, our water diversion project will be constructed underground rather than on the surface. At a sufficiently deep level, we will excavate a tunnel to channel water source from the rain country directly into it, subsequently transporting the water throughout the wind country via this tunnel. Where water is needed, we will create channels to draw it out. This approach not only mitigates evaporation due to high surface temperatures, but also reduces the risk of contamination as the water flows underground. Periodic vertical shafts will be dug to remove any accumulated silt and debris, ensuring the Keres Well operates smoothly. Yamashita elaborated on the practical applications of the Keres Well and then fell silent, awaiting the reactions of those present. This concept was one he had previously proposed. In his past life, he had heard of this miraculous water diversion engineering, a testament to the wisdom of laborers from millennia ago. Although he was not entirely familiar with the intricate details of its operation, he understood the basic structure well enough to relay the idea to the research institute, whereupon the researchers quickly provided a feasible plan. After thorough discussions of various proposals, they ultimately solidified this particular scheme. Excellent, truly fantastic. After a moment, Rasha exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. This water diversion system was of immense importance to the Wind Country. Even without the South-to-North Water Diversion Project, the design of the Carez well alone would yield substantial benefits that, in the future, should domestic water diversion project arise, they could directly draw from the Carez well's design, significantly reducing water loss during the diversion process. This was indeed a highly valuable asset for the Wind Country. Observing the satisfaction among the audience regarding the water diversion system, Yamashita nodded before continuing. Now, let us address the second issue, the transformation of the Wind Country's desert. While we can indeed introduce water sources with minimal loss into the Wind Country, this merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Resolving only the immediate water scarcity without altering the broader environmental issues to fully utilize the land of the Wind Country, we must combat desertification. Combat desertification? Rasha echoed, pondering the implications of those two words. Indeed, combat desertification, Yamashita affirmed gravely, resolve the challenges facing the Wind Country. Addressing desertification is imperative. Vast stretches of desert yield no benefits to the Wind Country, only relentless heat and barrenness. Only by transforming these desert environments into fertile land can we alter the current state of the Wind Country. Rasha and others exchanged glances, and one individual remarked, Mr. Yamashita, we are aware of these issues. Transforming the desert into arable land would undoubtedly be a commendable feat, however. Such a task seems utterly impossible. Even the legendary Hashirama Senju, when employing his wood-release techniques in this desert, saw the trees wither and fade away within days. This is well documented in our village's records that it was evident that the individual possessed considerable knowledge of the Wind Country's history. Recalling that their nation had once invited the legendary ninja god, Hashirama Senju, in an attempt to alter the terrain using external forces. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Although Hashirama's wood release had indeed transformed a barren wasteland into a lush forest, the soil remained unchanged, still composed of sand. Consequently, after just a few days, the trees perished completely. Clearly, without the sustaining chakra, the trees created by wood release could not endure in the desert. The individual had assumed that Yamashita intended to pursue a similar approach, prompting him to kindly offer his caution that Hashirama Senju attempted this as well. Yamashita responded with surprise. He had indeed contemplated whether he could borrow Yamato from the Leaf Village to assist in afforestation in the Wind Country. Such tasks would undoubtedly be more manageable for a wood-release ninja. However, since the other party had raised this point, it indicated that even at Hashirama's level, single-handedly altering the environment of nature was not feasible. Fortunately, this was merely a contingency plan. They had also considered scenarios without wood-release ninjas. Even within their framework, wood-release ninjas were merely tools to expedite progress. Whether present or absent would not affect the final outcome. Rest assured, sir, Yamashita assured him. Our plan has been meticulously crafted after numerous discussions and is robust enough to withstand scrutiny and doubt. Moreover, we do not intend to transform the Wind Country's land overnight, but rather over a span of several years. Several years? The individual hesitated, not out of disbelief in Yamashita's words, but due to the lengthy time frame, which seemed rather excessive. No one had ever accomplished such a feat before. Were it not for Yamashita's history of miraculous achievements, he might have thought this was the rambling of a madman. Mr. Yamashita, may I ask what your plan entails? The details on these papers are quite technical, and we do not fully comprehend them. Yamashita nodded and wrote a few words on the blackboard. Vegetation reconstruction, water resource management, windbreak, and sand control. As the audience gazed at these three terms, confusion spread across their faces. Did the solution to desertification reside within these three words? Mr. Yamashita, your explanation seems rather vague. While we understand the meanings of these terms, will merely achieving these points suffice to improve our nation's environment? Another individual questioned skeptically. Do not underestimate these three terms. Yamashita replied with confidence. The desertification management plan we propose revolves around these concepts. He smiled, aware that these locals could hardly fathom the invaluable insights gleaned from years of practice by those who came before in the realm of desertification. In the country from which Yamashita hailed, vast and rich in resources, there existed many regions with harsh environmental conditions, places that could justly be described as barren wastelands. For millennia, no one had ever contemplated altering the status quo. However, as time marched into the modern era, a transformation began to unfold. Some individuals arrived on this land, driven by the belief that human determination could triumph over nature. They devoted their entire lives to converting the desolate terrain, which had languished for thousands of years, into habitable land for humanity. This endeavor could aptly be likened to the tale of the foolish old man moving mountains. The distinction lies in the fact that while the foolish old man ultimately relied on divine intervention to shift the mountains, these individuals truly employed their own hands to impart a lesson to that barren desert. This monumental achievement is undoubtedly worthy of a place in human history, an accomplishment that no regime, regardless of its duration, could ever erase. Amidst this heroic and poignant struggle, the wise laborers devised numerous methods for combating desertification. Naturally, they could not recall every single solution, yet fragments of those ideas lingered in their minds. They conveyed these snippets to their research institute, which swiftly inspired their colleagues to propose a multitude of concrete plans. Sometimes progress stagnates due to a lack of direction, but once clarity is achieved, the path forward becomes remarkably simpler. Observing the lingering uncertainty among the crowd, the representative from the mountains elaborated on the significance of these three strategies for the restoration of the desert ecosystem, detailing specific implementation methods, which included the cultivation of drought-resistant plants, the construction of grass grids, the excavation of fish scale lakes, and the establishment of terrace water cellars, among other practical proposals. Yes, they furrowed their brows in contemplation. Pondering the feasibility of these initiatives, the representative from the mountains paused momentarily before continuing. The execution of these plans will not be undertaken by our industrial company in the mountains. It must be carried out by the people of your Wind Nation. Mr. Yamashita, if it is a matter of funding, you need not worry. The financial support from the Wind Nation is already secured, and we can provide ample resources. Rasha interjected anxiously, as if fearing that Yamashita might abandon their cause. Yamashita shook his head and replied, Mr. Rasha, this endeavor must be undertaken by your own people. That I have previously stated that this is a colossal undertaking, one that seeks to alter nature itself. Only time has the power to change the natural world. What we humans can do is merely to introduce slight modifications within that process. Hence, combating desertification cannot be accomplished in a single stroke. It requires the dedication of years, even generations, to achieve. The individual sacrifices demanded far exceed the ultimate rewards. Without immense willpower and unwavering conviction, persistence is impossible. Why subordinates do not harbor any particular affection for the Wind Nation. Monetary incentives alone cannot compel them to make such significant sacrifices, Yamashita continued, pausing before adding, for this reason, I maintain that only the people of the Wind Nation can accomplish this task. Those who were born and raised in this land, who possess a profound connection to it, are the only individuals who can endure the extraordinary hardships necessary to rejuvenate the land that nurtured them, dedicating their entire lives to it. That I believe your Wind Nation must have such individuals. Do you not? The crowd exchanged glances, and slowly they began to put away the stack of proposals in their hands. Rasha spoke up, I understand, Mr. Nishi. We shall take on this responsibility for the Wind Nation. Indeed, such a task can only be accomplished by our own people. They briefly discussed some details before dispersing. In contrast to the projects in the Rain Nation, the initiatives in the Wind Nation were relatively straightforward, with the construction of wells being the most time-consuming aspect. The technical details were familiar to the engineering teams, requiring no intervention from Yamashita. Furthermore, compared to the Rain Nation, the defensive capabilities of the Wind Nation were considerably robust. Consequently, incidents akin to those in the Rain Nation were highly unlikely to occur. Thus, Yamashita chose to vacate the construction site and instead meander through various towns in the Wind Nation, hoping to discover any overlooked business opportunities. Coincidentally, this period coincided with the convening of the Five Shadows Summit, and Rasha, as the Wind Shadow, was also in attendance. Unlike the original narrative, This summit had been convened several years earlier. This was inevitable, as the turmoil in Awagakure, instigated by pain, had resulted in a significant reshuffling of power within the ninja world. Upon receiving this news, ninja squads from major nations had already become active in the land of Earth. Were it not for the presence of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, and the respect his formidable strength commanded, the more avaricious factions might have already set their sights on the land of Earth. Of course, it was not only Inoki's power that deterred them. The figure known as Pain had also instilled a sense of caution among the higher echelons of the ninja world. Thus, the primary agenda of the Five Shadows Summit centered around the approaches to dealing with Pain and his organization. Akatsuki that if deemed necessary, they would mobilize all available forces to eliminate this potential threat to their authority. After all, in many respects, the interests of the five great nations aligned. The location of the Five Shadows Summit remained unchanged from the original narrative, held in the Land of Iron. However, it was uncertain whether Uchiha Obito and his allies would cause a stir at this gathering. Yamashita couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for Pain. Although he was arguably the strongest in the current ninja world, his physical condition was precarious. Should the five great shinobi villages unite, Akatsuki, given its current configuration, would stand little chance against the onslaught of the opposing ninjas. At this moment, the fragmented state of Akatsuki's roster was, in large part, due to internal strife. Individuals like Haiden and Orochimaru had been quietly undermining the organization. With this in mind, Yamashita contemplated whether there was a way to fully absorb Akatsuki into his own company. Just as he was pondering how to recruit all members of Akatsuki, an unexpected message arrived from his company. Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha had crossed paths. Yamashita was en route to his company's location in the Land of Soup. Previously, he had received word that Sasuke had encountered his brother Itachi, resulting in a confrontation. This development was entirely unforeseen, and he could not comprehend why Itachi would appear at his company at this juncture. Had Akatsuki assigned him a mission? Or did he fear that something might happen to Sasuke while under Yamashita's care, prompting him to retrieve Sasuke? After a moment of reflection, Yamashita decided not to dwell on it further. All would be revealed upon his return to the company. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to expedite his journey, he had already spread his marks throughout the ninja world. While he might struggle with long-distance transference, he could still teleport gradually without issue, merely requiring a few more applications of the technique. With a whoosh, Yamashita materialized atop a mountain peak, surveying the surroundings before sensing the position of the next mark in his mind. Just as he prepared to execute the Flying Thunder God technique once more, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and leaped onto a nearby tree. In the next moment, an individual abruptly appeared where he had just been standing, brandishing a kunai in a thrusting motion. Evidently, had he not been alert, he might have lost his combat readiness in that instant. Yamashita narrowed his eyes as he recognized the identity of the sudden intruder. You truly are impressive. Despite my precautions, you still managed to evade me, the assailant remarked nonchalantly, tossing the kunai in his hand. That I know you, Yamashita mused, a smile forming as he regarded the figure clad in a spiral mask. Oh, do you? Then tell me, who am I? The masked man clearly harbored doubts about Yamashita's words and his identity. In the entire ninja world, there was only one person who knew the truth, and that individual would never betray him. Thus, it was inconceivable that anyone could uncover his identity. The current assertion made by this man was merely a bluff. Uchiha. Yamashita deliberately elongated the final syllable, causing his opponent to feel a twinge of anxiety. Before continuing, Obito's mind reverberated at the utterance of his true name, utterly astonished that the other party had actually discerned his identity. Yet, how could this be? There was no reason for the opponent to uncover his true self. He had no means to obtain such knowledge. Could it be that Kagaya had betrayed him? That was impossible. Even the intelligence he had received about this very individual came from Kagaya, who had no motive to expose him. Was it possible that all the information previously provided was fabricated? For a moment, Obito found himself in a state of disarray. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yamashita's figure appeared beside Obito, brandishing a long sword aimed directly at his head. The blade glided smoothly across Obito's neck, leaving no trace of blood, as though it had merely sliced through the air, lacking any sensation of piercing flesh. Clearly, Obito had activated his intangibility at that instant. narrowly evading Yamashita's ambush. However, his adversary was not left entirely unscathed. A strand of hair fell from his locks, drifting slowly to the ground. Obito staggered backward, cold sweat trickling down his back. His brief moment of distraction had been perceived by the other. Had he not reacted swiftly, that strike could have claimed his life. Thud! Yamashita stepped forward, flinging several specially crafted shuriken from his hand, while simultaneously charging at him with his sword, offering no respite. The blade's light carved through the air, weaving an impenetrable net of steel that ensnared Obito, leaving him no choice but to maintain his intangibility. Useless, your attacks can never reach me. Obito regained his composure and stated calmly, while seeking an opportunity to break free. Is that so? Yamashita continued his relentless assault, taunting Obito. I have already revealed your identity. Why do you think I would be unaware of the intelligence regarding your eye? Your intangibility is indeed formidable, but can it persist indefinitely? At this, Obito's pupils constricted, realizing that his ability had a time limit, not exceeding 5 minutes. Beyond that, he could not sustain it. Yet, how could the opponent possess such intimate knowledge of this secret? Ah, it seems you have come to realize, Yamashita remarked with a smirk. Now, let me see what means you will employ to compel me to retreat. Before he could finish, a wave of malice washed over him from his side. Almost instinctively, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. In the next moment, a black and white figure appeared at his previous location, extending its hand, from which branches sprouted like sharp spikes, aiming to pierce where he once stood. Seeing the two major clandestine forces still alive in the ninja world before him, Yamashita exhibited no signs of concern. Rather, he appeared intrigued. After all, the capabilities of these two posed no true threat to him. In fact, should they falter, they could easily fall victim to him. Yet he was perplexed as to why they had targeted him. Was it due to his closeness with Nagato? Ah, both of you have arrived. I'm truly honored, Yamashita remarked with keen interest. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two shifted noticeably, especially Obito, who now held doubts about Kagaya, eyeing the pair warily, as if they had concealed some unforgivable act from him. Kagaya's round eyes narrowed as he asked, You know me? Of course. I know you, Kagaya, Yamashita replied with a smile. But are you certain you wish for me to divulge your secrets here, in front of your allies? His words rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. Kagaya, uncertain, pondered that if the information referenced was indeed his ultimate goal, it would be inappropriate to reveal it before Obito. However, how could the other possibly know his true intentions? Surely, there was no one in the entire ninja world privy to that knowledge. Could it be that he was merely posturing? Yet, recalling the opponent's previous astonishing feats and his confidence in revealing Obito's identity, Kagaya found his own confidence wavering, his mind swirling in confusion. Evidently, the outsider demon Yashita Kenji had successfully rendered the greatest hidden boss in the ninja world speechless. That Kagaya's hesitation did not go unnoticed by Obito, who had already harbored suspicions about him. Witnessing this display only amplified his doubts. What are you hesitating for, Kagaya? Obito questioned. There's something you believe I am unaware of. Kagaya, stung by Obito's words, felt a sharp pang of frustration. He shot a fierce glare at Yamashita before sinking into the earth, clearly opting to avoid further confrontation and directly subdue him. You truly are the greatest unpredictable factor in the ninja world, Obito remarked, observing Kagaya with caution, contemplating his next steps. This operation targeting you was indeed miscalculated. You are not someone who can be easily defeated. However, it is fortunate that today we are not the only ones here to eliminate you. Yamashita raised an eyebrow, but before he could respond, a powerful gust of wind swept past him, and a large black club appeared before him. Whoosh! Yamashita dodged the attack with agility, yet before he could catch his breath, he felt a chill at his back, prompting him to instinctively evade once more to a farther position. In the next moment, countless sharp branches erupted from beneath him, seemingly intent on impaling him directly. It was the earlier infiltrator Kagaya. Truly, before he could steady his breath, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Suddenly, he froze in place, unable to move. Whoosh! Whoosh! For piercing sounds echoed as 4 figures emerged before him. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. Kagaya, Kisame Hashigaki, and Uchiha Itachi. Clearly, this encirclement was intentional. From the earlier conflict between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke in the Land of Water, they had already laid a targeted trap for him and even devised countermeasures against his flying thunder god technique. One could not deny the meticulous effort these individuals had put forth. Ultimately, it would require the intervention of Mr. Itachi to subdue this formidable foe with a massive, barbed weapon slung over his shoulder. Kisame grinned and spoke. Uchiha Itachi nodded silently, withholding any further comment. In truth, he harbored no animosity toward the individual before him. On the contrary, given the actions he had taken within the ninja world, Itachi held a subtle admiration for him. However, the closeness to the Akatsuki organization made it impossible for him to ascertain whether this individual was a boon or a bane for Konoha Corps. Moreover, this person seemed particularly interested in Sasuke, having directly recruited him into his organization. Itachi had conducted thorough investigations into this organization and was well aware of its grand ambitions, should Sasuke become involved. The trajectory of this individual would soon exceed his comprehension. Thus, this instability factor warranted elimination. This person was far too enigmatic. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique surpassed even that of the fourth Hokage. Had it not been for the preparations made this time, subduing the opponent would have been an arduous task indeed. Daitu reflected on the brief encounter he had with the adversary, drenched in cold sweat, realizing just how well the other party understood him, especially during the time he had been suppressed. If it weren't for the assistance from Kurizetsu at his side, the outcome would have certainly been uncertain. He pondered over the source of the opponent's extensive intelligence. Kisame, observing Daitu with a hint of amusement, thought to himself, was that truly his name? It seemed to echo the lineage of the Uchiha clan, akin to Itachi-san, hailing from the same roots. Yet, it remained unclear whether these two individuals had crossed paths before. Itachi Uchiha could not help but cast his gaze towards Daitu. He recognized his clan member, a former comrade of Kakashi-sensei, and the origin of Kakashi-sensei's singular eye. However, this individual was supposed to have perished in that battle. How was it possible for him to manifest here now? Was there a deeper conspiracy at play? Let us conclude this swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes, Kurizetsu declared, extending his hand to press firmly against Yamashita, who stood frozen in place. Instantly, his hand transformed into a pool of black liquid, enveloping Yamashita completely. Kurizetsu hesitated, scrutinizing Yamashita closely before delivering a powerful punch to his head. The sound echoed like a watermelon bursting, yet what erupted was not crimson blood, but rather substance resembling mud. "Is this a clay clone?" The four present exchanged startled glances, hastily dispersing and approaching with caution. "Nay, rather than a clone, this appears more akin to a puppet." Kurizetsu, well versed in various arts, quickly discerned Yamashita's technique upon witnessing the scattered muck. "Indeed, quite astute. You have keen eyes, Kurizetsu." Yamashita's voice resonated from a distance, revealing the unscathed figure of Kenji Yamashita, a smirk gracing his lips as he addressed them. "Uchiha Daitu, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Kurizetsu, you regard me highly to assemble such a formidable lineup against me. I dare say, among the living ninjas, none could survive a confrontation with you individually. As for those who have fallen, only a few managed to evade your grasp." His gaze fixed on Itachi, he continued without a hint of hesitation. "Your presence here surprises me. I had contemplated ways to ensure your survival. It appears, however, that I was merely indulging in wishful thinking. For you, the most favorable outcome would be to perish at the hands of your own brother. Wouldn't it?" Observing Yamashita's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by their collective assault, an unease settled within their hearts. His audacity suggested an unwavering confidence, at least the ability to evade their onslaught. Moreover, he dared to meet Itachi's gaze directly. Was he unguarded against Jinjutsu? Possessing some countermeasure, as thoughts raced through their minds, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Yamashita harbored no such concerns. The array before him could be deemed the strongest in the ninja world. Even if Nagato stood among them, victory would be a tall order, and merely escaping with his life would be a stroke of fortune. Yet he faced these individuals with unyielding resolve. His current strength was formidable, though uncertain of its full extent. He saw the perfect opportunity to test it against them. "What troubles you, my esteemed guests? Are you not coming forth?" Yamashita inquired with a smile. "Should you choose to remain idle, I shall be compelled to approach you." With that, he clapped his hand against the ground. A torrent of chakra surging forth into the earth. In the next moment, the ground trembled as colossal earthen giants erupted from the soil, charging towards the four. The experienced ninjas were not easily rattled by such creatures. Yet moments later, their confidence waned. The monsters appeared to be endless, continually emerging from the ground, each exhibiting remarkable strength. While they may not rival elite jounin, they possessed the prowess of ordinary jounin. For the four, the difference was negligible. However, there were hundreds of these clay golems. Such numbers were rare, even among the largest of shinobi villages. Furthermore, these creatures did not merely rely on brute force. They wielded ninjutsu with alarming proficiency. Although their techniques were low-tier, the chakra seemed inexhaustible, perpetually casting jutsu. Most alarming of all, these monstrosities appeared to be immortal. Whether decapitated or scorched by ninjutsu, they exhibited no signs of weakening. Effortlessly reconstructing themselves from the earth, in an instant, the four found themselves bereft of any viable strategy against these foes. "What manner of jutsu is this? It is utterly bizarre," Kisame exclaimed, growing weary of the relentless onslaught as he cleaved one of the creatures in twain while addressing his companions. "Do you possess no means to counter this? I have never encountered such techniques. These beings do not seem to be clones. They lack life. Yet their agility is remarkably high." Itachi observed that if I were to draw a parallel, it would be to puppetry. However, I have never witnessed such puppetry. Even Sasori would struggle to replicate this. Regardless, we must eliminate the caster. That should resolve our predicament, Itachi stated, directing his focus towards Yamashita. Activating Amaterasu. Black flames erupted upon Yamashita's form. Yet he appeared entirely unfazed, stroking the flames as he remarked, "So this is Amaterasu? Truly formidable. But what makes you think I would present myself as a target for your attack?" As he spoke, his form began to dissolve, merging into a pool of muck that melded with the increasingly malleable earth, spreading into a vast sea of darkness. Simultaneously, the creatures ignited in black flames. Yet they seemed impervious to the fire, while Kisame and his comrades grew increasingly apprehensive. "Now, this is my realm. Should you believe you could defeat me within my domain, come forth and give it your best shot." Yamashita's voice echoed from an unknown source, clear and resonant in the ears of the assembled. "Curse it! If this is your world, then let us raise it," Kisame bellowed, forming hand seals before unleashing a torrent of water. Water release. Great exploding water wave. A deluge surged forth from Kisame, rapidly enveloping the surroundings in a massive wave, resembling gelatin amidst the forest. An odd spectacle indeed. The others found themselves encased within the deluge. Yet as elite ninjas, they were far from suffocating. The clay creatures, however, faltered once freed from the soil, as Kisame systematically dismantled them with his jutsu. Is this the weakness? Itachi contemplated, his brow furrowing as he observed the dispersing clay beings, sensing an underlying complexity in the situation. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he turned to a specific direction. There, the water began to coalesce, forming enormous water giants resembling the earlier Earth constructs. What? The four individuals were utterly astonished, never having anticipated that after just vanquishing the adversary's Earth giant, a new water giant would emerge. Could it be that they had not truly dismantled the opponent's technique? No. Uchiha Itachi realized the anomaly and spoke directly. The crux of the matter lies not in the terrain, but in the chakra. Whether it is the force sustaining the movements of the giants or the energy required to execute ninjutsu, it is all chakra. The opponent's chakra has not dissipated after its use. Instead, it circulates within this environment and ultimately returns to the bodies of those giants. Upon hearing this, the others present began to observe intently, soon discovering the same phenomenon. The ninjutsu unleashed by those giants did not vanish after dispersing. Rather, the chakra reverted back into chakra, re-entering the giants' forms. Moreover, the energy in air was continuously converging into the bodies of those creatures. Although slow, their augmentation was indisputable. This meant that the longer the current situation persisted, the more unfavorable it would become for them. The giants, once mere ordinary J-Nin in strength, had now seemingly brushed the threshold of elite J-Nin power. How could such an eerie and terrifying technique possibly exist in this world? Ah, have you figured it out? At that moment, a mass of water coalesced before the four, taking the form of a figure resembling Kenji Yamashita. Quite perceptive, Itachi. You've discerned the essence of my technique. So, do you have a method to unravel this ninjutsu? Uchiha Itachi, regarding his opponent seriously, remarked, "Your technique does not appear to be a mere ninjutsu." Indeed, Yamashita readily admitted, to be precise. This is a puppet technique. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered individuals. Puppet techniques were not a secret to them. In fact, within the Akatsuki organization, there existed a master of such arts, Sasori of the Red Sand. However, they had never encountered a puppet technique like this one. It required no chakra strings for control. Nor did it even rely on physical puppets, instead directly manipulating the water and earth of the natural world. How could this possibly be the work of a puppet technique? Do you think I speak falsehoods? Yamashita chuckled at the skeptical expressions around him and continued, "Do you believe that puppet techniques can only control crafted puppets? No, that is far too narrow a view. Puppet techniques at their core are merely manipulation techniques, controlling inanimate objects as if they were living beings, as easily as one commands their own limbs. If that is the case, why confine the objects of manipulation to mere puppets? In this world of ninjas, what cannot be controlled?" Having said this, Yamashita ceased further elaboration, for to continue would delve into the core secrets of his advanced puppet techniques and the wondrous applications of chakra. He was not the type to boastfully reveal all his secrets. "I have wasted too much time on you," Yamashita declared, forming a hand seal, causing the water giants to shatter, their chakra gradually coalescing into a singular mass. What is happening? Such a thought involuntarily crossed the minds of the four. Yet in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, they frantically fled towards the outside world. With a splashing sound, the four erupted from the water sphere, landing a few paces away, only to turn back with faces marked by astonishment. The water sphere had transformed completely. It was no longer round, but had morphed into a fully formed blue giant. Clad in armor and wielding a massive axe made of flowing water, the giant stood like a victorious general, exuding tremendous majesty. How could this be? Kurizitsu, having lived for over 1,000 years, prided himself on being well-versed in many things, yet he had never witnessed such a bizarre and marvelous ninjutsu. It was not that this technique was particularly powerful. Indeed, he had seen mightier jutsus. Rather, this technique defied intuition and the very essence of ninjutsu. To label it as such seemed a stretch. If one were to assign a name, it would be divine art. However, Yamashita did not afford them the luxury of contemplation. The blue giant swung its massive axe, delivering a powerful downward strike. Boom! A thunderous impact resonated, shaking the entire forest thrice, as if the mountains themselves were crumbling. With numerous trees toppled in the chaos, amid the swirling dust, the point where the giant's axe struck was met with a surge of vibrant energy, pushing back against the blow and slowly lifting it upward. As the dust settled, a colossal warrior, entirely crimson, emerged, brandishing a katana that had deflected the blue giant's assault. Bam! The crimson giant exerted its strength, forcefully pushing the water giant back several steps. Magnificent! Witnessing the emergence of the second stage of Susanoo, Yamashita could not help but exclaim in admiration. Uchiha Itachi was truly a genius. Such a talent, if not utilized for oneself, would indeed be a loss. Yet, it was fortunate that with the sacrifice of Uchiha Itachi, having Uchiha Sasuke at hand was not a complete loss. After all, if this fellow were to survive, it would be exceedingly difficult for Sasuke to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, to the very least. He could not fathom any alternative means to unlock the other's eyes. Although many in his past life speculated and novels hinted that if an Uchiha were trapped in Jinjutsu and experienced suffering, it might also lead to their awakening. This approach had already been attempted by his researchers and was confirmed to be ineffective. The conditions for awakening the Mangeki seemed to hinge on some sort of principle. One must genuinely lose something dear, something cherished, to open their eyes. Until that moment, even if the individual experienced tumultuous emotions or profound pain, the eyes would not awaken. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi unleash Susanoo, Yamashita recognized that his opponent was fully committed and could not help but smile as he remarked, "What a majestic giant. This must be your trump card. Uchiha Itachi. Since the inception of the Uchiha clan, you are among the few who can wield Susanoo to such an extent. If your body were not so frail, perhaps your potential would far exceed this." The giant form of Uchiha Itachi wore a grave expression, astonished that his opponent was aware of such matters. Where had this individual acquired such intelligence? Indeed, Susanoo was an incredibly powerful technique. Even the water giant he had created would likely not match this behemoth in a direct confrontation. Though his water giant could regenerate infinitely, if they continued to exhaust each other, under Itachi's weakened state, he would not withstand for long. However, that was not his intention. Yamashita licked his lips, a wicked smile spreading across his face. As the battle reached this point, his long-dormant body began to awaken, filled with a fervor for combat. The individuals before him were the finest sparring partners he could find at present. Thus, it seemed he could afford to reveal a bit more of his strength. Now, if it is thus, how will you respond? Subsequently, as Uchiha Itachi gazed on in horror, Yamashita clapped his hands once more, causing the ground to tremble violently. Then, 3 additional earth giants, each the height of the water giant, emerged from the earth, clad in similar armor and wielding long blades, colossal hammers, and spears. With the previous water giant, he had summoned 4 giants in total. Now, let us see how you fare before the astonished gazes of the 4. Yamashita spoke with a smile. Uchiha Itachi and his companions have escaped. The 4 yearned to overpower Yamashita head-on, yet such a feat was virtually impossible. Conversely, it was equally challenging for Yamashita to detain the 4. In theory, the ability of ninjas to capture others is quite limited. As long as the disparity in strength is not too great, there is always a possibility of escape, especially when it comes to those of comparable skill. However, most ninjas instinctively dismiss the option of fleeing during combat, which explains why many seemingly evenly matched encounters result in one side being utterly annihilated. Nevertheless, Yamashita had previously inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique's mark onto the 4, indicating that should he wish to locate them in the future, it would pose no difficulty. He waved his hand, causing the towering giants in the arena to gradually collapse, reverting to their original forms. This experiment targeting his technique had been a resounding success. To single-handedly suppress those 4, one must ponder, who in the entirety of the ninja world could achieve such a feat, unless Senju Hashirama or Uchimadara were to be resurrected. Yamashita could proudly declare himself the strongest in this ninja realm. Even if those 2 were to return, the outcome of a battle would only be revealed through actual confrontation. Yamashita Kenji suddenly paused, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the unrealistic thoughts that had invaded his mind. Indeed, having gained a modicum of strength had led to a sense of arrogance. How could he ever hope to contend with Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? What level of power did those 2 possess? Even before their enhancements in later stages, their prowess was such that a mere descent from the pinnacle would obliterate everything in their path. What hope did he have of fighting against them? Thus, it was prudent for him to remain cautious, as his future adversaries would not solely consist of the ninjas within this world, but also the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki clan. If this world adhered to the timeline of Naruto, then in the future, the concept of Kaga-level power would be inadequate. Even the strength of someone like Senju Hashirama would barely suffice against those alien beings. If memory served him correctly, by then, Naruto would have essentially mastered most ninjutsu within the ninja world, alongside the Flying Thunder God technique, rendering him an exceptionally formidable 3rd Hokage. Moreover, with the power of his wedge, he could be likened to Senju Hashirama. Yet, even he would pale when confronted with those wielding so-called divine techniques. His strength remained woefully insufficient. Fortunately, owing to the system he possessed, attaining strength was not particularly arduous. As long as he methodically constructed his foundation, There would come a day when his power would reach the pinnacle of this world. The puppet jutsu he was developing had never before been seen in the ninja realm. In essence, the uniqueness of this technique lay in its special chakra. Anything infused with this chakra would be animated and entirely under Yamashita's control, reminiscent of the sage mode of Richi Cave. Yet fundamentally different. Theoretically, should this ninjutsu be perfected, it could grant him complete dominion over the entire ninja world, allowing him to manipulate any energy within it, rendering him invincible. However, that was the ultimate theoretical realm. Achieving such a level would require his chakra to reach an unfathomable magnitude, one that even 100 Senju Hashirama might not attain. Thus, for the time being, it was wiser to remain grounded. Contemplating this, he did not linger any longer, but continued to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to journey onward. After a while, Yamashita finally returned to the capital of the Land of Water, and without hesitation, made his way back to the company, locating Sasuke. This moment, Sasuke was wrapped in bandages, his right hand encased in plaster, clearly having suffered a fracture at the hands of another. Yet, despite this, he was relentlessly striking a specially designed training target in the training hall. Blood had begun to seep from his fists, and he was drenched in sweat, yet there was no sign of him pausing. It was as if he envisioned the target as his older brother, Sasuke. Yamashita approached the boy silently and spoke. Sasuke's eyes were obscured by sweat, but through the haze, he discerned the figure beside him. Yamashita-sensei, you have endured much, Sasuke. I completely understand your feelings, Yamashita said, his gaze toward Sasuke, transformed entirely. Strangely, upon hearing these words, the sorrow that had been suppressed within Sasuke surged forth uncontrollably. Low sobs began to escape him, and Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. Initially, his sobs were soft, but soon, even the sounds faded, resembling an injured creature desperate to express its anguish yet utterly exhausted and unable to do so. Alas, Yamashita Kenji sighed involuntarily, then embraced Sasuke, gently patting his trembling form, his thoughts swirling within. From the very beginning, he had maintained a respectful distance from the two protagonists of this world, fearing that his involvement might alter their destinies, preventing them from reaching the heights they were meant to achieve during that pivotal time. Simultaneously, he longed to intervene and alter the fates of those who were meant to perish in the original plot, such as Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. For in his eyes, the true enemies of the ninja world were not Uchiha Madara or even Kagaya Tsutsuki, but rather the imminent arrival of the Tsutsuki clan members from beyond. With a common enemy looming from the outside, the petty grievances within the ninja world seemed trivial in comparison. Yet he had erred. He was, in fact, the catalyst stirring the narrative. Even without engaging with Sasuke and Naruto, their fates would inevitably shift due to his presence. Having been reborn into this real world, the memories of his past life could only serve as a reference to allow those memories to hinder his actions would be to lose sight of what truly mattered. Reflecting further, he realized Sasuke possessed top-tier potential within the ninja world, coupled with the wealth of resources his company had amassed over the years. If he devoted himself to nurturing Sasuke, the boy's growth would likely surpass that of his previous life. As for why Yamashita's mindset had shifted, it was primarily due to witnessing Sasuke's current state, which had profoundly moved him. Sasuke, as one of the protagonists of the original work, shared a tragic past akin to that of Naruto Uzumaki. However, unlike the carefree Naruto, Sasuke's tragedy stemmed from a tangible source. The discrimination faced by the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Of course, this was not to imply that the Uchiha clan was entirely blameless. In truth, it was a tale of dogs biting dogs, with no clear delineation of right or wrong. Yet for Sasuke, such distinctions held little significance. What mattered to him was that his brother had slain his parents and kin, and his life's ultimate purpose was to avenge them by killing the brother he once revered. However, the age gap between them and Itachi's genius made it a formidable challenge for him to pursue that shadow. All these emotions had been bottled up within Sasuke until now. When faced once more with his brother, he realized that the gap between them had not diminished. It had only widened, his mindset shattered. Feeling that he would never accomplish his heart's desire, he succumbed to despair. Logically speaking, this resilience was a hallmark of Uchiha Sasuke. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have abandoned his vengeance or succumbed to despair. However, it was unjust for Sasuke, an entirely innocent child, to endure such suffering. Even if his brother's actions were purportedly for Sasuke's sake, it was wrong to manipulate another's life in such a manner. It was precisely this realization that prompted Yamashita to alter his perspective and genuinely intervene in the growth of the two protagonists. Sasuke, Yamashita Kenji's voice resonated steadily. From this day forth, you shall train under me. Sasuke lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes, resembling a helpless child that, in truth, at this moment in his previous life, he would still be of middle school age, preoccupied only with thoughts of which games were enjoyable and how to tackle the homework assigned by his teachers. He had already endured quite a lot, Mr. Yamashita. Your strength is not something Sasuke looks down upon. After all, one can surmise that anyone capable of establishing such a vast enterprise in this intricate world of shinobi cannot merely be a simple merchant. However, he must face that man in the future. Previously, he had no concept of it, but now, the fact that the other could infiltrate Yamashita Industries alone and emerge unscathed, having inflicted casualties upon so many, speaks volumes of his terrifying prowess, which cannot be succinctly encapsulated in mere words. Under such circumstances, does Mr. Yamashita still possess the confidence to guide him, to cultivate him to the extent where he can triumph over that man? Yamashita seemed to have already anticipated Sasuke's concerns. He smiled and then inquired, "What do you think of your brother's strength?" "Very strong." Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, Sasuke understood well that his brother's power was formidable, likely rivaling that of the Hokage. "Then what do you think of my strength?" Yamashita continued to probe. At this moment, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. What kind of strength did Mr. Yamashita possess? Although he had his suspicions, he knew that Yamashita had only engaged in combat with Haiden, who seemed not to employ any ninjutsu, and his taijutsu had been utterly suppressed by Yamashita's puppet techniques. Thus, in that battle, Yamashita had not demonstrated particularly overwhelming strength. Did I recall that I showcased my puppet techniques in your presence before? Did I not? Yamashita said with a smile, then moved his fingers, causing Sasuke to feel as though his body was moving against his will, striking a rather bizarre pose. What is this? Sasuke's heart raced with terror as he hastily channeled chakra through his body, attempting to resist this loss of control. But to no avail, he felt as though he were a mere puppet, being toyed with at will. After a brief moment, Yamashita released his hold on Sasuke, grinning as he remarked, "How about that little trick of mine? How could such a thing be possible?" Sasuke asked, astonished. The sensation of being unable to control his own body had left him utterly shaken. He had never heard of puppet techniques possessing such coercive capabilities over another's body. This was immensely more powerful than Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, which merely mirrored the opponent's actions. This ability, however, allowed for complete control over another's behavior, a distinction that could not be understated. Furthermore, with his keen perception, he had not observed any chakra threads left by Yamashita on him. It was as if the latter could dictate his movements without any visible means. What a terrifying ability this was. Such techniques are merely minor tricks, effective against common ninjas, but attempting to control your brother with this would indeed be quite challenging. Yamashita shrugged. However, if I truly wish to deal with your brother, it would not pose much difficulty. He paused momentarily before adding, "Not long ago, I fought with those few." "Those few? Are you referring to that man and that organization?" Sasuke recalled Yamashita's previous mention of the Akatsuki. If his memory served him correctly, Yamashita had previously maintained a relatively amicable relationship with the organization. Had these two factions now severed ties? "Not the Akatsuki, to be precise, after your brother battles with me. He should directly sever his ties with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to worry about me. Nagato would eliminate him without hesitation." Yamashita stated, confident in the rapport between himself and Nagato. If the latter became aware of this situation, he would undoubtedly not let those individuals off easily. After all, the personnel from his company were currently engaged in extensive shipping development in the Land of Rain. Your brother should now be with another Uchiha. Another Uchiha? Sasuke felt his mind struggling to keep up with the torrent of information he had just received. Were there indeed other Uchihas in this shinobi world? "Of course," Yamashita replied, as if it were a matter of course. Did you think I was jesting when I mentioned it earlier? To speak candidly, the annihilation of your clan was orchestrated by members of the Uchiha clan themselves. Seeing Sasuke's face filled with shock and his desire to inquire further, Yamashita preemptively stated, I do have some knowledge regarding the extermination of your clan, but there are certain details I am not entirely clear about, if you wish to delve deeper into the intricacies. It is your brother who holds the answers. However, I can tell you that your brother was indeed one of those who executed the extermination mission, while there may have been various reasons behind it. Seeking revenge against him does not seem unjustifiable, to be frank. A significant part of the reason for your clan's downfall was also due to internal strife. Personally, I have no particular fondness for your troubled clan. If they were to vanish, so be it. If the Uchiha clan had never existed in the shinobi world, many issues could have been avoided. Yamashita's words dripped with disdain for the Uchiha clan, leaving Sasuke deeply unsettled and filled with indignation, prompting him to retort, You speak nonsense. Our clan is not like that at all. Yamashita shrugged. I do not intend to persuade you of anything. Convincing someone is one of the most challenging tasks in this world. As for the actions of those within your clan, once you uncover the truth, you will likely form a new judgment. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then responded, Even if there are some ambitious individuals within the Uchiha clan, that does not justify the extermination of our entire clan. Those ordinary clan members, the innocent newborns, the children still in school, and the elders who contributed significantly to Konoha during the Great Ninja Wars, they should not be slaughtered for such a ludicrous reason. At these words, Yamashita paused, as if something within him had been stirred. Memories flooded back, overwhelming him with a complex array of emotions. After a moment of silence, he managed a bittersweet smile, saying, I never expected to receive a lesson from you. Of all people, you make a valid point. I have unknowingly drifted toward an extreme direction, so thank you. To be honest, although Yamashita Kenji had been in this world for quite some time, he often felt a sense of detachment from it due to his past life. He regarded those existing within this world as mere NPCs in a game. Consequently, even during his first experience with taking a life, he did not feel the revulsion that one might expect. It felt as ordinary as slaying a wild creature in a game. Indeed, it was a game. For Yamashita, this was not a real world but a gaming realm where he was merely a player, with the ultimate goal of reaching the pinnacle of this world. The system was merely a privilege afforded to him as a player. Yet throughout this extended period, he had traversed the various domains of the shinobi world. Having witnessed the myriad of beings striving to survive in the world of ninjas and observed their joys and sorrows, their laughter and tears, he became unaware of the gradual transformation of his own mindset. Those individuals, seemingly flesh and blood, each possessed their own brilliance and unique narratives, not merely supporting characters orbiting around the protagonist, but rather the central figures in their own stories. In the past, the massacre of the Uchiha clan had merely been a backdrop event in a tale. Among the deceased, there were few who radiated significant charisma. Thus, he had felt little impact regarding this incident. However, after Sasuke's remarks, an involuntary image emerged in his mind, a scene steeped in bloodshed, a tragedy that could not be overlooked. It was only at this moment that he truly immersed himself in this world, recognizing those who lived within the realm of ninjas as genuine human beings. Nevertheless, he harbored alternative thoughts regarding Sasuke's statements. Likewise, he had his own contemplations about your assertions. Gazing intently at Sasuke, Yamashita spoke earnestly. Those who bear the Uchiha surname are, by nature, not entirely innocent. While they enjoy the advantages of their lineage, they must equally shoulder the consequences that come with it. You claim they are wholly blameless. From my perspective, that is not the case. They are merely paying the price that is rightfully theirs. Are infants truly innocent? Without the protection of the Uchiha, one can observe the infants in the land of rain, who may be born amidst the downpour, in the cold, orphaned from the moment of their arrival. Are children innocent? Devoid of Uchiha's guardianship, they would be deprived of education, possibly sent directly to the mines to toil in grueling labor that could wear one down in just a few days. Are the illustrious ninjas innocent? The prosperity of Konoha was indeed earned through their youthful sacrifices, yet they similarly inflicted the anguish of war upon other nations. One cannot simply assert that the battles they fought were wholly just. These individuals seem to exist in your view as if it were a matter of course. However, from my perspective, their very existence is tainted by sin, burdened by the consequences associated with the term Uchiha. Such sins are not to say they are irredeemably wicked, but rather that when they perish due to their familial ties, they should possess an awareness of such realities. For instance, if your ancestors engaged in brawls that led to another's death, seizing their possessions for your own benefit, and sheltered you in a secure environment, it is natural for you to accept all of this without question, as those vile acts were not of your doing. Yet, should the time come when vengeance is sought against you, you should be prepared to meet your fate with acceptance. This is what is fair. This is the way of the heavens. Do you understand? Yamashita's gaze bore into Sasuke's, imparting the wisdom previously shared with him by Nagato. The coldness in his tone sent shivers through those who listened, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned, his mind in disarray, unsure of how to respond. Sasuke had always been a clever and resolute child. In the original narrative, every decision he made was nearly the optimal choice for that moment. Alone, he had managed to traverse a long way, a testament to his capabilities. Yet upon hearing Yamashita's words, he was profoundly shaken. Though he yearned to retort, he found himself at a loss, standing frozen in place. But of course, Yamashita did not intend to put Sasuke in an uncomfortable position. Noticing Sasuke's silence, he continued, "Naturally, this is merely my perspective as an outsider. You, being embroiled in the situation, will undoubtedly have differing sentiments. Therefore, I shall not deter you from seeking vengeance against whom you consider your enemy. In fact, to be precise, both my brother and I should now be considered adversaries. Thus, our interests may align." Sasuke, somewhat bewildered, lifted his gaze, unsure of the implications of Yamashita's back-and-forth reasoning. Why did he feel his emotions fluctuating in response to the other's words? "Foolish child." Observing Sasuke's perplexed expression, Yamashita chuckled, tousling his hair. "Do not overthink it. Are you not seeking vengeance against that individual? Follow me. I can enhance your strength. Once your abilities have improved, achieving your goals will become significantly easier." Sasuke understood this. He was already aware of Yamashita Kenji's prowess. Thus, he had no reservations regarding the prospect of apprenticeship. However, contemplating the almost karmic tradition of master-killing prevalent in the world of ninjas, Yamashita swiftly curtailed Sasuke's intention to become a disciple, stating, "Consider it a form of employee benefit from our company. Should you wish to repay me in the future, simply perform your duties diligently within the company. Forget about Konoha." Yamashita was no fool. Having resolved to mentor Sasuke, he intended to fully integrate him into his own fold. Should the individual he diligently nurtured one day return to Konoha, driven by his brother's ideals to protect the village, it would render him a fool. Although altering Sasuke's fixation on his brother would prove challenging, he could subtly shift his mindset, ultimately guiding him down divergent paths. "Very well. Henceforth your training shall be entrusted to me," Yamashita declared decisively. "Come, I shall introduce you to a tutor. Your foundational skills as a ninja are lacking, and while I am not particularly adept in that regard, I know an exceptionally skilled ninja who can initially cultivate your abilities for optimal results." Without waiting for Sasuke's response, Yamashita promptly led him away. In Orochimaru's laboratory. This facility had been specifically established by Yamashita's Research Institute for Orochimaru's experiments. Though Orochimaru had only recently arrived, his capabilities in research had already become manifest, astonishing everyone within the institute. Such a figure commanded immense respect. Within the Research Institute, whispers of a biochemical wall were beginning to circulate, denoting the remarkable talents of both Orochimaru and Amato. Yamashita Kenji brought Sasuke to the entrance of the laboratory, knocked and entered, finding Orochimaru standing before a transparent container housing a mass of flesh and blood. Beside him, the bespectacled Kabuto was diligently recording observations of Mr. Orochimaru. "How have you been adapting during this time?" Yamashita greeted warmly. "Fairly well. I did not expect you to visit me, Mr. Yamashita," Orochimaru remarked, narrowing his eyes at Yamashita Kenji. He could not shake the feeling that this individual seemed markedly different from their previous encounter. Although their last meeting had not been long ago, he sensed an elusive threat emanating from Yamashita, a primal instinct that was difficult to articulate. "I mainly wish to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Orochimaru, for your assistance when Uchiha Itachi came to the company. Without your intervention alongside Kakuzu, the company's losses could have been exponentially greater. While our defenses are formidable, they pale in comparison to the prowess of someone like Uchiha Itachi. Had you and Kakuzu not shown up in time to repel him, the damage would have been significantly worse. It is no trouble. I have my own interests in that fellow Itachi, Orochimaru replied. Licking his lips, he was indeed intrigued by Uchiha Itachi, having been defeated by his Genjutsu in an instant, leaving him deeply unsettled. His interest in the Sharingan, a bloodline limit, had intensified, leading him to speculate on its potential future evolutions. If he could acquire some cellular material from Uchiha Itachi, it would be invaluable for his research. However, while his aspirations were commendable, he ultimately faced failure. Uchiha Itachi's strength was undeniably formidable. Even if he and that corner were to collaborate, they could only barely hold their ground before the opponent, let alone inflict any injuries. This thought inevitably brought to mind his own hands, as well as the sealed souls of the first and second Hokages. Had he still been at the pinnacle of his power, summoning the two with the Edo Tensei might have drastically altered the outcome of this battle. It appears that the research on the Shiki F and must be prioritized. Regardless of the reasons, it is an undeniable fact that you have safeguarded the interests of the company, and thus, your gratitude is well-deserved, Yamashita remarked. As you wish, Orochimaru responded nonchalantly, turning to the silent Sasuke beside him. He smiled and said, I assume your visit I sent merely to express your thanks. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Yamashita chuckled, allowing Sasuke to step forward. This child I believe you should be familiar with. Yes, naturally, I am quite curious about him. That is even better. This child is an employee of our company. I had previously promised him that I would assist him in enhancing his abilities within the company. However, my grasp of certain fundamental ninja skills is somewhat limited. You are one of the legendary Sannin, possessing a comprehensive array of ninja techniques. I hope you can take the time to train him. Allowing him to learn from you, he continued that I wonder if you would consent to this. From the outset, Orochimaru had shown great interest in Sasuke, and now that the boy was placed in his hands, he had no reason to refuse. Very well then, Sasuke, you shall begin your training with Orochimaru. Once I have concluded my current matters, I will bring you back for more advanced training, Yamashita instructed. There is no need for such haste. Mr. Yamashi, I have quite an affinity for this child and will impart all my knowledge to him. Orochimaru interjected with a smile. Yamashita cast a meaningful glance at Orochimaru and said, Mr. Orochimaru, I hope you do not forget the promise you made upon joining the Research Institute. Your Edo Tensei must only be employed on the clones developed by the Institute. It would be best not to harbor any intentions toward Sasuke. Otherwise, it could lead to an unpleasant situation for both parties. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, Mr. Yamashita, you truly are ruthless. Just moments ago, you were quite amiable. Why the sudden change? If you abide by the rules, then I shall naturally respond with a smile. However, your recent demeanor suggests otherwise, Yamashita retorted. Orochimaru regarded Yamashita for a moment, but chose not to respond further. So be it. Sasuke, you may rest assured and focus on your studies here. I shall take my leave. With that, he patted Sasuke's shoulder, leaving a portion of his chakra with him. Although in the original narrative, Sasuke, following Orochimaru, encountered no peril and ultimately turned the tables on him. Despite Orochimaru's machinations, at least during the time Sasuke defeated Orochimaru, his strength significantly surpassed Naruto's. This, of course, does not signify that Jiraiya's teaching was inferior to Orochimaru's. After all, Sasuke's Sharingan was consistently a positive influence, while the Nine Tails within Naruto frequently disrupted his development, requiring years for him to adapt and mitigate such effects. Take the battle between Naruto and Pain, for instance. Although it seemed the Nine Tails' power saved Naruto's life in the end, it was truly the existence of the Nine Tails that forced Naruto into that predicament. From the outset of the fight, it was evident that Sage Mode Naruto was stronger than the weakened Pain. In Sage Mode, he dispatched 5 Pains in succession, only being subdued by Devapath Pain once the duration of Sage Mode expired. One can only imagine that had Naruto's Sage Mode been as limitless as Jiraiya's, he might not have been defeated by Pain. The inability of Naruto's Sage Mode to persist was precisely due to the presence of the Nine Tails. While the Nine Tails elevated Naruto's potential, it simultaneously lowered his baseline. Returning to the matter at hand, for the sake of caution, he decided to allocate some of his chakra to Sasuke for his protection. After completing these arrangements, Yamashita departed the laboratory. Mr. Masha, this is a letter from Konoha, along with an invitation from the Hidden Cloud Village. An employee informed him upon his return to the office. Yamashita gazed in surprise at the two letters laid upon his desk. The correspondence from Konoha was understandable, given their amicable relations and the presence of the Inoshikicho team currently interning at the Research Institute. However, what could the Hidden Cloud Village possibly want? After pondering briefly, Yamashita opened the letter from Konoha and began to read. He discovered that it was penned by the current Hokage, Tsunade, and apart from congratulatory remarks regarding the completion of the company's project in the Land of Rain, it contained inquiries about the Akatsuki and a desire to rekindle the previously stalled collaboration initiated with the third Hokage. Clearly, Konoha was well aware of the changes in the Land of Rain, noting its burgeoning development in shipping, hinting an emerging trend toward becoming a trade hub among the Land of Earth, Fire, and Wind, thus strengthening its national prosperity. The Fire Country, as the most significant nation in the ninja world, could no longer remain idle, which prompted them to reach out to Yamashita's company. After all, their intelligence indicated that the operations in the Land of Rain were primarily managed by personnel from Yamashita Industries. If the emergence of the Land of Water as the wealthiest nation in the ninja world was a mere coincidence, then revitalizing the impoverished Land of Rain with such vigor clearly demonstrated that this company, and more specifically, Kenji Yamashita, possessed an extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Given this assessment, it was only natural for the Fire Country to seek out Kenji Yamashita. Moreover, the late third Hokage had previously signed an intent letter with Yamashita regarding the development of Konoha. However, due to the third Hokage's demise, this matter had been postponed, making an opportune time to revisit and facilitate cooperation between the two parties. Yamashita held no objections. The deeper the connections with these great nations, the more entrenched Yamashita Industries would become. Ultimately, should anyone attempt to undermine Yamashita Industries' projects, many powerful nations would likely come to their aid. With this strategy in mind, he set aside that letter and picked up the one from the Land of Lightning. To be honest, Yamashita had not previously engaged much with the Hidden Cloud Village. His understanding derived solely from the original manga. In his recollection, it was not a particularly compliant ninja village. Indeed, within the manga, they had committed several acts that left him gritting his teeth in frustration. For this reason, he harbored no favorable impressions of this nation or village. Aside from lobbying their feudal lord during his quest to become daimyo, he had no other interactions. Now, receiving an unexpected invitation from them was indeed intriguing. Observing the exquisite embellishments on the invitation, he paused momentarily before tearing it open to read its contents. Moments later, his brows furrowed, and a smile crept onto his lips as he realized that the Hidden Cloud Village appeared to have ulterior motives. In simple terms, the invitation's content was an appeal, under the guise of exchanging knowledge, for researchers from Yamashita Industries to visit the Hidden Cloud Village's research facility for collaborative learning and technological exchange. The Hidden Cloud Village is regarded as one of the more technologically progressive villages in the ninja world. If Yamashita remembered correctly, in one of the movies, due to the influence of the Tsutsuki clan on the moon, it now threatens to collide with the ninja world in light of this cataclysmic event. The Hidden Leaf Village dispatched Naruto to the moon to resolve the crisis, while the Hidden Cloud Village unveiled a lunar cannon, intending to obliterate the moon in a single strike. The destructive power of such a weapon far surpasses the technological standards of the past. Prior to the widespread adoption of technology from Yamashita Industries throughout the ninja world, many household appliances in the realm were predominantly sourced from the Hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, if one were to rank the villages by their strength, the Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly be the most formidable. However, when it comes to technological advancement or the potential for growth among the ninja villages, the Hidden Cloud Village would undoubtedly take the lead. Consequently, the rise of Yamashita Industries has inflicted the greatest losses upon the Hidden Cloud Village. Ultimately, while the Hidden Cloud Village places great emphasis on technological development, this focus is relative. Their primary concern remains the training of ninjas. Moreover, During their initial stages of development, their research was rather rudimentary, akin to a makeshift operation in the eyes of Yamashita. Thus, with a more scientifically rigorous research process, management structure, and talent pool, Yamashita Industries swiftly surpassed them, capturing the vast majority of the market share. Under such circumstances, the Hidden Cloud Village extended an invitation for collaboration, the implications of which are quite intriguing. Could it be that they intend to poach their employees? Yamashita is entirely confident in the loyalty of his staff. It's not that these individuals are exceptionally devoted to him, but rather that the remuneration he provides is unmatched by any other ninja village or nation in the realm. After all, this world is fundamentally governed by ninjas, and any ninja village will invariably prioritize the training of ninjas above all else. While these researchers may initially receive favorable treatment in another village, the lack of sustained talent attraction means that individual researchers are unlikely to produce outstanding results in a short time. Over time, the promised benefits may not hold true to in the ninja world. Contracts are often no more valuable than worthless scraps of paper. Yamashita is well aware of this simple truth, as are the researchers themselves. Nevertheless, the invitation to collaborate in research may also harbor intentions of coercively retaining personnel. While it would be ill-received to recruit talents from the land of water, doing so within their sphere of influence would be considerably more straightforward. Thus, Yamashita has no intention of accepting the Hidden Cloud Village's invitation. If they wish to compete, they should do so openly and directly. He will not entertain any underhanded tactics. With the two letters set aside, he turned his thoughts toward the upcoming projects for Yamashita Industries. The South-to-North Water Diversion Project has entered a phase of stable development. With all challenges and difficulties resolved, the progress of tasks on his system is steadily improving, and as long as the planned projects are completed, the endeavor will be deemed finished, alleviating him from any further involvement. Consequently, he must consider the selection of the next project that, of course, this does not refer to something trivial like the reconstruction plan for the Hidden Leaf Village. Such an undertaking is too minor, akin to a mere piece of candy, hardly worthy of being called a feast. What he aims to pursue are monumental projects akin to the South-to-North Water Diversion Project, capable of transforming an entire nation or even the entire ninja world. In fact, based on his vision for the ninja world, there are indeed numerous projects that require attention. Take the Land of Wind. For instance, the perpetual winds there could be harnessed to establish wind farms or solar power stations to prepare for the impending electrical age. Likewise, the lack of public transportation in the ninja world is glaring. Their company's chakra-powered trains have reached a mature stage, making the construction of a comprehensive railway network throughout the ninja world a promising endeavor, a massive cross-sea bridge connecting the land of hot water to the land of water. Utilizing the land of hot water as a hub, along with a vast electrical grid spanning the ninja world. These are all projects he has envisioned and is determined to bring to fruition. Additionally, there is the Aerospace Engineering Initiative. Although developing aviation technology in a realm filled with superpowers and time-space traversal seems somewhat abstract, Yamashita has resolved from the outset that this is a necessity. He understands that the greatest threats to the ninja world lie beyond its borders. Whether it be the Tsutsuki clan potentially battling on the moon, the seal goddess of the moon, or the Tsutsuki clan that is currently planting trees throughout the universe. All these entities pose greater threats than any faction within the ninja world. These extraterrestrial forces are inherently more challenging to monitor than those within the ninja realm. Moreover, according to Yamashita's vision, remaining idle within the ninja world while awaiting the arrival of adversaries is a foolish strategy. As the saying goes, if the enemy can advance, so can we. That if the Tsutsuki are capable of invading, then they too can disrupt the enemy's plans in the cosmos. That a reciprocal approach is essential for any chance of victory in this conflict. Naturally, the aviation technology he envisions is not akin to that of his previous life. Such methods would be too slow and incompatible with the traditions of the ninja world. Instead, he imagines vessels capable of spatial traversal, allowing them to jump through space as long as they possess the coordinates. This is not mere fantasy. The existence of jutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique and the formidable space-time techniques like the Yellow Springs of Pyrrha, prove that, at least through the medium of chakra, realizing such aspirations is indeed feasible. However, these concepts remain in the theoretical stage. although he has allocated a dedicated project team to pursue this initiative and shared all principles of the Flying Thunder God technique with them. Tangible results remain distant. It may take several years of research to achieve the level of advancement he envisions. However, he is not in a hurry. If such a devastating weapon could be developed so easily, it would be rather peculiar. After jotting down these projects on paper and contemplating for a moment, he circled one initiative: the Ninja World Unified Power Generation and Electrical Grid Project. Ultimately, this is the project he chose. In reality, electrical appliances have already begun to permeate some of the larger cities, with small power stations and transmission networks showing early signs of development. However, these remain mere prototypes, lacking extensive implementation. The majority of cities in the ninja world still rely on primitive facilities for energy. Given the strength of Yamashita Industries, it is entirely feasible to use the land of hot water as a hub to construct a vast electrical grid encompassing all major countries, regions, and cities in the ninja world, alongside establishing power stations tailored to local conditions. The reasons for selecting this project are twofold. First, as their electrical equipment gradually spreads throughout the ninja world to showcase the true value of these devices. Issues such as power shortages and outages should be minimized. Achieving this with the current electrical grid is quite challenging. It would be far more effective to take matters into their own hands and facilitate the ninja world's full transition into the electrical age. Secondly, while this project rivals the scale of the South-to-North Water Diversion Project, its complexity is significantly lower, allowing the engineering teams to undertake a relatively simpler project after completing a more challenging one for a change of pace. Of course, this project will not commence immediately. After finishing the previous projects, they can grant the workers a 6-month break to recuperate before starting anew. According to the timeline of the manga, this should occur shortly after Sasuke's defection. With several years of peace ahead, ample time for development. Although the timeline may shift due to his involvement, he remains confident in the feasibility of the endeavor. However, one might surmise that after personal adjustments, those ambitious individuals would not be so eager to act hastily, at the very least. In the absence of a guaranteed victory over their adversaries, they would likely refrain from making reckless moves. It is best to first deal with the affairs of the company. Yamashita, having not spent such a considerable time at the company in a long while, took the opportunity to address the backlog of matters during this period, while also dispatching 2 letters to Kanehagakure and Kumogakure to inform them of his decisions. Now, as the daimyo, there are indeed certain statements he can make with greater assertiveness, no longer overly concerned with the opinions of others. Furthermore, during this time, he reinforced the company's defenses, leaving a portion of his chakra within the premises. Should anyone dare to assault the company headquarters like Itachi did, he would be able to deliver quite the surprise. A puppet of strength comparable to the second stage of Susanoo, capable of infinite self-regeneration and immune to any genjutsu, such a formidable being would likely pose no problem unless faced with an exceptionally powerful ninja. This meticulous manipulation of chakra was something he had not been able to achieve previously. However, a recent breakthrough in the infrastructure project in the Land of Wind had yielded rewards for him. Current ongoing task, South-North Water Diversion Project in the Land of Wind, completion, 51. Congratulations, host. Project progress has exceeded 50. Reward, complete chakra mastery talent. This new skill, while it may not sound particularly impressive, revealed itself to be remarkably formidable upon further understanding. Essentially, this mastery over chakra is absolute. Typically, once a ninja casts a jutsu by expelling chakra, they lose control over it, and regaining that control becomes an arduous task. Moreover, ninjas can only execute jutsu in predetermined patterns, lacking the ability to fully control the form of chakra as it transforms into a jutsu. For instance, Sasuke's Chidori has derived techniques such as Chidori Blade and Chidori Stream, which are merely adjustments made to the Chidori Jutsu-esque form. This is what ninjas refer to as the transformation of chakra. According to the original text, the most complete form of chakra transformation is the Rasengan, which is so perfect that adding elemental changes becomes exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, within the ninja world, there exists an alternative form of transformation that, while perhaps not as flawless as the Rasengan, is undoubtedly more powerful. The most representative example is the Susanoo that comes with the Manjiki Sharingan. Although the original text does not explicitly state this, Yamashita understood that this grand entity must also represent some form of ultimate transformation. However, the requirements for controlling such a technique are extraordinarily demanding, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals. Only those possessing the Manjiki Sharingan can harness this bloodline limit to wield such power. Of course, if one has already achieved peak mastery over chakra transformation, it is possible to summon Susanoo even without the Manjiki, as Uchiha Madara demonstrated during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yamashita's complete chakra mastery essentially means he has attained mastery over both transformation and elemental changes. In other words, as long as he desires, he can initiate the creation of a formidable construct, enhancing its power by incorporating elemental changes. However, his current chakra reserves are only at the level of a Kage, which somewhat hinders him. Nonetheless, these reserves should suffice against ordinary ninjas, and, as the project progresses, the system is likely to compensate for this shortcoming. It is precisely due to this ultimate control over chakra that Yamashita Kenji is able to leave a portion of his chakra within the company, ready to manifest at critical moments, akin to the chakra of the fourth Hokage sealed within Naruto's body. With these tasks completed, Yamashita found his work significantly eased. His daily routine involved merely overseeing the company's regular management, visiting the research facility to check on any newly developed technologies, and observing Sasuke's progress under Orochimaru's training. This leisurely lifestyle made Yamashita somewhat dazed, gradually leading to a sense of complacency. If those ambitious individuals refrain from stirring trouble, it seems this tranquil existence could persist for quite some time. Reflecting on it, Nagato, owing to his influence, appears to have moderated his extremist views. The land of rain is developing well, and it seems he no longer feels an urgent need to collect tailed beasts. Does this not imply that certain plot lines from Shippuden may not come to fruition? Although Yamashita cherishes this rare moment of leisure, he remains acutely aware that this is the world of Naruto, and even after Naruto and Sasuke united to vanquish Kaguya Otsutsuki, they merely ushered in a period of peace lasting a mere decade, after which the ninja world descended into greater chaos. Thus, when Yamashita received alarming news during his respite, it did not come as a surprise. A powerful chakra disturbance has reportedly emerged in the Twilight Forest, with signs of battle comparable to a tailed beast's rampage. Yamashita furrowed his brow as he examined the intelligence presented by his subordinates. What kind of narrative is this? Why can he recall no prior knowledge of it? The Twilight Forest lies on the border between the land of water and the land of sound, and the origin of its name remains uncertain. However, legend has it that within this forest dwells a monstrous beast. Anyone daring to uncover its secrets would face immediate consumption by the creature, a truly terrifying prospect that, of course, after assuming power, Yamashita had previously dispatched formidable ninjas to investigate the area. Apart from some feral beasts, there were no notable findings. Why has such a situation arisen once more? Could it be that he has forgotten some storyline? Regrettably, he finds himself lacking capable ninjas at his side. Kakuzu has been sent to the Land of Rain to manage preliminary financial matters, and he is reluctant to employ the talents of those in the research facility. Particularly with Orochimaru, Yamashita believes it is far better for him to focus on his scientific endeavors rather than engage in combat. Indeed, he is short on personnel. Yamashita sighed, lamenting the scarcity of competent ninjas at his disposal, and recognized it was time to consider recruiting some powerful individuals. Speaking of which, who are the formidable ninjas mentioned in the original narrative? Perhaps the Akatsuki Sasori would suffice, and given his proficiency in puppet techniques, it should be relatively easy to deceive him. Deidara is also quite talented, though it remains uncertain whether he survived after Nagato's upheaval in Iwagakure. Well, he should be fine. After all, that individual possesses considerable strength, and as long as he doesn't make reckless decisions, he should manage to stay alive. Naturally, there are also Naruto, who travels with Jiraiya, and Gaara, who has reconciled his relationship with his father. These are all individuals worthy of his attention. However, those matters can wait. For now, he must venture out personally to assess the situation. While sending someone to investigate is an option, to avoid any unnecessary losses and to keep himself occupied during this period of leisure, he decided it would be best to go himself in a series of swift movements. He arrived at the edge of the twilight forest in no time, prompting him to once again marvel at the practicality of the flying thunder god technique for travel. He proceeded directly to the battlefield indicated in the report, and indeed, the signs of combat were as terrifying as described in the intelligence. Most striking was a deep ravine, as if a giant of 100 feet had cleaved it open with a single strike. Surrounding trees had been uprooted by the shock waves, their roots torn from the earth, a testimony to the overwhelming force at play. Yamashita stared at the eerily familiar traces and found himself momentarily stunned. Is this the aftermath of a battle involving Susanoo? Did a member of the Uchiha clan, particularly one wielding the Manjiki, engage in combat here? Yet, how could this be? To his recollection, at this stage, the only ninja capable of utilizing Susanoo in the entire ninja world is Itachi Uchiha. Even Obito Uchiha, due to possessing only a single Manjiki, cannot summon Susanoo. Could it be that Itachi fought someone here? However, that seems impossible as Yamashita has already witnessed Itachi's Susanoo, even if we exclude any physical limitations he may have. It is inconceivable that such terrifying battle scars could be inflicted. The extent of these fissures suggests that only a complete Susanoo could achieve such devastation. Wouldn't you agree? Contemplating the complete Susanoo, Yamashita immediately thought of Uchiha Obito, for thus far, only that individual is capable of manifesting the full form of Susanoo, right? Yet, according to the timeline, that person should be lying in repose by now. Shouldn't he? Could it be that Kabuto, that grave robber, has unearthed Obito's grave prematurely? Yamashita furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling aura surrounding this matter. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the circumstances of the combatants, if it were indeed a maniac wreaking havoc within the towns of their land of hot water. The devastation would be catastrophic, Mr. Yamashita. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise and delight emerged from behind him. He turned to find Naruto, with his golden locks, and Jiraiya, sporting white hair, calling his name. What brings you two here? Yamashita inquired, astonished, as he was aware that Naruto and Jiraiya had been traveling throughout the ninja world. He had not anticipated such a serendipitous encounter in this very locale. Humph. It's not like the perverted sage had any noble intentions. He insisted on visiting the hot springs town of Ute Town for inspiration. Naruto rolled his eyes, ready to mock his mentor, only to be silenced by Jiraiya, who covered his mouth, interrupting his impending exposure of Jiraiya's true motives. Subsequently, Jiraiya grinned at Yamashita and remarked, Mr. Yamashita, what a coincidence. You two have come here after hearing about the anomalies, I presume. Yamashita cast a resigned glance at the shameless Jiraiya, fully aware of the ulterior motives behind his so-called artistic pursuits, particularly considering his visit to the renowned hot springs resort in Ute Town. Especially after Yamashita's guidance, Jiraiya seemed to have been invigorated, producing several controversial masterpieces notorious for their inappropriateness for younger audiences, which catapulted him to fame within the ninja world, elevating him from a well-known literary figure to the singular literary sage of the ninja realm, an accolade bestowed upon him by his male readers. In the eyes of female readers, however, he was merely an incorrigible lecher. Rumor has it that bounties have been placed in the underground markets for the capture of the shameless Jiraiya, while others sought to invite him to gatherings to discuss literary matters. In short, Jiraiya's notoriety had reached unprecedented heights, eclipsing even that of past Hokage. Allegedly, Tsunade had already devised plans to expel him from the ranks of Konoha's ninjas. Yamashita led the two to a restaurant, where they dined and conversed about recent events. Since Sasuke departed, Naruto had felt a sense of aimlessness within the village. Thus, he had pleaded with Jiraiya to embark on a journey through the ninja world while honing his skills. Over the past few days, they had found themselves traversing the land of hot water, eager to indulge in its famed services, when they were suddenly struck by a monumental tremor emanating from the forest. Upon hastily emerging to investigate, they were met with a breathtaking scene that a colossal figure, akin to a titan, wielded a katana and unleashed a cataclysmic force as it swung down, cleaving the earth beneath. The ground trembled violently, as if a great dragon was awakening, with land masses colliding and trees toppling like mere blades of grass. A wave of pressure surged forth, sending numerous onlookers flying through the air. Even Jiraiya, seasoned by battles, was left in awe by the sheer magnitude of destruction. What kind of overwhelming power could produce such apocalyptic results? More crucially, the armored giant seemed to be targeting a figure hovering above. The blade fell, yet it did not strike the individual. Instead, that person ascended against the current, reaching the giant's head, and with a flick of their wrist, shattered the giant's skull, causing the entire behemoth to crumble and vanish. This was the spectacle witnessed by Jiraiya and Naruto, and it was only when Jiraiya believed the situation had stabilized that he ventured forth, coincidentally crossing paths with Yamashita, who was also investigating. Upon hearing the descriptions from his companions, Yamashita's frown deepened as he pondered the possibilities. The giant was undoubtedly Susanoo, and the scale of destruction, coupled with its complete samurai form, indicated it was indeed the full Susanoo. Yet, as previously mentioned, the only known individual capable of summoning such a form during this time frame was Uchiha Bido, who, at present, was not in a position to manifest. What could this mean? Moreover, there was another individual, one who could shatter Susanoo with a single strike. Such power seemed elusive, even for the pinnacle of prowess seen in the latter stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War, even for the legendary sage of the Six Paths. Had Jiraiya exaggerated the situation, or had he overlooked something? Gradually, a thread of understanding began to weave through Yamashita's mind, yet it remained elusive, just out of reach. That Mr. Yamashita, does such a powerful ninja truly exist in this world? Such terrifying ninjutsu, for reasons unknown. Naruto held an unwavering confidence in Yamashita, believing he possessed insights even Jiraiya lacked. As Yamashita snapped back to reality, he smiled and replied, "Indeed, such ninjutsu exists. Moreover, it is a form of Kekkei Genkai, originating from your very village of Konoha." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Jiraiya, who mirrored his confusion. Driven by curiosity, he pressed for answers. "Mr. Yamashita, what is it? Does Konoha really possess such a Kekkei Genkai?" "Certainly," Yamashita affirmed, "and is one you are quite familiar with. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." "What?" Naruto exclaimed, shocked to learn that such ninjutsu stemmed from the Sharingan. "Does that mean Sasuke could wield such power too?" "Not so easily," Yamashita chuckled. "This ninjutsu, known as Susanoo, is an extraordinarily powerful technique that, within the 1,000-year history of the Uchiha clan, has only been mastered by a select few. Sasuke is indeed talented, but to expect him to wield this technique directly would be akin to chasing phantoms." "Is that so?" Naruto mused, his expression returning to normal, uncertain whether to feel elated or disappointed for his friend. "Mr. Yamashita, is everything you say true?" Jiraiya, as a high-ranking member of Konoha, found himself doubting the reliability of this information. "Without a doubt," Yamashita assured him. "That rogue ninja from your village, Uchiha Itachi, previously employed that very technique. While it may not have been as exaggerated as you've described, it was still far from trivial." "Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's brother?" Naruto murmured, realizing that the formidable adversary Sasuke would soon confront was indeed a powerful ninja. And no wonder Sasuke felt such immense pressure. Anyone faced with such an opponent would undoubtedly feel the weight of the world upon their shoulders. Jiraiya, despite his curiosity to inquire further, chose to refrain from disturbing the contemplative figure below him. Instead, he found himself mulling over the significance of this intelligence for the village of Konohagakure. After all, Itachi Uchiha was a rogue ninja from the village. If he had indeed mastered such formidable jutsu, there was a looming threat that he might return, much like Orochimaru had done in the current state of Konoha. It could scarcely withstand such devastation. As the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, the man below seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the restaurant. At that precise moment, the door swung open, revealing two figures stepping inside. Point one was a man with raven hair, his demeanor cold and distant, radiating an extraordinary presence. The other was a youth, appearing only slightly older than Naruto, his face reflecting youthful innocence and a sense of wonder at everything around him. A flash of realization struck Yamashita, connecting the dots in his mind. The inconsistencies he had previously noted faded away as clarity enveloped his thoughts. He had previously asserted that within this era, only Uchiha Madara could potentially wield a complete Susanoo. However, he was dead, creating a paradox. Yet, that was predicated on the current timeline, that if one were to consider a future perspective, there indeed existed another capable of manifesting a complete Susanoo, this cold man before him. The two figures surveyed their surroundings, their gaze lingering on Naruto and Jiraiya for a considerable time. The child's face lit up with joy, poised to exclaim something, only to be restrained by the man beside him, who then guided him aside to sit and place an order. Jiraiya had certainly taken note of the two newcomers. The aura surrounding the cold man was strikingly unique and powerful, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Curiously, Jiraiya thought, this man bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head, perplexedly remarking, "It's strange. He looks just like Sasuke." Yamashita rolled his eyes, taken aback that Naruto, this impudent brat, failed to recognize his own son while being so familiar with the grown-up Sasuke. Indeed, Yamashita had identified their identities, the now-adult Uchiha Sasuke and the son of Naruto and Hinata. Uzumaki Boruto. Chronologically, these two appeared to hail from a period several years after the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Boruto and other new generation ninjas were active. Yamashita had not systematically followed this segment of the story, having primarily seen various clips and humorous interpretations, leaving him somewhat in the dark regarding the intricacies of that era's plot. However, he was aware that during Boruto's time, the ultimate adversaries they faced were extraterrestrial beings from the Otsutsuki clan, each possessing strength comparable to Kagaya Otsutsuki, and with battle experience far exceeding hers, making it a formidable challenge even for the fully realized Naruto and Sasuke, if memory served him correctly, before his own transference to this world. The manga had progressed to a point where both Sasuke and Naruto were under some unknown individual's control, who had utilized a technique called God Technique, far surpassing conventional ninjutsu, leading to a distortion in the perception of everyone in the ninja world, branding Boruto as a rogue ninja and inciting a pursuit against him. Logically, if this plot design was coherent, it could indeed make for a compelling narrative. However, by that time, Yamashita had outgrown the age for reading manga, viewing Naruto through a lens of nostalgia, reluctant to witness the predecessors become stepping stones for the successors. Thus he refrained from continuing. Now, with the emergence of these two figures in this era, it implied that they had traversed through time. Indeed, the ninja world possessed means of time travel. Naruto himself had once ventured back to the past. Now, these two must have arrived in their current world for some reason. Yet, it remained uncertain who the person they were destined to battle was. Could it be yet another extraterrestrial from the Otsutsuki clan? The man's strength was formidable. Jiraiya regarded Yamashita with a grave expression, whispering his concerns about Sasuke's unusual nature. This was, of course, an inevitable conclusion. A fully realized Uchiha Sasuke, at this stage, could likely single-handedly dominate the entire ninja world, provided he was the sole contender. Fear not. These two are acquaintances of mine. They mean no harm, Yamashita said, adjusting his attire before rising. Come, let us go and make their acquaintance. Meanwhile, Boruto and Sasuke engaged in hushed conversation. Sensei, why don't we approach them sooner? That kid must be my dad, right? He looks rather foolish. Not clever at all. Boruto's words lacked any semblance of respect for his father, regarding Naruto as if he were a simpleton. Sasuke nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, your father was quite the fool in his youth. This was one sentiment he wholeheartedly shared with Boruto. Sensei Sasuke, who are those two beside Dad? I don't think I've ever seen them in the village. Boruto inquired. Sasuke replied, the one with white hair is your father's teacher, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a great ninja who sacrificed himself for the village. As for the young man beside him, I am unfamiliar with him. Naruto has never mentioned him. He could simply be an unknown traveler they encountered. No sooner had Sasuke finished speaking than the so-called unknown traveler approached them with a cheerful demeanor, casually sitting beside them. Greetings to you both. It's my first time here. How do you find it? The two were taken aback by the man's directness, caught off guard by his friendly approach. And you are? Sasuke inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Yamashita gestured toward the sky, declaring, I am the proprietor of this establishment. You may call me Yamashita Kenji. Ah, I see. With this revelation, the situation began to make sense. It was only natural for a proprietor to greet his patrons. Quite impressive indeed. Your culinary offerings are exceptional. I have never tasted such exquisite dishes, Boruto remarked, his delight evident as he savored the food, which was unlike anything he had ever enjoyed before. May I ask, what brings you two here? Yamashita inquired with a smile. Sasuke frowned, responding, your question seems a bit abrupt, does it not? Is it? Yamashita feigned ignorance. You two have stirred quite a commotion within my territory. Am I not entitled to inquire about the cause? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, standing cautiously as he squinted at Yamashita. Had he misjudged this man? Could he truly perceive the unusual nature of his presence? Was he an adversary, or merely investigating the recent disturbance? However, it seemed unlikely that any notable ninja existed within the land of soup. Do not be so tense, Sasuke. As my employee, do you not fear that I might make things difficult for you? Yamashita, as casual mention of Sasuke's name, sent waves of alarm through him. How could this man possibly know his identity? Moreover, what did he mean by that? Did he recognize the child Sasuke once was? Yet, Sasuke could not recall having any past encounters with this man. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he began to notice the peculiarities of the small town in the land of soup. That it was indeed strange. The town was flourishing, boasting high-tech advancements that rivaled those of Konoha many years into the future. How could the land of soup have developed to such an extent a decade ago? Just as Sasuke grappled with these unsettling thoughts, Jiraiya and Naruto approached, casting curious glances at the composed Yamashita. Mr. Yamashita, is there an issue? Of course not, Yamashita replied nonchalantly. Come, Naruto, let this young man join you for some fun. The adults have matters to discuss. What is that about? Naruto cast an unsatisfied glance at Boruto and remarked, Mr. Yamashita, I am no longer a child. I have no interest in this little brat who hasn't even fully matured yet. Besides, why are you wearing the headband of the Hidden Leaf Village? I have never seen you in Konoha before. Boruto's lips twitched in response to his father's juvenile demeanor. This fellow certainly seemed a tad too arrogant, didn't he? Hey, don't get too cocky. Who are you calling a little brat? And what does my status as a ninja from the Hidden Leaf have to do with you? Boruto retorted rather impolitely, Oh, you little rascal. You have quite the audacity. Of course, I must intervene when you impersonate a ninja from the Hidden Leaf, and if you take offense at being called a little brat. Tell me, was I mistaken? You think you're strong, don't you? Don't make me laugh, you arrogant fool. The tension escalated as Boruto's defiance became evident, so what shall it be? Shall we step outside and have a little sparring session? Let us go. With that, the onlookers watched as these two youngsters, barely taller than the table, faced off against one another, shoulder to shoulder, as they strode out of the restaurant. One could only imagine the earth-shattering battle that awaited them outside. Hopefully, Naruto wouldn't find himself bested by his own son. That would indeed be quite the spectacle. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yamashita relaxed and gestured for Jiraiya to take a seat beside him. Then turned to Sasuke across the table and said, All right, now that the two young ones have left, Sasuke, you may reveal to us the purpose of your visit. Sasuke? Jiraiya was taken aback, observing the man before him, noting the similarities in his features to Sasuke. However, how could this individual possibly be Uchiha Sasuke? That boy should be in the capital of the land of soup, after all. Nevertheless, as someone seasoned by the storms of life, Jiraiya refrained from voicing his doubts, and instead focused his gaze on the man he had referred to as Uchiha Sasuke. So, you have recognized me, have you? Returning to his senses, Sasuke resumed his previous calm demeanor. Since his identity had been unveiled, there was no longer any need for concealment. You, it seems, are not an ordinary individual. You are certainly not some nameless figure. However, I am puzzled as to why you do not appear in the future. Sasuke posed his question without directly answering. Not in my future? Yamashita stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. If that is the case, it appears that your journey has taken you to a parallel timeline. A parallel timeline? It was evident that Sasuke did not grasp the concept Yamashita was presenting. Noticing the confusion, Yamashita dipped his fingers in water and drew a straight line on the table. Generally speaking, our world progresses forward with the passage of time. Unless some extraordinary event occurs, no one should be able to return to the past. However, there are exceptions. Under certain circumstances, some individuals might return to a previous time. This return can take two forms. The first is a direct return to the past of one's original timeline, where the experiences are those previously lived. As he spoke, Yamashita drew a line branching off the original line, bending and connecting to the other end. This is the most straightforward form of time travel. However, such direct crossings can lead to a myriad of complications, such as the grandmother paradox, when altering past events. Will the future self still have the opportunity to return to the past? If not, your very existence becomes a paradox. This leads us to the second form of time travel. Yamashita continued, drawing several parallel lines beneath the original line and elaborating. This perspective posits that there is not just a single timeline in the universe, but countless timelines progressing at different rates. Each timeline encompasses its own shinobi world, which may differ in certain aspects. Yet the overall development remains similar. Your journey, in essence, is a leap from one timeline to another. He then drew a connecting line between the two parallel lines, spreading his hands in a gesture of explanation. See, what I understand is that your journey did not take you back to the past, but rather brought you to a different parallel universe. In your world, my existence is absent. Yet in our world, I can assert without hesitation that I am a figure of considerable significance. After delivering this theory, Yamashita fell silent, allowing the two to digest the information. Fortunately, neither was particularly dim-witted, and they quickly grasped Yamashita's explanation. Jiraiya cast a surprised glance at the adult Sasuke before him. So, this man was Sasuke from another timeline? He appeared even more formidable than himself. The Uchiha clan certainly had a promising future ahead. Meanwhile, Sasuke felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. After all, if this individual was willing to engage in such discourse, it suggested he harbored no ill will towards him. This was only natural. After all, he had only just arrived in this world. It would be rather bizarre if someone immediately sought to do him harm. Now, surely you can trust me, can't you? Perhaps you could share the identity of the person you faced earlier? Observing the relaxation of Sasuke's demeanor, Yamashita posed his inquiry once more. After all, if this man was not an enemy, then it was evident that the individual he had battled must be one. And someone capable of contending with a fully realized Sasuke was certainly no ordinary foe. Sasuke's expression turned serious as he replied, "That individual is known as Kagaya Tsutsuki," as Sasuke recounted the events. Both Yamashita and Jiraiya learned of the challenges he and Naruto had faced in essence, Kagaya Tsutsuki, hailing from the Tsutsuki clan, had unexpectedly discovered the lost treasure of her clan, the plow, an artifact capable of traversing time and space. Her intention was to travel back to Naruto's childhood, seizing the opportunity to extract the nine tails from his body while he was still vulnerable. Sasuke and Naruto had followed her into this timeline, and after a fierce battle, Sasuke had ultimately been forced to hide. These revelations aligned closely with Yamashita's expectations. The adversary capable of challenging the present-day Sasuke was likely one of those extraterrestrial beings. This presented a considerable dilemma. While the Tsutsuki clan members might not match Kagaya's peak powers, they were still formidable foes. Given the current collective strength of their shinobi world, they would struggle to withstand such an opponent. Unless, of course, one considered Yamashita himself. However, even with his current abilities, whether he could engage in direct combat with such an adversary remained uncertain. Although his puppet technique was extraordinarily powerful, it ultimately relied on chakra. The Tsutsuki clan was the foremost expert in chakra consumption. In the presence of such beings, his puppet's immortality might prove inconsequential, and their threat level would diminish significantly. On the other side, Jiraiya was left in a state of disbelief. As if he had just heard a myth, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. What had he just heard? Extraterrestrials, the Tsutsuki clan, the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Tsutsuki. These long-lost fragments of history were laid bare before him, leaving him momentarily unable to process the information. Would the shinobi world undergo such terrifying changes in the coming decades? What would become of traditional ninjas like himself? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yearning to be voiced. Yet, seeing Yamashita maintaining his composed demeanor, Jiraiya restrained his curiosity and awaited further revelations from him. I believe I have grasped the situation. In other words, within the realm of ninja, there exists a being who is likely the most formidable of all, currently in action, with a probable objective that includes all-tailed beasts, including the nine tails, correct? Yamashita organized Sasuke's words before summarizing. Sasuke nodded, scrutinizing the individual before him, only to find that the person maintained an air of calmness, devoid of any sign of panic. Was it that he failed to recognize the potential threat he might face? Or did he possess such confidence in his abilities to confront a member of the Tsutsuki clan? Sasuke found himself somewhat perplexed by this unfamiliar figure. Indeed, it was a rather intricate matter. While he spoke thus, Yamashita displayed no signs of distress, instead continuing in a composed manner. In that case, why don't we seek out the Kage of each village and unite them into a coalition to confront this individual together? Do you possess the capability to gather these Kage? Sasuke asked, somewhat incredulous. In their world, the 5 Kage summit was convened only after the Akatsuki organization had decimated Konohagakure, prompting the countries to respond to the looming threat. However, even then, the conflicts among the nations could not be wholly reconciled. Had it not been for the later intervention of Uchiha Obito, that summit would likely have dissolved into nothingness. Now, however, to convene a 5 Kage summit based on unverified information seemed rather presumptuous. Ahem, at that moment, Jiraiya coughed twice, regarding Sasuke with a somewhat peculiar expression, and said, "This individual indeed possesses such capabilities. Allow me to reintroduce him. He is Yamashita Kenji, the feudal lord of the land of hot water. The founder and chairman of the foremost company in the ninja world, a remarkable capitalist collaborating with numerous great nations, revered by many as a perpetual friend, the wealthiest individual in the ninja realm." Jiraiya's extensive introduction left Sasuke somewhat bewildered, gazing incredulously at this excessively youthful figure. This person holds such a position within the ninja world? Surely, that is rather outrageous. Even Naruto, who later ascended to Hokage, seemed not to have received such treatment, did he? Where did this enigmatic individual even emerge from? Yamashita Kenji feigned modesty. Yet inwardly, he was elated, appreciating Jiraiya's ability to bolster his reputation when needed. He was unaware that he had unwittingly accumulated such a multitude of titles. "That will not do." Sasuke reiterated his refusal. Quite frankly, at that level, the efficacy of ninjutsu becomes exceedingly limited against such an opponent. Regardless of the quantity of ninjutsu one possesses, it would prove futile, merely resulting in unnecessary casualties. Such a tier, even a Kage-level warrior finds their impact severely constrained, let alone those of CH Nin or J Nin rank. In response, Yamashita nodded, acknowledging the soundness of Sasuke's considerations. Should the adversary truly inflict widespread casualties, victory, even if achieved, would be a Pyrrhic one, not a genuine triumph. Moreover, one must not forget that in their world, there likely exists a being akin to Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Should they expend all their resources against this otherworldly intruder, they might find themselves unable to contend with a true threat within their own realm. That would indeed be a case of suffering greater losses for minimal gains. Thus, the optimal approach would be to amass the strongest forces within the ninja world, uniting them to confront the foe. Jiraiya interjected at this juncture. Although the subject matter they discussed was somewhat sensational, if it were indeed true, it would constitute a significant crisis for the ninja world. He could not simply feign ignorance. "Let it go, Mr. Jiraiya." Yet, to his surprise, Yamashita Kenji outright declined. Upon reflection, the elite warriors we can find are rather limited, and the other party may not believe our assertions that in that case, it would be more prudent for us to resolve this matter ourselves. Do we have the strength for that? After witnessing the aftermath of their skirmish, Jiraiya was also not particularly confident in his own abilities. "It should suffice, and moreover, I have thought of another individual who I believe could be of assistance." Pain, observing the group before him and having heard their dialogue, felt as though he was being treated as a fool. He turned to Yamashita Kenji and asked, "Mr. Yamashita, do I appear to you as a simpleton who would believe your recent claims?" Yamashita shrugged and replied, "While the circumstances may indeed seem rather alarming, the truth remains as I've stated. If you doubt me, inquire with your master." Jiraiya was still reeling from the shock, unable to comprehend that the current ruler of the Land of Rain was none other than his former student, Yahiko. Furthermore, the eyes of the person before him were unmistakably Nagato's Rinnegan. What could this possibly mean? He could not help but recall Kakashi and Uchiha Obito's story. Had that child, Nagato, encountered some form of calamity? Yahiko, why are you here? And what of Nagato and Conan? What is the meaning of this? Such matters could wait. Yamashita interjected. Pain, or rather Nagato, what we have just conveyed is entirely truthful. Given our relationship, I have no need to deceive you. The ninja world stands on the brink of an unprecedented threat, and we require your assistance. Upon having his identity exposed, Pain paused momentarily, then turned to the still bewildered Naruto and remarked, if that individual's aim is this child, then extracting the nine tails from him would undoubtedly prove an effective strategy. Would it not? As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, directed at Naruto. In the next instant, Sasuke positioned himself before Naruto, shielding him from the onslaught of pressure, his expression as frigid as ice, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, as if poised to draw it at any moment. The gust of wind swept past, revealing Sasuke's left eye, obscured by his hair. It bore a spiral pattern, adorned with 6 tomo. Pain's pupils constricted, his heart roiling with tumult. He recognized that eye all too well, for he possessed a pair himself. Why would anyone else have eyes identical to his? Could it be that this individual is truly, as Yamashita Kenji described, a traveler from the future? Nagato, I know we are. After all, old acquaintances, I was once your subordinate, Sasuke stated coldly, though I know not how you have transformed in this world, if you still harbor such notions. Then there is no need that in our realm. Your plans ended in utter failure. Pain narrowed his eyes, seemingly attempting to pierce through Sasuke's facade, responding, is that so? And why should I place my trust in you? With my power, I could easily crush you and have no need to deceive you. Sasuke's words were unreservedly scornful, laden with disdain and contempt. Clearly, he was still quite perturbed by Pain's previous intent toward Naruto. Although his words may have been harsh, they were nonetheless factual. Even Uchiha Madara, with his Rinnegan, would struggle against Sasuke in his complete form, let alone the frail figure of Nagato before him. However, despite the truth in Sasuke's statements, it was evident that Nagato could not accept it. He still clung to the notion of being the strongest, self-proclaiming himself as a god, and how could he tolerate such derision? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced rang out as several of Pain's bodies converged upon the scene, their gazes fixed and predatory. Yes, that's so. It seems you possess quite a bit of confidence in your abilities. Then allow me to hold on. You two, just wait a moment, Yamashita Kenji interjected decisively. I have no interest in witnessing your duel here. Nagato, I must ask you, what makes you think you, a mid-level boss, can contend with a fully realized protagonist? Surely, you're not seeking a fight. Do you truly believe that possessing Rinnegan renders you invincible? Have you ever contemplated the current state of your own existence? Are you truly certain that you possess the capability to engage in intense combat? And you, Sasuke, at your age, why do you still react like an impulsive child? Reflect upon the purpose of your presence here. You are currently battling Nagato. Even if you were to emerge victorious, would that not demand a significant expenditure of energy? What if that individual seizes the opportunity to strike while you are fatigued, leaving you at a disadvantage? We came here seeking assistance, not to engage in conflict. Sasuke glanced at Kenji Yamashita, who was attempting to mediate, then shifted his gaze to the 6 paths of Pain, snorting in disdain. Subsequently, he departed alongside Naruto and Boruto, leaving only Pain and Jiraiya, along with Kenji Yamashita and his companions. Observing Sasuke's lack of further contention, Yamashita breathed a sigh of relief. It is not easy to persuade someone of Sasuke's temperament, so successfully guiding him to reconsider was a testament to his eloquence and innate talent. He then turned his attention to Nagato, stating, Nagato, what I've previously conveyed is entirely truthful, given our relationship. There is absolutely no need for deception. Furthermore, while Sasuke may be harsh in his words, he speaks the truth. Your so-called plan is unfeasible. Setting aside the sustainability of your oppressive regime, consider the ambitious figures lurking in the shadows of the ninja world, as well as the Otsutsuki clan that watches from outer space. These are adversaries you cannot contend with. Even if you were to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, it is improbable that you could achieve such feats single-handedly. As Yamashita spoke, he suddenly paused, deep in thought. The tailed beasts were indeed formidable in the early chapters of the manga. However, as the narrative progressed, their significance diminished, particularly in the later stages where they served primarily as fodder, contributing little on high-level battlefields. In contrast, the Ten Tails, born from the amalgamation of these 9 entities, possesses the potential to elevate an individual's power to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. While there may be a gap between it and the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the difference would not be insurmountable. Thus, one might wonder, is it possible for him to gather all the tailed beasts, fuse them into the 10 tails, and become its Jinchuriki? If successful, would this not grant the ninja world an additional combat force on par with the Sage of 6 Paths in facing the invading Otsutsuki clan, each of whom possesses 6 Paths level power? Would this not provide a significant advantage? Repurposing the seemingly obsolete tailed beasts could indeed be a clever strategy, although the Jinchuriki would perish upon losing their tailed beast. The manga suggests that this is not an absolute rule. That if the Jinchuriki possesses sufficient vitality, survival is possible. Given the capabilities of their organization, developing a means to replenish human life force is relatively straightforward. In fact, they have already accomplished this. Suppressing his thoughts, Yamashita continued addressing pain. In summary, your plan is utterly impractical. I have already tested its feasibility in alternate timelines, and I have been contemplating the right moment to advise you. Now that the opportunity has arisen, I shall speak frankly. Pain, observing the unwavering conviction in Yamashita's demeanor, fell silent. If everything the other party asserted were true, what then was the significance of his own life? Had his lifelong pursuits been rendered meaningless? Enough of such thoughts, Yamashita interjected, offering solace. You need not perceive your life as a bleak void devoid of value. At the very least, the transformation of the Rain Country is a testament to your efforts. The children of the Rain Country no longer endure the poverty and turmoil that plagued your past. All that has been achieved is a result of your struggle. Now, as external threats loom, your responsibility is to safeguard this hard-won peace and prosperity. Am I mistaken? Nagato hesitated, reflecting on the various events that had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, he had nearly fulfilled Yahiko's vision, which also aligned with his own aspirations. Perhaps his endeavors were not in vain after all. His resolve began to solidify, and he turned to Yamashita, asking, "So, Mr. Yamashita, what must I do?" Yamashita smiled, recognizing that at this juncture, Nagato's combat prowess was of little consequence. He had successfully dissuaded him from his previous intentions, which marked the greatest achievement of this encounter. First and foremost, you must restore vitality to your frail body. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, it is absurd that you cannot mobilize yourself. Nagato was taken aback. You are aware of this? Yamashita chuckled. How could I not be more knowledgeable about you than anyone else in this ninja world? Nagato had sustained injuries to his legs during an attack by Hanzo, and the repeated use of the outer path had further compromised his condition, resulting in his current state. Healing him was not overly complicated. Halting the feedback from the outer path and replenishing his lost essence would suffice to restore him to a semblance of his former self. Their organization had conducted numerous similar studies, and Yamashita estimated that Orochimaru's team could easily accomplish such a treatment. Thus, he had never doubted the possibility of healing Nagato. Without further delay, Yamashita accompanied Pain to his hideout, intending to bring his physical form back to their organization for a thorough examination before contemplating subsequent actions. However, unexpectedly, turmoil erupted in the Rain Country. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated as a significant detonation occurred somewhere within the capital of the Rain Country. Amidst the billowing smoke, a woman emerged, none other than Conan, who had been engaged in her duties. Her entire being seemed composed of paper, transforming into wings that allowed her to soar through the sky, regarding a figure that floated in the distance with grave caution. "Who are you?" she inquired, her demeanor tense. The magnitude of that explosion was beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. It appears we have a beautiful lady here. How remiss of me," the figure replied with unexpected politeness. "Though I sense your presence, could it be that I am mistaken? Regardless, they should be nearby." As he spoke, he casually flicked his fishing rod, casting the line with the speed of a bullet. Conan, maintaining a serious expression, evaded in midair, but was caught off guard when the hook veered and struck her back, extracting a sphere of pink light from her body. With a swift motion, The hook retracted, and the figure weighed the glowing orb in his hand. Grinning. Not bad. This is quite the catch. He then placed the orb into the fishing basket slung across his back. Meanwhile, Conan felt a significant portion of her chakra drain away, rendering her unable to maintain her current state, resulting in her plummeting from the sky to, a fledgling ant should refrain from flying too high. What a pity. What a true pity. The figure observed her descent without making any move to intervene. Just then, another individual rushed in, catching Conan mid-fall and setting her down safely. Ensure the citizens of the city find refuge. With that, he soared back into the air, confronting the enigmatic figure. You are the one they referred to as a member of the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Urashiki, aren't you? The voice of Pain was frigid, indicating that the presence of this individual had struck a nerve. Upon witnessing the newcomer, Otsutsuki Urashiki's demeanor shifted from polite to grave, his eyes narrowing with evident anger. Rinnegan, how can a wretched ant like you possess the Rinnegan? Pain hesitated, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. Yes, that's so. Might it be that this Rinnegan serves as the badge of nobility that your Tsutsuki clan prides itself upon? If such a token manifests upon one whom you deem an insignificant ant, then what does that render your clan itself? A mere larger ant, perhaps? Your tone is rather presumptuous. Is it the power of those eyes that emboldens you? The imposing presence of Tsutsuki Urashiki radiated forth, a tremendous pressure bearing down directly upon Pain. If that is indeed the case, then I shall ensure you understand the terrifying price of insulting the Tsutsuki clan. No sooner had the words left his lips than Urashiki flung his fishing rod, unleashing a multitude of hooks that shot towards Pain. Shinra Tensei. A dispassionate voice escaped from Pain's lips, and an invisible repulsion manifested, deflecting all the hooks aimed at him. Humph, the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, merely a fortunate usurpation of the Tsutsuki's power. Urashiki observed his hooks being repelled, a scowl marring his features. Yes, that's so. Then what of this technique? Pain declared, waving his right hand, and an irresistible gravitational force emanated forth. Bansho Tenin. Urashiki found himself involuntarily drawn towards Pain, only to be met on the ground by the Azura Path, which unleashed a formidable energy blast that struck him directly. Such grandiloquence, yet it amounts to naught. The Deva Path Pain remarked with indifference, surprised at how effortlessly he had dispatched this so-called extraterrestrial. It seems Mr. Mashita was somewhat alarmist after all that I ask you. Where exactly are you looking? Suddenly, the Deva Path Pain heard that familiar voice from behind him. Before he could react, he felt his chakra being forcibly extracted from his body. No amount of resistance proved effective. How is this possible? The Deva Path Pain seemed to lose all vitality, having forfeited his chakra, and was swiftly severed in half by Urashiki's casual gesture, and thus it is of rather mediocre caliber. Indeed, an ant remains an ant, even after fortuitously acquiring divine power. The re-emerging Urashiki deposited the chakra into his fishing basket, murmuring to himself, I in the shadows, Nagato, manipulating Pain, wore an expression of sheer horror. Unable to believe that his Deva Path Pain had been so casually eliminated, the disparity in power is beyond mere strength. The two are seemingly not of the same echelon. Moreover, it is crucial to note that his 6 paths of pain share a vision, capable of mutual perspective sharing. Hidden nearby, at least 3 more pains lay in wait, silently observing the unfolding chaos. Yet despite this, the opponent managed to sneak behind the Deva Path Pain. Not just the Deva Path Pain, but all the others remained oblivious. How could this be? Before Nagato could fully grasp the means by which his adversary had maneuvered, the foe commenced a relentless assault on his Pain puppets. The strongest Pain had been slain. The others, while possessing unique abilities, proved insufficient against the might of their opponent. In no time, they were all eradicated. Such a chasm in strength. This is what Mr. Yamashita referred to as the greatest crisis facing the ninja world. In comparison, the tribulations currently befalling the ninja world pale in insignificance. This battle obliterated Nagato's pride as a deity, forcing him to confront the magnitude of his own insignificance. Meanwhile, Urashiki, upon vanquishing the last Pain puppet, reclaimed the chakra into his fishing basket, smiling as he said, Ants, I thank you for your hospitality. Your chakra is of rather fine quality. However, it seems these beings are merely your puppets. Now, let me see where your true self lies." With that, veins suddenly appeared around his eyes, activating his Byakugan. In his line of sight, all obstacles ceased to exist. He could effortlessly traverse through them in pursuit of his target, Dada. "So that's where you are hiding." Tsutsuki Rashiki seemed to have spotted Nagato, poised to approach when suddenly a figure flashed behind him. Sasuke, without hesitation, struck down with his sword. Clang! The sound of the blade striking did not resonate with the flesh. Instead, Urashiki's entire form disintegrated, transforming into countless pink butterflies that fluttered through the air. Another substitution technique. "I see." Sasuke retracted his sword and glanced in a specific direction. There, Urashiki's figure reemerged, tilting his head slightly as he regarded Sasuke, saying, "Oh, have you finally chosen to reveal yourself? What is this? Have you forgotten the humiliation you suffered at my hands? Have you found a means to counter me?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes, activating both his Manjiki Sharingan and Rinnegan, gathering his momentum, seemingly ready to charge forth at any moment. "What is this? Planning to utilize ninjutsu? That Amaterasu of yours? I trust you haven't forgotten that your so-called techniques hold no efficacy against me." Urashiki maintained a relaxed demeanor, as though this individual posed no significant challenge. "Thank you for the reminder. I still remember the lesson well." As soon as Sasuke's words faded, he vanished from Urashiki's sight. Reappearing behind him, his long sword enveloped in fierce lightning chakra, launching an attack. Tench K10. Urashiki was no mere foe to be easily dealt with. His physical prowess was formidable, and having discerned Sasuke's tactics, he responded with remarkable ease. The fishing rod in his hand swung with great flourish, matching Sasuke's skill at no. It seemed Sasuke was on the defensive. Feeling the immense force emanating from the blade, Sasuke's hands trembled. This adversary's strength was terrifying, reminiscent of Naruto's punches. These beings possess an utterly unnatural physique. The warm-up is over. Prepare to shatter. Suddenly, Tsutsuki Urashiki exerted a tremendous force, his fishing rod crashing down like a hammer. Sasuke, unable to evade, could only brace with his ninja sword. With a resounding crack, the chakra-imbued blade shattered in his grip. "Perish, you wretch!" Urashiki harbored no intentions of holding back against Sasuke. Naturally, he lacked the capacity for restraint. And thus this strike was delivered with lethal intent, aimed squarely at Sasuke's head. Boom! A thunderous roar split the heavens, the ground fracturing beneath them, buildings collapsing in disarray, while underground water gushed forth, swirling in a cloud of dust, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. This assault nearly decimated half the town of the Rain Country. Amidst the torrential downpour, the sound of bricks cascading echoed through the haze. Then, in the next moment, from the swirling dust, an enormous purple samurai giant slowly emerged, with Sasuke positioned within the giant's head. Witnessing such a majestic colossus, Urashiki exhibited no sign of alarm. Rather, he jested, "Is it the same old routine? Mr. Sasuke, it appears you have truly exhausted your options. While this Susanoo solid chakra cannot be absorbed by me, its strength seems rather unimpressive." As he spoke, he deftly evaded Sasuke's strikes in midair, his fishing rod clashing with the giant sword, achieving a stalemate. "Well, I believe I've had enough of this game, Mr. Sasuke. Now, I shall bid you farewell," Urashiki declared, preparing to strike Sasuke down. In that instant, a figure appeared beside Sasuke's colossal form. "Who is this?" Tsutsuki Urashiki mused, finding this ninja world exceedingly intriguing. Although he regarded his foes as mere ants, they exhibited a resilience greater than those from other realms. Thus, what surprises might this new ant have in store for him? As he pondered, all his attention was fixated on that individual, who, to his surprise, produced a peculiar object from within his cloak and leisurely adorned it upon his eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, a blindingly intense white light emanated from him, instantly searing into his own gaze. The abruptness of it caught Tsutsuki Pushur completely off guard, compelling him to stare directly into the radiance. The luminosity was so excruciatingly fierce that it felt as if his eyes were being scorched, causing him a stinging pain akin to being burned. "What on earth is this?" Pusher exclaimed, executing several rapid movements in midair before stabilizing himself, rubbing his tear-streaked eyes and uttering in vexation. "Truly, it lives up to its reputation as a legendary sight. Your eyes, a blend of white, blue, and red. One might think you've installed a neon light within them." Yamashita effortlessly removed the sunglasses he had just donned, chuckling as he teased his opponent. His demeanor was remarkably relaxed, seemingly unfazed by the recent display of power from Sutsuki Pusher, as if he had merely engaged in a trivial act. Nevertheless, regardless of how flamboyant one's appearance may be, an eye remains an eye, and encountering light should invariably result in discomfort. Shouldn't it? "Who are you, and how dare you employ such tactics against me?" Pusher spat, harboring a profound loathing for the unexpectedly emerging Yamashita Kenji. "Who am I? My name is Tianjin Fan. The technique I just utilized is the solar fist from our crane school, specifically designed to counter someone like you." Yamashita never hesitated to weave a tale. The solar fist, a technique originating from the anime Dragon Ball, has proven effective against numerous universe-level foes. What Yamashita had just executed was merely an extreme application of chakra, transforming all potential destructive force into pure light energy, which inadvertently scorched the opponent's eyes. "Very well, Tianjin Fan. Is it? I shall remember you. Prepare for the wrath of the Tsutsuki clan." Feeling the searing pain in his eyes, Tsutsuki Pusher did not linger. Immediately invoking the Yellow Springs Hirazaka to escape from that place, he sought a secluded spot to nurse his injured eyes. Humph, speaking so arrogantly, yet fleeing in such a disgraceful manner. Yamashita clearly dismissed the venomous words left behind by his adversary. These self-proclaimed nobles would soon realize their true worth after suffering a few setbacks. Before this, no one had managed to sway his resolve. There were indeed some similarities to Nagato from before. "Mr. Yamashita, I must rely on you this time." Sasuke, having liberated his Susanoo, gazed at Yamashita Kenji, uncertain of what to articulate. He could hardly believe that this individual had single-handedly forced back a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Although the technique utilized was somewhat unexpected, it was undeniably effective that I end this confrontation. Despite having unleashed only a single move, Yamashita had proven far more useful than himself. And no need to be so formal. "Isn't that guy our common enemy?" Yamashita waved his hand dismissively. After all, this was the land of rain, and engaging in a fierce battle here would have dire repercussions. Thus, temporarily repelling their foe was already a significant achievement. Once they were adequately prepared, it would be time for the final showdown. Surveying the surrounding ruins, although Nagato had previously dispatched Konan to facilitate evacuation efforts, the residual effects of the recent battle had inevitably inflicted substantial damage. Had Sasuke and Tsutsuki Pusher truly clashed here with full force, the land of rain would likely have been left in ruins. Sheathing his sword, Sasuke spoke with a hint of concern. "Mr. Yamashita, you witnessed it. That individual's strength is truly formidable. To be frank, if I were to engage him in a life-or-death struggle, I would likely be the one to perish. So, do you have confidence in defeating that fellow?" Sasuke did not mention that the solar fist, due to its element of surprise, had proven highly effective on first encounter. However, should they face Tsutsuki Pusher again, that technique would likely lose its efficacy. Moreover, Sasuke harbored doubts about Yamashita Kenji's strength in a direct confrontation. There's no need to dwell on such matters. In this timeline, you can only rely on my assistance. Yamashita Kenji shrugged, opting not to directly respond to Sasuke's inquiry. The recent encounter, though he had employed but a single skill, had granted him a profound new understanding of the chakra manipulation talent previously bestowed upon him by the system. Once he had a moment to spare, he intended to experiment further. If successful, he would no longer be inferior to Sasuke, perhaps even surpassing him. Let us return. We should locate Nagato. After being so decisively defeated, he likely isn't in the best of spirits. Nagato had indeed suffered a significant shock, yet he was far from being incapacitated. Rather, it had ignited his fighting spirit. If someone could achieve such feats with the Rinnegan, he too, possessing the Rinnegan, should not fall too far behind. Without delay, Yamashita promptly transported Sasuke back to the company, ensuring that the professional medical team could examine and treat his injuries, striving to restore him to health in the shortest time possible. Outside, Yamashita and Sasuke sat across from each other in silence. After a moment, Sasuke broke the quiet. "Mr. Yamashita, are we to wait until Nagato recovers before engaging that individual in battle?" "Who said that?" Yamashita replied, somewhat astonished. "Huh." Sasuke found himself bewildered by Yamashita's perspective. "You've seen Nagato's capabilities. They're rather lackluster. He may manage against ordinary ninjas, but compared to those monsters, he falls immensely short. Rather than involving him in such a confrontation, it would be wiser to allow him to recuperate here," Yamashita asserted matter-of-factly. "So, in the end, it's just the two of us who will confront Pooh Sure?" Sasuke questioned, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. Although Yamashita had previously gained the upper hand against Pooh Sure, that had been by unconventional means, next time, it was likely that his opponent would not be caught off guard. Furthermore, judging by Yamashita's chakra levels, it seemed improbable that he possessed significant strength. After all, individuals lacking six-paths power generally struggled to contend against such beings. "Are you looking down on me?" Yamashita chuckled, spreading his hands before Sasuke. Observing the outstretched palms, Sasuke was unsure of the intent behind the gesture. I could see that moment. A small amount of chakra began to coalesce within Yamashita's palm, its form gradually shifting until it transformed into 5 distinct entities. A flicker of flame, a sphere of water, a miniature whirlwind, a spark of lightning, and a pebble. Chakra nature transformation? Mr. Yamashita, that feat is something I might not even be able to achieve, Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Although Yamashita had not performed an extraordinary ninjutsu, the display resembled a mere conjuring trick. Yet, only true masters, standing at a sufficient pinnacle, could comprehend the might of such control. Within the confines of his palm, Yamashita had manipulated chakra's nature transformation to this degree, showcasing an unprecedented level of control. It's not too shabby. Take a look, Yamashita remarked, as the elements in his hands began to swirl in accordance with his will. Then, the cluster of water and the small stone rose slightly higher, gradually merging together. Just as Sasuke was at a loss, a blade of grass began to sprout slowly from the soil. Though fragile, this grass was a vibrant green, and the significance it represented seemed to be even more astonishing. Indeed, even Sasuke, accustomed to the fiercest of storms, found himself deeply moved upon witnessing this blade of grass. His gaze towards the valley below was now tinged with incredulity. This was unmistakably would release the Kekkei Genkai possessed by the legendary god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. The man below spoke with a tone that suggested he was discussing something trivial. Moreover, he exclaimed as the objects in his hands began to spin even faster, merging into substances such as lava, steam, and ice crystals. Each of these materials encapsulated a Kekkei Genkai that had once garnered great renown within the ninja world. Ultimately, all of these substances vanished, leaving the man's palm clean once more. "What do you think of this skill of mine? Surely it must catch your eye," he said with a smile. This was yet another way he envisioned utilizing his innate talents after acquiring the ability to control chakra. His thoughts had predominantly revolved around the transformation of chakra forms, believing that his talent was an enhancement in that aspect. This was indeed true, and he had developed many impressive ninjutsu, even by his own standards. However, this perspective was still somewhat narrow, that if he possessed absolute control over chakra, then not only could he manipulate its form, but he could also alter its nature. Conveniently, he possessed the innate ability to harness all chakra attributes. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he could manipulate the changes in chakra nature as he had previously done. Then came the topic of Kekkei Genkai, although these abilities were typically passed down through bloodlines. The original state of Kekkei Genkai was such that only a select few ninjas could develop new jutsu on their own. Once successful, these new techniques would be recorded in the ninja's genes, passed down to the next generation through bloodlines. Given this definition, it was only natural that Kenji Yamashita, who could completely control chakra, could effortlessly fuse different chakra natures. Moreover, as indicated by later developments, the more chakra natures one fused, the more powerful one became. One could even say this constituted a form of ancestral return, from Kekkei Genkai to the dissolution of bloodlines, and finally to the Kekkei Mori mastered by nearly all members of the Tsutsuki clan. This was clearly a definitive phenomenon of ancestral return. Nevertheless, he was currently unable to fuse all 7 chakra attributes to form the Kekkei Mori. Each time he attempted to do so, it felt as though something essential was missing, preventing him from completing the final step of fusion. That he speculated that he lacked the genetic inheritance from the Tsutsuki clan. At this juncture, one must mention the various types of Kekkei Genkai. In truth, the scope of Kekkei Genkai is quite broad. Beyond the fusion of chakra attributes, there are also physical transformations. The Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiyaku, among others, indicate that these physical anomalies are not solely due to differing chakra, but likely stem from fundamental genetic differences. Yamashita believed that the reason he could not synthesize the Kekkei Mori was due to a lack of such hereditary material in his body. However, even at his current level, he had already achieved considerable prowess, especially when he combined his chakra nature changes with form transformations. At that point, he could only wonder what level of strength he could truly unleash, though he was confident it would not be inferior to Sasuke's current capabilities. Upon witnessing Kenji Mashida's extraordinary abilities, Sasuke was left in a state of shock. Yet he still harbored numerous concerns about the possibility of victory in their upcoming battle. While your technique seems formidable, I must remind you that the Renegade's control over chakra is immensely terrifying. Without power of the same caliber, any ninjutsu will merely serve as a source of energy for him, he cautioned. Yamashita shrugged. Naturally, this is not all I have up my sleeve. However, if I were to reveal all my trump cards here, it would be rather dull. When we truly engage in battle, you will naturally come to know my capabilities. Sasuke frowned at this, expressing his concern. Isn't this a bit too frivolous? He sensed that the other's demeanor did not reflect that of someone facing a formidable foe. Instead, it felt almost playful. Had the other truly become so arrogant? Yamashita's confidence was not arrogance. Rather, he believed that if Sasuke could single-handedly defeat Kagaya Tsutsuki, together they had no reason to falter against that adversary. Sasuke's solo victory was a deduction Yamashita had made, which seemed reasonable enough. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the Naruto timeline, he understood the circumstances of the ninja world during this period. In this battle, the only individual who could be considered a true combatant was Nagato. The outcome of Nagato's confrontation with the adversary was already known to him. Thus, it was highly probable that in the original narrative, Sasuke had bested the opponent through some means. This was the most logical assumption, as while Sasuke may not have matched the opponent in strength, he was not significantly weaker either. A sudden surge of power or a clever strategy could certainly lead to victory. Surely, it was not plausible that Boruto and the currently ineffectual Naruto had defeated the foe together. Right? As for Naruto and Boruto, they were currently at their company, under the care of Jiraiya. Upon arriving, Naruto sought out Sasuke, which naturally led him to encounter Orochimaru, who was instructing Sasuke. Jiraiya gazed at this former comrade, now a rogue ninja who had slain his own master. With a complex mix of emotions, it was clear that Orochimaru had now allied himself with Kenji Yamashita's company, and given the latter's current strength, protecting him posed no problem at all. However, there were certain questions he felt compelled to ask his old friend face to face. Meanwhile, Yamashita was unconcerned with Jiraiya's thoughts. With Sasuke ready, they were prepared to seek out the elusive Kagaya Tsutsuki and eliminate him once and for all. So, Mr. Nishida, how should we locate him? Sasuke inquired, now filled with trust in Yamashita. When the latter stated that the two of them could defeat the enemy, Sasuke believed him. When he claimed he could find the hidden Kagaya, Sasuke accepted that too. He was merely curious about the methods he would employ to track the foe down. I have already left a mark on him, that we can teleport directly to his location, Yamashita replied. Earlier, while Kagaya was distracted, he had manipulated a small amount of dust to adhere to him, which bore his flying thunder god seal. He could still sense the position of his mark. It seemed that even for the Tsutsuki clan, who were highly sensitive to chakra, they could not detect his flying thunder god mark. He was confident in his deduction. The system had perfected all his ninjutsu to an unparalleled state, far exceeding that of the technique's original developer, nearly rivaling the divine arts. His puppet technique was of this caliber, as was the flying thunder god technique. Da-da. I see. It appears you were prepared all along. Mr. Namasha, let us proceed, Sasuke said in a rush. Before we meet him, I want to present him with a little gift, Yamashita said with a smile, extending his hand to slowly gather a sphere of chakra in his palm. Upon seeing this chakra sphere, Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a Rasengan?" Indeed, after acquiring that extraordinary talent, Yamashita has become adept at wielding the Rasengan. To be more precise, Yamashita has mastered the application of nearly all ninjutsu. As long as the techniques do not impose excessively stringent requirements, with his current command over chakra, he can effortlessly replicate those ninjutsu. But that is not all. You may continue to observe, Yamashita spoke. The chakra sphere in his hand gradually transformed, shifting from a nearly transparent hue to a soft crimson, then a deep red. Ultimately, the core of the sphere appeared to pulsate like molten lava. This was Yamashita infusing the nature transformation of chakra into the Rasengan. It is no wonder that Naruto requires to be in sage mode to utilize such a formidable technique. A slight miscalculation in chakra control could result in catastrophic self-harm. Feeling the volatile chakra in his hand, Yamashita finally understood the challenges Naruto faced in developing these techniques. Even for himself, maintaining such a ninjutsu was undoubtedly a formidable task. All right, the gift is ready. Let us depart, Sasuke, Yamashita declared, grasping Sasuke's hand. And in an instant, their figures flickered and vanished in a thin in a secluded forest. Otsutsuki Urashiki was adjusting his body, particularly his eyes, suddenly illuminated by a blinding light. Although it did not inflict irreparable harm, the damage to his eyes was substantial, leaving him with a lingering, painful sensation that was quite uncomfortable. That wretched insect truly deserves to perish. I shall crush him into dust. Without fail, Otsutsuki Urashiki seethed, simultaneously employing chakra to alleviate the strain on his eyes. After a moment, feeling that his condition had somewhat stabilized, he picked up a fishing rod and basket, directing his gaze toward a specific direction, the very direction from which he sensed the presence of his adversaries. This time, you cannot escape. Death shall be the best outcome you can hope for. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared behind him, one of which held an energy-infused crimson Rasengan. "Hello, long time no see," as he spoke. Yamashita took advantage of Urashiki's inability to react and pressed the energy sphere directly against him. Urashiki could hardly believe that they had come directly for him. How had they located him? How was it that he had been teleported here without any prior notice? Yet, none of that mattered now. As the ninjutsu attacked him, he could feel its terrifying destructive power. Although this was a pure ninjutsu assault, his Rinnegan had a response time for absorbing techniques, and having been caught off guard, he had no ability to negate the attack. Boom! The immense aura of destruction erupted around him, even at a distance. Yamashita and Sasuke felt the overwhelming force, leaving no time to assess the situation before they swiftly retreated far from the blast radius. Sand, stones, and foliage were sent flying, accompanied by the violent sounds of explosions emanating from the epicenter. It was as if countless bombs had detonated at once, creating a cataclysmic scene that birthed a mushroom cloud in the sky. This terrifying spectacle left even Sasuke astounded. Although, with his power, he could have inflicted greater devastation. He could vividly imagine the grim fate that awaited him if he had been caught unprepared by that attack. If he were fortunate enough to find his own remains afterward, it would be a stroke of luck. More likely, his body would evaporate, leaving not a trace behind. Stop dawdling, Sasuke. This alone won't resolve our issues. It is merely a greeting. Unleash your full strength, Yamashita urged, reaching into his pocket and retrieving several scrolls. Tearing them open in rapid succession, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, it revealed a colossal piece of metal, that chakra-conducting metal, Sasuke remarked, his brow twitching at the sight of the mountain-like metal. Even during their era of extensive resource exploitation in the ninja world, such an immense quantity of chakra-conducting metal was rare. Even Konoha, despite its affluence, could scarcely procure metal of this magnitude. Just a little reserve. Nothing to worry about, Yamashita nonchalantly remarked. his tone dismissive, as if he were speaking of mere pebbles rather than this treasure akin to gold. Sasuke's face twitched as he turned away, no longer wishing to gaze upon Yamashita's somewhat ostentatious demeanor. At that moment, a profound disdain for capitalists surged within him, contemplating that individuals like them would be better off hanging from streetlights in the future. "Now, I shall commence," Yamashita declared, placing a hand on the chakra-conducting metal. Channeling chakra into in the next instant, the metal began to melt like ice, morphing in midair like clay, until, to Sasuke's astonishment, it transformed into a peculiar giant. This giant was sharply defined, seemingly clad in an entire suit of armor. Yet its appearance was distinctly different from that of his Susanoo, embodying an entirely different form. Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness, yet he oddly found himself drawn to this image, believing that if his Susanoo resembled this, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. Moreover, the metal gradually displayed an array of colors, as if someone were painting it with diverse hues. Yamashita gazed upon his creation, exceedingly pleased. In the ninja world, few would recognize this form. However, in his past life, most people would instantly call it by name upon seeing it: Gundam. Yes, they often said that by the later stages of Naruto, everyone was piloting Gundams. Now, Yamashita Kenji was about to pilot a true Gundam in the world of Naruto. He soared into the air, entering the Gundam's cockpit, feeling as though his own form had enlarged, as if he were completely inhabiting the Gundam itself. The Gundam's body was now his own. This exhilarating sensation of seamless control filled Yamashita with joy. Such manipulation was far more intuitive than controlling Sasuke's Susanoo, allowing for greater precision in operation. As he completed his adjustments, the dust on the ground began to settle, the epicenter of the explosion. Otsutsuki Rashiki was no longer the epitome of elegance. His body was charred, with half of him nearly obliterated, leaving him in a disheveled state. "Oh, is that not the esteemed deity? How curious. It has only been a brief moment since we last met." A metallic clanging sound echoed from the Gundam's mouth, grating on the ears. Yet more than the unpleasant sound, the sarcasm in Yamashita's words incited Urashiki's fury. "You despicable wretches! Lowly insects! How dare you ambush me?" "Huh? Did I hear you correctly? Is it not entirely reasonable to ambush you? Surely you do not expect us, the victims of your aggression, to engage you in a fair and honorable duel. The fact that we are not swarming you with the entirety of the ninja world is already a considerable concession. Do you think we are in a Dragon Ball scene, born of science?" Yamashita appeared to have heard some grand jest, unleashing a torrent of words directly in the opponent's face, although he was uncertain of the meaning behind the latter's subsequent remarks. It was evident they were intended to mock him. This provocation nearly breached the opponent's composure, as Otsutsuki Purushi gritted his teeth and repeatedly uttered the word "good." Then, with a single remaining hand, he gouged out his own eyes, swallowing them along with his fishing rod and basket. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of chakra emanated from him, enveloping the surroundings and causing Sasuke's garments to flutter violently. Sasuke watched cautiously, aware that the current state of his adversary was significantly more formidable than before. Moments later, Otsutsuki Purushi had entirely transformed. All of his injuries had healed, and his arms had morphed into wings. His visage sharpened and elongated, resembling that of a celestial crane. Are the ants prepared to meet their demise? Yamashita observed with a grave demeanor as he beheld the complete transformation of his foe. It was widely recognized that a transformation signified an increase in power, and this Otsutsuki had already been immensely strong. Now, with this metamorphosis, he could become terrifyingly potent. "You worthless insects, I shall tear you to shreds." Otsutsuki Purushi sneered malevolently before taking to the skies with a powerful flap of his wings. His colossal arms swiftly reshaped into a massive energy cannon, aimed directly at Sasuke, unleashing a concentrated beam of laser fire. While the Rinnegan indeed served as a nemesis to chakra, allowing for unparalleled mastery over it, other forms of energy attacks were an entirely different matter. This beam was a product of scientific ingenuity, a laser weapon. Though infused with the essence of chakra, its fundamental nature remained that of pure laser energy. Such an assault was beyond even Otsutsuki Purushi's capacity to absorb. Nevertheless, in his current state, he quickly discerned the true nature of the beam. Although momentarily taken aback by the adversary's ability to wield such an attack, he adeptly maneuvered in midair, evading the onslaught aimed at him. Then he closed the distance to the towering figure, using his wings as blades to strike at the opponent's arm. A piercing sound echoed as his wings sliced through the Titan's arm with the ease of cutting through tofu, evidencing their sharpness. Yet at that moment, the massive arm unexpectedly liquefied, a stream of molten metal flowing toward Purushi's wings where they met. His expression hardened as he sensed the pressure emanating from the wings, and he swiftly retreated, yanking a significant chunk of metal from the Titan's arm. What is this? Otsutsuki Purushi felt the chakra coursing through the liquid metal, astonished yet still absorbing it. Just then, a razor-sharp blade descended upon him. A surprise attack from Sasuke, who had summoned his Susanoo to strike while Purushi was distracted. Damn it! Otsutsuki was momentarily ensnared by the encasing metal, rendering him unable to defend against the assault. He promptly evaded using space-time ninjutsu, narrowly escaping the blow in the blink of an eye. As Purushi emerged from the space-time rift, another figure appeared behind him, a laser sword cleaving down upon him. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Watch out, Otsutsuki Purushi!" Yamashita shouted, yet his hands did not cease their relentless assault. The cannon on his arm, firing energy projectiles like rain towards the descending foe. The forest trembled violently, and the beasts within it fled in a frenzy, their primal instincts driving them to escape. Even natural predators refrained from hunting, united in their singular purpose. Survival in their limited minds. The unfolding chaos felt akin to the end of days, compelling them to vacate the vicinity. Yamashita's weapon was engineered from the Research Institute's designs, boasting boundless energy. However, the metallic materials had a fatigue threshold. After multiple rapid firings, the overheating led to a cessation of function that, of course, if Yamashita desired, he could replace the current materials with components from the Titan's body. But it was unnecessary for the moment. If the previous attacks had not incapacitated the adversary, then further attempts would likely prove futile. Mr. Yamashita, did you just employ the Flying Thunder God technique? Sasuke inquired. Uncertain, as he maneuvered his Susanoo closer to Yamashita, he had clearly witnessed the giant under Yamashita's control vanish from sight, only to reappear behind Otsutsuki Purushi moments later. To put it simply, you may consider this giant as an extension of myself. While it is not composed of flesh and blood, it nonetheless channels my chakra, allowing me to perform my ninjutsu flawlessly, Yamashita explained matter-of-factly. However, Sasuke's mind was tumultuous with realization. The Susanoo, a technique of formidable defense and offense for any ninja, was a power not easily matched. While he could perform other ninjutsu, most offered minimal enhancement compared to focusing entirely on controlling the Susanoo. Yet if he could utilize the heavenly hand power concurrently with his Susanoo, the situation would transform entirely. His combat prowess would rise to terrifying heights. Such thoughts, however, remained mere fantasies. Unlike simpler ninjutsu, the use of heavenly hand power stood in stark contrast to the Susanoo's nature, rendering it an impossibility for him. Yet, this capability appeared to be within the grasp of his opponent. Observing the giant, likely comparable in strength to his Susanoo, Sasuke found himself uncertain of Otsutsuki Purushi's true power. At that moment, a massive, translucent creature emerged from the dust, resembling an unsightly eel, exuding a potent aura that shattered the ground with its slightest movement. In comparison, both Sasuke's and Yoshida's Titan seemed diminutive. Within this monstrous form stood Otsutsuki Purushi, bearing wounds and lacking his previous composure. Yet his demeanor was colder than ever as he gazed down upon the two adversaries. "Ants, rejoice! Take pride! You have compelled me to summon forth the dragon. To perish by its hand is a badge of honor." Upon hearing the proclamation, Yamashita glanced at the so-called dragon and chuckled. What dragon? The Otsutsuki clan truly has the audacity to glorify themselves. This is nothing more than a loach, a favorite of the female streamers, and yet you dare to wield it as your trump card? Otsutsuki Purushi, accustomed to Yamashita's taunts, remained unfazed by the derision. He coldly replied, "Feel free to continue your mockery. You shall have no further opportunities to speak." With that, The enormous loach surged forward, crashing towards the two like an avalanche. Despite its immense size, it moved with astonishing speed, leaving Sasuke and Yamashita unable to evade the oncoming assault, resulting in a direct confrontation. Sasuke, wielding a katana within his Susanoo, and Yamashita, brandishing two laser swords, charged forth. The earth-shattering collision reverberated through the air as they combined their strength to stymie the momentum of the monstrous creature. Quite spirited, but it seems you lack sufficient power. Let us see how you fare against this. As the words fell, the yellow eel opened its mouth and unleashed a colossal energy sphere. Boom! The two individuals were caught off guard and were struck directly, sent flying backward. This blow was undeniably severe. Sasuke's Susanoo was significantly damaged, and the Gundam below was left in tatters. Fortunately, neither of their physical forms sustained any harm. TSK, 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 what now? Where has that earlier arrogance vanished? At this moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki did not rush to continue the assault. Instead, he initiated a verbal onslaught, seeking to repay all the insults he had previously endured. This is perfect, otherwise I would find it dreadfully dull. Meanwhile, the Gundam below had returned to its original state. Facing the audacious Otsutsuki Urashiki, he spoke, then resumed channeling his chakra into the earth. Suddenly, 3 earthen giants manifested beside him. Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can defeat me? Is that not rather naive? Otsutsuki Urashiki scoffed dismissively. Naive or not, we shall see, the Gundam declared, as the giants, and he took to the air, surrounding the yellow eel from all directions. Each wielded a sharp blade, charging toward the monstrous creature. Foolish mortals! Otsutsuki Urashiki snorted, engaging in battle with the giants. In an instant, the ground trembled as if the world was ending. Sasuke, resting nearby, observed that while it appeared the battle was evenly matched, with the Gundam seemingly gaining the upper hand, he could tell that the Gundam's chakra was being continuously siphoned by the opponent. The earthen giants, which could have restored themselves after taking damage, were now left in a state of disrepair, their chakra drained entirely by the enemy. This is dire, Sasuke thought, intending to assist, only to suddenly discover that another presence had entered his Susanoo space. Mr. Yamashita, what are you doing here? Sasuke exclaimed, taken aback. How could this person appear in this place? Wasn't he engaged in battle with Otsutsuki Urashiki? Sasuke, I believe you may be misunderstanding the situation. Yamashita Kenji replied nonchalantly. What I have employed is a puppet technique. Since it is a puppet technique, there is no need for the caster to engage directly in combat. We merely need to observe from a safe distance as our puppets do battle. But who is the person inside that colossal metal giant? Sasuke remained perplexed, recalling how he had seen the individual enter the metal giant. This is simple, Yamashita explained. You know, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique. I initially wanted to experience controlling the Gundam. However, after a while, it was rather underwhelming. So, I simply used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. After all, my control over the puppets is mediated through chakra. So I did not need to be physically present. That would be quite foolish. With this, Sasuke grasped Yamashita's intentions. This fellow was one who avoided risk at all costs, always seeking refuge and safety. This did not quite align with the identity of merchant, as Sasuke viewed merchants as risk-takers, eager to see substantial profits despite potential dangers. Mr. Yamashita, why won't you let me join the fray? Your puppets are not faring well, Sasuke remarked. The earthen giants have been utterly destroyed, leaving only the metal giant, which was also on the verge of collapse. All the chakra within the giants have been absorbed by the yellow eel, entering Otsutsuki Urashiki's golden Rinnegan. Moreover, it appeared that Yamashita's chakra was limited. Having created such giants was already quite impressive, and it was evidently impossible for him to produce more in a short period. No worries, just watch that. I set a trap from the very beginning. All for that final moment, Yamashita said mysteriously. You set a trap from the start? Sasuke was bewildered by Yamashita's words. Nonetheless, he complied with the plan and refrained from recklessly intervening. Finally, after the last vestiges of chakra were absorbed from the metal giant, it crumbled completely. The yellow eel turned its gaze towards Sasuke and Yamashita Kenji. Now, without any means to defend yourselves, what do you intend to do? Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded the two to last. These two formidable ants, who had disrupted his plans, were to be eradicated. Yes, finally, you have defeated those adversaries that, or rather, absorbed their chakra. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Urashiki furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the statement bore deeper implications, though he could not decipher their meaning. That a mere bluff? You don't honestly believe this will spare you from death, do you? Is that your belief? Then how about trying this? With that, Yamashita formed a hand seal. Upon witnessing Yamashita's movement, Otsutsuki Urashiki momentarily grew cautious. No matter how one looked at it, Yamashita was not one to act without purpose. If he spoke, there would surely be action. However, after the hand seal was completed, nothing occurred. Even as Otsutsuki Urashiki utilized a probing technique to scrutinize the surroundings, he found no discernible change. This fellow, could he truly be attempting to deceive me? What a charade! Since you have no means left, prepare to perish, Otsutsuki Urashiki declared, preparing to unleash the full power of his dragon to crush the two before him. Yet that moment he suddenly sensed something amiss. Before he could investigate further, his golden Rinnegan erupted in an explosion, right within his eye sockets. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard, and even Yamashita Kenji, the orchestrator of it all, was taken aback. After realizing that he had not entirely severed his connection with the chakra absorbed by the enemy, he understood that he could still manipulate it. This revelation sparked an idea. If he could control the chakra, then perhaps if the enemy absorbed enough of it, he could incite a rebellion within the enemy's body. That it was this very thought that led him to allow the enemy to absorb his chakra without interference, inadvertently facilitating a more efficient absorption process. Then, once the enemy had gorged themselves, Yamashita prompted the absorbed chakra into a frenzy. Little did he expect that this agitation would cause the enemy's eyes to explode. In truth, it was a matter of fortunate coincidence. The Rinnegan, upon absorbing chakra, would confine it within a sealed space. The chakra in that space was initially stable, but Yamashita's agitated chakra acted like a fuse, igniting chaos throughout the sealed space. Within such a confined space, the violent agitation of chakra inevitably led to an explosion of the surroundings, resulting in damage to the opponent's Rinnegan. Although Yamashita did not fully comprehend the underlying principles, he could not afford to miss such a golden opportunity. Thus, he subtly gestured to Sasuke with a glance, placing his hand atop Yamashita's, but a surge of chakra flowed from the latter's hand into his own. In the next moment, a crimson Rasengan materialized in Yamashita's grip, only to suddenly vanish and reappear beside the adversary. Currently, Otsutsuki Urashiki was in disarray, the injury to his Rinnegan leaving him incapable of mounting any resistance. Consequently, this Rasengan was once again caught by the opponent. However, this time, it was received with his head, infused with Sasuke's Six Paths power. With a thunderous roar, Yamashita struck and then swiftly retreated, triggering a series of cataclysmic explosions. The so-called dragon writhed in agony on the ground, its body disintegrating inch by inch as mushroom clouds ascended, a sight reminiscent of the apocalypse. Fortunately, Yamashita and Sasuke managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, even with their utmost defenses, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to evade catastrophe given the scale of the explosion. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment, when the cacophony of explosions finally subsided, Yamashita and Sasuke returned to the site. What had once been a forest was now a barren expanse of scorched earth, still radiating heat, with patches of white crystalline formations emerging, the result of high pressure crystallizing into diamonds. However, these remnants held no significance for Yamashita and Sasuke, for they had located Otsutsuki Urashiki, this once mighty figure now utterly disfigured, his body devoid of any unscathed flesh, with his eyes obliterated. Any individual suffering such grievous injuries would undoubtedly succumb to death. Yet Otsutsuki Urashiki clung to life, his hollow gaze fixed intently upon Yamashita Kenji, rasping, "Damn it. Oh, still clinging to life? How tragic. Such severe wounds must be excruciating. Just wait a moment, and I shall grant you relief." As Yamashita approached, he delivered a merciful end to his suffering. Just as Urashiki's breath extinguished, A gust of wind swept through, scattering his body like sand into the atmosphere. Achoo! Yamashita sneezed, rubbing his nose and gazing at the spot where Otsutsuki Urashiki had vanished. Chuckling, is this how the Otsutsuki clan meets their demise? Quite a pity. I had hoped to collect his remains for further study of their anatomical differences from ordinary humans. I imagine Orochimaru will be sorely disappointed. He then turned to Sasuke, saying, "So, I presume our business here has concluded." Sasuke nodded absent-mindedly, still in disbelief that this seemingly unremarkable individual had so effortlessly defeated the formidable opponent before them that if such a person existed in their world, it was likely that many events that were meant to transpire would never come to pass. Well then, I've spent enough time worrying about this matter. Now that it's resolved, I shall return and enjoy some well-deserved rest. Yamashita stretched, feeling immense pressure lift from his shoulders, for if this situation had not been handled adeptly, his peaceful existence could have been irrevocably shattered. This battle had been fraught with peril. The technique employed by his opponent had been extraordinarily powerful. Had it come down to a direct confrontation, even with both of them combined, they might have found themselves outmatched. Were it not for the fortunate turn of events that led to the destruction of Urashiki's eyes, the outcome could have been entirely different. Nevertheless, this encounter had illuminated the combat style of the Otsutsuki clan, thus preparing him for any future encounters that I must seek out the plow hidden by Otsutsuki Urashiki. There are also certain individuals in this time and space that I wish to observe, Sasuke remarked, his thoughts drifting to an unforgettable figure. Feel free to inform me before you depart, Yamashita replied, promptly transporting them back. The denizens of the ninja world remained blissfully unaware that they had narrowly averted a colossal disaster that could have engulfed the entire realm. Time passed quietly. After finishing his affairs, Sasuke bid farewell to Yamashita, preparing to leave. Prior to his departure, Yamashita had inquired extensively about the Otsutsuki clan, as he was not particularly well-versed in the events of Boruto's narrative. Having the insights of an eyewitness would undoubtedly deepen his understanding of the clan. From Sasuke's accounts, the Otsutsuki clan did not appear as insurmountable as he had previously thought. With the combined forces of Sasuke and Naruto, confronting those adversaries would not prove overly daunting. This perspective contrasted with Yamashita's understanding, where he had believed that Sasuke and Naruto had suffered grievously at the hands of a lurking Otsutsuki clan member, even losing the Nine Tails in the process. Ultimately, the two had inexplicably vanished. Their fates uncertain. It seemed they had yet to encounter that formidable Otsutsuki member during this time frame. Yamashita subtly cautioned them to remain vigilant against the hidden Otsutsuki lurking within the ninja world, suggesting they confer with other ninja villages to prepare adequately. Upon receiving Yamashita's hint, Sasuke became serious. After spending time together, he had come to realize that Yamashita was far from the simple facade he presented. In the battle against Otsutsuki Urashiki, Yamashita had played a crucial role. The information he provided was certainly not without merit. It appeared that upon returning to their original world, Sasuke would need to have a serious discussion with Naruto. In recent days, Boruto and Naruto had grown quite close, resembling good friends. Boruto had never imagined that his father had once been so different in his youth, which left him with a sense of profound realization. Thus, when he learned he was to depart soon, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, they were not inhabitants of this world, for in their own realm awaited those who cared for and loved them. So, despite the myriad of emotions swirling within, he followed Sasuke as they left. After bidding farewell to Sasuke, Yamashita's life returned to a state of tranquility. The proposal for the ninja world's unified power generation and electrical grid had nearly reached completion, while the project in the Land of Wind was in its final stages. Although the task progress had once again surpassed several milestones, he had yet to receive any rewards from the system. It seemed that in order to continue receiving rewards, he would need to see the project to its full completion. However, he was not in a hurry. The recent battle had instilled within him immense confidence. Judging from that encounter, even at their peak, Uchiha Sasuke was not his equal. Even that member of the Otsutsuki clan, a paragon of power, had been bested through his own efforts, coupled with his ace in the hole. Nagato, it was becoming evident that he was now capable of unifying the entire ninja world under his might. Uchiha Madara had been dubbed the Shura of the ninja world, while Senju Hashirama was hailed as the god of shinobi. As for him, whose strength surpassed both of theirs. What title should he bear? The father of the ninja world. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Yamashita found himself drifting into a daze, the scenery before him becoming increasingly blurred. When he regained his focus, he discovered he was no longer in his room, but rather in a different chamber altogether. This room was pure white, devoid of windows or doors, besides 2 chairs and a table positioned in the center. There was nothing else. Seated upon one of the chairs was a man who had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing the man, Yamashita narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile emerging on his lips as he sauntered over to the other chair, boldly taking a seat and scrutinizing the individual before him. The man, taken aback by Yamashita's demeanor, remarked, "You seem not at all surprised by my presence." "Of course, I am quite astonished," Yamashita remarked with a sense of inevitability. "However, upon careful reflection, it is evident that beings like yourselves, who can traverse the cosmos with such audacity, possessing life-preserving trump cards, is truly not a matter of surprise. Yet, I am left wondering, by what means have you brought me here?" Otsutsuki Pushur. Indeed, the man before him was none other than the Otsutsuki Pushur, whom Yamashita had previously slain. Now, this individual appeared before him as if completely unscathed, a fact that certainly warranted attention. "Ah, if you wish to know, I can certainly enlighten you," Otsutsuki Pushur replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance to his astonishment. A teacup materialized in his hand, filled with tea. With a gentlemanly flourish, he blew gently across the surface before taking an elegant sip and continuing. "Our clan, which refers to itself as divine, has its reasons that in our lineage, any child born, even in infancy, possesses strength that rivals the mightiest warriors of your ninja world, and their lifespans are measured in millennia. Compared to your fleeting lives, it is hardly an exaggeration to claim divinity." Upon hearing this, Yamashita could not help but be taken aback. If such a race truly existed, it was indeed quite formidable. However, he also understood that despite the simplicity of the claim, it was unlikely to be as effortless as presented. There must be limitations, whether in reproductive difficulties or constraints on their potential. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki clan would have proliferated throughout the cosmos. Furthermore, judging by the impressive power of this individual, while their initial strength might be considerable, the upper limits were likely not as vast, considering it took millennia to reach a level where they could only match the 2 most powerful entities in the ninja world. Aside from himself, such a rate of growth could hardly be deemed rapid. He pondered this internally, but refrained from interrupting. Given the demeanor of the individual before him, it was clear he had the upper hand, and that what lay ahead was merely the benevolence of a victor toward a vanquished foe. Thus, this was an opportunity to gain insight into his adversary, one he would not dismiss. Seeing Yamashita remain silent, Otsutsuki Pushur assumed his words had instilled fear, and thus continued with a sense of pride. "Our extended lifespans render worldly pleasures utterly meaningless to us. What we pursue is a higher form of aspiration, evolution." At this, Yamashita found himself nodding in agreement unconsciously. Indeed, for a being with a lifespan spanning thousands of years, ephemeral indulgences would lose their allure. What they sought instead must be the unattainable, evolution on a higher plane of existence. That it was likely that this was the very reason the Otsutsuki clan sought to plant divine trees across the globe. To achieve such a purpose, we have created the God Tree, a colossal entity whose roots penetrate deep into planets, absorbing the chakra of all living beings until life itself is extinguished. Once it has consumed everything, it bears vast chakra fruits. These fruits contain immense energy and genetic information. Consuming them allows our clan to evolve, and we perpetuate our evolution in this manner. That's so? Yamashita mused, realizing that the so-called infinite Tsukuyami was merely a deception. It was not akin to the world depicted in the Matrix, where humans were cultivated as crops. While it sounded grim, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth remained fundamentally unchanged. Were one truly ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyami, the inevitable outcome would be the depletion of chakra from all beings in the ninja world, leading to planetary destruction and the annihilation of their race. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yamashita continued, "I still find myself perplexed. How did you manage to survive in such circumstances? I was certain you had perished. The fact that he had been brought to this place under such extraordinary conditions remained mystery. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Otsutsuki Pushur's face that he cleared his throat and explained, "We refer to ourselves as divine not merely for our longevity, but because we have transcended life and death." Transcended life and death. Yamashita echoed, bewildered. Such terminology was typically found in tales of immortality and fantasy. He had never encountered it within the realm of Naruto. Was this a concept introduced in Naruto? We possess the ability to utilize a technique known as the wedge to resurrect ourselves within another's body. The wedge was a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan, allowing them to replicate themselves and digitize their essence. Implanting it within another being, referred to as a vessel. The vessel would bear a black diamond mark on their palm, signifying the wedge. As time passed, this mark would gradually unlock, and once fully unlocked, the vessel's existence would cease, enabling the Otsutsuki to resurrect. As long as the wedge exists, the Otsutsuki can return, embodying something beyond death. Listening to this lengthy exposition, Yamashita contemplated for a moment before realization dawned upon him. So, in the end, you recognized your survival was hopeless and sought to implant the wedge within my body, viewing me as your vessel. When the timing is right, you could simply be reborn within me. Indeed, this is akin to the soul transfer scene in tales of immortality. So, the Otsutsuki clan truly embodies the essence of such legends? Yamashita reflected, recalling the tales he had read in his previous life, that it seemed that Kishimoto had drawn inspiration from various sources while crafting Naruto. And now, in Naruto, this thread of inspiration continued. The concept of transcending life and death, of rebirth through another's body. Was it possible that the Otsutsuki were an ancient sect of immortals hidden in the depths of the universe? This notion sparked thoughts of a civilization dedicated to immortality somewhere out there. Yamashita could not help but wonder if he could attempt to pursue such a path himself. After all, no matter how formidable his strength, he could not escape the cycle of life and death. Yet, if he were to embark on the journey of immortality, perhaps it would be a different story. Speaking of which, within the ninja world, there seem to exist similar concepts. Among the three great sanctuaries, there was a practice known as sage techniques, which allowed practitioners to harness natural energy. Although the original narrative did not explicitly state that natural energy could extend life, one could observe the longevity of the great toad sage of Miyaboka Mountain and his fellow elder toads. It stood to reason that mastering this energy to a profound degree might yield similar effects. Moreover, what was the relationship between chakra and natural energy? Was there a fundamental connection between the two? After all, natural energy was known to directly harm the Otsutsuki clan's essence. Nevertheless, such musings were not what he should dwell upon at present. He was acutely aware of his own aptitude. Although theoretically, he could now proficiently utilize any ninjutsu he encountered, this was due to the system enhancing his chakra control. However, the skill of harnessing natural energy had yet to be unlocked by the system. To expect himself to grasp such energy solely through his own efforts would be a fool's errand. Yet, he was not in a hurry. After all, his system was quite competent, as long as he continued to engage in substantial foundational construction. He believed that one day, the system would grant him the knowledge he sought.